Chapter 625. The demon ancestor looked at Zhu Xuanji and said calmly, "You obtained the primordial ancestor's eyes, so you definitely know where he is. Let me give you a piece of advice. Pluck out your eyes and tell me where the primordial ancestor is, or else you will face unimaginable pain." So arrogant. Zhu Xuanji shook his head and smiled. Can you barge in? He really knew how to boast. If this fellow was really that powerful, how could he let the primordial ancestor roam free until today? Let me give you a word of advice. The primordial ancestor is not a good person. If you protect him, you will face far more enemies than just me. The demon ancestor continued. He was not angered by Zhu Xuanji, and his tone remained the same. Zhu Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Then tell me about the primordial ancestor's background and about his eyes." He also wanted to learn more about the primordial ancestor. Although the eyes given by the primordial ancestor were powerful, they were too dangerous. Not only for Zhu Xuanji, but also for Xian Xianghua. The primordial ancestor came from the Kunlun origin court. His talent wasn't considered outstanding, but because he seized some kind of power, he obtained your pair of eyes. Relying on these eyes, he rose to power in the Kunlun origin court, but he also angered some immortal existences. This is all I can tell you. This pair of eyes will attract endless troubles, and you won't even know what these troubles represent. The demon ancestor looked into Zhu Xuanji's eyes and said meaningfully. He had waited for the primordial ancestor for countless years and was in no hurry. Zhu Xuanji fell into deep thought. Should he take the risk for the primordial ancestor? Although this pair of eyes was powerful, it was not necessary. The fortuitous encounter is already in my hands. How can I give it up? Sheng Tiandao said with a smile, answering Zhu Xuanji's doubts. That's right. He didn't steal this eye. Moreover, if he handed over the eye, would he really be able to resolve this karma? He didn't think so. He had lived for more than 500 years and had experienced similar situations before. Since that's the case, then wait for me. When I enter the heavenly Tao in 100 days, it will be the time when the heavenly Tao collapses. At that time, all of you will die without a doubt, the demon ancestor said coldly. With that said, his soul exploded and dissipated. The pitiful demon ancestor was used as a spear just like that, and his soul was scattered. Sheng Tiandao looked at Zhu Xuanji and said, "I will help you when the time comes." He was still waiting to find the Kunlun origin court with Zhu Xuanji, so he naturally had to do his best. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, "Then, let's part ways here. I need to go back and continue comprehending Tao to increase my power." Enlightenment. Sheng Tiandao nodded and began to ponder. What kind of Tao could make one stronger just by comprehending it? Zhu Xuanji turned and left, quickly returning to the Wanshan Great Thousand. As soon as he entered the clouds, he saw a familiar figure. Xian Daoya. This guy is still alive. Zhu Xuanji smiled and quickly appeared before Xian Daoya. Xian Daoya was given a big fright. Seeing that it was Zhu Xuanji, he heaved a sigh of relief. How could it be you? Xian Daoya patted his chest and sighed, looking terrified. Why did you come back? Zhu Xuanji asked. When he saw Xian Daoya's wretched back, he felt that this guy was plotting something. Xian Daoya looked around and used his divine will to scan the surroundings. After making sure there were no other living beings, he said in a low voice, "I went to the edge of the heavenly law universe. Guess what I found?" Zhu Xuanji mocked, "Aliens?" Xian Daoya was stunned. What kind of people were aliens? He said seriously, "I saw Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Truth be told, he was the mastermind behind the great Emperor Tao court. I felt that something was wrong with him. I called out to him, but he did not respond at all. It was as though he had lost his soul." He could not help but shiver at the mention of this. Zhu Xuanji frowned. Could Phoenix Lord Tianqi have been possessed by Yang? I have a premonition that something big is going to happen. Every time I divine the days, I feel a chill down my spine. Xian Daoya shook his head and said with a trembling voice. There was something he did not say. He felt that the heavenly law was going to collapse. Out of the 9 saints, only 4 were left. The heavenly law chi was mostly depleted, and the heavenly law was at its weakest. What's your next plan? Zhu Xuanji changed the topic. He and Xian Daoya became friends after a fight. Ever since he knew about Xian Daoya, Daoya old man was troubled. Only the one who started the trouble could untie it. Why? You want to subdue me? Sure. Xian Daoya held back his excitement and said. In the current heavenly law universe, Zhu Xuanji was definitely the most powerful. Only by following him could he have the opportunity to reconstruct his body. Zhu Xuanji said, my grand teacher, who is your split soul, needs you to solve his problem. Xian Daoya's expression froze immediately. In the universe, on a floating, barren island, hundreds of powerful cultivators from the great Emperor Dao court stood before a gigantic peak. All of them looked solemn. Following their gaze, they saw Phoenix Lord Tianqi looking down at them from the peak. Phoenix Lord Tianqi's body was covered by a pair of black wings. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were cold. His green pupils seemed to be hiding two universes. His long flaming hair was burning fiercely, and he emanated a horrifying aura that froze the surrounding asteroids. He looked down at everyone and said, the heavenly law is about to be destroyed. I have no hope of working together with Sheng Tiandao. Next, I need you to leave the heavenly law universe and head toward the end of the void to find a stone stele with the words Dao Hong carved on it. After you find the Dao Hong stone stele, find a secluded place to hide and wait for me to find you. Hearing this, all the powerful cultivators from the great Emperor Dao court were shocked. The heavenly law is about to be destroyed. What the hell happened? They were confused, but they did not dare to ask. Because they could tell that Phoenix Lord Tianqi was in a bad mood. An old man asked, Master, what are you going to do? Phoenix Lord Tianqi replied calmly, I will devour the heavenly saints and the great thousand world, and then I will find you. Okay, all of you set off immediately. I will give you a month to end your ties with the mortal world. After a month, if anyone is still in the heavenly law universe, don't blame me for being merciless. At this point, the people from the great Emperor Dao court could not retort and could only leave. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled. His green pupils glowed with an evil radiance. Since the heavenly law is about to be destroyed, then help me. Wanshan Great Thousand. After returning to the familiar forest, Zhu Xuanji continued his Dao enlightenment. He had already arranged for Xian Daoya to meet Daoya Old Man in the Lotus World. If Xian Daoya dared to act recklessly, he could kill him anytime. For some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that something big was about to happen. He looked up at the blue sky and mumbled, seems like my peaceful days are numbered. Shortly after, he closed his eyes and continued to understand his great Dao. After discussing Dao with Sheng Tiandao, he learned many things. Most importantly, Sheng Tiandao's boldness that could conquer everything deeply touched him. Boldness was related to willpower. If one's willpower was powerful enough, he could change everything. Chapter 626. Xian Daoya and Daoya Old Man talked for 10 days and 10 nights before they ended. After the conversation, although Daoya Old Man looked very haggard, his eyes were as energetic as before. His heart was finally relieved. No matter what, if there wasn't Xian Daoya, there wouldn't be him. In terms of origin, Xian Daoya didn't do him wrong. Zhu Xuanji moved Xian Daoya out. Alright, I've already helped you relieve his worries. The grudges between us can be considered written off, right? Xian Daoya smiled. His smile was a little eager. Looking at him, Zhu Xuanji felt that he deserved a beating. Zhu Xuanji nodded lightly and closed his eyes. Xian Daoya was startled and asked, do you have any arrangements for me next? Zhu Xuanji muttered, go water the plants at the foot of the mountain. Since Xian Daoya wanted to follow him, then so be it. At least this guy had some ability. Xian Daoya was dumbfounded. Watering plants? What's the point of watering the weeds all over the mountain? He thought that Zhu Xuanji was making things difficult for him, so he could only leave the mountain obediently. Zhu Xuanji focused on comprehending the great Dao. His will of the way had been constantly strengthening. Once his Dao intent took form, his cultivation would definitely soar. Not only that, but he could also fuse his will into his sword. Sword Dao rules was no longer just a single attack method, It could be fused with various sword techniques. For example, Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow, Emperor's Way Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. After becoming an Overlord Saint for so many years, his power had always been increasing. It was just that he had never had the chance to fight. Therefore, in the face of Yang's threat, there was still a sliver of hope in his heart. After living for so long, he was used to fighting and even thirsted for it. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a year left until Zhu Xuanji and Xian Xianghua's wedding. The entire demon realm was in great jubilation. All demonic creatures knew that the current lord of the demon realm was going to marry Sword Emperor Zhu Xuanji. This was a joyous occasion for the devil realm. After all, Zhu Xuanji was an overlord saint, the most powerful existence in the universe. If Xian Xianghua were to marry him, the demonic world would also be able to prosper. Jiang Shui, Zhu Xiaoxian, Huang Lianxin, and Lady Zhao Xian were also in the devil world, keeping Xian Xianghua company. Zhu Xuanji moved to the demon realm and continued to comprehend the great Tao. As for this marriage, he didn't need to personally plan it, he only needed to participate. This saved him a lot of trouble. At this moment, he was meditating halfway up a mountain, facing the cliff and comprehending the Tao. 100 divine swords hovered in front of him and spun rapidly, occasionally changing their trajectory. Several years passed. Zhu Xuanji's understanding of the great Tao deepened. In his opinion, the reason why the great Tao surpassed the heavenly Tao and was omnipresent was because the great Tao was the foundation of the universe. It was just like a house. The entire structure was the great Tao, and the master inside was the heavenly Tao. However, the walls inside were also the great Tao. The great Tao was the invisible wall of the universe, stabilizing it. Not only that, but the great Tao could also evolve all things. Compared to the heavenly Tao, it was more creative. With the power of the great Tao, he could destroy the entire heavenly law universe with a single thought. After understanding how terrifying the great Tao was, Zhu Xuanji desired it even more. He suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. What's going on? This aura, Zhu Xuanji mumbled to himself and immediately disappeared. Deep within the universe, a terrifying streak of light shot over, its diameter reaching millions and millions of li. It blasted apart countless stars, tearing apart space as it sped forward. Their destination was the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhu Xuanji appeared before the Wanshan Great Thousand and slashed with the Thunderclap sword. The sword qi was domineering and blocked the horrifying streak of light. An explosion shook the entire universe, and the spiritual qi in the universe churned and formed a violent gale. Zhu Xuanji's pupils contracted. He looked back instinctively and saw that the Wanshan Great Thousand could not withstand the violent pressure and was crushed. He immediately took away some living beings with his divine sense, including the divine cliff. But everything happened too quickly. The living beings he could take away were less than a millionth of the Wanshan Great Thousand. What's going on? Zhu Xuanji looked toward the direction of the streak of light with a bitter expression. Another streak of light shot toward him. This time, its target was not the Wanshan Great Thousand but a Great Thousand world behind it. Zhu Xuanji dashed over and slashed it apart before flying toward the direction of the streak of light. Such a powerful saint's might. Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Zhu Xuanji's eyes were cold as he flew forward at full speed. He had met barbarian god Huang Luo, Buddha Yangling, and Sheng Tiandao. Among the remaining heavenly saints, only Phoenix Lord Tianqi had not come into contact with him. He could tell from the great Emperor Dao Court that Phoenix Lord Tianqi was not someone who kept a low profile. He was only planning in the dark. On the other side of the universe, Phoenix Lord Tianqi, who was millions of meters tall, levitated in the starry sky. His wings were still tightly wrapped around his body. A violent suction force was devouring the stars, asteroids, continents, and countless living beings. All of them were absorbed into his wings. At a glance, the entire universe had turned into a massive vortex with Phoenix Lord Tianqi at the center. It's Phoenix Lord Tianqi. What's going on? He's going to devour us. Damn. Someone save us. We're doomed, doomed. We can't resist at all. The living beings cried miserably as they were devoured by Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was indifferent to their cries of pain. They were just ants. He would not feel anything even if he stomped a bunch of them to death. An eye opened on his forehead, which shot out beams of light. The beams expanded rapidly and shot toward various parts of the universe. Boom! A stream of sword chi came at him suddenly. It reached his face in the blink of an eye and was about to cut him in half. The eye on his forehead opened wide, and the sword chi disappeared into thin air. Zhu Xuanji came up to him quickly and said with a deep voice, "What are you trying to do?" Phoenix Lord Tianqi was not surprised. Instead, he sized Zhu Xuanji up with interest and said, "Your body is really powerful. If I devour you, it will surely help my bloodline evolve." After he spoke, he spread his wings and revealed a body covered in dark purple crystals, as though he was wearing a layer of armor. "Zhu Xuanji, you should belong to me. Let me give you a piece of advice. The heavenly law is about to be destroyed. Don't stop me, or else I will make you regret it." Phoenix Lord Tianqi laughed sinisterly. His murderous aura locked the entire universe. Zhu Xuanji took out the 3 clear Taikai sword and activated the sword fusion technique, 9 soul fusion technique, and primordial chaos sword shadow. In an instant, billions of sword shadows appeared in the starry sky and surrounded Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Each sword shadow was radiating a brilliant white radiance, as though gods had appeared. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled with disdain, and the primordial chaos sword shadow charged toward him. Boom! His majestic body was shredded into pieces by the primordial chaos sword shadow. The primordial chaos sword shadow, which contained Tao Will, was so powerful. Each sword shadow had horrifying destructive power. Countless feathers danced in the starry sky. The creatures that were still in the process of being sucked abruptly stopped. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Even a connecting heaven cultivator would tremble in fear when facing the primordial chaos sword shadow. It was too powerful. Chapter 627. After killing Phoenix Lord Tianqi, Zhu Xuanji did not let his guard down. He could still sense Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura. This guy was not dead yet. Could he be like demon god Nanming and have the ability to split? Zhu Xuanji thought with squinted eyes. He clearly sensed that the primordial chaos sword shadow hit Phoenix Lord Tianqi accurately. And this Phoenix Lord Tianqi was not a duplicate either. His aura was so dense that it was not weaker than Sheng Tiandao's. It seemed to be some kind of special divine ability. Your sword qi contains a high-level power that is even more powerful than the heavenly law. What is it? Phoenix Lord Tianqi's voice came. He sounded a little confused. It was his first time facing such a power. Somehow, he found it familiar, as though he had met him before. After he spoke, Phoenix Lord Tianqi reconstructed his body. It was unscathed, just like before he was killed. What divine ability is this? Zhu Xuanji asked. Next, he fused the Thunderclap sword and 3 clear Taikai sword into his body before taking out the Saint Slayer sword. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled. "I can't tell you my natal divine ability." After that, he charged toward Zhu Xuanji. A violent gale blew at Zhu Xuanji's face. Zhu Xuanji did not lift his sword but crashed into Phoenix Lord Tianqi head-on. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was a few million meters tall, while Zhu Xuanji was less than 2 meters tall. They were not on the same level at all. Boom! Phoenix Lord Tianqi was sent flying backward like a mountain that was hit by a grain of sand. It was extremely shocking. Zhu Xuanji was an Overlord Saint. The Heavenly Saint and Overlord Saint's bodies clashed. There was no comparison at all. Zhu Xuanji followed up with another attack. The Saint Slayer sword could only be used once a year, so he must seize the opportunity. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was in great pain from the collision. Damn Overlord Saint! He cursed in his heart. His race's talent was powerful too, but he relied on the heavenly law violet chi to become a saint. His body did not transform. Not only did Zhu Xuanji build his body, but he also used the sword fusion technique and 9 soul fusion technique. His body had reached the pinnacle below the heavenly law. Phoenix Lord Tianqi could not bear it any longer. Phoenix Lord Tianqi flapped his wings. Countless arrows shot toward Zhu Xuanji like a violent storm. Zhu Xuanji transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and charged forward forcefully, scattering the rain of arrows. Phoenix Lord Tiangang dodged quickly. The eye in between Phoenix Lord Tianho's brows opened again. Countless streams of intense flames gushed out and turned into a gigantic phoenix. It covered the entire starry sky and swallowed Zhu Xuanji. This fire phoenix was even bigger than the boundless world. Zhu Xuanji's eyes focused. He transformed into a legendary sword and used Void Instant Kill, piercing through the fire phoenix. He quickly rushed towards Phoenix Lord Tian who transformed into his human form and looked up. Phoenix Lord Tianqi stared at him. Extreme Nightmare Abyss. Phoenix Lord Tianqi fell into a daze, and Zhu Xuanji swung the Saint Slayer sword as well. An all-out slash. Sword chi burst forth, illuminating the universe. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was directly killed. His body exploded and his soul dispersed. Zhu Xuanji stopped with a smile. This time, he could feel that Phoenix Lord Tianqi was truly dead. His aura suddenly dissipated. A heavenly saint was still a heavenly saint. Unable to withstand a single blow, he subconsciously put away his sword and replaced it with the Thousand Samsara sword. He had always been on guard against fate, lest it ambushed him. Wait a minute. Something was wrong. Zhu Xuanji frowned. He slashed at Phoenix Lord Tianqi twice, but he did not absorb any magic energy. Now, using world internalization during battle had become his instinct. Each of his slashes contained world internalization. He immediately turned and looked around, trying to find Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Zhu Xuanji, you are powerful indeed. In terms of power, I am inferior to you. But it is impossible for you to kill me. There is only one Zhu Xuanji in the heavenly law universe. I want to see how you are going to stop me. Phoenix Lord Tianqi laughed presumptuously and disappeared. Zhu Xuanji understood what he meant. He wanted to devour the great thousand world and all living beings. What are you trying to do? You are so sure that the heavenly law is going to be destroyed, and you want to have a life and death struggle? Zhu Xuanji cried out with a deep voice. His voice was like a thunderclap that shook the entire universe. Life and death struggle? How can someone like you, who relies on luck, understand my ambition? Phoenix Lord Tianqi sneered with disdain. After that, his aura disappeared completely. Zhu Xuanji frowned and left immediately. The heavenly law universe was too vast. He could not take care of every place. Emperor Sword Court was in the Lotus World. But his wife and daughter were not there. He had to return to the demon realm. In the demon palace, Xian Xianghua frowned and asked, what was that suppressive aura just now? Jiang Shui, Zhu Xiaoxian, Huang Lianxin, and Lady Zhao Xian could not sense it. They looked at each other in confusion. There were only the 5 of them in the palace. They were discussing the details of the wedding, but Xian Xianghua suddenly became silent, which made them feel strange. At this moment, Zhu Xuanji came into the palace. The wedding might have to be delayed, he sighed softly. The 5 women's expressions changed. Zhu Xuanji explained the situation. He had already hidden the demon realm in the void, far away from the great thousand world. What should we do next? Xian Xianghua asked. She was not angry. As long as she was alive, it would not be a problem for her to marry Zhu Xuanji as many times as she wanted. Zhu Xiaoxian was very excited and asked, are we going to travel through the void to find that Kunlun origin court? She did not venture out for a long time. To her, as long as Emperor Sword Court was with her, it did not matter where the environment was. As for the danger, she was looking forward to it. She had always dreamed of being like Zhu Xuanji, adventuring everywhere and slaying gods and demons alike. She only wanted to be quick in her actions. Zhu Xuanji said, I will merge the demon realm with the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. From now on, the 2 worlds will live in harmony. You, the Lord of the Demon Realm, will be the mediator. You can explain things clearly, but don't take them away forcefully. Xian Xianghua nodded and disappeared immediately. Zhu Xuanji looked at the other 4 women and asked, will you stay in the Demon Realm or return to Emperor Sword Court? The 4 women chose to return to Emperor Sword Court. Staying here would only delay Xian Xianghua. After taking them away, Zhu Xuanji came out of the demon realm. He enveloped the demon realm with his saint energy, and the 24-rank deep black lotus appeared beside him. Under the compression of the saint energy, the demon realm shrunk visibly. At the same time, the heavenly law universe was in chaos. Many great thousand worlds, independent worlds, and mortal realms were devoured and absorbed by Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Sheng Tiandao, barbarian god Huang Luo, and Buddha Yangling were searching for Phoenix Lord Tianqi. However, Phoenix Lord Tianqi was mysterious and bizarre. He would disappear every time he was discovered. The third saint almost exploded in anger. He felt like he was being played. On the other side, Ren Niming traveled swiftly in the universe with Sai Mengyang and Qiu Hu. They looked anxious, afraid that they would encounter Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Damn, this is such a bad feeling. Qiu Hu cursed softly as he looked left and right. Ren Niming glanced at him and said, "Shut up. Be careful, he will find us directly." Qiu Hu heard him and immediately shut his mouth in fear. "Are you going to find Zhu Xuanji?" A voice came from ahead, and the three stopped immediately. They looked over and saw the demonic emperor floating a few hundred miles away like a cloud of dust. Chapter 628. Demonic Emperor, you worm is not dead yet. Ren Niming said coldly. He hated the demonic emperor from the bottom of his heart. The demonic emperor looked at the three of them with a strange smile, but did not say a word. Sai Mengyang frowned, while Qiu Hu muttered, "Why does this fellow feel a little strange?" The demonic emperor's gaze was extremely invasive, as though he was looking at prey, which made them very unhappy. This bug should be corroded by some kind of power. "Be careful," Ren Niming said in a low voice. He had already seen through the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor twisted his neck and laughed coldly. "Fate, I didn't expect you to end up like this. Come here, let me eat you and realize your final value." The moment he said that, the three of them felt their blood run cold. This guy knew Ren Niming's true identity and still wanted to eat him. The demonic emperor rushed toward Ren Niming. Sai Mengyang immediately waved his hand, and boundless blood qi flew out of his sleeve, transforming into countless blood snakes that pounced toward the demonic emperor. Qiu Hu roared furiously, his voice shaking the universe. The demonic emperor was not affected by the tiger's roar. He passed through the army of blood snakes and arrived before Ren Niming. Ren Niming did not panic. His eyes were cold and flashed with blue lightning. Bang! Blue lightning burst forth, forcing Sai Mengyang and Qiu Hu back. The two of them looked up and were shocked to see that Ren Niming's right hand had become a knife and pierced through the demonic emperor's throat. The demonic emperor's hands were still in the posture of a hunting eagle. "Is that strong?" Qiu Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. In the void, Zhu Xuanji successfully fused the demon realm into the 24-rank deep black lotus, and he immediately left this void. The Wanshan Great Thousand had been destroyed. Although he had saved many living beings, there were still many disciples of the Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff who had met with misfortune. This hatred must be avenged. He couldn't stand it anymore. After putting away the demon world, he went to the Northern Wilderness region and also refined the Northern Wilderness region, fusing it into the 24-rank deep black lotus. The three realms did not merge together, but instead stacked on top of each other. They were a distance away from each other and did not disturb each other. After doing all this, he began to focus on searching for Phoenix Lord Tian Hu. This dog must die. Arriving at the 34th level of the universe, he flew quickly, his divine will sweeping in all directions of the universe. Soon, he found the fate-defying trio. They were engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic emperor. That guy is still alive, but why is there something wrong with his aura? Zhu Xuanji frowned and immediately gave chase. Bang! Stars exploded one after another, and Ren Niming flew backward. His long hair danced in the wind, and his face was filled with anger as he looked over with clenched teeth. The demonic emperor was like a crazed demon, weaving through the explosions, chasing after Ren Niming with a greedy expression. Sai Mengyang and Qiu Hu continuously rushed over to block the demonic emperor, but they were both sent flying. They were not his match at all. "Fate, where are you going?" The demonic emperor laughed maniacally, causing the entire starry sky to fall into a deathly silence. Seeing that he was getting closer to Ren Niming, Zhu Xuanji suddenly appeared. Bang! Zhu Xuanji exploded the demonic emperor's body with a single palm strike, leaving only a strand of his soul floating in the air. This wisp of soul was very strange, as if two souls were entangled together. One of them was the demonic emperor. He was being hugged by an old and sinister soul, as if he was hugging a baby. The demonic emperor's eyes were tightly closed and he fell into a deep sleep. The old soul hugged him and looked at Zhu Xuanji with a venomous and ruthless expression. "What is this?" Qiu Hu exclaimed, feeling goosebumps all over his body. Sai Mengyang also tightly frowned. This soul looked really horrifying. "You are not a creature from the heavenly law universe." Ren Niming looked at the old soul and cried out in a low voice. Zhu Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Could this fellow also be from the Kunlun Origin Court? Was the Kunlun Origin Court going to fully invade the heavenly law universe? The Flame Emperor is just outside. He will soon barge in. At that time, all of you will die. You have no idea how strong he is. Let me, your ancestor, eat your fate and I will ensure that all of you leave the heavenly law cosmos alive. The old soul looked at Zhu Xuanji and laughed sinisterly. No one could tell if he was being sincere or not. Flame Emperor? Zhu Xuanji thought of the Flame Emperor from Chinese mythology. Without you, we can still leave alive, he said with a cold laugh. After saying that, he immediately made a move and used the universal attraction to suck the old soul over. The old soul cried out furiously, "Brat, don't offend me, or else you will regret it." Zhu Xuanji directly sucked him into the Tianxia map and suppressed him with saint energy. He had long since moved Sovereign Xian and Dao Lord Xuantian's souls into the Tianxia map to help him look after the souls imprisoned in the Tianxia map. He ordered in his heart to have the souls of the two powerful beings help him interrogate for information. Qiu Hu and Sai Mengyang flew over, looking very excited. They had long since heard that Zhu Xuanji had become an overlord saint, but they did not expect him to be so powerful. He had killed an enemy that they could not defeat with a single palm. Ren Niming came in front of Zhu Xuanji and said seriously, "If we don't kill Phoenix Lord Tianqi, the heavenly law will definitely collapse. If the heavenly law collapsed, the heavenly law universe would also be destroyed. When that time came, what was the point of seeking revenge from fate?" Zhu Xuanji asked, "Isn't there another existence above the heavenly law? When the heavenly law is in danger, won't he act?" Ren Niming felt quite startled before shaking his head. "How can we speculate about such an existence? However, according to my understanding, that existence does not care about the heavenly law at all. Otherwise, how could he allow so many outerverse creatures to sneak in?" He sighed, feeling incredibly complicated. The plan that he had plotted for countless years had been ruined because of Phoenix Lord Tianqi's sudden attack. His heart was stifled, depressed, and aggrieved. "Then let's escape immediately," Qiu Hu said anxiously. As long as he followed Zhu Xuanji and left the heavenly law universe, he might still have a chance of survival. It was too dangerous to stay in the heavenly law universe. Sai Mengyang nodded and said, "Anyway, the old ancestor's revenge has been avenged. Heavenly Lord Shentai was dead, and his wish was fulfilled. I will bring you into the demon realm. I will go after Phoenix Lord Tianqi first. If not, we will leave the heavenly law universe." Zhu Xuanji muttered. Qiu Hu and Sai Mengyang nodded in agreement. Ren Niming was in a dilemma. "I will come and find you after some time," he said with gritted teeth. After saying this, he left. Zhu Xuanji did not ask him to stay. He looked at Qiu Hu and Sai Mengyang. These two were already more powerful than saint contenders. It seemed like the serendipity that Ren Niming gave them was incredible. He waved his right hand and sent the two into the demon realm. He continued ahead. At the same time, Phoenix Lord Tianqi was still devouring worlds. Once the three heavenly saints appeared, he disappeared immediately. As he devoured more and more worlds, his range of movement shortened. The time taken for the three heavenly saints to catch up to him was also shortened. This time, Zhu Xuanji caught up and surrounded Phoenix Lord Tianqi with the three heavenly saints. Phoenix Lord Tianqi wrapped his wings around his body and said with an unruly smile, "You are powerless. Most of the vast 1,000 worlds have been devoured by me. Soon, you won't be able to do anything to me even if you join hands. Chapter 629. Seeing how arrogant Phoenix Lord Tianqi was, the three heavenly saints were all furious. Barbarian god Huangluo roared, "How dare you!" He immediately attacked, punching out. The space collapsed, and darkness instantly swallowed Phoenix Lord Tianhu. Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura also disappeared. Sheng Tiandao frowned. His gaze moved left and right as he searched for Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura. Buddha Yang Ling flew over to Zhu Xuanji and sighed as he said, "There's nothing we can do. His divine abilities are too strange, and he most likely obtained some fortuitous encounter that we don't know about." His face was gloomy, and his mood was extremely uncomfortable. For him, he had helped Heavenly Lord Shentai kill old ancestor Hongsha. In the end, before he could dominate the Heavenly Law universe, the Heavenly Law universe would be destroyed. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel powerless, as if he was drawing water with a wicker basket. "Then what do you plan to do next?" Zhu Xuanji asked. He had a way out anyway. If he really could not do it, he would leave. In any case, his family would always follow him. Buddha Yang Ling's expression was gloomy, and he fell into hesitation. Barbarian god Huangluo also gave up on chasing Phoenix Lord Tianqi. He came up to Zhu Xuanji and said furiously, "Master, Phoenix Lord Tianqi is too arrogant. You must eliminate him." Zhu Xuanji shook his head and said, "I'm more powerful than him indeed, but I can't catch up to him, nor can I kill him." Every mystique had its flaws, but Phoenix Lord Tianqi's mystique was too mysterious. They had never seen it before, so they couldn't think of any flaws. "Master, if you leave the Heavenly Law universe, you must bring me along." Didn't Sheng Tiandao have the same thought? "If the three of us work together, we'll have a greater chance of surviving." Barbarian god Huangluo changed the topic, and his tone revealed a trace of eagerness. His real goal was to say this sentence. Zhu Xuanji thought for a while and nodded in agreement. "Then bring me along too," Buddha Yang Ling said anxiously. If he was left behind, he would definitely die. Zhu Xuanji said profoundly, "If you leave the Heavenly Law, you will no longer be Heavenly Saints. Without the power of the Heavenly Law, the strength of the Heavenly Saints would plummet." Barbarian god Huangluo sighed and said, "We have to give it a try." Buddha Yang Ling nodded as well. At this point, there was no other way. Sheng Tiandao flew over and said, "Let's give up and leave the Heavenly Law universe first." Zhu Xuanji looked at the three heavenly saints and sighed in his heart. This was a heavenly saint. When he encountered danger, the first thing he thought of was to escape. Zhu Xuanji said, "Each of you try to take away as many worlds as you can. Consider it an explanation to the Heavenly Law. We will meet here again in a month." With that, he turned around and left. He did not want to take in any more living beings. He was not a heavenly saint and had never enjoyed the power of a heavenly saint. The 3 realms in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus were enough. Looking at his back, the 3 saints looked at each other. "We are inferior to him." Buddha Yang Ling sighed. It was unknown what he was referring to, but he turned and left as well. In the dark void, Phoenix Lord Tian who was sitting cross-legged. His wings burned with purple flames and fluttered slightly. He suddenly opened the third eye between his brows. "Come out," Phoenix Lord Tianqi said. As his voice faded, a black shadow appeared in front of him. If not for the purple flames, it would be impossible to distinguish the existence of the black shadow. The black shadow stared at immortal Lord Tianhu and said, "Let's stop here. You have already devoured so many worlds and are stronger than Sheng Tiandao. Next, you should help me surpass Sheng Tiandao and control this universe." The black shadow was the consciousness of destiny. So all of this was his arrangement. How are you going to control it? The current heavenly law is still not something I can deal with. Phoenix Lord Tianqi asked back, still keeping his third eye open. The consciousness of destiny replied, "I have my ways. Don't think I don't know your plan. If you dare to go against me, don't even think about leaving the heavenly law universe." Having heard that, Phoenix Lord Tianqi opened his eyes and said, "A faction outside of heavenly law is targeting Ren Niming. Aren't you concerned?" The consciousness of destiny was silent. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Rules are rules. Do you really think you can control me? He thought disdainfully in his heart. At the same time, he was thinking about how to leave the heavenly law universe. He was already powerful enough, but he did not want to offend Zhu Xuanji. He felt that Zhu Xuanji must have a more powerful background. At this moment, Destiny's consciousness suddenly entered his body. You! His expression changed drastically and he roared furiously. In the next second, his body began to twist and swell like a meatball. Zhu Xuanji had been trying his best to track down Phoenix Lord Tianqi, but he found that Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura had suddenly disappeared. The heavenly law universe also quieted down. What's going on? Could he have already left? Zhu Xuanji tightly frowned and thought to himself uneasily. He could faintly sense that a great disaster was about to befall him. He stopped in the starry sky and looked around. In the boundless universe, he seemed incredibly small, like a scale in the ocean. He immediately took out the thunderclap sword and prepared to fight. A pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the starry sky above him. They were incredibly big, as if they occupied the entire starry sky. Zhu Xuanji looked up and frowned again. These eyes, Phoenix Lord Tianqi's eyes. No. The gaze was completely different. This pair of eyes looked incredibly empty and emotionless. Who are you? Zhu Xuanji asked in a low voice, and an indescribable pressure came at him. Ever since he had broken through to the Overlord Saint stage, it was the first time he had felt such pressure. He felt like he was suffocating. You have been targeting me this entire time, but you don't know who I am. The consciousness of Destiny's voice sounded out, as if countless people were shouting at Zhu Xuanji from all directions. Destiny. Zhu Xuanji immediately took out the Great Thousand Reincarnation Sword and prepared to fight. Zhu Xuanji, you do not belong to the heavenly law universe. I banished you but did not kill you completely. I only wanted you to leave. But you only have yourself to blame. You were bewitched by Ren Niming. Destiny's consciousness coldly harumphed. It was not in a hurry to act and instead chose to judge Zhu Xuanji. If I was heartless, your mother's soul would have been destroyed long ago. If I was heartless, how could I let you live to this day? Ren Niming was only a part of my consciousness when I was born. I wanted to explore the rules of the myriad world, but he overestimated himself and thought that he was the true Destiny. Ridiculous. Zhu Xuanji narrowed his eyes. How was this different from what Ren Niming had said? Their identities should be reversed. Accept your punishment. The consciousness of Destiny roared, and the giant eye above suddenly descended. Zhu Xuanji slashed with his sword instinctively. There was a loud bang. A powerful light dazzled Zhu Xuanji's vision, and he instantly lost his sight. When his consciousness fell into complete chaos, the voice of Destiny's consciousness sounded again. Every universe has its own rules. The struggle between rules is also a struggle between the common people. Zhu Xuanji, have you ever thought about who you are fighting for? Whoosh! Zhu Xuanji heard the sound of rain falling, which became louder and louder until it became a downpour. His consciousness also woke up. He did his best to open his eyes, and what he saw was a brilliant white light. Following this, he saw a man wearing a mask and a hood. He wore glasses and calmly looked down at him. Chapter 630. The patient has regained consciousness and can be sent back to the ward. The masked man wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand. Following this, the scene in front of Zhu Xuanji began to spin, and he turned his head in a daze. This is, nurse. Am I dreaming? Zhu Xuanji thought to himself blankly and felt a splitting headache. He would occasionally think about the memories of his previous lifetime, but ever since he comprehended Tao insight, his worries towards his previous lifetime had calmed down. After a while, he was pushed into the ward by two nurses. He turned his head and saw that there were two empty beds next to him. The sunlight shone in through the window. It was bright and warm. This realistic feeling didn't feel like a dream at all. Zhu Xuanji frowned. After the two nurses hung up the four and left, he slowly sat up. He leaned against the wall of the bed and examined his body. He realized that he was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. The holy power in his body had completely disappeared. However, as he woke up, the Tianxia map began to continuously provide him with holy power, helping him heal his heavily injured body. What happened? Zhu Xuanji mumbled to himself. Purple radiance flashed in his black pupils. Could it be that he was reborn again? But if he was reborn, why would he be in a hospital that looked like a modern city? Most importantly, his Tianxia map and cultivation realm were still there. Even the 24-tier deep black lotus was still there. However, his soul was severely injured and his spiritual force could not enter it. Sword spirit. He called out in his heart. Sword master, the sword spirit replied. Zhu Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "What's going on? Am I in some kind of illusion?" The sword spirit replied, "No, it should be in the real world. It's just that it's very strange. Although your body is compatible with your soul, it isn't your previous body. Your current body has already begun to fuse with your previous body. This phenomenon has never happened before." Its tone was as cold and emotionless as ever. Zhu Xuanji fell into deep thought. What did fate do to me? He continued to ask in his mind. It used some kind of power to expel you from the heavenly law universe. Then, your body fused with this body without any rejection. The sword spirit's reply made Zhu Xuanji open his eyes wide. Could it be that fate knew of his origins and banished him back to where he came from? Impossible. What kind of power is this? Cold sweat appeared on Zhu Xuanji's forehead. He could not imagine how destiny had done this. Just as he was feeling uneasy and conflicted, a middle-aged woman rushed in. The middle-aged woman was wearing ordinary modern clothes. She was a little fat, and her hair was tied up with a rubber band. Her face was also very ordinary. She was carrying a plastic bag with fruit in it. She put the plastic bag aside. Although her eyes were red, she deliberately kept a straight face. "Stinking brat. Do you dare to play games all night again? Isn't it just losing your job? Is there a need to give up on yourself?" The middle-aged woman stood by the bed and scolded angrily. Her voice was somewhat sharp. Zhu Xuanji was stunned and looked at her blankly. Wasn't this her mother from her previous life, Shu Shu? Was he really beaten back by fate? Shu Shu kept scolding him, and in the end, she covered her face and burst into tears. "If you die, how am I going to live on?" Hearing her sobbing, Zhu Xuanji felt sad for some reason. However, he was an overlord saint after all. He had already experienced life and death, so he quickly calmed down. He asked, "How long have I been hospitalized?" Shu Shu wiped away her tears and said, 3 days. "The doctor gave me a notice that I was in critical condition. I almost committed suicide to accompany you." She felt incredibly resentful before opening the plastic bag and starting to peel an apple for Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji tightly frowned, still unable to understand his current situation. In front of fate, he could not resist at all. He had thought that he could threaten fate. Fate was so powerful and had countless opportunities to kill him, but it had not done so. Could it be that what fate had said was true and that Ren Niming was lying to him? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Shu Shu brought over a chair from nearby and peeled an apple as she told him about what had happened after he had fallen unconscious. She talked about how worried they had been and how much money they had spent. Zhu Xuanji did not listen to her. If it was his first reincarnation, he might have been incredibly excited. However, he had already lived for 500 years, gotten married, and had children. He had even saved Lady Zhao Xian from the netherworld. He had experienced too many things. Facing the current situation, he only felt a bit emotional. He pulled back the blanket and got off the bed. "What are you doing? You just woke up. The doctor said that your limbs will become weak and you need to rest," Shu Shu said hurriedly as she put down the fruit knife and apple. She stretched out her hand, wanting to pull Zhu Xuanji onto the bed, but she found that she could not move him. Zhu Xuanji gave a slight smile and said, Mum, don't worry, I'm fine." His saint energy was recovering, and even though he was heavily injured, he was still not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Shu Shu felt quite startled. She was stunned by Zhu Xuanji's smile. Why did she feel that her son had changed? His facial features were the same as before, but he looked much more handsome. This was especially so for his eyes, which were incredibly bright and full of expression. His entire aura was like a completely different person, giving her an indescribable feeling. Zhu Xuanji walked to the window and looked out. Below were trees and carriages on the side of the street. Looking into the distance, there were tall buildings everywhere. Looking at this city of steel and concrete, he deeply breathed in. "I'm really back," he muttered to himself. He did not feel panicked. As for the 24-rank deep black lotus, he did not need to worry. Shushu walked to his side and asked anxiously, "Son, what's wrong? Mum won't scold you anymore, but don't do anything stupid." Zhu Xuanji smirked and looked at her as he said, "It's nothing, I just had a dream. I feel like I've lived an entire life. Now, it's time for me to properly show filial respect to you and Dad." Shushu was once again stunned, not knowing what to say. "Let's go home," Zhu Xuanji said as he smiled. Zhu Xuanji said with a smile. He was suddenly curious about this world. Was this really the world before his reincarnation? How far was this place from the heavenly law universe? Could destiny touch this world? He turned and left, and Shushu hurriedly packed his things. A while later, after completing the discharge procedures, they walked out of the hospital. "Son, are you really okay?" Shushu asked anxiously. She felt that there was something off about Zhu Xuanji. Could it be that there was something wrong with his mind? Zhu Xuanji suddenly looked up. His gaze was locked onto the sun. Shushu also looked up and was blinded by the sunlight, and she hurriedly closed her eyes and lowered her head. She blinked and looked at Zhu Xuanji, and she found that he was looking at the sun, not looking away at all. "Son, what are you looking at?" Shushu hurriedly pulled at him. Looking at the sun with the naked eye could easily cause one to be burned by the ultraviolet rays. Zhu Xuanji did not look down and said softly, as expected, "There's something off. What a big bird." Shushu hurriedly stretched out her hand and turned his face over. Her expression was grim as she pulled Zhu Xuanji towards the hospital. There was definitely something wrong with this boy's mind. Chapter 631. Zhu Xuanji lowered his head and looked at Shushu as he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go home." After saying that, he broke free from her hand without leaving a trace and strode forward. Shushu frowned and hesitated for a moment before following him. "Son, you're going the wrong way." "Oh," the mother and son spoke as they turned a corner. On the way, Zhu Xuanji thought about this world. Just then, he had sensed the sun's aura. There was a massive bird with decent cultivation hidden within. Could it be the legendary golden crow? In ancient legends, it was recorded that the sun's true form was a three-legged golden crow, and that bird also happened to have 3 legs. Moreover, it had heavenly law true god cultivation. Of course, to Zhu Xuanji, this 3-legged golden crow was not much of a threat. Just like that, he took the bus with Shushu and returned to his rented apartment. His parents were in another city, and because he had been hospitalized, Shushu had hurried over. His father was still on the way. "I'll give your dad a call and tell him not to come so he won't delay his work." Shushu took out her phone as she walked. Zhu Xuanji looked at the streets around him and felt that things had remained the same, but the people had changed. Thinking about his previous life, he had been like most ordinary people. He had lived an ordinary life, and there was not much that was worth reminiscing about. He could only vaguely remember the district he had lived in before he reincarnated. His only regret about his previous life was that he had not been able to fulfill his filial duties. Under Shushu's guidance, he returned to his rented apartment. It had a bedroom, a living room, and a bathroom, and the kitchen was connected to the living room. Shushu asked Zhu Xuanji to wait for a while before leaving to buy groceries. Zhu Xuanji wandered around the apartment and came to the bedroom. Looking at the slightly messy bedroom, he could not help but shake his head and smile. In his previous life, he had been quite sloppy. His clothes were all over the place, and the things on the table were also quite messy. He sat in front of his computer and started to think about what to do next. Destiny was so powerful, and he had to quickly become stronger. What would he do if fate came for him again? Moreover, he also wanted to investigate why he had come here. He was afraid that this was an illusory divine ability that surpassed his imagination. He opened his laptop and looked on the internet. After opening his laptop, he used his divine sense to look into the internet. As expected, the internet could be searched with divine sense, and it felt like an energy technique legacy scroll. A large amount of information poured into his mind. The current Earth was in an era of information explosion, but this information was not considered much to an overlord saint. Soon, Zhu Xuanji absorbed all the information on the network. He eliminated some private and dark information and slowly opened his eyes. Looks like I knew too little about this world in my previous life. Zhu Xuanji said in amazement. He had seen too much information. It was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Aliens do exist. The ancient myths were also real. For example, Zeus of Western mythology had once descended on Earth and left behind a palace that had sunk into the deep sea. Sun Wukong of the East was once an ordinary monkey. Later on, he was transformed by the mysterious power underground and became a world-shaking demon monkey. Yang Jian's third eye was also born from a similar force. Most importantly, he saw a plan. The Human Reversion Project. It was almost the middle of the 21st century, and the Earth's environment was deteriorating. Even if they started protecting the environment, it would be too late. Therefore, the various countries secretly planned to use the mysterious power in the depths of the Earth's core to help the Earth return to its ancestral roots. At that time, some ancient existences would be revived, and plants would grow wildly. Once the plan was launched, Earth would undergo earth-shaking changes. Zhu Xuanji fell into deep thought. He was very interested in that power. It was because of that power that so many myths had appeared. According to scientific research, it was that power that caused the dinosaurs to go extinct, and spirit qi appeared on Earth. Many animals relied on spirit qi to become spirits, and they either hid in cities or escaped into the universe. Afterwards, for some reason, all of the spirit qi was absorbed by the Earth's core, leaving behind only low-quality oxygen for Earth's creatures to survive. Right now, Zhu Xuanji could not go deep underground. He had to recover from his injuries first in order to avoid any complications. Half an hour later, Shu Shu returned from buying groceries and cooked 3 small dishes for him. At the dining table, Shu Shu continuously asked him if he was feeling unwell. After a series of questions and answers, Shu Shu believed that her son's mind was fine and that he had just lost some of his memories. In the next 2 days, Shu Shu stayed with Zhu Xuanji, and after confirming that he was fine, she went back. Before leaving, Zhu Xuanji gave her a massage, treating all of the hidden injuries and pain in her joints. Shu Shu thought that her mood had become better, which was why her body had become better. She did not think too much and happily returned to her hometown. After she left, Zhu Xuanji went out and made a bank card. He found a gold shop and looked at the various gold bars and jades before taking out gold bars to sell. Saint Energy could create something from nothing. Although the shop owner was quite confused, he still bought the gold bars. Just like that, Zhu Xuanji earned 400,000 gold bars and left confidently. The shop owner was worried that there was a problem and prepared to investigate in case the gold bars came from unknown sources. Zhu Xuanji did not transfer the money immediately and planned to give it to his parents after some time. To him, money had no value. He did not even need to eat. If he wanted something, he could just conjure it. In the next period of time, he peacefully recovered from his injuries. A month later, his Saint Energy had recovered quite a bit and could open the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. The world in the Lotus, the Northern Wilderness region, and the Demon Realm were all safe and sound. Jiang Shui, Zhu Xiaoxian, Xian Xianghua, and the others were all cultivating and did not encounter any attacks from destiny. Zhu Xuanji returned to the world in the Lotus and gathered Jiang Shui, Zhu Xiaoxian, Xian Xianghua, and Lady Zhao Xian before telling them where he was. When the 4 women found out that Zhu Xuanji had memories from his previous life, they were all very shocked. No wonder you were so smart since you were young. Jiang Shui touched Zhu Xuanji's waist and said with a smile. Zhu Xuanji sensed danger and could only maintain his smile. Lady Zhao Xian muttered, "It seems like Master's fate changing is effective. But that's not right. According to what you said, You were just a mortal in your previous life. How could fate-changing cross such a long distance and invite another mortal's soul? Zhu Xuanji shrugged his shoulders. He would not tell them about the supreme legendary sword system. Zhu Xiaoxian held on to Zhu Xuanji and said excitedly, "Father, bring me there to play. I want to see what that world looks like." Jiang Shui and Lady Zhao Xian looked curious too. "Sure, but I have to remind you that the ordinary people here are very weak. You can easily kill them with just a little bit of your aura. You must conceal your aura, especially you," Zhu Xuanji said with a nod. Toward the end, he pinched Zhu Xiaoshuan's cheeks, causing her to cry out in pain. After that, Zhu Xuanji brought them back to his rented apartment. Zhu Xuanji turned on his computer and logged into an online shopping website. "Dress according to the female clothing here," he said. Chapter 632. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Zhu Xiaoxian, and Lady Zhao Xian surrounded the table and began to discuss. After teaching them how to use the mouse, Zhu Xuanji backed off. Looking at the four women's novelty in front of the technological products, he burst out laughing. "Why is it so short? TSK, is this mortal world's woman so shameless? These pants and short sleeves are too shameful. There are even some with their breasts exposed. Isn't this the look of a brothel? Forget it, let's just leave it at that." Hearing their words, Zhu Xuanji felt quite helpless. This was a clash of cultures. The women of the Wanshan Great Thousand and the Northern Wilderness region were rather conservative. If these words were to be spread on the internet, they would definitely be criticized. But the four girls were not afraid. After that, they chose different long skirts and coats. Xian Xianghua even put on a round hat. It had to be said that the combination was very beautiful. The most important thing was that she was extremely beautiful and her skin was fair. She looked good in anything. After changing, Zhu Xuanji brought them to the streets. On the way, they attracted a lot of attention. There were 4 women and 1 man, and the women were all as beautiful as fairies. How could they not attract attention? There were even some busybodies who took photos and shared them in various groups, making up all kinds of jokes. Zhu Xuanji and the others did not mind, and as they walked, Zhu Xuanji told them about the plan to return to the ancestral roots. Xian Xianghua was very interested in the mysterious power underground and wanted to take a look. As for Jiang Shui, Zhu Xiaoxian, and Lady Zhao Xian, they were attracted by the scenery on the street. Not so long ago, Zhu Xuanji had fantasized about bringing his wife and children back to Earth to show them to his parents in his previous life. He had never thought that they would really come back. Then, he decided to split up. He brought Xian Xianghua underground to investigate the mysterious power. As for Jiang Shui and the other 2 girls, they continued to stroll around the streets. With their strength, even if they were bombed with nuclear bombs, they would not die, so Zhu Xuanji was not worried. The 2 of them passed through the layers of soil and rocks. "I do sense a mysterious power, and it feels somewhat familiar." She enveloped Zhu Xuanji with her magic energy and led him down. After all, Zhu Xuanji had not fully recovered from his injuries, and even with the Holy Light Redemption Sword, he needed time. Perhaps because of the power of destiny, his recovery speed was not very fast, so he could only rely on her for now. Familiar. Zhu Xuanji narrowed his eyes and once again sent his divine sense downwards. A moment later, his expression suddenly changed. This mysterious power, wasn't this his holy power? What was going on? He instantly thought of many possibilities and felt his hair stand on end. Xian Xianghua glanced at him and said, "Don't think too much about it. After all, your opponent is destiny. It has separated your mana, and it is not impossible for it to travel through time and space." Zhu Xuanji understood this, but he was confused as to why fate wanted to separate his saint energy. The power of the saint state was immortal and inextinguishable. This was also the reason why this mysterious power could be maintained for countless years. As they dove deeper, they actually saw other humans along the way. It was just that their speed was too fast for the other party to notice. "Can you retract this power?" Xian Xianghua asked out of curiosity. She knew that Zhu Xuanji was injured, and if he could withdraw his saint energy, he would be able to recover quickly. Zhu Xuanji muttered, We'll know after we go down and take a look. Xian Xianghua nodded. The light from the fire shone on her face. Below them was the planet's core. From here, the Earth's core looked like a sun. Lava surged on its surface, and raging flames burned. Zhu Xuanji narrowed his eyes. This core was different from the images on the internet. He could already see that his saint energy was about to explode. Once his holy power exploded, Earth would be destroyed. TSK, TSK. You want to activate the chance of humans returning to their ancestry? You're really playing with fire. Zhu Xuanji sighed softly. This was the difference in power. The existence of holy power was something that current science could not explain. To the current Earth, it was like the power of God. When the Earth was in danger, they could only rely on this power of God. Unfortunately, humanity had underestimated the power of the one God. Because this is not the power of God. It was even more powerful than the power of the one God. Be careful. Fate might be watching us. Xian Xianghua reminded as she scanned the surroundings. At this point, human machines could no longer approach. Zhu Xuanji's arrival caused the saint energy in the core to boil, as if it was welcoming its owner. He immediately began to absorb the holy power. It was as if a fiery torrent was pouring into his body, causing him to squint his eyes. It felt good to be strong. However, he was still a little hesitant. Should he absorb it all? He still had feelings for Earth. In the end, he decided to keep a portion of the holy power and weaken it at the same time. When humans used it, it would not detonate the Earth. After a while, the two left quickly and flew back to the land. After absorbing the holy power, Zhu Xuanji's injuries were half healed, which made him feel good. It was no wonder that the Holy Light Redemption Sword couldn't heal him quickly. It was all because of fate. The two appeared in the bustling city and merged into the crowd silently. It was the weekend, and the streets were crowded. This mortal realm is not that good, Xian Xianghua said with curled lips. What she pursued was power. Initially, she was interested in Earth. But after knowing that Earth was powered by Zhu Xuanji's holy power, she lost interest. Zhu Xuanji smiled. If you don't like it, do you want to go back? Xian Xianghua snorted. I don't want to. It's rare that I have time to rest. It's just the two of us. Let's walk around and find them later. After that, she held Zhu Xuanji's arm and smiled like a flower. At the edge of the Milky Way, the space was torn open, and a silhouette appeared. It was Sheng Tiandao. His right arm was missing, and his shoulder was covered in blood. His aura was extremely weak, and his face was pale. Damn! Where is Kunlun Origin Court? Sheng Tiandao gnashed his teeth and mumbled to himself in frustration. Ever since he left the heavenly law universe, he had never felt at ease. There were dangers everywhere, and even the most powerful heavenly saint was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He took a deep breath and flew ahead. As he flew, he was lost in his memories. He suddenly thought of Zhu Xuanji and sighed again. If Zhu Xuanji did not challenge fate and left the heavenly law universe with him, Zhu Xuanji might not have died, and he would not be so miserable. Damn fate! He cursed furiously and sped up. Along the way, he did not notice that he was being filmed by a flying device. Earth. Zhu Xuanji and the four girls traveled around, and half a year passed before they knew it. He was going to bring Jiang Shui back to meet his parents. As for Xian Xianghua, Zhu Xiaoxian, and Lady Zhao Xian, he would meet them in the future. Or else, his parents on Earth would be scared to death. His experiences were too mysterious, and they would disturb his parents' lives on Earth. Chapter 633. Zhu Xuanji's parents lived in the county. There were not many people in the city during the winter and summer holidays. Walking on the street, Jiang Shui looked left and right, curious about everything. Xuanji, although this mortal realm doesn't have spiritual qi and the scenery isn't beautiful, I don't know why, but when I see these, I feel close to them. Is it because of you? Jiang Shui hugged Zhu Xuanji and asked with a smile. She had a sweet smile on her face and did not look like a mother at all. She did not look like a woman who had lived for more than 500 years. Zhu Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "You really know how to suck up." Jiang Shui glared at him. He really doesn't know how to flirt. Following this, Zhu Xuanji swept out with his divine sense, covering the entire city and quickly locking onto Shu Shu's figure. She was on the bus from work. When she arrived at her destination, she met Zhu Xuanji and Jiang Shui the moment she got off the bus. "Son, why are you here?" Shu Shu was taken aback and asked curiously. She subconsciously glanced at Jiang Shui, and her eyes lit up. What a beautiful lady! She wasn't wearing heavy makeup, and she was even holding her son's arm. Could it be? She immediately became excited. "Mom, this is my girlfriend. Her name is Jiang Shui." Zhu Xuanji smiled as he introduced himself, and Shu Shu hurriedly introduced herself. Jiang Shui smiled and said, "Hello, Auntie. Xuanji often mentions you to me." "Mystery?" Shu Shu was briefly stunned, which Jiang Shui immediately realized that something was amiss and explained, "Xianji is the title I gave him. He likes to call himself Xianji on the internet, so he got used to it." Shu Shu came to a sudden realization and quickly asked Jiang Shui about it. Some asked about Jiang Shui's background and how she met Zhu Xuanji. Jiang Shui readily accepted his advice and did not reveal any flaws. "All right, Mom, it's time to go back." Zhu Xuanji shook his head and smiled. After that, he suddenly looked up. Jiang Shui raised her head as well, causing Shu Shu to look up as well. Many meteors streaked across the sky, and one of them was getting bigger and bigger, smashing towards the county they were in. That is. Shu Shu's eyes widened as she stood rooted to the spot. This kind of scene that only appeared in sci-fi movies appeared in front of her. How could she not be scared? A woman's scream came from the side, and the whole street was in chaos. Shu Shu came back to her senses and instinctively grabbed Zhu Xuanji's hand, preparing to escape. She realized that she could not move Zhu Xuanji. He smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry, I'm here." He looked up and saw that the meteorite had instantly turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Not only that, but all the meteorites that had attacked Earth had disappeared. Shu Shu was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. She subconsciously rubbed her eyes to make sure that she was not seeing things. What happened? She muttered to herself with a dull expression. The chaotic scene in the surrounding streets told her that she was not hallucinating. Zhu Xuanji looked over. His gaze pierced through the atmosphere and saw the situation in the universe. A ball of raging black flames floated above Earth, revealing only a skull. He looked down at Earth coldly. "What's that?" Jiang Shui asked curiously. She could also see the black flaming skull outside of Earth. Zhu Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he said, "This familiar feeling, looks like destiny did not let me off." Everything was too coincidental. He had just woken up not long ago, and the peace on Earth had already been broken. It must be the drive of fate. Shu Shu couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about?" Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, "Nothing, let's go home." Shu Shu did not give up and continuously asked questions on the way back. "Son, am I really not seeing things? Why did that meteorite suddenly disappear? And what is this destiny you were talking about? Son, did you hit your head?" Zhu Xuanji felt quite helpless and did not know how to explain. Jiang Shui kept giggling and almost laughed out loud. She suddenly felt that Shu Shu was quite cute. Shu Shu was not even as old as Zhu Xiaoxian. On the other side, above the atmosphere, the black flaming skull was stunned. What's going on? Why are the meteorites I summoned? He could not understand what was happening. Could it be that the mysterious power on Earth had awakened? He fell into a moment of hesitation. Should he still attack Earth? At the same time, Earth was in complete chaos. Meteorites appeared all over the world, and nearly 10 billion people saw them clearly. All social media platforms were flooded with traffic. Stars descending from the sky. This is the apocalypse. Why did those meteorites suddenly disappear? Could it be a virtual projection? Looks like I'm not alone. That's too scary. Oh my God. Tell me, I'm not dreaming. Why must I take out my transformation artifact? Every nation was discussing this, and the space agencies were in chaos. Zhu Xuanji did not know about any of this. Even if he knew, he would not care. In the entire Earth, he only cared about his parents. Even if the Earth exploded, he would not worry. Xian Xianghua, Zhu Xiaoxian, and Lady Zhao Xian flew out of the atmosphere and surrounded the black flaming skull. This scene was also captured by the satellites of every nation. At this moment, many people almost went crazy. 3 Chinese women were flying. Was this the captain from China who was shocked? TSK, this guy is so ugly. Zhu Xiaoxian spread out her hands in disdain. Xian Xianghua slammed out with her palm and dispersed the black flames, revealing a skeleton, which almost scared him to death. The black flaming skull was almost scared to death. It immediately turned and ran. Xian Xianghua raised her hand and pulled it in front of her, making it unable to move. Who are you? Xian Xianghua's voice sounded out in his mind, causing his body to tremble. He hurriedly replied in his mind, I didn't know that the earth was protected by powerful experts like you. I'll leave immediately, I was wrong. Xian Xianghua's strength was simply too terrifying, making him tremble. Hearing this, Xian Xianghua gave a pitilessly beautiful smile, instantly stunning him. So beautiful. Boom. The black flaming skull suddenly exploded and shattered in the universe. The 3 women turned and flew back to Earth, disappearing within the atmosphere, making it impossible for the satellites to capture them. Earth's various space agencies fell silent. It was deathly silent. That day, a hacker stole this video and spread it on the internet, causing the entire world to be in an uproar. The apocalyptic world was in danger, and everyone was in danger. Who are these 3 women? Are they gods? Oh my God. A mysterious power from the east. So powerful. It's so real. Kudos to the special effects artist. A bunch of idiots, you believe this? I can hire a university student to make a video like this for just $100. It's almost the middle of the 21st century, and you still believe in gods? Within a county town, Zhu Xuanji and Jiang Shui were chatting in a courtyard. Shu Shu suddenly rushed out with her phone and called out, Son, did you see the video in the family group? 3 female deities appeared. 3 female deities? Zhu Xuanji and Jiang Shui looked at each other and laughed. Shu Shu rushed over to them and played the video on her phone for them to see. Chapter 634. Fake, it's definitely fake. Zhu Xuanji said as he shook his head, a look of disbelief on his face. Shu Shu pouted and pulled Jiang Shui as she asked, Little Shui, look, does it look real? Does this stinking brat think I've never been to school? This is evidently real. Jiang Shui smiled and said, Yes, it's real, he's blind. Hearing this, Shu Shu felt quite happy and rolled her eyes at Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji sent a telepathic message to Xian Xianghua, who was hundreds of kilometers away, asking about the skeleton's origins. Xian Xianghua replied, I'm not sure, he didn't say. Seeing how weak he is, he should be fine. Her words were filled with disdain towards the skeleton. Zhu Xuanji was speechless and could only turn his attention to Shu Shu and chat with her. Shu Shu had been young before, and she had worried about the apocalypse. What she had seen today made her feel very excited, but also very afraid. Not too long later, Zhu Xuanji's father, Yong Dabang, returned. He held a plastic bag with both hands and cursed, the streets are so chaotic, and the owner of the fruit shop wants to close down. He's talking about the apocalypse, what nonsense. They lived in the outskirts of the county town. This was an old 2-story house with a small courtyard in front. There were many houses like this on both sides of the street, and there were small mountains and rivers around them. It looked like a small villa in the outskirts. Young Dabang walked over to Zhu Xuanji and cursed, You brat, if you dare to play games all night again, your elder will beat you to death. He turned and smiled at Jiang Shui as he said, Little Shui, right? Just treat this as your own home. I'll cook something good for you later. He smiled at Shu Shu before hurriedly entering the house. Jiang Shui sent a telepathic message to Zhu Xuanji, Your parents in your previous life were quite interesting. Zhu Xuanji only smiled and did not reply. He was curious about something else. It had only been half an afternoon since Xian Xianghua and the other 2 fought with the skeleton, and there was already a video. The speed was ridiculously fast. Could it be that there were countries behind this? That made sense. After all, the Earth was preparing to start the human ancestral plan. Before that happened, Letting the humans know about extraterrestrial creatures and supernatural powers was a good thing. Now that they knew, starting the human ancestral plan would only bring them hope. If the opportunity for humanity to revert to their ancestral roots was suddenly activated, humans who did not know the threat of outer space would oppose it. Zhu Xuanji stopped thinking and pulled Jiang Shui into the house. When he came to the kitchen, he handed the bank card to Shu Shu and smiled. "Mom, take this money first." Shu Shu was taken aback for a moment before she hurriedly refused. She and young Dabang had jobs and were not seriously ill. How could they ask for money for a child? "Please listen to me, I don't need the money, and don't ask where the money came from. I can tell you responsibly that the money came from a legitimate source. Soon, the world will change. When the time comes, I will tell you everything. Now, you and Dad should take the money and enjoy yourselves. Don't be frugal. I have as much money as I want," Zhu Xuanji said as he smiled. He used Dao voice to make Shu Shu instinctively trust him, and she dumbly accepted the bank card. After he left the kitchen, Shu Shu came back to her senses. "Why would I believe him?" Shu Shu mumbled to herself before revealing an excited smile. "My son has grown up and knows how to earn money. He even knows how to care for his parents. I didn't raise him for nothing." Then, as she washed the vegetables, she hummed a tune. Zhu Xuanji came to the living room and sat on the sofa, watching television with Jiang Shui. Just as expected, the television stations started to broadcast the news that the satellite had captured in the afternoon. They moved so quickly. Young Dabang cut some fruits and placed them on the table in front of the sofa before starting to chat with Zhu Xuanji about the news on the television. In the past few months, he had discovered many strange things. He had worked in a factory and had seen large snakes that were as thick as bowls and rats that were as big as dogs. Thinking back to what had happened today, he felt quite excited. This is just like the revival of spirit chi I saw when I was young. Could it be that the earth is going to evolve? Young Dabang said excitedly as he swirled the cup of water. Who hadn't been a Chunibya when they were young? Which man hadn't dreamed of traveling the world with a sword? Jiang Shui smiled and said, "It might be as you guessed." "Is that so? Back when I was in school, I liked to watch the internet, especially Xianxia novels. Back then, I always dreamed of having my own flying sword." Young Dabang chuckled as he reminisced. Jiang Shui did not know what he was talking about, but she still asked, "What do you like to watch?" Young Dabang's expression brightened and he grinned as he said, "For example, Strongest Mythical Emperor and 10,000 Demon Emperor. There are also 2 games that are quite good, called Fatal Game and Super Wild Monsters. Now, I occasionally use my phone to watch them." Speaking of them, young Dabang could not stop talking. Zhu Xuanji shook his head, and his memories from his previous life appeared in his mind. It was precisely because of young Dabang's influence that he had once fallen in love with an author called Ren Wuxiao. Who asked young Dabang to be Ren Wuxiao's diehard fan? He had even secretly used the money in his personal treasury to tip Ren Wuxiao to the alliance leader. Shu Shu had discovered this, and she was so infuriated that she scolded him for 2 whole days. Time passed so quickly. It was as if those scenes had happened just yesterday. The family became more and more lively as they chatted, and Shu Shu came to the living room to chat. She was making soup, and there was still some time before dinner. The meteors falling from the sky and the appearance of 3 female celestials in the atmosphere caused the entire world to be in an uproar. In the following month, these videos were not suppressed by the various countries. No authoritative organization came out to refute the rumors. People all over the world started to believe the authenticity of these videos. Roughly 2 months later, the leaders of various countries held a press conference and announced the Humanity Reversion Plan. At the same time, the various countries all over the world formed an Earth Alliance. They would no longer fight amongst themselves and would share resources and carry out the Humanity Reversion Plan together. This news completely bombarded the entire world. Heavens! I'll be able to see the Earth Alliance in my lifetime? Humanity Reversion Plan? I'm going to become an ape. I don't want to. Idiot, look at the news clearly. It's not a literal reversion. Humans will become stronger, just like Superman in the movies. Superman is too exaggerated. At most, He'll be on the level of Bruce Lee. Why do I feel like it's a sign of the apocalypse? Every country was discussing this matter, and it was incredibly lively. That month, pictures of all kinds of stone steles appeared on various countries' networks. These stone steles came from all over the world, and some even came from the North Pole and South Pole. There were all kinds of ancient words engraved on them, and when translated, there was only one sentence: Sword Emperor Zhu Xuanji wants to steal the power of the earth. Descendants, beware, if he succeeds, the earth will collapse. At that moment, the entire world was curious about who the Sword Emperor Zhu Xuanji was. Could he be a legendary figure? Chinese netizens felt that the Sword Emperor title was too ridiculous and that someone had definitely photoshopped it. Sword Emperor Zhu Xuanji? Young people really know how to have fun. I'm Sword God Yang Dabang. Yang Dabang lay on a rocking chair and played with his phone as he laughed. Within the living room, Zhu Xuanji's mouth twitched, and beside him, Jiang Shui could not help but laugh. Chapter 635. After laughing for a while, Jiang Shui reminded Zhu Xuanji, even a stone stele like this has appeared. Looks like destiny is preparing something again. You must be careful, don't let your guard down just because this mortal realm is weak. Zhu Xuanji nodded. He was also wondering why destiny had set up these stone steles. Trying to incite the humans to deal with him? Impossible. Nearly 10 billion people added up wouldn't even be enough for a slap from him. There must be other intentions. Could it be that they were waiting for the people from the other worlds to arrive and deal with him after learning of this information? That was the only possibility. That wasn't right either. Sword Spirit, are you sure that I have been banished from the heavenly law universe by destiny? Zhu Xuanji asked in his heart. No matter how powerful destiny's power was, it could not control the world outside the heavenly law universe. Yes, 100% sure. The Sword Spirit's reply made Zhu Xuanji squint his eyes. Could it be that there was more than one destiny? The destiny of the heavenly law universe and the destiny of the Milky Way galaxy had already colluded. He was lost in thought. At that moment, Shu Shu came down from upstairs. She sat beside Zhu Xuanji and asked, "Son, how long are you going to stay at home? Are you really not going to work?" During the day, Zhu Xuanji would travel around the world with Jiang Shui, and at night, they would come back for dinner. Every day, he would bring them all sorts of gifts. In the beginning, Shu Shu and Yang Dabang were very happy, but as time went on, they felt that something was wrong. Why did it feel like the two of them were very idle? "Mom, I just want to accompany you. I work for money. I don't lack money." Zhu Xuanji leaned back on the sofa and said casually. Shu Shu looked at Jiang Shui suspiciously and asked, "Shui, is your family very rich?" She thought that Zhu Xuanji had found Jiang Shui and felt that he had no worries in his life. Jiang Shui blinked her eyes and said, "I don't have money. I'm the only one left in my family. My parents have passed away." When Shu Shu heard this, her heart softened and she changed the topic. At this moment, Zhu Xuanji sensed a familiar aura. He turned around and saw Zhu Xiaoxian appear on the stairs. She poked her head out and looked at them in the living room. Seeing Zhu Xuanji's gaze, she smiled proudly. Zhu Xuanji glared at her and thought about when to let Zhu Xiaoxian meet her parents in her previous life. Perhaps one day, he would have to leave. It would be inconvenient for Shu Shu and Yang Dabang to leave their modern lives and follow him. Apart from danger, could they endure boredom? In the end, Zhu Xiaoxian still didn't show up. She was probably curious about Shu Shu and Yang Dabang and couldn't help but come to take a look. Another half a month passed. On this day, while the whole world was still discussing the human ancestral reversion plan, the three-legged golden crow in the sun suddenly woke up. In the darkness, a pair of cold eyes lit up. There was a loud bang. The sun exploded, triggering countless fireballs that flew to various parts of the universe. The three-legged golden crow flapped its wings and flew out, raising its head and cawing. Its entire body was burning with raging flames, and its body was like a graceful sparrow. When it spread its wings, they were even larger than the diameter of the sun. Compared to the surrounding stars, the scene was extremely spectacular. Its voice did not reach Earth, but it did not take long for alarms to ring at all the aviation authorities on Earth. The three-legged golden crow scanned its surroundings in the boundless sea of fire, and its gaze soon locked onto Earth. It had been speeding towards Earth at a speed faster than those fireballs. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuanji, who was taking a stroll along the coast of Europe, suddenly looked up. The global temperature began to rise, and huge waves rose up in the ocean, causing the tourists on the beach to hide in panic. "He's finally here," Zhu Xuanji mumbled to himself. Jiang Shui was not worried. Even without Zhu Xuanji, Xian Xianghua could defeat the three-legged golden crow. Xian Xianghua changed into the black robe of the Lord of the Demon Realm. She wore a crown on her head and a black veil over her face as she appeared above Earth's atmosphere. Looking at the unstoppable three-legged golden crow, her eyes were filled with contempt. She did not take the three-legged golden crow seriously at all. "You've grown so big, yet you're only a heavenly law true god. How embarrassing." Xian Xianghua glared, and two beams of black light shot out. Exterminating divine light, a divine ability from the primordial ancestor. Two beams of black light pierced through the three-legged golden crow's wings at an extremely fast speed, causing it to shriek in pain. Unfortunately, its voice could not be transmitted in the universe because there was no spiritual qi in the universe, so sound could not be transmitted in the vacuum. This time, Xian Xianghua did not kill the three-legged golden crow. She waved her sleeve and took the three-legged golden crow away. She did not leave immediately. Instead, she stared into the depths of the universe. Countless fireballs were hurtling towards Earth. Her eyes narrowed, and the fireballs all exploded into smoke. She was, after all, a strong practitioner of the reaching heaven state, and her strength was close to that of a saint. After doing all this, she turned and flew toward Earth. Next, Earth began to welcome darkness. The temperature dropped, and the entire world was in an uproar. What's going on? The sun seemed to have exploded. It's so cold. Could it really be the end of the world? Let's go home and turn on the air conditioner. Don't panic, netizens. Remember to turn on the floor heating. I'm poor. I don't have such things when I rent a house. The entire human race was terrified. The various aviation authorities received the images from the satellites and were all dumbfounded. There was a firebird hiding inside the sun. The firebird was terrifyingly huge. Before it, Earth was like a grain of sand. However, such a colossus was easily killed by a black-robed woman. The staff of the various aviation authorities were in a mess. They all contacted their respective leaders. The sun was destroyed, and Earth would face a catastrophe. After all, Earth's environment, gravity, and meteorological changes were all related to the sun. On the beach, looking at the stars in the night sky, Zhu Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He raised his right hand, and a bead flew out from his sleeve and disappeared. Next, it reappeared above Earth and gave off a powerful radiance, illuminating half of Earth. But Earth's temperature was still dropping. Zhu Xuanji slammed his right palm toward the ground. Saint energy enveloped Earth and restored the global temperature to normal. At the same time, he ensured that Earth's rotation speed was maintained. Otherwise, many people would have fainted. "I need to interrogate that golden crow," Zhu Xuanji said softly. He then said to Jiang Shui, "You can go back first. If my parents ask, tell them that I'm at a social gathering." Jiang Shui nodded and disappeared. Zhu Xuanji came to Xian Xianghua's side. At this moment, Xian Xianghua was lying on a sofa in a villa. She flipped her right hand, and the golden crow, which was as big as an egg, levitated in her palm. She stared at the golden crow and said with a smile, "This is a rare golden crow. I didn't expect it to be hiding in this mortal realm. Interesting. I wonder who left it here." Zhu Xuanji sat beside her and lay down. He knocked his legs on the tea table and took out the truth sword. He gently pierced the golden crow's body with the tip of the sword. To prevent it from being burned by the golden crow's solar true flame, he enveloped the truth sword with saint energy. "Tell me, why did you appear in the solar system, and who is your master?" Zhu Xuanji asked softly. His tone was calm, but it made the golden crow extremely terrified. Chapter 636. How could this be? Why? The three-legged golden crow roared in its heart. It didn't understand why it was heavily injured as soon as it woke up. As far as it could remember, there were no powerful creatures in this universe. There was no spiritual energy on Earth, so how could it be occupied by other powerhouses? What frightened it the most was that its mouth began to speak uncontrollably. Its language was very strange, but Zhu Xuanji and Xian Xianghua had high cultivations and could understand it with their divine senses. This three-legged golden crow had been in this universe for tens of millions of years. A long time ago, its master, Grey Emperor, brought it to the Milky Way galaxy and discovered that there was a mysterious and powerful force hidden on Earth. Thus, it hid in the sun and waited for Grey Emperor to return. This time, it was suddenly awakened. Before its consciousness was completely clear, it sensed that there were many living beings on Earth and wanted to devour it. Sky Emperor? Zhu Xuanji squinted his eyes. He thought of the Flame Emperor somehow. Both of them had a single surname and a single name. Could there be some kind of relationship between them? He immediately asked, "Do you know Flame Emperor and the Kunlun Origin Court?" The three-legged golden crow trembled and replied, "I know the Flame Emperor. He and my master are part of the 13 Void Boundary Emperors. As for the Kunlun Origin Court, I heard my master mention it, but I don't know what it is exactly." As soon as the words left his mouth, all his hopes turned to dust. It was over. Since the other party knew the Flame Emperor, he was definitely an enemy of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. "This brat, I sold out master. When master returns, I will definitely die. No, I have to die now." The three-legged golden crow was in despair and almost fainted. "Void Boundary 13 Emperors? What is the Emptiness Realm?" Xian Xianghua asked curiously. Her tone was a little excited. The Flame Emperor was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly Tao. How powerful would the 13 Void Boundary Emperors be if they joined forces? The three-legged golden crow resisted in his heart, but his body was very honest. He replied, "The void around the Kunlun Origin Court is the Void Boundary. The Void Boundary 13 Emperors are the law enforcers of the Void Boundary. They prevent people from sneaking into the Kunlun Origin Court and prevent people from escaping." Zhu Xuanji and Xian Xianghua looked at each other and understood each other's gaze. If he found the Void Realm, wouldn't he be able to find the Kunlun Origin Court? However, Zhu Xuanji had already offended the Flame Emperor. Now that he captured the three-legged golden crow, he had offended the Sky Emperor as well. If he went to the Emptiness Realm without permission, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. "When is your master coming back?" Xian Xianghua continued to ask. The three-legged golden crow almost collapsed. "I beg you, don't ask anymore. I was wrong," it answered truthfully. "I'm not sure. He just came back not long ago. It'll probably take a long time." It was over. This time, they were going to kill Wu to silence him. "What do we do with it?" Xian Xianghua asked Zhu Xuanji with a murderous look in her eyes. The three-legged golden crow was so scared that he almost fainted. Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, "Don't kill it. Come to think of it, it's innocent." This almost moved the three-legged golden crow. After that, Zhu Xuanji stored it in the Tianxia map. He frowned and said thoughtfully, "Looks like I have to find a way to become stronger. In order to reach the Kunlun Origin Court, one had to bypass the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. Since they were able to become the Emptiness Realm enforcers, it meant that there was an even greater force behind them. If he stayed on Earth, Emperor Kang would definitely come looking for him. If he left Earth, where would he go? Without them, Earth would probably be destroyed. At this moment, Zhu Xuanji suddenly felt that he was in a dilemma. Xian Xianghua understood what he was thinking. She pondered and said, "Let's put the Earth into the 24-stage Deep Black Lotus. With the help of the other 3 realms, it won't be difficult." Zhu Xuanji thought about it and felt that it was feasible. He still had a lot of feelings for Earth and did not want to see it destroyed just like that. He shook his head and said, "It's not enough to just throw the Earth in. Earthlings are too weak. They have never felt spiritual chi since birth. Moreover, if we do that, it will definitely cause chaos on Earth. Their technology can explore the universe. If humans found out that the universe outside had disappeared and the Earth was controlled by others, they would surely feel hatred and even fear. Zhu Xuanji understood Earthlings too well. Their minds were active and unconventional. The other mortal realms could not compare to them. Even those from the Great Thousand World might not be as cunning and ambitious as Earthlings. Zhu Xuanji suddenly had a bold idea, which was to put the entire Milky Way into the 24-stage Deep Black Lotus. Earthlings did not know much about the universe outside the Milky Way after all. They could only make guesses. He felt that this was a good idea. He communicated with Xian Xianghua, which made her roll her eyes. How much magic energy would that consume? Aren't you tired? Xian Xianghua said unpleasantly. She could not understand Zhu Xuanji's love for Earth. Even Zhu Xuanji did not put in so much effort when facing the northern wilderness region. Zhu Xuanji smiled and left Earth straight away. He was prepared to fly above the Milky Way. Just when he came to the universe, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was Sheng Tiandao. Why is he here? Zhu Xuanji was confused and immediately flew toward Sheng Tiandao. Sheng Tiandao was resting on a barren planet. He also sensed Zhu Xuanji's aura. He opened his eyes, and Zhu Xuanji appeared before him. You are still alive? Sheng Tiandao cried out in surprise. He got up immediately and grabbed Zhu Xuanji's arms excitedly. Ever since he came to the Milky Way, he had been extremely depressed. There was no spiritual qi at all. After he left the heavenly law, his power was greatly reduced. He was no longer in the saint stage, so he did not sense Zhu Xuanji's presence. Zhu Xuanji asked, "Why are you here? Tell me about what happened during this period of time." Sheng Tiandao took a deep breath and told him what happened after Zhu Xuanji disappeared. It turned out that after Zhu Xuanji was banished, the other 3 heavenly saints fled the heavenly law universe out of fear. While they were wandering, they encountered the Water Emperor of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. He was lucky enough to escape, but barbarian god Huang Luo and Buddha Yongling were captured. For the rest of the journey, Sheng Tiandao encountered countless dangers. There were space-time storms, horrifying beasts hiding in the void, and many unkillable revenants that kept pestering him. After thousands of years, he finally came to the Milky Way. Sheng Tiandao sighed continuously at the mention of his past. He almost cried. Thousands of years, Zhu Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. Destiny can change the world. Or is it just that different universes have different times? Sheng Tiandao took a deep breath and said, "The Void Boundary 13 Emperors are too powerful. Don't let the Flame Emperor find you. Once you are captured, the consequences will be unimaginable." Fear appeared in his eyes at the mention of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. Is the heavenly law universe destroyed? Zhu Xuanji asked. He wondered how Ren Niming and the old beggar were doing. Sheng Tiandao shook his head and said, "How can it be destroyed? Without the heavenly law universe, destiny will also be destroyed. It's just that no one knows who will be in charge in the future." Shortly after, he asked about Zhu Xuanji's situation. Zhu Xuanji did not hide anything. After knowing that the Milky Way was the Sky Emperor's territory, Sheng Tiandao panicked immediately. How did he end up in a thief's den? Chapter 637. What are you going to do next? Sheng Tiandao asked. He could only survive by relying on Zhu Xuanji. Or else, if he continued to run around like this, he would collapse sooner or later. Zhu Xuanji told him his plan, which made Sheng Tiandao frown. Such a vast universe. You want to refine it into an enchanted artifact? You must be crazy, Sheng Tiandao said seriously. Although he was no longer a heavenly saint, he was once a saint and knew how much energy it would consume. Although Zhu Xuanji could recover, what if Emperor Kang attacked him during this period of time? Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, "I want to comprehend something. Maybe I can gain some inspiration from this process." Comprehend? Sheng Tiandao's eyes sparkled but did not ask further. Everyone had their own path of cultivation, so it was not convenient for him to ask. After that, Zhu Xuanji flew up with Sheng Tiandao. The universe was boundless, and there was no end to it. Zhu Xuanji flew for a while and stopped suddenly. He closed his eyes and spread his divine sense to envelop the entire Milky Way. Sheng Tiandao sat nearby and continued to cultivate. It would take some time for Zhu Xuanji to integrate the Milky Way. The Milky Way was vast, and Zhu Xuanji could not envelop it with a single thought. A while later, he opened his eyes, and the 24-rank deep black lotus appeared before his chest. It floated quietly and did not move. He spread out his saint energy and attached it to the lotus with his divine sense. In an instant, the Milky Way's space rippled and covered the entire Milky Way. Instantly, all of Earth's satellites lost their effectiveness. Other than Earth, it was the same for other civilized planets. Earth has been searching for traces of other extraterrestrial civilizations. I didn't expect the Milky Way to have so many of them, and most of them are much more powerful than Earth. Zhu Xuanji found it funny. In the Milky Way, not all civilizations were developing technology. There were some worlds that were similar to cultivation or advanced martial arts. There were all kinds of extraterrestrials. However, these planets were very different from each other. Except for a few civilizations, most of them were developing quietly and did not plunder. He began to focus on integrating the Milky Way. He first compressed the universe of the Milky Way. This process must not affect the inside of the Milky Way. It was an extremely complicated process that had to do with the rules of space. Most cultivators were involved in the way of space. For example, storage rings and storage bags were used by the way of space. Time passed quickly. On the other hand, the Earth Alliance had already sped up the human reversion plan. All the countries shared their resources and created the most sturdy exploratory machine to penetrate deep into the Earth's core. With the extraction of energy from the Earth's core, people all over the world noticed that the air quality was improving. Spiritual energy began to emerge from the ground. It did not come from the core itself but from Zhu Xuanji's saint energy. Under Zhu Xuanji's control, the saint energy could already be used by humans without exploding. If his holy power were to explode, the entire solar system would be destroyed. After Zhu Xuanji left, Jiang Shui was also asked to leave by Xu Shu and Yang Dabang. It was not that they disliked Jiang Shui, but they felt that delaying a young man like this was not a good thing. Jiang Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only leave and silently protect them in another city. What was worth mentioning was that Xian Xianghua and the other two had been discovered by the Alliance's intelligence agents. There was no conflict, and the Alliance agents invited them warmly. In the end, Zhu Xiaoxian was invited to Europe to teach the ways of cultivation. Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Lady Zhao Xian did not stop him. Zhu Xiaoxian was very powerful. Nothing on earth could harm her. Even if they could deceive her, they could not do anything to her. Moreover, Zhu Xuanji did not want to leave Earth. Since Earth was about to recover its spiritual energy, he might as well teach her the ways of cultivation so that he could provide Emperor Sword Court with endless disciples in the future. A month later, a global live broadcast began. Television stations and tens of thousands of online video platforms all over the world prepared to broadcast the ways of cultivation. The broadcast took place in a forest. Reporters from all over the world were on helicopters, so the cameras were shaky. All the cameras were aimed at Zhu Xiaoxian. She held a sword with one hand, and her white dress fluttered in the wind. She looked like a female sword immortal from the legends. Before she made her move, the reporters from all over the world introduced her in different languages. This is China's reporter, Xia Feifei. Let me introduce her first. Her name is Zhu Xiaoxian. She came from another world and stayed on Earth because she loves Earth. London's reporter, Mike, introduces this female hero from another world. You can even call her God. She. Hi. Red Sun's reporter, Nobi Daxiong, is broadcasting live for the people. Goria's reporter, Song Zhizhi, is at the front line for the people. This female hero from another world, Zhu Xiaoxian, is said to have the bloodline of Goria in her ancestors. She purposely searched for the source of her bloodline and descended to Earth. She will show us her sword techniques that surpass scientific understanding. Citizens of Mai, watch carefully. Next will be the demonstration of superpower. Zhu Xiaoxuan's appearance will make fantasy come true. She is a true superhero in reality. When the live broadcasts across the world began, the internet and the real world were in an uproar. The comments on those video platforms flooded the screen even more quickly. Zhu Xiaoxian was getting impatient, but she had not received the signal yet and could not make her move. This was the Alliance's decision. Only after she demonstrated her supernatural powers could all humans devote themselves to the ways of cultivation. The ways of cultivation that she taught had already been printed in large quantities and was prepared to be included in the textbooks for students all over the world. Because of this, no country dared not to publish the ways of cultivation. If they fell behind, they would be beaten up. No matter how powerful an army was to cultivate, they would not be as powerful as a country of cultivators. At the same time, a war of words was getting more and more intense on the internet. Netizens in Huaxia thought that Zhu Xiaoxian was wearing an ancient Han costume and had a surname, so they went around saying that Zhu Xiaoxian was from Huaxia. Netizens in other countries were not convinced and thought that Zhu Xiaoxian was from the world. A while later, Zhu Xiaoxian raised her sword. In an instant, everyone in the world held their breath. In front of Zhu Xiaoxian was a mountain that was close to 1,000 meters tall. It was surrounded by forests and was far away from the city. The sea of clouds covered the top of the mountain. All the cameras were pointed behind Zhu Xiaoxian so that they could clearly capture her strength. At this moment, everyone in the world could feel an aura coming from Zhu Xiaoxian. It was indescribable, but it was a shocking aura. She casually slashed with her sword. The sword chi condensed into a beam of white light that was hundreds of meters long. It swept through the air and hit the mountain in front of her. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard, causing many viewers to cover their ears. Many people were so shocked that they trembled and dropped their phones on the ground. The 1,000-meter mountain collapsed with a single slash. Dust billowed and countless rocks were sent flying. The scene was even more spectacular than a volcanic eruption. Zhu Xiaoxian's white clothes fluttered, and soon, her figure was covered in dust. Chapter 638. After the mountain collapsed, the whole world was in an uproar. Zhu Xiaoxian became a goddess in the hearts of billions of people. A human could be as powerful as a legend. She destroyed a 1,000-meter-tall mountain with a single slash. If they were to cultivate too, could they achieve such power? At this moment, the entire human race was in awe, followed by excited fantasies. The elderly in their 70s and 80s, and the children as young as 4 or 5-year-old, were all excited. Could spiritual qi help people live forever? Countless people thought of this question, and all online platforms almost collapsed from the overwhelming traffic. In the villa, Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Lady Zhao Xian were watching the livestream on the sofa. So majestic, Xian Xianghua said with passionate eyes. Xian Xianghua said with a burning gaze. Clearly, she also wanted to be this glorious. Jiang Shui sighed in amazement. Although cultivation on Earth is not good, such technology is just as exquisite and more practical than enchanted artifacts. Lady Zhao Xian nodded with a smile. Should we choose some talents from Earth to join Emperor Sword Court? Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua glanced at each other and felt that this was a good suggestion. At the same time, in the live stream, dust exploded, and a violent gale blew, causing the camera to shake. Zhu Xiaoxian's silhouette was revealed, and the scene looked like a sci-fi movie. After that, Zhu Xiaoxian flew back to the helicopters of the various countries and began to explain what cultivation was. She spoke Chinese. After coming to Earth for so long, she had already learned Chinese. With her cultivation, she could remember it after hearing it once. With a sweep of the internet with her divine will, she could grasp the languages of the various countries. Just like that, Zhu Xiaoxian was named Emperor Sword Goddess by the Earth Alliance. She came up with such a pompous name herself. Half a year later, every country in the world began to promote cultivation techniques. Every bookstore in every city was giving out free copies. This cultivation technique was called the Emperor Sword Heart Technique. Because of Zhu Xiaoxian, the name of Emperor Sword Court spread across the world. Everyone knew about a sanctum called Emperor Sword Court. There were countless powerful cultivators there, and Zhu Xiaoxian's father was the founder of Emperor Sword Court. His sword techniques were unparalleled. Zhu Xuanji levitated in the starry sky. The Milky Way was before him. It was only a few million miles in diameter, and it looked like a silver vortex. He looked a little tired. Sheng Tiandao sighed in amazement. I wonder what use this universe has for you. Zhu Xuanji glanced at him and said, nothing. I just like this place. It's pure without spiritual qi. In the heavenly law universe, there was no technological civilization. All living beings were suppressed layer by layer. Above them were the heavenly Tao and destiny. Their thoughts were imprisoned, and they were far from being able to think as freely as those on earth. Sheng Tiandao did not believe him, but there was nothing he could do. He still had to suck up to Zhu Xuanji and could not offend him. After some time, Zhu Xuanji finally stored the Milky Way into the 24-rank deep black lotus. After doing all this, the saint energy from the Tianxia map flowed endlessly into Zhu Xuanji's bones and muscles, helping him recover. The reason why heavenly saints could have endless holy power was because of the existence of the heavenly law. Although overlord sages were strong, they could not be like heavenly sages, who had an endless supply of holy power. Fortunately, the Tianxia map had already stored a large amount of holy power. It was enough for him to use for a long time. What's next? Sheng Tiandao asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, then let's go. Let's leave this area and find a place with spiritual qi to cultivate for a while. Sheng Tiandao agreed. The two of them quickly flew in the same direction and disappeared into the depths of the universe. They began to wander aimlessly through space. Along the way, Zhu Xuanji would scan Earth within the 24-rank deep black lotus with his divine sense occasionally. Shu Shu and young Dabang had already begun cultivating. Now, everyone in the world was cultivating. Entertainment in various countries began to revolve around cultivation. There were even all kinds of cultivation rankings around the world. The trend of cultivation was getting more and more popular. Zhu Xiaoxian was the proudest. She enjoyed the treatment of an empress. She was served every day, and when she was free, she would go on a lecture tour around the world to motivate the humans. Jiang Shui and Lady Zhao Xian had fun everywhere, while Xian Xianghua studied the heavenly law violet qi in her villa. Her days were quite leisurely. This day, Zhu Xuanji and Sheng Tiandao came to a universe that was filled with abundant spiritual qi. Is this place far from the void boundary? Zhu Xuanji asked Sheng Tiandao. They could not go to the void boundary for now, in case they encountered the Flame Emperor. Sheng Tiandao said, I'm not sure either. I don't know how vast the void boundary is. Let's rest here for a while. Anyway, I didn't sense any danger. Zhu Xuanji nodded. After that, he summoned Qiu Hu, Sai Mengyang, and the 4 demon gods to accompany Sheng Tiandao. Seeing Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu raised his brow and said with a smile, Yo, Sheng Tiandao. How come your cultivation is similar to mine? He and Sheng Tiandao were of the same generation. Back then, he did not obtain the heavenly law violet qi and was left far behind by Sheng Tiandao. Sheng Tiandao chuckled and said, no matter how poor I am, I'm still better than you. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Zhu Xuanji frowned. If you fight here and attract enemies more powerful than me, just wait for your death. By then, I will surely abandon you and escape. Zhu Xuanji threatened, and Qiu Hu scratched his head with a smile. Sheng Tiandao nodded with a smile and sat down with his legs crossed. After that, Zhu Xuanji dived into the Milky Way within the 24-rank deep black lotus. As for the 24-rank deep black lotus, it was held by demon god Nanming. After merging with the Milky Way, the 24-rank deep black lotus had evolved. According to Sheng Tiandao, it was not far from becoming a saint-grade artifact. Zhu Xuanji returned to Earth. Now, with the 24-rank deep black lotus, he could go to any corner of the Milky Way with a single thought, as though he was teleporting. He went back to visit his parents first. Although everyone was cultivating, he still had to go to work. His parents were still working, so he wandered around his hometown. There were more people on the streets than before. It seemed that many people had given up on their dreams of earning money and returned to their hometown to cultivate. The more trees there were, the more abundant spiritual qi there was. The suburbs and villages naturally became livelier. On the other hand, many first-tier and second-tier cities saw a significant decrease in human traffic. Along the way, He saw many people meditating on both sides of the street. It was very interesting. Because of Zhu Xiaoxian, the way of the sword became the mainstream of cultivation on Earth. Iron swords were sharp and were not widely used, but wooden and plastic swords became popular. Yong Xiaobao, you are finally back. A young man walked over quickly and gave Zhu Xuanji a hug excitedly. You are? Zhu Xuanji asked. This young man looked ordinary. His eyes were small, and his skin was a little dark. Zhu Xuanji could not remember who he was. I'm your high school roommate, Yi Shenglong. The young man chuckled and punched Zhu Xuanji lightly. He continued, You don't recognize me? That's too much. Back then, we were guarding the garbage dump in the classroom. Chapter 639. Yi Shenglong? Zhu Xuanji felt that it was a little familiar, as though he had heard of it before. Yi Shenglong smiled warmly and said, At that time, the seats were chosen according to the results. Every time it was our turn, only the last row and the first row were left near the podium. The garbage dump was near the windows at the back, so it became our permanent base. He hissed at the memory of the past. Before they knew it, they were already in their 30s. Time really waited for no man. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, That period of time is indeed nostalgic. He did not resist Yi Shenglong's attempt to strike up a conversation. He returned to Earth to reminisce about the life of an ordinary person. After that, Yi Shenglong invited Zhu Xuanji to a high school reunion and asked him about his cultivation. He was very low-key, saying that he was only at Qi Nurturing Level 1, but it was enough to shock Yi Shenglong. Although Earth's spiritual Qi was recovering, it could not become dense all of a sudden. Moreover, everyone's talent for cultivation was different. Even in the northern wilderness region and Wanshan Great Thousand, there were people who were not suited for cultivation. Trash existed in every world. Up until now, the person with the highest cultivation base on Earth was only at the 7th level of the Qi nourishing stage. In this small town, there were not many people who could reach the first level of the Qi nourishing stage. The two of them chatted for a while more before parting ways. Zhu Xuanji walked around the nearby streets and admired his hometown from his previous life. It was almost dinner time when he returned home. When Shu Shu and young Dabang saw him, they were pleasantly surprised. At the dining table, the family was happy and harmonious. The couple asked Zhu Xuanji where he had been during this period of time. Zhu Xuanji said with a smile, Recently, spiritual qi has been emerging from the ground, right? I'm one of the first batch of cultivators recruited by the Alliance. My cultivation has already reached Qi Nurturing Level 7, and I'm close to the ranks of the world's top cultivators. So, for a period of time, I might be away for a long time. At that time, Xiao Shui will come and visit you. Then, he took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them to his parents, explaining their uses. Remember, don't tell anyone, especially your relatives. If news of this gets out, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you the next time I come back. Shu Shu rolled her eyes and snapped, Do you really think your mother is stupid? Young Dabang picked up the bottle and examined it carefully, as if he had found a treasure. Then, the family continued to chat. Shu Shu was quite worried that Zhu Xuanji would be in danger, but she was comforted by Zhu Xuanji. He said that his current task was to properly cultivate and teach others how to cultivate. That night was a happy one for Shu Shu and young Dabang. The next day, Zhu Xuanji left. Because Sheng Tiandao was calling him. He quickly left the Milky Way and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. At this moment, Sheng Tiandao, Sai Mengyang, and Qiu who were on standby. What is it? Zhu Xuanji asked. The 3 of them raised their hands and pointed in the same direction. Zhu Xuanji turned around and frowned. A figure floated in the depths of the universe. It was a woman in red armor. Her hair was disheveled, and a red dragon coiled around her body, silently spewing flames. Zhu Xuanji could not see through the crimson dragon and the lady in red armor. He immediately took out the thunderclap sword and flew over. Sheng Tiandao and the other 2 followed closely behind. All of them were extremely nervous. Because the other party's appearance was too sudden, they were already very vigilant, but they still didn't notice it. Be careful. This isn't the heavenly law cosmos. There are strange existences everywhere and it's extremely dangerous. Sheng Tiandao reminded. Back when he was wandering, he was curious and almost died. Zhu Xuanji nodded. He used the sword fusion technique and came up to the red-armored lady. The red dragon tried to bite him, but he caught it with one hand. Not as powerful as I thought. Zhu Xuanji thought to himself with squinted eyes. He scanned the red-armored lady with his divine sense and found that she was severely injured and unconscious. Should I save her? Sheng Tiandao and the other two came up to him. TSK. This lady is quite pretty. Save her. Maybe we can find out the whereabouts of Kunlun Origin Court. What if she's the subordinate of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors? The three of them spoke one after another. Qiu, who was the most indecent one. Zhu Xuanji thought for a while and decided to save the red-armored lady. They knew too little about the Void Boundary, and it was too dangerous. He immediately used the Extreme Nightmare Abyss to hypnotize the red dragon before piercing the Holy Light Redemption sword into the red-armored lady's body. It was not the first time Sheng Tiandao and the other two saw this sword, so they were used to it. They looked at the red dragon. This dragon has the cultivation of the Saint Realm. It seems to be her guardian beast, Sheng Tiandao said with a complicated tone. He was once the most powerful heavenly saint. Even though he was no longer a heavenly saint, his knowledge was still there. This dragon was easy to deal with for Zhu Xuanji, but it was definitely a nightmare for them. After a long while, all of you, back off. Zhu Xuanji drew his sword and backed off immediately. Sheng Tiandao and the other two followed suit. The red-armored lady opened her eyes slowly, revealing a pair of bright red eyes. A horrifying aura emanated from her body. She turned around and stood up slowly, which frightened Qiu Hu so much that he swallowed his saliva. The red-armored lady looked at Zhu Xuanji and the others. She did not attack but spoke a language that was hard to understand. It was not ear-piercing, but it dazzled Sheng Tiandao and the other two. But Zhu Xuanji was not affected. What are you trying to say? Zhu Xuanji asked. He realized that he could not decipher the red-armored lady's words. Her voice was somewhat familiar to him. Why does it sound like the Great Tao's voice? The red-armored lady frowned. Her cold expression did not change, but she began to change her language. After a few dozen languages, Zhu Xuanji and the others finally understood her. You saved me. Qiu Hu nodded and pointed at Zhu Xuanji. My master is kind. To save you, he paid a great price. Do you understand? The red-armored lady looked at Zhu Xuanji and nodded slightly, saying, Overlord Saint Level 1. Not bad. Tell me, what do you want in return? Her eyes were indifferent, like a god looking down on mortals. I want to understand the void boundary and the nearby universe. The universe we are in is already destroyed, so we have to wander, Zhu Xuanji said. The red-armored lady squinted her eyes and said, Void boundary? Seems like you want to go to Kunlun Origin Court. Sheng Tiandao and the other two became anxious immediately. Could the red-armored lady really be the subordinate of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors? It'll be great if we can go. But what we need the most is a peaceful place to cultivate. Zhu Xuanji replied calmly and did not panic at all. The red-armored lady said, Then follow me. I will bring you to Kunlun Origin Court. Having heard this, Zhu Xuanji and the others were not pleasantly surprised but became alert. May I know who you are? Sheng Tiandao asked. He did not believe that the red-armored lady was really kind. She must be plotting something. Qiu Hu and Sai Mengyang were prepared to fight at any time. You can call me Empress Red Dragon. The red-armored lady smiled coldly. Just when she finished speaking, Zhu Xuanji and the others quickly backed away from her. Chapter 640. Emperor Red Dragon. The word Emperor shocked Zhu Xuanji and the others. After they were far away from Emperor Red Dragon, Qiu Hu asked softly, This woman is also one of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors? His heart was about to jump out of his throat. It was too terrifying. I'm not sure. I only know Flame Emperor, Sky Emperor, Water Emperor, Sheng Tiandao replied. Cold sweat covered his forehead. After the battle with the Water Emperor, he deeply understood how horrifying the Void Boundary 13 Emperors were. What should we do now? Sai Mengyang asked Zhu Xuanji telepathically. Zhu Xuanji replied, "Let's wait and see. She doesn't seem to have any ill intentions." Seeing their panicked expressions, Emperor Red Dragon's lips curled into a devilish smile. "Don't worry. I'm not from the Void Boundary 13 Emperors, but I have enmity with them. To be precise, my enemy is from the Kunlun Origin Court. If you want to find the Kunlun Origin Court, you have to work for me. After you enter the Kunlun Origin Court, I will find a peaceful world for you to live in." Emperor Red Dragon said with a soft smile, but her voice was so cold. Zhu Xuanji hesitated. There were pros and cons to this. Putting aside whether Emperor Red Dragon was trustworthy, they would be involved in the fight. Emperor Red Dragon continued, "I forgot to tell you that the Heavenly Law universe is about to be destroyed, and the Heavenly Law is declining. Now, the Void Boundary 13 Emperors can barge in and are searching for a pair of eyes. The eyes came from the primordial ancestor. It was said that someone called Zhu Xuanji took it away. It must be one of you. If you continue to flee, you will surely be captured. Only by going to the Kunlun Origin Court will you have a chance of survival." Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Emperor Red Dragon to guess their identities. This time, they had no other choice. "Okay," Zhu Xuanji said, "we will follow you. But I want to ask, are you more powerful or the Void Boundary 13 Emperors? Did Emperor Red Dragon's injuries come from the Void Boundary 13 Emperors?" "Humph. Don't worry. You saved my life. I will not let you die." Emperor Red Dragon snorted coldly, as though she was poked in her sore spot. Shortly after, she sat down cross-legged and began healing herself. Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Sai Mengyang looked at each other in dismay. In the vast starry sky, there was a stone tower quietly sailing. It had a total of 10,000 floors, and every floor imprisoned countless resentful demons. Through the windows, one could see their terrifying figures baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. At the top of the tower, a man sat cross-legged. He had a pair of golden eyes and his hair was coiled into a red crown. It was Emperor Yang. "Zhu Xuanji, where are you? If I find you, I will crush you into pieces and consign you to eternal damnation." Flame Emperor's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. He had been searching for Zhu Xuanji for thousands of years but could not find him. This feeling of not being able to find him made him very angry. At this moment, a pillar of water appeared behind him, and a man in a blue robe slowly stepped out. He had a handsome face and looked to be in his early 30s. He was as elegant as a scholar. "Flame Emperor, the primordial ancestor has already been handed over, but the higher-ups aren't satisfied because the most important eye isn't here. If you still can't find it, the higher-ups will probably vent their anger on you." The blue-robed man chuckled, feeling as if he was adding insult to injury. Flame Emperor snorted coldly, "Water Emperor, did the two heavenly saints you found provide any clues?" The Water Emperor gave a meaningful smile and said, "They said that Zhu Xuanji and everyone related to him were banished by destiny. However, he has a teacher who is also from the Kunlun Origin Court. Perhaps we can start with him. I have already sent people to capture him. Do you want to know who he is?" As he spoke, he walked up to Flame Emperor and blocked his sight. Flame Emperor frowned and said, "Countless people escaped from Kunlun Origin Court. How would I know who he is?" The Water Emperor mouthed silently to him. Flame Emperor's expression changed drastically. He stood up immediately and roared furiously, "So it's him. No wonder he has such a sinful disciple. Capture him. I will use the Soul Source curse against him." Water Emperor smiled sinisterly, "That's what I intend to do." Zhu Xuanji came to Empress Red Dragon's side and sat beside her. "You are so close to me. Aren't you afraid that I will attack?" Empress Red Dragon asked calmly with her eyes closed. Zhu Xuanji glanced at her and asked, "Can you tell me the origin of Kunlun Origin Court?" He was too curious about Kunlun Origin Court. He also wanted to know about the distribution of universes. It's like a tower. Each level is a universe of different levels. The higher you go, the more powerful you are. Kunlun Origin Court is the top of the tower. The universes below are all born because of it. Kunlun Origin Court is complicated and has strict rules. If you leave Kunlun Origin Court without permission, you will be hunted down. If you enter Kunlun Origin Court without permission, you will be killed too, Empress Red Dragon said casually. Zhu Xuanji narrowed his eyes. So all the universes were created by Kunlun Origin Court. Just like how the old beggar and old immortal sped up the process of heavenly law, creating a universe. There are countless universes under Kunlun Origin Court. It can be said to be endless. Living in the universes is actually safer than living in Kunlun Origin Court. But with me protecting you, you don't have to worry. As for other things, you will know when you reach Kunlun Origin Court. Hearing this, Zhu Xuanji already had an idea. But he was still curious about many things. How big was Kunlun Origin Court? What were the stages of cultivation inside? But seeing that Empress Red Dragon sounded a little impatient, he did not ask further. When he reached Kunlun Origin Court, he could answer his questions personally. After the thought, he flew back to Sheng Tiandao and the other two. Time passed quickly. 2 years passed quickly. Zhu Xuanji obtained another 5 legendary swords. The highest level was ancient gazing. Other sword techniques and enchanted treasures did not appear. During this period, he did not return to the Milky Way but used his divine sense to check on the situation in the Demon Realm, Northern Wilderness region, and the Lotus World. Xian Xianghua had already returned to the Demon Realm and was working hard on her cultivation. Even though the Heaven's Path Violet Aura was no longer of any use to her, studying it allowed her to comprehend many things. This day, Empress Red Dragon finally opened her eyes. She stood up and said, "Follow me. From now on, you are not to be more than 100 meters away from me, or else you will bear the consequences." The red dragon on her suddenly separated from her and grew to a length of 10,000 meters, allowing her to land on her head. Having heard this, Zhu Xuanji and the others immediately flew up to the back of the dragon's head and maintained a distance of a few dozen meters from her. Empress Red Dragon looked around and quickly chose a direction to control the red dragon. Zhu Xuanji and the others followed closely behind her. Kunlun Origin Court. We are finally here. Qiu Hu clenched his fists in excitement. He did not know what Kunlun Origin Court looked like. Sheng Tiandao sighed. I feel that it will be very dangerous. There might be casualties. It was too difficult for all 4 of them to reach Kunlun Origin Court alive. Zhu Xuanji sat down and said, "Wait patiently. Be careful, I can already sense that something is spying on us." Chapter 641. Something was spying on them? Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Sai Mengyang were shocked and looked around anxiously. The starry sky was beautiful and resplendent. Looking around, they could not see any other living beings. Zhu Xuanji did not tell them where it was because he was not sure either. When the red dragon began to move forward, they could sense a pair of eyes staring at them. Zhu Xuanji was already used to the feeling of being spied on, so he would not be wrong. Don't be alarmed. We are already working toward the void boundary. The surrounding space seems to be unchanged, but the Great Tao's power has already opened up a space-time tunnel. Next, this feeling of being spied on will continue and grow more intense. Emperor Red Dragon's voice came, which made the 4 even more curious. Great Tao's power? Space-time tunnel? Qiu Hu, Sai Mengyang, and Sheng Tiandao opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. There's Great Tao's power around? He immediately calmed his mind and began to sense the Great Tao around him. Soon, he sensed the existence of the Great Tao. I knew it. Zhu Xuanji felt delighted. Within the range of his divine sense, an invisible passageway appeared around him. It twisted and turned and was quite wide, looking like a long dragon. Compared to the red dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long, it was much larger. He would build a bridge with his divine will and connect with it with his Tao will. Boom! Zhu Xuanji felt an explosion in his mind, and he fell into a mystical state. Sheng Tiandao and the other 2 turned to look at him. They tried their best to remain calm, but their hearts were filled with astonishment. How could he be enlightened like this? Emperor Red Dragon turned back to look at Zhu Xuanji. Her gaze was subtle and thoughtful. Her gaze made Sheng Tiandao and the other 2 anxious. They were afraid that she would interrupt Zhu Xuanji. Now, Zhu Xuanji was their only hope of survival. They did not want anything to happen to him. The fusion of Dao wills made Zhu Xuanji forget everything around him. It was as though his soul had drifted out of the universe. It was a wondrous and indescribable feeling. Sometime later, Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes slowly. A pair of mountain-like dragon horns and Emperor Red Dragon's silhouette appeared before him. The wonders of Dao are unfathomable. Zhu Xuanji sighed in his heart. Just like that, his Dao will grow many times stronger. Qiu Hu transmitted his voice and asked, "You're finally awake. You closed your eyes for half a year. I thought you would continue." Half a year. Zhu Xuanji was a little dazed. He felt that it was only an instant. Not bad. You're only a level 1 overlord saint, yet you're able to touch the level of the great Dao. It seems like you're really a genius. No wonder the primordial ancestor gave you those eyes. Empress Red Dragon's voice floated over, her tone full of praise. Zhu Xuanji asked, "Are there many people who comprehend the great Dao in the Kunlun origin court?" Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Sai Mengyang turned to look. They were very curious about the great Dao, but they were too embarrassed to ask. Facing Emperor Red Dragon, they could not be as casual and bold as Zhu Xuanji. Of course there are many, but there are very few who have truly grasped the great Dao. If one can completely grasp a great Dao, their status in the Kunlun origin court will rise accordingly. Emperor Red Dragon's reply made Zhu Xuanji look forward to the Kunlun origin court even more. He hoped to exchange pointers with more experts so that he could become stronger. "We have already reached the emptiness realm. Get ready to fight at any time. The Water Emperor has locked onto us." Emperor Red Dragon's words made everyone nervous. Zhu Xuanji was not too nervous but began to savor the great Dao. After a while, the Red Dragon stopped suddenly, and the surrounding tunnel disappeared. "Emperor Red Dragon, you have brought the wrong people. Hand them to me, and I will let you live. Or else, you will not be able to return to the Kunlun origin court." The Water Emperor's voice came from the front. His tone was filled with a cold smile. Emperor Red Dragon stood up and snorted coldly, "Trash like you wants to stop me?" She raised her arms, and countless red lotuses appeared behind her. They were like waves of fire and quickly formed into a gigantic flaming lotus. It was bewitching and filled with danger. Zhu Xuanji scanned the Water Emperor with his divine sense and captured him. In his divine sense, he could see that the Water Emperor was enveloped in a powerful Dao will. The Water Emperor's Dao will was blue, which was different from his. His Dao will had yet to form, which showed the difference between them. "Emperor Red Dragon, don't you understand who we are working for?" The Water Emperor's face turned dark as he spoke with a murderous aura. He did not have a good impression of Emperor Red Dragon because they had fought before. The fact that Emperor Red Dragon could still escape under the joint attack of several Void Boundary Emperors showed how powerful she was. Facing the Water Emperor's threat, Emperor Red Dragon laughed in disdain. The flaming lotus behind her suddenly exploded into countless petals that shot toward the Water Emperor. The Red Dragon under her feet charged forward with unstoppable momentum. The Water Emperor exploded immediately, turning into countless water droplets that flew in all directions. "Emperor Red Dragon, just you wait. If I let you return to the Kunlun origin court, I will resign from my position as one of the 13 Void Boundary Emperors." The Water Emperor's voice resounded across the starry sky. He was suppressing his anger. Emperor Red Dragon snorted coldly and continued forward. Zhu Xuanji sensed the spacetime tunnel formed by the Great Dao appear again. The Red Dragon continued forward at full speed. "Next, I will hand you over to a senior. You must obey him completely. After we enter the Kunlun Origin Court's Universe Pass, I will pick you up." Emperor Red Dragon's voice came into everyone's ears, which made them frown. This was different from what they had agreed on. Qiu Hu could not help but ask, "Can you guarantee that senior won't harm us?" Emperor Red Dragon snorted coldly. "No, but if you follow me, I might abandon you. I can't risk my life to protect you. You should understand this. If you follow that senior, your chances of survival will be higher." Her tone was very bad, scaring Qiu Hu so much that he didn't dare to say anything. Zhu Xuanji did not say anything. Right now, they did not have the right to choose. As the four of them waited anxiously, they arrived at another universe filled with silver light. There were no stars in the surroundings, only countless silver flowers that refracted beams of silver light. The spirit chi here was very thin, close to the Milky Way's spirit chi. A huge silver tree appeared in front of them. It had countless branches, and all the silver flowers in the universe originated from this tree. The crimson dragon was very fast and quickly arrived in front of the huge silver tree. Zhu Xuanji saw an elder lying on a tree branch. He could see him because this elder was wearing a rainbow-colored, dazzling robe. He was 3,000 meters tall and was quite eye-catching on the tree. "Senior Yin Xin, I need your help," Emperor Red Dragon said with a respectful tone. This elder was called Old Ancestor Yinshin. His power surpassed the void boundary 13 emperors. Along the way, Emperor Red Dragon warned them many times not to anger Old Ancestor Yinshin. Old Ancestor Yinshin controlled hundreds of universes, and each of them was bigger than the Milky Way. He was like the ruler of the universe, controlling everything in this silver flower universe. Chapter 642. On the giant tree, Patriarch Yinshin opened his eyes and glanced at Emperor Red Dragon. He said nonchalantly, "Little girl, I may be on good terms with your grandfather, but I can't be ordered around by you." Empress Red Dragon frowned and fell silent. At this moment, Old Ancestor Yinshin glanced at Zhu Xuanji and the others. He sat up suddenly. "That kid over there, come here." Old Ancestor Yinshin pointed at Zhu Xuanji, and a formless force dragged Zhu Xuanji into his right palm in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Zhu Xuanji felt as if he was Sun Wukong, and he was being held by Buddha Tathagata. He did not resist because the difference in strength between him and the enemy was too great. Old Ancestor Yinshin sized Zhu Xuanji up with glowing eyes. Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Sai Mengyang were all worried for him. Empress Red Dragon smiled mysteriously. "Okay, little girl, you can go now. I will do my best to send them to the Kunlun Origin Court," Old Ancestor Yinshin said, staring at Zhu Xuanji. Empress Red Dragon immediately teleported Sheng Tiandao and the other two away and left quickly on the Red Dragon. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. The silver flower universe fell into silence. Old Ancestor Yinshin's gaze was extremely invasive. Zhu Xuanji pretended to be afraid and lowered his head. After a long while, "Kid, there's a mysterious and powerful force hidden in your body. What is it?" Old Ancestor Yinshin asked with a mocking smile. Zhu Xuanji pretended not to know. He really did not know. Was it his eyes, or the supreme legendary sword system? Old Ancestor Yinshin looked down at Zhu Xuanji and said, "Follow me. I will send you to Kunlun Origin Court. But Kunlun Origin Court is not as good as you think. It might even be hell." His words gave Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Sai Mengyang a bad feeling. Ever since they left the Heavenly Law universe, all the news they heard about the Kunlun Origin Court was bad. Even Empress Red Dragon said that the Kunlun Origin Court wasn't as beautiful as they thought. Was the Kunlun Origin Court really not a good place? "Senior, can you tell us about the Kunlun Origin Court?" Zhu Xuanji looked up and asked. Since Old Ancestor Yinshin had no ill intentions, then he should take the initiative. The more they understood the Kunlun Origin Court, the more confident they would be. Old Ancestor Yinshin chuckled and said, "I can't say that. The words of the Supremes are the law. Anyone who dares to reveal the existence of the Kunlun Origin Court will be punished by heaven and earth." Supremacy? Zhu Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Could the sovereign be the supreme ruler of the Kunlun Origin Court? "I'm going to concoct pills. After I'm done concocting pills, I'll bring you to the Kunlun Origin Court. During this time, you can wander around this universe." Old Ancestor Yinshin waved his right hand and sent Zhu Xuanji out. He then turned into a stream of silver light and disappeared into the giant tree. Qiu Hu immediately hugged Zhu Xuanji to steady him. Sheng Tiandao and Sai Mengyang followed suit. They began to communicate via voice transmission. "I can't help but feel like there's something fishy going on. That old man must have his eyes on the thing in your body. What should we do? Is he testing us on purpose? Isn't he afraid that we'll run away? Damn it, I shouldn't have saved that woman. Sigh, we can only take it one step at a time. Hearing their discussions, Zhu Xuanji did not say anything, but he was thinking about this in his heart. All of them were old demons who had lived for countless years. How could they not see the clues? Old ancestor Yinshin must have a motive for taking them in. It was definitely not because of Emperor Red Dragon. Most importantly, they did not hear the discussion between Emperor Red Dragon and old ancestor Yinshin. Could it be that they also used some kind of sound transmission technique to communicate? They could not figure it out, so they could only give up. Zhu Xuanji asked Qiu Hu to hold on to the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus while he entered it to check on the situation in the other realms. For some reason, he had a feeling of unease. As though he would die at any moment. So, he wanted to see his family more. He came to the demon realm and found that Xian Xianghua was cultivating. The demon realm was considered peaceful. Looking at her peaceful face, Zhu Xuanji could not bear to disturb her. He came to earth again and saw that Zhu Xiaoxian, Jiang Shui, Lady Zhao Xian, Shu Shu, and young Dabang were all living happily. He did not dare to appear before them. If it was in the past, he might have told Jiang Shui about his situation. But now, he could not. It was not easy for everything to return to peace. How could he disrupt it again? Finally, he came to Emperor Sword Court in the Lotus Realm. He saw that Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others were all training hard, and he could not help but smile. Great. All of this is great. He regained his fighting spirit and returned to the Silver Flower universe straight away. Qiu Hu returned the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus to Zhu Xuanji and asked, "You are back so soon?" Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, "I just need to go back and take a look." He stored the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus into his body. "What I envy the most about you is not your power or talent, but the fact that you have so many people around you who you care about and protect," Qiu Hu said faintly. He, who was always carefree, rarely showed a sorrowful expression. Sai Mengyang said with a smile, "Yeah. I've lived for so long and had wives, concubines, love, and children. But it's a pity that I abandoned them all. Back then, I was determined to become more powerful. But now, I regret it and can only smile bitterly." Sheng Tiandao said with disdain, "The path of a powerful cultivator has always been lonely. Forcefully bringing along the people you care about will only put them in a desperate situation." Zhu Xuanji listened to their conversation and could not help but laugh. Different people had different Daos, which could be fully reflected at this moment. He should not be hesitant. He should move forward with determination. He should not be hesitant or lost. "Okay, I need to continue my Dao enlightenment. I hope that we can enter the Kunlun Origin Court together," Zhu Xuanji said with a smile. After that, he sat down and closed his eyes. The other three spread out and did not disturb him. Zhu Xuanji quickly entered the state of Dao Will. A while later, he was pleasantly surprised. He realized that the barren Silver Flower universe was filled with a great Dao that was even more profound than the heavenly law universe. If not for his previous enlightenment in the space-time tunnel, he would not have noticed it. This great Dao was deeply hidden and was silver in color. He tried to use his Dao will to contact it but was repelled again and again. He did not give up and continued to try. Time passed just like that. After 3 months, he still did not succeed. Fortunately, he was calm and did not panic. This day, old ancestor Yinshin suddenly appeared on a tree branch. There was a silver cauldron in front of him that was as tall as him. "That brat, come here," he shouted. Zhu Xuanji, who was in the state of Dao Will, was awakened and was immediately pulled over. Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Sai Mengyang stood up and looked over anxiously, fearing that something might happen to Zhu Xuanji. Old ancestor Yinshin chuckled, "I made a pill. Help me try it." Zhu Xuanji heard him and was shocked. "I knew it. This old brat was waiting here. Can I refuse?" he asked. Chapter 643. Do you think you can refuse? Old ancestor Yinshin looked down at Zhu Xuanji and asked with a smile. His eyes were curved into 2 lines, like a cunning fox. The threat was evident in his words. "Where's the pill?" Zhu Xuanji asked. Old ancestor Yinshin lifted his hand and placed him on the top of the cauldron. Zhu Xuanji looked down and was shocked. He saw a gigantic pill with a diameter of 1,500 meters lying in the cauldron. It was silver in color and had many colorful patterns on its surface. Damn, I'll die from eating this. Even as an overlord saint, Zhu Xuanji could sense the immense energy within. He looked at old ancestor Yinshin and asked, "If you want me to die, just say it." Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Sai Mengyang flew up and looked down. Their expressions changed drastically as well. "So big, don't worry. I will not harm you. This might be your serendipity. Don't you want to try?" Old ancestor Yinshin snorted and looked as though Zhu Xuanji should be thanking him. Zhu Xuanji took a deep breath and immediately used his Tao will. He enveloped the gigantic silver pill with his saint energy and compressed it with his Tao will. Old ancestor Yinshin nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Your understanding of the great Tao has already taken shape, and you can even use it simply. Impressive." Zhu Xuanji rolled his eyes and was not very happy. He focused on the gigantic silver pill. Soon, it shrunk to the size of a pellet and flew into his hand. He put the silver pill near his mouth and hesitated again. "I won't die from overeating, right? Don't worry. If you die, I will save you. I will also protect your enchanted artifact that contains the universe." Old ancestor Yinshin urged impatiently. Zhu Xuanji could only swallow the silver pill. Boom! A violent impact tore his white robe apart. The entire tree shook, and Qiu Hu and the other two were sent flying backward. They vomited blood and almost fainted. Old ancestor Yinshin looked excited and mumbled, "You didn't explode and die. Overlord Saint indeed. Very good. Very good." Zhu Xuanji felt that his body was about to explode. The indescribable pain twisted his face, and his body expanded exaggeratedly. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique and the sword fusion technique, and the strength of his body instantly increased. Old ancestor Yinshin's smile disappeared. He frowned and looked at Zhu Xuanji carefully. A berserk energy rampaged in Zhu Xuanji's body. He activated world internalization to absorb this energy. Just like that, his body began to transform. All the meridians in his body were under attack, constantly breaking and regenerating. Old ancestor Yinshin waved his right hand and threw Zhu Xuanji into the giant cauldron. Qiu Hu grew anxious and said angrily, "You want to refine him into medicine?" Patriarch Yinshin turned around and glared at him. "I like refining elixirs, but I don't like eating elixirs. Why would I refine him? I said that I would take you to the Kunlun Origin Court, so I won't go back on my word." Qiu Hu could only give up. Old ancestor Yinshin sat in front of the cauldron and waited quietly. Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Sai Mengyang also meditated, but they couldn't focus on cultivating. After a long while, a voice resounded throughout the Silver Flower universe. "Senior Yinshin, can we come in and search?" This voice belonged to the Flame Emperor, startling Qiu Hu and the others awake. The void boundary 13 emperors chased them all the way here. "Humph, I'm busy. Go search somewhere else." Old ancestor Yinshin snorted angrily. He didn't care about the Flame Emperor at all. After that, the Flame Emperor's voice did not come again. "So domineering," Qiu Hu mumbled. He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that old ancestor Yinshin could protect them for now. Sheng Tiandao said with a frown, "I have a bad feeling about this." Sai Mengyang nodded. They felt that the void boundary 13 emperors might be planning something since they didn't retreat. At this moment, old ancestor Yinshin stood up and took out a giant silver cover to cover the cauldron. He then carried the cauldron on his shoulder. "You three, come over here and land on my shoulder. Get ready to run," old ancestor Yinshin shouted. The three came back to their senses and quickly landed on his shoulder. Shortly after, old ancestor Yinshin tore open the dimension and stepped into it. Not long after he left, several figures appeared out of thin air in the Silver Flower universe. Among them were the Flame Emperor and the Water Emperor. He escaped. As expected, there's something wrong with this old thing. He would definitely attack us when we investigate him. He has a good relationship with the sacred Red Divine Range. He will surely help Emperor Red Dragon. Chase. We can't let Zhu Xuanji escape. After a brief conversation, they tore open the dimension and chased after Zhu Xuanji. At the same time, old ancestor Yinshin sped through the spacetime tunnel. Sheng Tiandao and the other two stood on his shoulder and looked back from time to time, fearing that the Void Boundary 13 Emperors would catch up. Senior, are you afraid of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors? Qiu Hu asked. Sai Mengyang glared at him. Is this stupid tiger courting death? Humph. Why would I be afraid? It's just that the forces behind them are powerful in the Kunlun Origin Court. I have to reduce the trouble, understand? Old ancestor Yinshin replied unpleasantly. He really wanted to throw Qiu Hu out. Sheng Tiandao frowned. So, entering the Kunlun Origin Court was equivalent to entering the enemy's base camp. Suddenly, countless souls appeared in front of them and attacked them like a storm. Old ancestor Yinshin's body radiated with a silver radiance to defend against these souls. When the souls collided with him, their souls would scatter and dissipate into space and time. What's this? Qiu Hu cried out in shock. Even he felt a chill down his spine when he saw so many souls. These souls had different expressions. Some were in pain, some were excited, some were sad, and some were laughing wildly or crying. They were like the epitome of all living beings. Those who are eliminated from the Kunlun Origin Court. Their souls will flow into different universes through the spacetime tunnel. That's how you guys were born. Old ancestor Yinshin replied, which made the three even more horrified. They came from the Kunlun Origin Court? Will those souls that you destroyed resurrect? Sai Mengyang asked. He looked around and felt sad for some reason. Old ancestor Yinshin chuckled, of course not. This is their weakest moment. The Kunlun Origin Court has plenty of souls. You guys have to work hard in the future, or else this will be your end. The three's expressions changed. Could there be some kind of test in the Kunlun Origin Court? Otherwise, why would old ancestor Yinshin call them eliminated? Soon, the torrent of souls disappeared, and there was nothing in front of them. But a horrifying murderous aura came from behind, and they looked back in shock. They saw the Flame Emperor, the Water Emperor, and the others rushing over. Qiu Hu counted. There were 10 of them in total. His eyelids twitched and he shouted, Senior, faster. Old ancestor Yinshin scolded, You think I don't want to? Do you know how heavy my cauldron is? It's enough to crush a universe. Even so, he started to speed up. Senior Yinshin, you're playing with fire. The Flame Emperor's cold voice was filled with murderous aura. Chapter 644. Hearing Emperor Yang's threat, old ancestor Yinshin lowered his head and roared, Little bastard. You dare to say that I, your ancestor, am playing with fire? Do you believe that I, your ancestor, will kill you? How could he allow the Flame Emperor to tell him what to do? The Flame Emperor didn't reply, but the 10 Void Boundary Emperors were still chasing. When I, your ancestor, arrive at the Kunlun Origin Court, the next time I come out, you will all die. If it wasn't for the fact that my cauldron is still brewing, your souls would have already been destroyed. Mph, accept your fear. Old ancestor Yinshin cursed as he flew at full speed. Qiu Hu felt his scalp go numb as he shouted, Senior, don't provoke them again. Sheng Tiandao and Sai Mengyang were terrified as well. They wished they could cover ancestor Yinshin's face with a piece of dirty cloth. Unfortunately, they were not strong enough. The two sides continued to be deadlocked. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed. Old ancestor Yinshin opened his mouth and a gust of strong silver wind gushed out from his mouth. It expanded rapidly as if the Milky Way had fallen down and occupied the entire spacetime tunnel. It was a spectacular scene. The expressions of the 10 Void Boundary Emperors changed drastically. They subconsciously wanted to dodge, but they were still drowned by the Silver River. Will they die? Qiu Hu asked excitedly. Old ancestor Yinshin had shocked everyone the moment he made a move. The Milky Way just now had a great momentum and was obviously very powerful. Elder Yinshin answered, No, but we can keep them there to buy us some time. Qiu Hu curled his lips in disappointment. Was old ancestor Yinshin considered strong compared to the 13 Void Boundary Emperors? He suddenly lost his sense of security and felt that it was inappropriate for him to follow Elder Yinshin. This old thing might abandon them at any time. Old Ancestor Yinshin continued to lead them forward as if there was no end in sight. Gradually, Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Sai Mengyang felt their eyelids grow heavier. An indescribable exhaustion washed over them like a tide, causing them to feel extremely exhausted. After an unknown period of time, they finally fell into a deep slumber. Qiu Hu felt himself fall to the ground. He opened his eyes in a daze and found that he was surrounded by fire. He opened his eyes wide and immediately got up. His consciousness was clear. He instinctively looked around and found Sheng Tiandao and Sai Mengyang lying beside them. Not far away, Zhu Xuanji was also meditating. What's going on? This is... Qiu Hu held his forehead and gritted his teeth. Zhu Xuanji's voice came, "You guys were thrown into the cauldron too." Qiu Hu heard him and was stunned. He looked at Zhu Xuanji and asked, "What do you mean?" "He wants to refine us." Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes. His violet pupils were extremely bright, as though they were devilish. "I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be what you think. Otherwise, we would have been burned to death." His answer made Qiu Hu heave a sigh of relief. Next, Qiu Hu woke up Sheng Tiandao and Sai Mengyang. They started to call Old Ancestor Yinshin, but there was no reply. They could only focus on Zhu Xuanji. "Are you all right?" Sai Mengyang asked with concern. Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, "Very good, I have broken through to Overlord Saint Level 3. Overlord Saint Level 3. Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Sai Mengyang widened their eyes in shock. "How long has it been? Is that pill really that magical?" Sheng Tiandao asked enviously. He, who had fallen from the Saint Plane, was extremely eager to return to the Saint Plane. Zhu Xuanji replied honestly, "It's magical indeed, but we don't know the disadvantages yet. There's no free lunch in the world." Old Ancestor Yinshin asked him to test the pill, not to help him improve his cultivation. His body was evolving toward a more powerful level, but his heart was always tense. He always felt that his body would collapse at any moment. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. So, he was not surprised at all but worried instead. "What should we do next?" Sai Mengyang asked. He looked around and saw nothing but flames. There were no other living beings or mountains. It was just a boundless plain. "Let's wait," Zhu Xuanji muttered, "we can't escape anyway." He closed his eyes and continued to study his body. He did not want anything to happen to him. Old Ancestor Yinshin galloped in the boundless void. There were no stars here, only turbid fog. He carried the giant cauldron on his back and scanned his surroundings as he traveled, keeping an eye out for enemies. "We're finally here. Those guys are really troublesome." Old Ancestor Yinshin mumbled to himself with a proud smile. "You want to hunt me down? You are too naive." He continued ahead. After a while, a purple line appeared in the deep void ahead of him. As he got closer, the purple line grew bigger. It was a beam of purple light with no end in sight, as though it had split the void into two. Old Ancestor Yinshin, who was thousands of meters tall, looked extremely tiny before this beam of purple light, like an ant before the sun. He dived into the purple light and traveled forward at full speed. Countless lightning bolts weaved around his body. Boom! A gigantic palm came from the front and slammed into Old Ancestor Yinshin, sending him flying away. Old Ancestor Yinshin returned to the void. He shook his head and cursed with gritted teeth, "Who is it?" As the voice faded, a burly figure slowly stepped out of the purple light. He was 1,000,000 feet tall, and he wore black scaled armor. He had 12 wings on his back, 3 pairs of wings, and 3 pairs of black wings that were as sharp as blades. He wore a black iron mask that only revealed his eyes. His pupils were blood red, and he looked like a war god from the depths of chaos. Once he stepped out, the billowing clouds in the void stopped. Seeing him, Old Ancestor Yinshin's expression changed drastically. "Void Boundary God, what are you trying to do?" Old Ancestor Yinshin shouted in a deep voice. The Void Boundary God was very powerful. The Void Boundary 13 emperors were his guards. "Hand over the pair of eyes. The primordial ancestor has been captured." If you insist on acting recklessly, we will take away all the universes under your control and throw you into the deep universe hell for 10 billion years, the void boundary god shouted, his voice causing old ancestor Yinshin's robe to flutter. Old ancestor Yinshin did not panic. He flipped his right hand and a golden arrow appeared in his hand. I have the golden venerable arrow. Are you sure you want to stop me? The void boundary god's blood-red pupils shrank and he fell into silence. Old ancestor Yinshin raised his head and laughed proudly. You know who wants me to go back. If you dare to stop me, the consequences will be unimaginable. The void boundary god snorted and made way. Old ancestor Yinshin flew away with the giant cauldron on his back. When he passed by, he looked down at him with his head held high. Soon, he disappeared into the depths of the purple light. The void boundary god looked in the direction he left and remained silent. After a while, he took out a piece of black paper, used his left index finger as a pen, and wrote on it. Old ancestor Yinshin, that pair of eyes is not something you can covet. Even that existence covets those eyes. Just wait for your death, the void boundary god mumbled to himself. The void boundary god muttered to himself, his eyes burning with blood-red flames. After that, he turned around and flew into the void. He did not return to the Kunlun origin court. Chapter 645. In the giant cauldron. Zhu Xuanji, who was still studying his own body, was interrupted by the sword spirit's voice. It has been detected that the sword master has arrived at the Kunlun origin court. Announcing the new grade of the divine sword. From lowest to highest, ordinary stone, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, immortal shaking, god-slaying, world-destroying, ancient gazing, disaster-releasing, universe essence, overturning heaven, connecting heaven, 9 extremes, chaos, mysterious Tao, noble lord, vast sky, myriad life fusion, court toppling. Zhu Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He had never thought that he would reach the Kunlun origin court so quickly. Profound way, honored lord, vast sky, merging all life, court overturning. The last level, court subverting, represented the power to overthrow the Kunlun origin court. The supreme legendary sword system was truly domineering. To be able to create a divine sword that could subvert the Kunlun origin court, it seemed that the system was also becoming stronger along with him. Very good. Zhu Xuanji laughed. Since he had already entered the Kunlun origin court, it meant that old ancestor Yinshin did not go back on his words, and they were safe. Qiu Hu asked curiously, what are you laughing at? Sheng Tiandao and Sai Mengyang also turned to look at him. We have already entered the Kunlun origin court. Zhu Xuanji replied, which surprised the three of them. So fast. They thought it would take decades, or even longer. How did you know? Sheng Tiandao asked curiously. Zhu Xuanji smiled mysteriously and did not explain. It was better to remain mysterious than to explain. Qiu Hu said excitedly, if he says he's there, then he's definitely there. Senior, don't bully me. Zhu Xuanji closed his eyes and called for the old immortal in his heart. The old immortal had said that as long as he reached the Kunlun origin court, he would appear. However, no matter how he called out, the old immortal's origin did not appear. His heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom, and the joy of updating the level of the legendary sword also faded. After a while, old ancestor Yinshin's voice resounded in the cauldron, we have arrived at the Kunlun origin court. I will hand you guys over to the others. If you want to survive in the Kunlun origin court, you have to rely on yourselves. Qiu Hu's eyes widened as he cursed, you sold us again? Empress Red Dragon handed them over to Patriarch Yinshin, who then handed them over to others. Weren't they the prey? Sheng Tiandao walked to Zhu Xuanji's side and said softly, I'm afraid the situation is not good. Be prepared. When they had inquired about the Kunlun origin court, all they had heard was bad news. It was as if the Kunlun origin court was hell. Zhu Xuanji nodded and stood up slowly. The silver pill's medicinal effects were not completely absorbed by him. The remaining medicinal effects were all stored in the Tianxia map. The four of them stood in a row and waited quietly. About an hour later, the four of them were suddenly moved out. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an iron cage. Beside them were countless cages of various sizes. In the distance, there were undulating hills and trees. There was a giant beside Zhu Xuanji and the others' cages. Compared to it, their cages looked like small rocks. What happened? Qiu Hu's eyes widened in shock. The four of them looked up and saw Ancestor Yinshin floating in front of the giant, discussing something. The giant was wearing a white robe with blue stripes. He had a kind face and a fat body, like a merchant in the mortal world. They spoke a strange language that Zhu Xuanji and the others could not understand at all. This was the language that the Red Dragon Empress spoke when she first woke up. It was probably the common language of the Kunlun Origin Court. Soon, the white-robed giant took out a golden silk bag and passed it to Ancestor Yinshin. After that, Ancestor Yinshin left in satisfaction. He sold us. Qiu Hu roared. He was extremely furious. Although he could not understand what they were saying, it was obvious that they were making a deal. The white-robed giant carried Zhu Xuanji and the others' cages and flew up. The world shrunk rapidly in their eyes. They looked around and saw that there were at least 1,000,000 cages below them. They were so densely packed that their scalps turned numb. They expected to encounter danger when they first arrived at the Kunlun Origin Court, but they did not expect it to be like this. It was too humiliating. Zhu Xuanji did not speak. He grabbed the bars of the cages and tried to pull them open, but he realized that the cages were extremely sturdy. Even he could not move them. He looked around and realized that this world was vast. But when he looked up, he could see a gap, as though they were in a giant bottle. He spread out his divine sense and realized that the space in the horizon was formed by the great Tao. Look forward to it. A good clan will buy you, or else you can only be the lowest grade soul slave. A voice floated down in a language that Zhu Xuanji and the others could understand. As expected, they were sold. Sai Mengyang said loudly, "Do you know Empress Red Dragon? We are her saviors. She asked old Ancestor Yinshin to bring us here, not to sell us." The white-robed giant did not reply. Soon, they flew out of this world. They looked back instinctively and realized that the world was actually a white jade bottle. Next, the white jade bottle shrunk rapidly, and they landed on the ground. Tables and chairs appeared beside them, along with many boxes of different colors. This was an ancient-looking house. Enchanted artifacts and beast bones were hung on the walls. The white-robed giant returned to his normal size, which was slightly shorter than Zhu Xuanji. He looked like he was in his 40s and had a huge mole on his forehead. He flipped his right hand and threw 4 scrolls into the cage. Learn the language of the Kunlun Origin Court. It will help you live better. If not for old Ancestor Yinshin, I would not have helped you. The white-robed man snorted coldly. After that, he walked out of the room. Clang. The door closed, and Qiu Hu sat on the ground, paralyzed. The cage was not big. With the 4 of them squeezed together, they could not even lie flat on their backs. Zhu Xuanji picked up a scroll and probed it with his divine sense. A massive wave of memories flowed into his mind. Soon, he mastered the language of the Kunlun Origin Court. Sheng Tiandao, Sai Mengyang, and Qiu Hu learned as well. After they learned everything, they fell into silence. No one spoke. A long while later, Sheng Tiandao looked up at Zhu Xuanji and asked, "Are we just going to wait and see?" Zhu Xuanji shrugged and said, "This situation is already good. It's better than being captured by the void boundary 13 emperors." Sheng Tiandao heard him and felt that it made sense. Zhu Xuanji closed his eyes and continued to search for the old immortal's source. He had been looking forward to reviving the old immortal, but he did not want the old immortal to tell a white lie. About 3 days passed. Zhu Xuanji gave up. The old immortal's source did not appear. The door opened suddenly. The white-robed man walked in. He raised his right hand, and the cage shrunk into his hand like a birdcage. He left the room with the cage. Zhu Xuanji and the others opened their eyes and saw a forest outside. Many servants were planting flowers and plants. These servants were all in soul form. Could they be the legendary soul slaves? Qiu Hu smiled bitterly. "I have never felt so wronged before." Chapter 646. Now, We can only resign ourselves to fate. Sheng Tiandao sighed, but Sai Mengyang was very calm. He seemed to have expected this to happen. The white-robed man carried them through many alleys and came to a great hall. 3 people were drinking tea in the hall. The one in the middle was a lady. She looked dignified and wore an exquisite dress. She wore a veil that revealed a pair of bright blue eyes. She sat there obediently. The 2 men beside her were tall, and they were like 2 iron towers beside her. They wore the same black clothes, and there were exquisite patterns on the surface. Their faces were pitch black, and their eyes were so red that they were purple. Their long hair was casually draped over their shoulders. Just them. Only one is an overlord saint. The rest are not even at the saint stage. One of the men in black said with a frown. He sounded a little displeased. The white-robed man smiled apologetically, so, the 3 of them did not calculate the price. Or else, it would not be so cheap. This price for an overlord saint is already very fair. The 2 men in black looked at each other before looking at the lady in the long dress. Them then. The lady in the long dress replied. Her voice was sweet, which was a stark contrast to the 2 men in black. The man on the right immediately took out a colorful jade bead. It was about the size of half a fist. After that, the white-robed man passed the iron cage to the man in black. In the cage, Chiu Hu sighed in amazement. It's my first time witnessing myself being traded like this. Most importantly, the 3 of us are free. Sheng Tiandao and Sai Mengyan's mouths twitched. They did not know what to say. Zhu Xuanji looked up at the lady in the long dress and realized that he could not see through their cultivation. And so, the lady in the long dress got up and left. One of the men in black followed behind her with the iron cage. After walking out of the great hall, they soared into the sky in a beam of light and disappeared above the sea of clouds. Zhu Xuanji scanned out with his divine sense to see what this world was like. But because the lady in the long dress and the other 2 were too fast, he could not extend his divine sense out. After a while, the iron cage opened suddenly, and a violent suction force pulled them out. They fell onto the ground in a sorry state. The powerful light around them dissipated. They got up and realized that they were in a valley surrounded by mountains. All sorts of slaves were mining and planting grasses. Most of them were in soul form. This is the Longbow Divine Range. You are the servants of our young lady, Yu Zhongxiu. Take a good rest and don't need to work for the time being. After a while, we will come and find you. The black-clothed man said in a deep voice, and then disappeared with the empty iron cage. Longbow Divine Range? Zhu Xuanji and the others frowned. They knew nothing about the Kunlun Origin Court, and now that they had been reduced to slaves, they were even more confused. We have to ask someone. Sheng Tiandao said. Zhu Xuanji and the other 2 nodded and walked forward together. Zhu Xuanji found that the weakest of these servants had universe heaven cultivation, but they all looked dispirited, like mortals, or even more desolate than mortals. Outside the surrounding mountains was a layer of golden light that enveloped the entire forest. Clouds and mist lingered outside, making it impossible to see the specific situation. They quickly found an old man lying on the ground eating grass. This old man was as thin as a match, and his upper body was bare. His hair was loose, and his skin was dark and covered in all kinds of black stains. Senior, we have just arrived. Can you tell us about the Kunlun Origin Court? Sai Mengyang asked respectfully, keeping a very low profile. The old man opened his left eye and looked at them as he said indifferently, no problem, but my work. Chiu Hu said, I'll help you. Hearing this, the old man sat up and said casually, it looks like you have just arrived at the Kunlun Origin Court, and then you were captured and sold to a divine range as slaves. Don't be disappointed. All living beings who come to the Kunlun Origin Court have to go through this. The Kunlun Origin Court is very xenophobic. Endure it a little longer, and you'll get used to it. Zhu Xuanji and the others sat in front of him and asked curiously, what was a divine range? The old man smiled and said, the Kunlun Origin Court is divided into divine ranges. Divine ranges are like worlds to you. There are strong and weak divine ranges, and the stronger the divine ranges, the more resources they control. Some divine ranges are dominated by sects, while others are dominated by clans. If you want to survive in the Kunlun Origin Court, you must find a divine range to settle down and register your identity. If you work hard and obtain Miss Yu Zhongxuo's recognition, you might be able to rise to the heavens and regain your freedom. All living beings who enter the Kunlun Origin Court, regardless of whether they are living beings or souls, will enter a great elimination in their first year. Only 1 in a million will survive, and once they are eliminated, their souls will be destroyed. Not only this, but every 1,000, 10,000, 1 million, or 10 million years, they will enter a great elimination. This is for all living beings in the Kunlun Origin Court. Great elimination? Zhu Xuanji and the others frowned. This meant that the Kunlun Origin Court was indeed like purgatory. Sai Mengyang asked, "What kind of test is the great elimination?" The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "There are all sorts of strange tests, but generally speaking, it depends on who can last until the end. The Kunlun Origin Court is the pinnacle of the universe, and every year, there are countless new souls. If there are no restrictions, the Kunlun Origin Court will not be able to hold on. What is worth mentioning is that no matter how high one's cultivation is, they will have to go through a great elimination unless they have made contributions that are beneficial to the Kunlun Origin Court." Zhu Xuanji thought to himself. In that case, the Kunlun Origin Court was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The weak could only die here. Moreover, they could not be reincarnated, and their souls would be destroyed. How big is the Kunlun Origin Court? How many divine ranges are there? How big is a divine range? Sheng Tiandao asked 3 questions in a row, causing the old man to glare at him. How big is the Kunlun Origin Court? How would low-level servants like us know? As for how many divine ranges there are, it's impossible to calculate. Divine ranges also have rankings and great eliminations. Every great elimination, the last 1,000 divine ranges are all killed. The great elimination of divine ranges usually happens once every 100,000 years. Do you know how many living beings there are in a divine range? It's impossible to count. The old man sighed. He was so fascinated by the dangerous and exciting Kunlun Origin Court. It was a pity that he did not even have the strength to escape from this forest. He was full of ambition. Sai Mengyang looked at Zhu Xuanji and said, "Seems like we can only work hard on cultivating." Zhu Xuanji nodded. He thought so too. Hurry up and cultivate. After you start working, you won't be able to cultivate anymore. The ores in this mountain will absorb magic energy. Back then, I was even stronger than you. The old man grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. Qiu Hu's expression changed. He immediately got up and left with Zhu Xuanji and the others. "Wait. Help me work," the old man shouted as he pointed at the mountain wall behind him. Qiu Hu completely ignored him, and the 4 of them left quickly. The old man was flustered and exasperated. He cursed loudly, "For bastards. You dare to fool me. Follow me." He pulled up his pants and picked up the hoe and iron saber from the ground before starting to work while cursing. Chapter 647. Zhu Xuanji and the others found an empty tree and began to cultivate. Since they couldn't escape, they had to work hard to cultivate. Zhu Xuanji desperately wanted to reach Overlord Saint level 7 so that he could use the Primordial Chaos legendary sword. Even if Yu Zhongxiu and her guards did not say anything, Zhu Xuanji could guess that it was not anything good. They needed an Overlord Saint most likely for something that only an Overlord Saint could do. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous, or else they would not have found Zhu Xuanji. He didn't believe that the Kunlun Origin Court didn't have other Overlord sages. The reason why they did not look for other Overlord Saints was either because they could not afford it or the Overlord Saints who had bought it were all dead. He calmed his mind and stopped thinking about it. There seemed to be no day or night in this valley, and it was always bright. Those servants were busy with their own tasks, and there was no fixed time for rest. When they were tired, they would lie down, and not long after, they would start working again. They were muddle-headed, like walking corpses. After staying here for a long time, one could feel despair and numbness. The dark-skinned old man didn't come looking for trouble with them. None of the servants were willing to leave the area of 1,000 feet. When they were tired, they would rest where they were. In the blink of an eye. About a month passed. Zhu Xuanji absorbed another portion of the silver pill's energy to strengthen his saint energy. The remaining medicinal power of the silver pill was in his body, slowly fusing into his meridians. On this day, Yu Zhongxiu and the two black-clothed men descended, landing in front of Zhu Xuanji and the others. She looked at Zhu Xuanji and said, "Come with us." Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Sai Mengyang became cautious. Zhu Xuanji said to them, "Wait for me." After that, he walked up to Yu Zhongxiu and waited for her arrangements. A powerful energy covered Zhu Xuanji, and Yu Zhongxiu and the two black-clothed men turned into golden light and brought him away. Within the golden light, Yu Zhongxiu looked at Zhu Xuanji and said, "I'll bring you to register your identity. From now on, you are a member of the Longbow Divine Range." She looked at Zhu Xuanji curiously as though she was looking at a new species. "Is your Longbow Divine Range strong? What do you need me to do?" Zhu Xuanji asked. Although he had come to the Kunlun Origin Court, the threat of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors was still there. So, he wanted to know if the Longbow Divine Range could protect him or not. If he couldn't, then he would have to keep a low profile and even think of a way to change his base. After understanding the Great Elimination, he understood that only by displaying his talent and strength would the Divine Range value him more. Even Divine Ranges needed geniuses. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. The Longbow Divine Range has been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. Do you think they are strong? What do I need you to do? You'll have to survive the first elimination. A man in black stared at Zhu Xuanji and said unpleasantly. He did not like Zhu Xuanji's attitude. This fellow didn't seem to put the Longbow Divine Range in his eyes at all. He was so calm and composed. This guy must be scared to death in his heart and is pretending to be calm. In the following year, I will do my best to nurture you and help you become stronger. Only after you pass the elimination will you be considered to have officially joined the Longbow Divine Range. This is also for you. Joining our Longbow Divine Range is actually an opportunity for you." Yu Zhongxiu chuckled. She was not angry at all, and her beautiful eyes were mesmerizing. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, "If I pass the Great Elimination, can my 3 subordinates regain their freedom?" If Sheng Tiandao heard this, he would definitely vomit blood from anger. "When did I become your subordinate?" Yu Zhongxiu replied, "You can. The geniuses nurtured by the Longbow Divine Range all have guards and servants accompanying them." Zhu Xuanji immediately let out a sigh of relief. One of the men in black could not take it anymore and said, "Boy, don't think that the Kunlun Origin Court is a lower realm universe. It's very difficult to survive there." The other man in black also gave a look of disdain. "You want me to fail? You want your young mistress to waste her resources?" Zhu Xuanji asked. After speaking, he shook his head. Hearing this, the two of them were so angry that their faces turned green. However, with Yu Zhongxiu by their side, they did not dare to act rashly. "All right, we're almost there," Yu Zhongxiu said, changing the topic. Yu Zhongxiu changed the topic. Then, the golden light dissipated, revealing a huge city with many buildings. There were many creatures flying about in the air, and the streets were filled with people. Under Yu Zhongxiu's lead, they came to a massive tower that was dozens of kilometers wide and reached into the clouds. There were many entrances to this tower, and countless creatures were lining up to enter. Yu Zhongxiu's status was extraordinary, and no one dared to stop her. On the way, Zhu Xuanji received many envious and jealous gazes. He could sense that this was the first time these creatures had come to the Kunlun Origin Court. Only then was he shocked. Just the Longbow Divine Range alone had so many outsiders. Just how many people had entered the Kunlun Origin Court? Wasn't the Kunlun Origin Court very difficult to find? During the assessment, in addition to registering your name, age, and race, your aura will also be tested. You have to erupt with all your strength. At that time, the examiner will give you a rating. This rating is very important. It will determine what level you belong to in the Kunlun Origin Court. Yu Zhongxiu walked at the front, and her voice drifted into Zhu Xuanji's ears. Zhu Xuanji smiled. He had planned to go all out anyway. Only by displaying enough talent could one survive. At this time, he couldn't hide his abilities. Once he hid his abilities, It was very possible that he would be frozen. After passing through the long passageway, they soon arrived at a spacious square with a diameter of 10 miles. In the center of the square, there were 10 examiners dressed in black robes. Their black robes were all engraved with the same divine beast patterns, which looked like killins. In front of them, there was a living being that had taken human form, doing its best to unleash its aura. 1. 12 million years old, first level ordinary saint, 2-star aptitude. 75,350,000 years old, 7th level saint, 3-star aptitude. 3. 42 million years old, first level overlord saint, 4-star aptitude. 132, 46 million years old, first level ordinary saint, 1-star aptitude. The examiners' voices sounded throughout the entire square. 4-star aptitude would cause cries of surprise. Zhu Xuanji heard all of this. In the Kunlun origin court, overlord saints were more important than ordinary saints. He asked out of curiosity, aptitude starts from 1 star. What's the highest star? 9 star? Yu Zhongxiu replied, for ordinary living beings, 9 star is the limit. They can enjoy the full support of the divine range, and they can even receive the support of the origin court. However, there are some existences that can surpass 9 star. Surpass 9 star? Zhu Xuanji felt even more curious. Just what kind of existence could surpass 9 star? If you can reach 6-star aptitude, you can stay by my side in the future. Yu Zhongxiu looked back at Zhu Xuanji and said seriously. The two black-clothed men's expressions greatly fell, but they did not act out. 5-star was not simple. Even though this boy had reached Overlord Saint level 3, his aura was quite unstable. It was evident that he had consumed some sort of medicinal pill or used some sort of secret technique. He was eager for quick success, which would only harm his aptitude. Chapter 648. Yu Zhongxiu brought Zhu Xuanji to an examiner and pointed at Zhu Xuanji as she said, "Let him come next." The examiner had a medium build and a small mustache. He nodded indifferently and did not say anything. Zhu Xuanji patiently waited. The creature beside him was doing his best to raise his aura. His face was red, and veins bulged on his neck. Seeing him like this, even Zhu Xuanji felt anxious for him. Don't shake the excrement out of your stomach. Finally, his results were out. 97,370,000 years old, ordinary saint level 3, 2-star aptitude. The examiner said expressionlessly. Then, he let the creature walk in front of him. He held a golden seal in his right hand and placed it on the creature's shoulder. When he left, this creature wasn't disappointed, instead releasing a sigh of relief. As long as they had a star rank, they could stay. There were also many living beings who didn't even have the qualifications to become 1-star cultivators and were reduced to slaves. Zhu Xuanji walked up. The examiner sized him up and asked expressionlessly, "Name?" Zhu Xuanji. The examiner waved his hand, and Zhu Xuanji walked up to him. The examiner stretched out his right hand and placed it on Zhu Xuanji's forehead. A strange power flowed through his body. In the next second, the examiner's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened as he grabbed Zhu Xuanji's shoulder with his left hand and pressed his right hand against Zhu Xuanji's forehead. Zhu Xuanji frowned slightly and was a little displeased. This fellow was using too much strength. What happened? A black-clothed man asked curiously. Could it be that there was something wrong with this kid? Yu Zhongxiu frowned as well. She rarely saw such an expression on the examiner's face. In the past, this would only happen if the examinee wanted to cheat. Zhu Xuanji was just a servant. How could he have the chance to cheat? The surrounding creatures and examiners all looked over, and many doubtful gazes fell on Zhu Xuanji. He's not even 1,000 years old. More accurately, he's not even 600 years old. How is this possible? The examiner muttered to himself with a strange expression on his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. When the living beings nearby heard this, they were all stunned. Yu Zhongxiu and the two black-robed men widened their eyes. Their first reaction was that the examiner had drunk something wrong last night. The other examiners gathered around. Are you kidding me? Old merchant, are you awake? He has the cultivation of an overlord saint level 3. 6 million years is already amazing, but 600 years. I think you don't want to work anymore. The examiners spoke one after another. Some were ridiculing him, and some were dissatisfied. Examiner Jiao said angrily, "Come and check yourself." His voice trembled, and he looked at Zhu Xuanji as if he was looking at a freak. After that, the other examiners surrounded Zhu Xuanji and checked his age. The creatures who were waiting in line for the assessment all glanced over and discussed spiritedly. All the living beings thought that Examiner Jiao had gone mad. Soon, all of the examiners finished examining Zhu Xuanji. They all fell silent and looked at Zhu Xuanji with complicated expressions. This scene silenced the entire square. Could it be that this kid was really less than 600 years old? How could this be? Even if he possessed someone else's body or reincarnated, it was impossible for him to reach Overlord Saint level 3 at 600 years old. Some monstrous geniuses with earth-shattering cultivation bases were born from gestation. Generally speaking, such creatures were born from eggs or were conceived from their mother's body. Is he really less than 600 years old? A man in black robes standing beside Yu Zhongxiu muttered in disbelief. He had never seen such a preposterous thing before. When he was 600 years old, he was far from even reaching universe heaven. What's more, Zhu Xuanji was not a native creature of the Kunlun origin court. That's right, he's really less than 600 years old. Overlord Saint level 3, what kind of star is that? 9-star talent. Not just that. 9-star isn't enough to measure him. Could it be that we have to invite the Ultrastar examination? How many years has it been since there has been an Ultrastar examination? The examiners all sighed in amazement and began to discuss among themselves. Zhu Xuanji felt like a panda in a zoo, being pointed at by them. Even though he felt a bit uncomfortable, he was still looking forward to the Ultrastar examination. Since he was going to reveal his talent, he was going to soar to the sky. Yu Zhongxiu walked up and asked, "Does he need to apply for the Ultrastar examination? If he does, can he do it quickly? He just came and is about to participate in the Great Elimination." The examiners all nodded, and in the end, Examiner Jiao went to apply. This fellow was no longer as calm as before, and he was now very excited. The remaining 9 examiners were all very enthusiastic, surrounding Zhu Xuanji and praising him in all sorts of ways. Even Yun Zhongxiu was praised, saying that the longbow divine range had given birth to a supreme treasure. With Zhu Xuanji, the longbow divine range would definitely become even more powerful. The creatures waiting for the examination were all sent into an uproar. Talent that surpassed 9-star. All of the doubts they had towards Zhu Xuanji were dispelled, and they were replaced with worship and respect. Zhu Xuanji's name was deeply engraved in their minds. In the end, Zhu Xuanji was taken away by Yun Zhongxiu. On the way back, the 2 black-clothed men remained silent, not daring to say anything. "In a bit, bring your 3 subordinates and move out. You can stay in my residence. If you need anything in the future, you can come and find me," Yun Zhongxiu said as she smiled. The strong were respected, and it was the same no matter where it was. Zhu Xuanji did not put on airs and nodded as he said, "Thank you for your trouble." Yun Zhongxiu ordered the 2 black-clothed men to bring Qiu Hu and the others over, while she brought Zhu Xuanji to her residence. She did not mention the slight from before, she trusted that Zhu Xuanji would understand. Rather than apologizing, it was better to make up for it with practical actions. Zhu Xuanji took this opportunity to ask about the Kunlun origin court situation. This time, Yun Zhongxiu replied patiently. There were more than 10,000 surviving divine ranges. The longbow divine range could only be considered average, but its ranking was dropping with each great elimination. In the Kunlun origin court, even the top-ranked divine range could fall. Because the Great Elimination was divided into 2 types. One was for individuals, and the other was for the entire divine range. When the top-ranked divine range's experts were killed one by one in the Great Elimination, the top-ranked divine range naturally could not maintain its position as the overlord. It was no exaggeration to say that in the Kunlun origin court, apart from the sovereign, anyone could die. The sovereign was the ruler of the Kunlun origin court. No one knew his specific name, but everyone called him the sovereign. Is the longbow divine range afraid of the void boundary god? Zhu Xuanji asked. He was worried that the sovereign was behind the void boundary god. Yun Zhongxiu replied, not at all. Although the void boundary god belongs to the sovereign's bloodline, the difference between them and the sovereign is like heaven and earth. The sovereign is absolutely fair to all living beings. Even if they kill the sovereign's descendants in the Great Elimination, nothing will happen. Because the Great Elimination was created by the sovereign himself. Zhu Xuanji nodded, and the pressure in his heart disappeared. Yun Zhongxiu said in a profound manner, I won't ask you what conflict you have with the void boundary god. If you pass the Ultrastar examination, even the void boundary god will have to salute you, and you can even order him around. Chapter 649. After hearing Yu Zhongxiu's words, Zhu Xuanji felt incredibly pleased. Weren't the void boundary god and the void boundary 13 emperors very arrogant? The next time he saw them, he wanted to see what kind of expression they would have. But what was the origin of the primordial ancestor's eye? He had to investigate this matter thoroughly, and he couldn't do it openly. Zhu Xuanji followed Yu Zhongxiu to her residence. Her mansion occupied an area of tens of miles, just like a city within a city. Inside, there were many servants cleaning. Seeing her return, the servants all saluted but did not greet her, afraid that they would disturb her. Zhu Xuanji scanned the place with his divine sense and found that the servants here had decent cultivation. The lowest cultivation was at Heavenly Law True God. It seemed that in the entire city, he had never seen an existence lower than a Heavenly Law True God. This was the Kunlun Origin Court. The starting point was the peak that most mortals couldn't reach. Not long after, Yu Zhongxiu brought Zhu Xuanji to a courtyard. There was a garden inside, and there were 5 servants cleaning it. There were men and women. You can stay here. I'll stay next to you. You can look for me if you need anything. Someone will bring you spiritual food and tea at night. If you're afraid of cleaning, you can set a time for them to deliver your food. Your 3 subordinates will be here soon. I have to inform the elders of the Longbow Divine Range about you. Yu Zhongxiu said with a smile. Although she was wearing a veil, her smile was still beautiful. Zhu Xuanji nodded and walked toward the house in front of him. Yu Zhongxiu disappeared as well. After entering the house, Zhu Xuanji realized that the space inside was much larger than he had imagined. It seemed that this house also contained some kind of spatial restriction. After entering, it felt like living in a palace. He walked into the inner room, sat on the bed, and began to cultivate. Yu Zhongxiu did not say what the next Ultrastar examination would be, as she had never seen it before. No matter what, Zhu Xuanji had confidence, and so did Yu Zhongxiu. In her words, even if she didn't pass, she was still a 9-star divine range. This kind of aptitude belonged to the top 1,000 divine ranges. Soon, he discovered that the spiritual energy in the house was very dense, much denser than in the Heavenly Law universe. He opened his eyes and saw that there were oil lamps hanging in every corner of the room. The spiritual energy was coming from these lamps. How extravagant! Zhu Xuanji sighed in amazement. This was just a guest room. Moreover, the Longbow Divine Range was neither high nor low in the Kunlun Origin Court. At this moment, he felt like a country bumpkin entering a village. Another moment passed. He sensed Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Sai Mengyan's auras and went out to welcome them. Seeing Zhu Xuanji, Qiu Hu rushed over and said excitedly, Master, you're too amazing. His aptitude is beyond 9 stars. The 2 men in black had already told them the reason on the way, which was why they were so excited. It's indeed amazing. In the Heavenly Law universe, Zhu Xuanji was the most powerful genius in history. He had never thought that he would be so outstanding in the Kunlun Origin Court. Sheng Tiandao was also very excited. At this moment, he only had boundless admiration for Zhu Xuanji. He was determined to follow Zhu Xuanji forever. Only then could he follow Zhu Xuanji to the heavens. The 2 men in black bowed to Zhu Xuanji and left quickly. They simply did not have the face to face Zhu Xuanji and were afraid that Zhu Xuanji would hold a grudge against them. With Zhu Xuanji's talent, he would definitely surpass them in the future. They did not even dare to have any evil thoughts. In the divine range, if they dared to kill each other secretly, the consequences would be worse than death. This was especially so for the geniuses that the divine range focused on nurturing. The consequences would be unimaginable. Zhu Xuanji asked Qiu Hu and the others to find a room each before he returned to his own room to cultivate. Qiu Hu and the others understood that he was preparing for the Ultrastar examination, so they did not dare to disturb him. After all, this concerned their fate. And so, Zhu Xuanji and the others went from prisoners to honored guests. Every day, they were treated to all sorts of wine and dishes that were rich with spiritual qi. Their trip to the Kunlun Origin Court was no longer painful. During this period, Zhu Xuanji ordered some spirit wine and dishes to share with Jiang Shui and the others. When he finished talking about his experiences during this period of time, all the women were shocked. The most excited were Xian Xianghua and Zhu Xiaoxian. Xian Xianghua desired power, while Zhu Xiaoxian was purely curious. Zhu Xuanji did not bring them out because he had not established himself in the Kunlun Origin Court yet. He could not act recklessly. And so, the days passed. 10 days later, Yu Zhongxiu came to find him. She was accompanied by a dozen people. Standing beside her was a tall middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes. His eyes were like torches, and he had the aura of a noble. His cultivation was unfathomable, and Zhu Xuanji could not see through him at all. I am her father, Yu Shenzhong. From now on, you will be the genius that our Yu clan is nurturing. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can come to me directly. The range lord of the Longbow Divine Range is still in closed-door cultivation and cannot come to see you personally. But don't worry, with your talent, he will definitely value you highly. The middle-aged man spoke with great vigor and seemed very heroic. Although Xiao bought you from the black market, and there must be a reason. But don't worry, from now on, the Longbow Divine Range will protect you. Even if it's the top divine range, we dare to fight. Yu Shenzhong continued to speak. These words were a little arrogant, and Zhu Xuanji did not believe them. He asked, if I want to walk around the Kunlun Origin Court, can I? Yu Shenzhong nodded and said, of course you can. But it's best to have someone accompanying you. It's not to monitor you, but because the Kunlun Origin Court is vast, and it's easy to get lost. If you stray into other divine ranges, it will be very dangerous. Zhu Xuanji nodded. He had never thought of running away. He had finally found a foothold, and the other party was willing to nurture him. Why should he run away? He just did not want the Longbow Divine Range to become the next divine range. Zhu Xuanji shook his head. How could he think like that? It was too unlucky. Yu Shenzhong continued to speak. Next, the Origin Court will send high-level examiners to conduct the Ultrastar examination for you. At that time, I will promote you and let you shine in the Longbow Divine Range. Even if you fail the examination, your 9-star talent will be enough for you to look down on others. I'm not trying to kill you with flattery. In the Kunlun Origin Court, the more dazzling you are, the more attention and resources you will receive. This matter is even related to the Great Elimination. You will understand the details in the future. His eyes were burning with passion. He had lived for so long, and this was the first time he had seen someone with 9-star talent. Under normal circumstances, this kind of talent would only be found in those powerful divine ranges. Each of them was extremely powerful and unparalleled. Qiu Hu, who was beside him, said with a smile, "Don't worry, my master doesn't know how to keep a low profile." Zhu Xuanji glared at him, and Qiu Hu chuckled and immediately shut up. Yu Shenzhong burst into laughter and took a step forward. He patted Zhu Xuanji's shoulder and said, "The Longbow Divine Range thinks highly of you. You should be a smart person. With your talent, you will not be as free in a powerful divine range as you are in the Longbow Divine Range. You will not be able to enjoy so much attention and nurturing because there are other geniuses with similar talent there." Chapter 650. Yu Shenzhong chatted with Zhu Xuanji for a long time before leaving with his people. The courtyard became quiet. Sheng Tiandao said softly, "Don't tell anyone about those eyes. Don't completely trust the Longbow Divine Range." He was worried that Zhu Xuanji would be impulsive and fail miserably. "Don't worry, I understand." Zhu Xuanji nodded calmly. He was not moved by the Longbow Divine Range's passion and was instead used to it. The Longbow Divine Range might sound nice now, But who knew what would happen in the future? There were not many factions like the Divine Cliff. Thinking of the Divine Cliff, he thought of Han Shuzi. It was a pity that there was no turning back. The four of them chatted for a while before returning to their own rooms to cultivate. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Yu Zhongxiu came to welcome Zhu Xuanji personally and brought him to the Ultrastar examination. Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Sai Mengyang followed. Along the way, the servants they met all looked at Zhu Xuanji excitedly and whispered among themselves. He's the genius with over 9-star talent. It should be him. The aura of an overlord saint is rare. I feel like he has some sort of halo around him. I heard that all the powerhouses of the Longbow Divine Range will come for the examination. We'll see a group of doubt-treading saints. I'm really looking forward to it. Such a grand occasion is rare. Zhu Xuanji heard their voices. Doubt-treading saint. Was this a title or a realm? Zhu Xuanji thought to himself. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "What's the realm above the saint realm?" Yu Zhongxiu looked back and smiled sweetly. The saint realm is divided into Overlord Saint, Common Saint, and Heavenly Saint. Above them are existences close to the Great Tao and are called doubt-treading saints. Those with doubt-treading saint cultivation can live alone in the Kunlun origin court for a long time. Above them are Tao ancestors. Those who can become Tao ancestors are almost all the masters of divine ranges or people that the top 1000 divine ranges support. Doubt-treading saint, Tao ancestor. Zhu Xuanji remembered these two names. He did not ask about the higher realms. Even if he knew, it would be meaningless. He had not even caught the tail of a doubt-treading saint yet. Yu Zhongxiu did not fly and instead slowly walked out of the residence with Zhu Xuanji. The streets were filled with people, and even the buildings were filled with people. They were all looking around, as if they were waiting for someone. Seeing Yu Zhongxiu walking out with her people, countless gazes turned to look at them. All of their gazes were focused on Zhu Xuanji because Yu Zhongxiu took half a step back and walked alongside him. Walk straight ahead. Let them remember you. Yu Zhongxiu said softly, making Zhu Xuanji feel a bit speechless. Even if he wanted to create momentum, there was no need to be so exaggerated, right? Since things had come to this, he could only walk forward with his head held high. Qiu Hu's face was filled with envy as he said, "How great would it be if I could have such treatment?" Sai Mengyang glanced at him and said, using Zhu Xuanji's words, "You need to know your limits." The two of them were having fun arguing with each other. 2 hours later, Zhu Xuanji finally saw his destination. It was a spacious square with a diameter of several miles. There were already many cultivators standing guard at the edges to prevent people from crossing the boundary. There were all kinds of buildings as tall as mountains next to the test plaza, and countless creatures were waiting eagerly. In the center of the plaza, Yu Shenzhong and a group of beings with equally powerful auras were chatting and laughing. Among them was an old man, who was beaming with joy from all the flattery they had given him. No matter what, this old man will do the test honestly. Don't worry, everyone, the old man said as he stroked his beard and smiled. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. His words had a double meaning, and he was also telling Yu Shenzhong and the others not to play any tricks. Yu Shenzhong loudly laughed and pretended not to understand. "They're here." A middle-aged man suddenly called out, causing everyone to look over. Yu Zhongxiu walked over with Zhu Xuanji, while Qiu Hu and the others stopped at the edge of the plaza. They wanted to come closer but were stopped. If they went any closer, they would be in danger of dying, causing their bodies to tremble. Zhu Xuanji walked forward expressionlessly, ignoring everyone's gazes. His Zhu Xuanji. It said that he came from outside the Kunlun origin court and reached Overlord Saint level 3 before 600 years old. What nonsense, how could he not be 600 years old? Maybe he's just boasting. The high-level examiners are here, do you still think it's fake? There were all sorts of discussions. Before the results came out, there would definitely be arguments. Sheng Tiandao was also worried for Zhu Xuanji. From how he saw it, Zhu Xuanji was not only 600 years old. He had been looking for Zhu Xuanji for thousands of years. Of course, according to what Zhu Xuanji said, it might be fate that sent him thousands of years into the future. His soul and body were indeed less than 600 years old. If that was the case, Sheng Tiandao was naturally happy. Now, he accompanied Zhu Xuanji without any disloyalty. Because of Zhu Xuanji's care, they had good food and drinks in Yu Zhengxiu's residence. They did not feel like servants at all. Soon, Zhu Xuanji and Yu Zhengxiu came before the high-level examiner. "Relax, come closer," the old man said with a smile. He did not have the airs of a high-level examiner at all. Zhu Xuanji took a step forward, and the old man placed his hand on his forehead. The old man closed his eyes and began to observe Zhu Xuanji's age. Instantly, the noises at the edge of the plaza disappeared. All living beings held their breaths and waited for the result. If Zhu Xuanji really had talent beyond 9 stars, then the longbow divine range would become famous. A while later, the old man opened his eyes and said solemnly, "Attack me with all your might." With this, Yu Shenzhong and the others quickly retreated to the edge of the plaza. All the guards activated a spell formation, and a translucent golden barrier rose and covered the plaza. Yu Shenzhong was very excited because this meant that Zhu Xuanji had already surpassed 9 stars. Next, it was time to see how many stars he had. The spectating living beings did not know about this and continued to wait. Zhu Xuanji took out the thunderclap sword and used the sword fusion technique. More than 1,000 legendary swords fused together, and his aura grew tremendously. The entire plaza trembled violently. Next, he used the 9-soul fusion technique, and his aura grew even more powerful. His body burned with intense flames, and the battle path flame soul was formed. Most living beings opened their eyes wide. His aura had already surpassed Overlord Saint level 3. Even a level 5 Overlord Saint might not be as powerful as him. Zhu Xuanji moved and slashed with his sword. The sword chi collided with the old man with a loud boom, but a formless barrier blocked his sword chi. He did not panic at all but swung his sword swiftly. Boom! 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 Streaks of sword chi crashed into the old man. His sword moved with extreme speed, leaving behind countless afterimages. The ground beneath his feet crumbled, and cracks spread across the entire plaza. Yu Shenzhong was shocked and speechless. This is the aura of a level 3 Overlord Saint. Yu Zhengxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Seeing how mighty Zhu Xuanji was, she was extremely excited. It was not that she liked Zhu Xuanji, but she felt honored that Zhu Xuanji was her subordinate. Chapter 651. Use your full strength. I know you're much stronger than this, the old man shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded through the entire city. Hearing this, Zhu Xuanji leaped back, and 18 sword souls condensed behind him. The sword souls slashed out, turning into sword Dao rules. They were like 18 giant swords of light that slashed towards the old man. The elder did not move a single step and relied on his formless aura to negate the sword Dao rules. He should be a Dao-treading saint, or even stronger, a Dao ancestor. Zhu Xuanji squinted his eyes and was shocked in his heart. In front of him, he felt so weak, like a child punching an adult. He immediately mobilized his will and prepared to unleash his strongest attack. He raised the thunderclap sword high, and billions of lightning bolts flashed, causing the entire world to change between light and dark. At this moment, he had transformed into a god of thunder, causing many living beings to be dumbfounded. A lightning sword descended from the sky. It was so fast that it seemed to have teleported. Heavenly sword descent. There was a loud bang. The ground beneath the old man's feet instantly crumbled and turned into dust. He looked up and was slightly moved. This kid, he was shocked in his heart. He could sense the level of Zhu Xuanji's Dao will. He was only an Overlord Saint level 3, but he had such a deep understanding of the great Dao. An absolute genius. Zhu Xuanji sheathed his sword as well. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked calm and composed. He was no longer as violent and fierce as before. The old man floated in the air and fell into deep thought. The audience was silent. They were waiting for the old man to give them the results. The old man said slowly, 12-star aptitude. He flipped his right hand and took out a purple gold stamp. He teleported in front of Zhu Xuanji and imprinted it on Zhu Xuanji's right arm. In that moment, Zhu Xuanji felt a burning sensation, and a large hole appeared on his sleeve. 3 large words appeared on his right arm, 12 stars. Boom! The area around the square instantly exploded. 12 star. Did I hear that right? 12 stars. Mother, there's more than 1 star above the 9 stars. There's a 12 star? How come I've never heard of it after living for so long? The Kunlun Origin Court is so big. How many places have you been to? Too strong. The Longbow Divine Range is about to rise. My great Tao Old Master, 12 stars, how can he say that? All of the creatures cried out in alarm, shouting themselves hoarse. They didn't dare believe their ears at all. Yu Zhongxiu, Yu Shenzhong, and the rest were stunned. They had imagined that Zhu Xian would be able to pass the Ultrastar examination, but they had never thought that he would be able to pass the 12-star examination. 12-star, this, Yu Shenzhong slapped himself to make sure that he wasn't dreaming. Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Sai Mengyang almost went crazy. They hugged each other and cheered. The old man smiled and said, "My name is Hong Yuan. If you have any inconveniences in the future, you can look for me. I will record your information in the Origin Court, and your identity token will be delivered to you within half a year. Before you get the identity token, it is best not to go out, especially outside the Longbow Divine Range." The more he looked at Zhu Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. He rarely encountered 12-star geniuses. Naturally, he had to build a relationship with them in advance. If Zhu Xuanji died prematurely, then they would not be fated. If Zhu Xuanji could soar into the sky, it would be good karma for him. Just like his name, Hong Yuan Ren believed in fate. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, "Thank you, senior." Hong Yuan smiled, turned around, and flew toward the divine jade bell. The deafening clamor did not stop. Instead, it became more and more intense. Zhu Xuanji looked at those crazy creatures and was a little confused. "I have 12-star talent. What are you all so excited about? Aren't you afraid that I will squeeze out your resources?" Zhu Xuanji did not understand, but he did not think too much about it and flew toward Yu Zhongxiu. The plaza had already collapsed, and rocks were everywhere. If this was the heavenly law universe, his aura would have been enough to destroy a great 1,000 world. One could see how hard the ground here was. "Xiao, take little friend Xuanji to rest," Yu Shenzhong said with a smile. Yu Shenzhong said with a smile. Then, he pulled Hong Yuan over and greeted her warmly. Yu Zhongxiu smiled at Zhu Xuanji and left with him. "Young Master Zhu, you are really powerful. It's my first time seeing a 12-star talent," Yu Zhongxiu said with a smile. Yu Zhongxiu chuckled, her voice sounding even sweeter than before. Zhu Xuanji smiled and asked, "Do you know the highest number of stars?" Yu Zhongxiu replied, "I'm not sure. I heard that the most powerful should be 16-star. Those are reincarnations of existences that surpass Tao ancestors. They cannot be compared." 16-star, Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. It seemed that he had underestimated the Kunlun Origin Court. Coming before Sheng Tiandao and the others, Qiu Hu said excitedly, "Master, I want to kneel before you." Zhu Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Go back and kneel for a month." Sheng Tiandao and Sai Mengyang laughed loudly. Yu Zhongxiu could not help but laugh as well. She did not expect Zhu Xuanji to be so humorous. After that, the group quickly left. The entire city began to chant Zhu Xuanji's name. News of his 12-star talent would definitely spread beyond the Longbow Divine Range. At that time, the Longbow Divine Range would also be in the limelight. That day, Yu Zhongxiu chose a row of beautiful and charming women and let Zhu Xuanji choose his maidservants. He could take all of them. In the future, these maidservants would be under his control. No matter what he did with them, Yu Zhongxiu would not interfere. Zhu Xuanji said helplessly, "Bring them back." "Do I look like someone who likes this?" He already had 2 wives. If he really desired other women, how could he not find them? Yu Zhongxiu was stunned for a moment before bursting out in laughter. She immediately waved her hand and dismissed the women. When the women left, they all looked regretful and disappointed. They had thought that they could get close to Zhu Xuanji, but they did not expect him to be such an unromantic person. No wonder he had reached Overlord Saint level 3 before 600 years old. He must have spent all of his time on cultivation. Zhu Xuanji did not know about their dissatisfaction. Even if he knew, he would not care. Yu Zhongxiu chatted with him for a while before leaving. Zhu Xuanji let out a long breath and muttered, "I can finally cultivate in peace." In the next half a year, he planned to not leave his residence and wait for his identity medallion to arrive. After this, he would still have to participate in the Great Elimination. When that time came, he and Sheng Tiandao and the other two might be in disarray. The Great Elimination was split into many areas, or else it would be unfair if the difference in cultivation was too great. He turned and returned to his room. He sat on his bed and began to cultivate. Just as he closed his eyes, a voice sounded in his ears, 12-star talent. Hehe, I never thought that I would underestimate you. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and a look of joy appeared on his face. Senior, you're finally awake, he said in a low voice, suppressing his excitement. It was the old immortal. How many times have I told you to be calm? How come you're in a mess again? The old immortal's voice once again sounded out. It sounded like he was blaming Zhu Xuanji, but it was also filled with joy. Zhu Xuanji closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the Tianxia map. This was a forest. Even though it was an illusion, it was very real. The old immortal sat under a tree and chuckled as he looked at him. He walked up and said, I've already come to the Kunlun Origin Court. How do I revive you? Chapter 652. You don't have to resurrect me. If I resurrect, I will still be found. If you can reach the soul source pool of Kunlun Origin Court and put me in it, my soul will be cleansed, reborn, and reborn. The old immortal replied with a smile, which made Zhu Xuanji curious. What is the soul source pool? The old immortal continued to explain. The soul source pool was the birthplace of the Kunlun Origin Court and all souls in the universe. As long as one fell into it, no matter how high one's cultivation was, he would return to his original form and be reborn. Only in this way could the old immortal's enemies not find him. Zhu Xuanji nodded and asked, How do I go to the soul source pool? He wondered if the sovereign would also die if he fell into the soul source pool. Perform well in the Great Elimination. One day, you will get an official position in the Origin Court. At that time, you can choose to be a soul guardian, the old immortal replied with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Zhu Xuanji continued to ask, Can you tell me the origin of the primordial ancestor's eyes now? This matter had always been a hanging stone in his heart. As long as he didn't understand it clearly, he would feel uneasy. That pair of eyes is one of the Kunlun Origin Court's 5 ultimate divine eyes. It's called Exterminating Divine Eyes. It can suppress space, set time, and break all 5 elements. The 5 ultimate divine eyes are legendary treasures in the Kunlun Origin Court. If you can get them, you will be qualified to surpass the Tao ancestor. Now that you have 12-star aptitude, don't worry. Unless you are targeted in the Great Elimination, as long as you don't go to the enemy's divine range, they can't do anything to you, the old immortal said with a smile, stroking his beard. The more he looked at Zhu Xuanji, the more satisfied he was with him, like a grandfather looking at his grandson. He thought that Zhu Xuanji had a chance to enter the Kunlun Origin Court. He didn't expect him to give him such a big surprise. 12-star aptitude. Among the creatures he knew, only Zhu Xuanji could reach this level. The other creatures were at most 8-star. If the old beggar knew about this, he would definitely regret it. 5 ultimate divine eyes, the qualification to surpass the Tao ancestor. Zhu Xuanji's eyes flickered. The two chatted for a while before the old immortal fell into a deep sleep. To prevent himself from being discovered, he planned to stay in the Tianxia map. Zhu Xuanji didn't know how long it would take for him to come into contact with the soul source pool. His source couldn't last that long. He could only fall into a deep sleep to reduce the consumption as much as possible. After withdrawing his consciousness from the Tianxia map, Zhu Xuanji began cultivating seriously. The Yu family had indeed done their best for him, sending him all kinds of cultivation resources every day, allowing his saint energy to grow continuously. Half a year later, Yu Zhongxiu personally brought Zhu Xuanji's ID medallion over. Zhu Xuanji took the medallion and examined it. Apart from his name, there were also the Longbow Divine Range Yu clan and 12 stars. The identity medallion was made of green jade and was very light, as if he was holding a feather. He put the identity card into the supreme storage and asked, "Is there anything else, Miss Yu?" Yu Zhongxiu did not leave. Instead, she stood in front of his door, and it was obvious that she had something to say. "The news of your 12-star aptitude has already spread out. You will be participating in the Great Elimination alone. The other disciples of the Longbow Divine Range are not qualified to participate in the same Great Elimination as you. I hope you can prepare early. If you want magic treasures or divine abilities, just tell me and I will personally take you to choose them." Yu Zhongxiu said seriously. The 12-star aptitude surprised them at first, but later on, the Longbow Divine Range started to worry. Because Zhu Xuanji was too outstanding, he would not encounter anyone from the Longbow Divine Range during the Great Elimination. Zhu Xuanji shook his head and said, "No need. I'm confident." He already understood that the Great Elimination was a battle between cultivators of the same level. Could he use virtual fire at the same level? Whoever dares to stop him, he will kill them all. Seeing how confident he was, Yu Zhongxiu could not help but laugh. No wonder he could become a 12-star genius. Such confidence was indeed impressive. Yu Zhongxiu did not disturb him anymore and left. Zhu Xuanji returned to his bed and asked the 4 demon gods to continue cultivating their saint energy while he comprehended the Great Tao. This city was not the only city in the Longbow Divine Range. The Divine Range was like a tall tower, and this city belonged to the Yu clan. There were at least hundreds of clans in the Longbow Divine Range, and there were more than 100 million living beings. He realized that the Longbow Divine Range was permeating with a special Great Tao. It was very weak, but it existed. So, he wanted to comprehend this Great Tao. His cultivation was already spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm, so he might as well improve his Tao will. This way, his battle prowess would grow stronger, and his chances of winning in the Great Elimination would be higher if his cultivation did not change. At the same time, at the top of the Longbow Divine Range, in a gloomy palace, dozens of oil lamps flickered. The shadows on the walls looked like dancing demons. Deep inside, an old man in a loose robe opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes had double pupils, and his hair was tied up with golden threads. He was emanating an extremely powerful aura. Someone is comprehending my Great Tao, and is only an overlord saint. The old man in a big robe mumbled to himself with curiosity on his face. The Longbow Divine Range had been pushed back in every Great Elimination, which filled him with anxiety. So, he had been in isolated cultivation. If he met a talented junior, he would naturally promote him. He immediately scanned with his divine sense and found that the kid was in the Yu clan, and he was staying beside Lady Yu. He began to search for information with his divine sense. Soon, he heard the discussion of many servants. 12-star. The old man in a big robe stood up immediately. He frowned in joy, and his body began to tremble. He disappeared on the spot to investigate the authenticity of this information. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed. The Great Elimination was finally coming. "Everyone, bring out your identity medallions." Yu Shenzhong's voice resounded in the courtyard. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and stored the 4 demon gods into the Tianxia map before walking out of the house. Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Sai Mengyang walked out too. They were in high spirits and were in a good mood. They were saint contenders, and they were enjoying the resources of the Yu clan. They had already begun to break through to the saint realm. He will bring the 3 of you to the portal of the Great Elimination. Xuanji, my little friend, will be led by me personally. Yu Shenzhong pointed at a muscular man beside him and said. Sheng Tiandao and the other 2 immediately followed him. Qiu Hu turned around and said, "Master, after the Great Elimination, let's have a good drink." Zhu Xuanji nodded with a smile, but he was a little worried in his heart. He hoped that they could make it through. After all, this was not the Heavenly Law universe but the Kunlun Origin Court. "Xuanji, my little friend, come with me," Yu Shenzhong said with a smile. After that, he waved his right hand and swept Zhu Xuanji away with his magic energy. Only Yu Zhongxiu followed him. They were shrouded in a golden radiance as they soared through space. The old ancestor wants to see you. Before you enter the great elimination, he will teach you a divine ability so that you can survive more easily. Yu Shenzhong turned around and said to Zhu Xuanji. He looked calm, but he was extremely excited in his heart. Their Yu clan was going to make a comeback. Not only that, but as long as Zhu Xuanji continued to grow, the entire longbow divine range would soar. Chapter 653. Under the guidance of Yu Shenzhong and his daughter, after half an hour, they came to a dark palace. Zhu Xuanji looked ahead and saw an old man in a big robe sitting on the ground. The old man was staring at him with cold eyes like a hungry wolf. He could not help but raise his brow. A divine ability inheritance requires such an atmosphere. He's the old ancestor of the longbow divine range. He's also the divine range lord. You can just call him old ancestor. Yu Shenzhong introduced old ancestor longbow to Zhu Xuanji. He had heard of the old ancestor in the Yu clan. No one knew how long the old ancestor had lived. A long time ago, he was a genius from another divine range. He distinguished himself and established the longbow divine range on his own. Brat, come here. The old ancestor's voice came. Zhu Xuanji walked over without hesitation. Yu Shenzhong and Yu Zhongxiu waited where they were. Zhu Xuanji walked up to the old ancestor and bowed slightly. The old ancestor sized Zhu Xuanji up and praised, "You're indeed less than 600 years old. How miraculous. I wonder which universe could nurture such a supreme treasure like you." Supreme treasure? Zhu Xuanji felt uncomfortable all over, but he did not refute. After that, the old ancestor raised his right hand and tapped Zhu Xuanji's forehead with his index finger. A massive wave of memories flowed into Zhu Xuanji's mind. At the same time, a wave of bizarre energy circulated in his body. A while later, Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and cupped his fist. "Thank you, old ancestor, for your gift." This divine ability was called Violet Sun Tunneling. It was a divine ability that allowed one to travel through the 5 elemental space and the Great Tao's wall. That bizarre energy should be some kind of Great Tao. The old ancestor was afraid that he would die in the Great Elimination, which was why he gave him the Violet Sun Tunneling. "Go, I'll wait for you to come back. I still have many divine abilities to teach you." The old ancestor chuckled. He waved his right hand and sent Zhu Xuanji to Yu Shenzhong and his daughter. Yu Shenzhong immediately left with Yu Zhongxiu. The smile on the old ancestor's face disappeared. A look of worry appeared on his face as he mumbled, "I hope those guys won't go overboard." It was too difficult to protect a 12-star genius from a divine range like theirs. They would either be taken away by other divine ranges or destroyed. For the future of the longbow divine range, Yu Shenzhong was willing to take a gamble. Even if he failed, only Zhu Xuanji would die. An hour later, Zhu Xuanji and the others came to a void. In front of them was a long bridge that connected to an ancient castle. Looking around, there were very few stars in the dark void. There were many creatures advancing on the spear, and it was extremely noisy. "I heard that there's a 12-star genius in this round of elimination. I hope this time, I can get through it. Sigh, I'm not ready yet. This time, the Great Elimination Dojo is very cruel. There are many fierce characters. Even some of the top 1,000 divine ranges have sent their disciples to participate. Even the top 1,000 are coming? This is F*King under the table manipulation." Zhu Xuanji heard the discussions around him and immediately caught 2 pieces of information. His participation had been revealed. The divine ranges ranked in the top 1,000 were participating. Combining the two, he immediately came to a conclusion. No wonder Ancestor Longbow was worried about him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. "What are you smiling at?" Yu Zhongxiu asked curiously. She thought that Zhu Xuanji would feel uneasy after hearing the news, but he was still smiling. Zhu Xuanji stopped smiling and said, "Wait for me to come back." His powerful confidence stunned Yu Shenzhong and Yu Zhongxiu. Yu Shenzhong said, "We will wait for you outside the teleportation gate. The rules are simple. Try your best to survive. When there are only the specified number of people left, everyone can come out. There might be all kinds of restrictive spells, powerful ferocious beasts, ghosts, etc. Be careful. Your opponents are not only from other divine ranges. Also, the identity medallion of whoever you kill will be absorbed into your identity medallion, so you don't have to hide who you killed. He had never been so nervous before. He was even more nervous than when he participated in the Great Elimination himself. Because Zhu Xuanji carried too much hope. He did not want Zhu Xuanji to die. Zhu Xuanji asked, "If I kill a disciple from a powerful divine range, can your longbow divine range handle it?" Yu Shenzhong nodded and said, "There's still a long time before the next Great Elimination. It's enough for you to grow." Zhu Xuanji was completely at ease now. He sneered as he walked, "Then wait for me to turn the Great Elimination upside down." Yu Shenzhong and his daughter's heartbeat quickened. They somehow believed Zhu Xuanji's words. After they entered the ancient castle, just as Zhu Xuanji had guessed, the space inside was huge. There were thousands of teleportation gates, and people stepped into them one after another. There were many images floating in the air, which were the scenes of the Great Elimination. It was just the beginning, and people were already fighting. The time to enter the Great Elimination was 1 day. If someone did not enter the Great Elimination within the specified time, they would be burned into ashes by the identity imprint. It was the imprint on Zhu Xuanji's arm. It was a spell that the Kunlun Origin Court used to control them. The three came to an empty teleportation gate. Yu Shenzhong pointed at a stone pillar in front of the gate and said, "Put your identity medallion on it." Zhu Xuanji had already noticed that there was a groove on it, which made him feel like he was swiping a subway card. After the identity verification, the teleportation gate glowed brightly. Zhu Xuanji stepped into it and disappeared. Yu Zhongxiu asked, "Father, is the old ancestor really ready to face the pressure?" Yu Shenzhong nodded and then shook his head. He said faintly, "It still depends on his performance. As long as he's impressive enough, the old ancestor will go all out." After entering the teleportation gate, Zhu Xuanji felt the world spinning around him. An extremely powerful force enveloped him, and he could not use his divine will. Soon, he landed. He regained his consciousness quickly. He looked up and realized that he was standing on a cliff. The scenery around him was picturesque, and the sun was setting in the distance. This is the Great Elimination? Such dense spiritual qi. Zhu Xuanji mumbled to himself in surprise. No wonder those who survived the Great Elimination could usher in a period of rapid growth. It seemed like the Great Elimination was a great serendipity for powerful cultivators. Zhu Xuanji sat down and began cultivating with the thunderclap sword by his side. Outside, Yu Shenzhong and Yu Zhongxiu had already found the image of Zhu Xuanji. They were stunned. "This brat is too conceited," Yu Shenzhong said furiously with a frown. He was willing to believe that Zhu Xuanji could survive, but he could not act recklessly. Yu Zhongxiu also frowned but did not speak. Her evaluation of Zhu Xuanji was greatly reduced. Dead geniuses were meaningless. Some escorts from other divine ranges came up to them. "This is the rumored 12-star prodigy. He's so arrogant. He's going to die." Since ancient times, many geniuses died in the Great Elimination because of their arrogance. It seems like your Yu clan can't make a comeback. Chapter 654. The Longbow Divine Ranged Yu family had a 12-star genius, and he was even bought from the black market. This matter caused quite a stir in the Kunlun Origin Court. Thousands of divine ranges tried to buy Zhu Xuanji from the Longbow Divine Range, but they were all rejected. This caused the Longbow Divine Range to make many enemies. In this Great Elimination, many divine ranges sent people to kill Zhu Xuanji or invite him to join other divine ranges. But in the Kunlun Origin Court, if one wanted to change their identity card, the original divine range had to agree. The Longbow Divine Range did not agree. No matter what, the other divine ranges would not be able to get Zhu Xuanji. So, this time, they sent more powerful cultivators to kill Zhu Xuanji. The outside world was in an uproar. More and more people gathered around Yu Shenzhong and his daughter, all wanting to witness the heroic bearing of a 12-star prodigy. Zhu Xuanji still did not know that he had become the center of public opinion. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Rather than hiding, it was better to fight head-on. It just so happened that he wanted to test how strong he was right now. Not long after, an ear-piercing sound was heard. A valiant man with 2 pairs of golden wings flew over with 2 long whips in his hands, causing the forest along the way to shake, as if a green ocean was surging with stormy waves. He swung his whips at Zhu Xuanji, and the 2 whips turned into 2 horrifying black dragons that tore at him. Zhu Xuanji did not get up but continued to meditate. The thunderclap sword at the side suddenly moved. Lightning flashed, and millions of lightning sword shadows appeared in the sky, fiercely attacking the golden-winged man. Everything happened too quickly. Before the golden-winged man could react, he was struck by the primordial chaos sword shadow. Rumble, an explosion erupted, destroying the heavens and the earth. The noise was vast and deafening, and strong winds swept through the world. Zhu Xuanji's black hair was blown backward, and his white robe danced in the wind. Now, he only wore 2 kinds of clothes, pure black clothes and pure white clothes. In the supreme storage, he had prepared more than 10,000 of them. If he didn't have enough, he could go to the Lotus World to get more. Even though he was blown by the strong wind, his white robes were not stained by a single speck of dust. The outside world was in an uproar. He did not expect Zhu Xuanji to be so ferocious and injure the enemy before he even stood up. No wonder he was so arrogant. What kind of divine ability is that? That person is a disciple of the Golden Rock race. How domineering. Looks like he's waiting here on purpose. The Great Elimination Portal hasn't closed yet. This is too exciting. I feel that the Grand Elimination Dojo here will be very exciting. The spectators from the other divine ranges cast their spells to spread the news. Although the Longbow divine range was vast, Zhu Xuanji was the only disciple who could participate in this preaching site. There were countless Great Elimination Dojos in the Kunlun Origin Court. Because the lifespan of each creature was different, there were countless Great Elimination Dojos opening every day, and the number of participants in each dojo was different. The one who manipulated everything was the Supreme Being. Yu Shenzhong and Yu Zhongxiu were also shocked by Zhu Xuanji's performance. They had never seen Zhu Xuanji use the primordial chaos sword shadow before. They immediately dispelled their opinions of Zhu Xuanji and looked forward to Zhu Xuanji's performance. After the primordial chaos sword shadow hit the enemy, Zhu Xuanji instantly absorbed a massive amount of saint energy, which almost made him cry out. It felt so good. As expected, only battles can make me stronger quickly. Zhu Xuanji got up slowly and held the thunderclap sword in his hand. At this moment, the golden-winged man charged out again. He was drenched in blood and had fallen into madness. Stinking brat! I want you dead! He roared furiously. The aura of an 8-level saint exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Zhu Xuanji laughed in disdain and charged toward him. Like 2 meteors crossing each other, the golden-winged man's head was decapitated. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Zhu Xuanji absorbed all of his saint energy and turned around to use universal attraction. He pulled the golden-winged man toward him and extracted his soul with the Tianxia map. His sword qi exploded and turned the golden-winged man's body into ashes. He died a painless death. Since his opponent wanted to kill him, he would not show any mercy. An 8-level saint was like a pig to him, and he could kill him easily. The corners of his mouth curled up as he flew in a certain direction. Just when he turned around, he felt something drilling into his right arm. It should be the other party's identity mark. This place was destroyed, and it was no longer suitable for cultivation. He left quickly. A while later, he landed on a mountain top and was about to cultivate. A gigantic python with rock patterns crawled up the mountain wall and tried to eat him. He did not look back but used sword qi saw. The sword qi shot out from his back and killed the python. Troublesome. Zhu Xuanji mumbled to himself before closing his eyes to cultivate. Swoosh, 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 air-piercing sounds came from all directions, which made him open his eyes again with a slight frown. 12-star genius. Let's see how powerful you are. Let's attack together and kill him here. A 12-star life. I have never killed one before. Ha ha ha, this brat is so arrogant. He dares to cultivate in such an obvious place. Overlord Saint level 3. Not bad. Numerous figures gathered. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and held powerful treasures in their hands. Their murderous auras soared into the sky. Zhu Xuanji counted. There were 26 people in total, and the weakest was Overlord Saint Level 3. He could not see through most of them, but they did not give him a sense of danger. You must be Zhu Xuanji. I'll give you a chance. Join our Dragon Dive Divine Range, and you can live. A young man wearing a jade crown laughed coldly and pointed his sword at Zhu Xuanji. He looked at Zhu Xuanji with disdain as though he was looking at a prisoner. The other 25 people raised their enchanted artifacts and quickly got into a formation. Rays of golden radiance burst out from their bodies, connecting to the sky and the ground. Screens of light shot out from their left and right, connecting to each other and forming a spell formation that trapped Zhu Xuanji. Is this how the Dragon Dive Divine Range invites people? Zhu Xuanji asked. He remembered the name in his heart. What a joke. Don't you know the prestige of the Dragon Dive Divine Range? We have cultivators beyond 12-star in our Divine Range. It is your honor to join us. The young man in red snorted. He did not take Zhu Xuanji seriously at all. His cultivation was Overlord Saint Level 7, and his talent was 9-star. There was no reason for him to fear Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji used the sword fusion technique straight away. Over 1,000 legendary swords fused into his body, including the 3 clear Taikai sword and Great Thousand Reincarnation sword of the 9 extreme. Boom! His aura exploded, and the mountain under his feet crumbled instantly. The golden formation distorted exaggeratedly. Everyone in the Dragon Dive Divine Range, including the young man in red, was shocked. Zhu Xuanji activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straight away. A golden Buddha rose from the ground, and Zhu Xuanji, who was standing on its head, soared into the sky and looked down at the young man in red. In the blink of an eye, the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha grew to 100,000 meters tall. The golden formation bound it like a tight suit. Zhu Xuanji stretched out 1,000 arms and broke the formation. One of the cultivators in the formation was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. The young man in red immediately took out an aquamarine long saber and slashed at Zhu Xuanji. Chapter 655. Boom! 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 The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha brandished 1,000 swords and slashed in all directions, causing the disciples of the Dragon Dive Divine Range to flee in panic. Very quickly, several disciples were killed and died miserably. Just as their souls flew out, they were destroyed. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. The red-robed young man moved like a phantom. He quickly went to the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's head and slashed. A green radiance burst out, and countless dark green water arrows inundated Zhu Xuanji from all directions. The venom contained within was extremely corrosive, which distorted the space around it. Zhu Xuanji raised his right hand and slashed with the Thunderclap sword. Void instant kill. PFFTTT. The red-robed young man's chest was penetrated by the Thunderclap sword. Blood splattered, and his expression froze. How can it be? He opened his eyes wide and could not believe his own eyes. He sensed a hellish murderous intent from Zhu Xuanji's peripheral vision. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ball of smoke and teleported millions of miles away. Why is he so fast? What divine ability is that? He thought while panting. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he suddenly regretted. If he knew this, he would not have accepted this mission. 12-star geniuses were all insane. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came, and the red-robed young man dodged immediately. A sword chi penetrated his shoulder, and he gritted his teeth in pain. Seeing that he escaped, the other Dragon Dive Divine Range disciples panicked even more. Bastard! How dare you abandon us? Run! This guy is too tough. We are no match for him. Damn it, my magic power. He's absorbing our magic energy. We can't fight anymore. The disciples cursed furiously. Soon, they reached a consensus and fled. Zhu Xuanji would not let them do as they wished. He chased after them with the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. After absorbing the saint energy of 12 ordinary saints consecutively, his cultivation grew tremendously. If he continued to fight like this, he would break through soon. The The Great Elimination was a feast for him. Boomum, the enormous thousand-hand sword Buddha, rampaged about, smashing mountains into pieces and trampling on lakes with unstoppable might as it pressed forward. In the outside world, in the ancient castle, more and more living beings gathered behind Yu Shenzhong and his daughter to watch the battle on the screen. He's too powerful. He's a disciple of the Dragon Dive divine range. They are not on the same level at all. No wonder he was assessed as a 12-star genius. My God, they are going to fall out with the Dragon Dive divine range. Well done. I like such a domineering prodigy. Looks like the Great Elimination this time will cause a huge commotion. Hearing the exclamations of the surrounding living beings, Yu Shenzhong was extremely excited, and his entire body trembled. Yu Zhongxiu looked calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. This was the first time she had seen someone from the longbow divine range display such divine might in the Great Elimination. She suddenly began to anticipate what kind of existence Zhu Xianfeng would become. Dao Father? Or even higher? Zhu Xuanji pursued closely. Other than the young man in red, the other 26 disciples of the Dragon Dive divine range were all killed by him. The holy power in his body was about to burst, and he could break through at any time. However, he wanted to kill the red-clothed youth first before breaking through in one go. What will it take for you to let me go? The red-robed young man roared angrily. Fear and despair took over his heart, and he fell into an unprecedented state of panic. This was the first time he had experienced death so closely. I will really die. It's simple. Let me kill you. Zhu Xuanji's cold voice came. The red-robed young man did not show any mercy to him. He deeply believed in one thing, which was to never show mercy to the enemy. The red-robed young man heard him and sped up. They traveled swiftly across the mountains and rivers one after another. Along the way, they encountered many living beings from other divine ranges, and they were all shocked by Zhu Xuanji's boldness. Who is that guy? He dares to chase after a disciple of the Dragon Dive divine range. How dare he? It's him. The 12-star genius of the longbow divine range. I've seen his portrait before. Indeed, none of the 12-star geniuses are easy to deal with. He's too arrogant. Let's hide further away. Zhu Xuanji ignored the cries of surprise along the way. He only had one target, and that was the red-robed young man. He suddenly deactivated the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha and used the violet sun tunneling technique. He turned into a beam of violet light and chased after the red-robed young man. Swoosh! 2 beams of light shone on the red-robed young man and stopped him instantly. Exterminating divine light, targeted at the enemy and immobilized them. The red-robed young man's scalp almost exploded. What kind of divine ability was this? Zhu Xuanji came up behind him and slashed with sword Dao rules. The red-robed young man was turned into ashes by the sword Qi immediately. Shortly after, Zhu Xuanji no longer suppressed the violent saint energy in his body and began to break through. His muscles bulged, and his aura was horrifying. The surrounding space rippled like the surface of a lake, and the forest within a radius of 10,000 miles trembled. His aura rose steadily, like a hot knife through butter, unable to stop. Boom! He broke through to Overlord Saint Level 4. This scene made all the spectators gasp in amazement. He broke through right after the battle. Could this guy have some kind of divine ability to absorb magic energy? Such a divine ability was not rare, but it was an inferior one. Because the magic energy of others did not belong to the cultivator, absorbing too much would only destabilize the cultivator's foundation, and the consequences would be dire. Far away, on a mountain peak, a white-haired man sat on the ground. His white hair was long and scattered on the ground like a loose white robe. His face was pale, and his eyes were sinister. He looked toward Zhu Xuanji's direction with an odd smile. Not bad. He has a 13-star aptitude. I can refine him into a puppet, the white-haired man mumbled. The white-haired man mumbled. He did not act immediately but waited for Zhu Xuanji to finish his breakthrough. Even though he had witnessed Zhu Xuanji's power, he was no longer worried. To him, although Zhu Xuanji was incredibly talented, he was still lacking in power. 2 hours later, he stood up and was ready to move. On the other side, just when Zhu Xuanji was about to leave, he sensed an extremely dangerous aura sweeping toward him. He turned around and fled almost instinctively. Swoosh! He used the violet sun tunneling technique and turned into a stream of violet light, flying away at high speed. Who is that guy? Why is his aura so horrifying? Could it be that he has reached Overlord Saint level 9? Zhu Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He traveled at full speed through the space as though he was teleporting. A cold and emotionless voice came, "You can't escape. Stop now, and I will spare you some pain." Zhu Xuanji immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and charged toward his back. The sound of explosions came from behind him, one after another, deafening to the ears. Soon, he saw a mountain range shrouded in dense fog. The baleful aura soared into the sky. It was probably a forbidden land. He dashed in without hesitation. Chapter 656. Seeing that Zhu Xuanji had entered the misty mountain peaks, the white-haired man stopped and frowned slightly. He didn't barge in. Instead, he landed on the ground and meditated in front of a large tree, waiting quietly. The spectators outside were in an uproar. Why is evil ancestor Shichan here? He's a level 9 overlord saint with a 10-star aptitude. Origin Court is so vicious. They want to kill Zhu Xuanji on purpose. It can't be helped. A 12-star genius shouldn't exist in the longbow divine range. The longbow ancestor is too greedy. Isn't that so? If it were me, I would definitely send this kid out. When Yu Shenzhong and Yu Zhongxiu heard these words, their faces turned ugly. The Kunlun Origin Court's great elimination seemed fair, but in reality, the hierarchy was very strict. The divine ranges ranked above 1000 and those ranked below 1000 were two completely different worlds. The stronger the divine ranges, the faster they would develop. They would constantly exploit the low-rank divine ranges. Generally speaking, if a divine range in the top 1000 fell, it would be because the other divine ranges in the top 1000 attacked them together. It could be seen how polarized the divine ranges were. Evil ancestor Shichan came from one of the top 1000 divine ranges. He was less than 100 million years old and came from outside the Kunlun Origin Court. This was his second time participating in the Great Elimination. His strength had already surpassed the Sage Realm, so his appearance in the Great Elimination of the Sage Realm was simply against the rules. This is troublesome, Yu Shenzhong muttered to himself with an ugly expression. Zhu Xuanji was being hunted down by evil ancestor Shichan. He had to flee in panic. He even fled into a dangerous place. Obviously, his odds of winning were very low. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuanji landed at the foot of a mountain and suppressed the saint energy in his body. He had just broken through, and his saint power was not yet stable, so he needed to meditate. Evil ancestor Shichan didn't come in, which meant that this place was very dangerous. Zhu Xuanji released the 4 demon god bodies to guard the surroundings to prevent enemy attacks. Time ticked by. He could feel the aura of evil ancestor Shichan outside, waiting for him. 3 days later. Evil ancestor Shichan hadn't left yet. Zhu Xuanji got up and walked towards the depths of the peaks. "I advise you not to go any deeper. Otherwise, you will wish you were dead." Evil ancestor Shichan's voice came, but Zhu Xuanji didn't stop. He dived in without hesitation. He knew that he couldn't defeat evil ancestor Shichan, so he might as well go inside and fight. What if there was a great opportunity? He brought the 4 demon god bodies with him and quickly flew along the ground. The further he flew, the dimmer the light became, and the thicker the fog became. If not for his holy power, he would have been soaked through. What is hidden here? Zhu Xuanji squinted his eyes and was on guard. For some reason, he felt very uneasy. His eyelids kept twitching, and his eyes felt a stinging pain. The exterminating divine eyes seemed to be warning him that there was danger nearby. In order to prevent any accidents, he merged the bodies of the 4 demon gods into his body to strengthen his senses. The thunderclap sword appeared beneath his feet. Thunder rumbled and it could kill evil spirits. In the Kunlun Origin Court, any creature was very strong. It was almost impossible to hide their aura and sound. Rumble, the earth suddenly shook violently, as if a huge monster was rushing out from the depths of the earth. Zhu Xuanji was shocked. He immediately used the violet sun tunneling technique and passed through the mountains. He quickly disappeared into the horizon. Soon, he realized that something was wrong. No matter how he sped up, he couldn't fly out of this mountain range. It was impossible for it to be so big. There must be some kind of restriction that confused his sense of direction. He didn't panic and continued to move forward at full speed. At the same time, he activated the exterminating divine eyes. His eyes burst with purple light, turning his field of vision purple. He saw countless golden objects scattered in the mountains and underground. They should be the ferocious creatures hiding in the dark. It can be used like this. It's just like thermal imaging. Zhu Xuanji thought to himself. He was pleasantly surprised in his heart. In this state, he could sense how strong those ferocious creatures were through their aura. The strongest one was right behind him, chasing him relentlessly. He looked back and saw that the ground behind him was like a golden ocean sweeping toward him. It was vast, boundless, and extremely spectacular. What the hell is that? Zhu Xuanji panicked a little because that thing gave him goosebumps. It gave him a much stronger sense of crisis than evil ancestor Shichan. He immediately took out a concealment grass and put it in his mouth. At the same time, he stored the thunderclap sword into the supreme storage. He instantly disappeared from his spot and flew in another direction. However, that thing was still chasing him, refusing to give up. He immediately activated the sword fusion technique and charged forward with the Saint Slayer sword in hand. Boom! He broke through the ground and plunged into the ground. He was completely fearless as he charged toward the mysterious existence with no regard for his own safety. With the help of the exterminating divine eyes, he felt that he had directly plunged into a golden ocean. He didn't encounter the behemoth that he had imagined. He rushed all the way and saw the situation around him clearly. It turned out that this golden ocean was an extremely powerful energy. And there was a petite figure in the center of this golden ocean. He fixed his eyes on it. It turned out to be a black cat with blue pupils and a body half a meter long. It was standing on a rock with its forelimbs crossed, looking at him coldly. A cat. Zhu Xuanji's expression instantly turned weird. The black cat suddenly moved. PFFF. Before Zhu Xuanji could react, his chest was pierced through. The black cat appeared 100 meters behind him with his purple heart in its mouth. Countless rubble collapsed, separating them from each other. Zhu Xuanji's eyes widened as he felt his vitality rapidly fading away. He wanted to grow a heart on his own with saint energy, but he couldn't do it. To be precise, the black cat had directly taken away the violet demon monarch's heart, cutting off his vitality. He couldn't even activate the celestial devil rebirth technique. Am I going to die here? Zhu Xuanji felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. The cat's shrill cry resounded in his ears. He felt a pair of claws on the back of his neck, and next, his consciousness went blank. In his daze, Zhu Xuanji felt something licking his face. He gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes with difficulty and saw a black cat standing on his chest, looking down at him condescendingly. A tinge of disdain could be seen in its blue eyes. Above him was the night sky. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. A dense fog covered most of the night sky. Zhu Xuanji didn't panic or struggle. "What do you want?" he asked. The black cat's power was unfathomable. He knew that he was no match for it, so he gave up resisting. "Brat, do you want to live?" the black cat asked. Its voice was sharp and cold, and it was hard to tell whether it was a male or female. "Of course," Zhu Xuanji replied. It didn't seem to be some evil being. This guy's mind was very clear. The black cat smiled with squinted eyes. "Serve me and make me happy. If I'm in a good mood, I will let you go. Otherwise, even a doubt-treading saint cannot save you." Zhu Xuanji frowned. He was a little confused. Why did the Kunlun Origin Court put such a powerful being in this great elimination? Chapter 657. Tell me, how do you want me to serve you? Zhu Xuanji took a deep breath and said. He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. "No. It was time to lower his head to the cat. The black cat walked to the side, and Zhu Xuanji immediately felt his body relax. He sat up with his hands and was shocked to find that there was still a bloody hole in his chest. His heart was gone. He was not dead. He turned to the black cat and asked, "Where's my heart?" The black cat licked its paw and said with a fascinated look, "I ate it. It was delicious." Ate it. Zhu Xuanji felt as though he was struck by lightning. Even his calm mind could not take it anymore. The violet demon monarch's heart was one of the main sources of saint energy. Without it, his cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. "Don't look at me like that. You consumed some kind of elixir earlier. Although your cultivation has increased significantly, the toxicity of the elixir has seeped into your heart. If you continue to cultivate like this, you will die from the poison when you break through to doubt-treading saint. By then, you will not be able to stop it," the black cat said lazily, as though it wanted Zhu Xuanji to thank it. Poison? Zhu Xuanji frowned and cursed in his heart. Old Ancestor Yinshin was up to no good indeed. The next time he meets Old Ancestor Yinshin, he must get even with him. "You won't die now, but only for 10 days. If you want to live, then come and entertain me. I've been here for billions of years, and I'm so bored that I want to explode. Those guys I met before were either scared to death or panicked. The stories they told were not funny at all, and the food they cooked was disgusting too." The black cat laid on the ground and mocked. Zhu Xuanji looked around instinctively and realized that the mountain peak was filled with bones. There were human bones and beast bones. If an ordinary person was here, he would have been scared to death. He looked back at the black cat and fell into deep thought. The mountain peak fell silent. "Hurry up. I'm going to sleep." The black cat snorted coldly and was a little displeased. "Why is this brat not panicking at all?" Zhu Xuanji said, "Come here. Lie on my legs." The black cat leaped over and landed on his legs before lying down lazily. "Brat, I'm telling you, don't play any tricks. My body is so powerful that you can't hurt me at all. You will only anger me. Understand?" The black cat snorted, its tone laced with killing intent. Zhu Xuanji was expressionless. He grabbed its paw and stroked its paw. It retracted its paw instinctively and soon felt comfortable, so it stopped struggling. It was indeed a cat. Zhu Xuanji was speechless. It was his first time seeing such a powerful cat. As he stroked it, he asked, "What's your name? Where are you from? Why are you here?" The black cat felt very comfortable being touched by him. It stretched its body and said with a smile, "My name is very famous. My name is Barbaric Ultimate God, and I'm one of the Kunlun Origin Court's 5 ultimate gods. I offended a powerful expert of the Origin Court and was suppressed here. I can never escape, and I can't even step out of this forbidden area." 5 ultimate gods. Zhu Xuanji immediately thought of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. Could the two be related? That's right, your exterminating divine eyes and my eyes both belong to the 5 ultimate divine eyes. This is also the reason why I can talk so much nonsense with you. The black cat flipped over and revealed its belly. Zhu Xuanji raised his left hand and rubbed its belly. "The 5 ultimate divine eyes were created by you guys?" he asked curiously. He still did not know the true origin of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. The black cat replied lazily, "I advise you not to ask so much. That's what happened to me. The less you know, the safer you will be." Zhu Xuanji thought about it. The black cat stared at him and cursed, "Brat, I asked you to serve me, not be my disciple. Not only do you want to massage me, but you also want to make me happy." Zhu Xuanji sighed and said, "Then, I will tell you a joke." The black cat laughed coldly, "Those who tell me jokes are all dead. No one can make me happy." Zhu Xuanji's eyes looked gloomy as he said, "Then be prepared. You will die of laughter." The black cat heard him and became spirited. It flipped over and faced him, waiting for him to tell a joke. "Back then, when I was traveling the world, I met a thief. He stole my sword, and I immediately sensed it and chased after him. But the thief's cultivation was about the same as mine. Half a year passed, and I still could not catch up to him. Then, we came to the end of the world. He stood on a cliff and cursed loudly. He said that if I forced him again, he would throw his sword down. I said, then throw it. If you throw it, I will have a reason to kill you. Zhu Xuanji began telling a story with a sorrowful expression. Seeing how serious he was, the black cat felt a little strange. Wasn't this a joke? Why did it feel like he was talking about the past? This thief was very daring. He threw my sword down. How could I bear it? I drew my other sword and killed him. Zhu Xuanji sighed, which made the black cat frown. And then? It asked. It did not understand. What was so funny about it? He died, and then he reincarnated, Zhu Xuanji said. And then? The black cat asked further. It almost exploded in anger. It felt like it was being toyed with. Are you sure you want to know more? Zhu Xuanji confirmed again. The black cat pressed its sharp claws against his throat and used its actions to tell him the answer. Afterwards, I met an old man who called himself Jiangxia and looked incredibly deep and unfathomable. As such, I chatted with him, and he told me his story. Zhu Xuanji continued to speak, and he changed the entire investiture of the gods to Zhu Xuanji. The black cat was immersed in the excitement of the battle between Shang and Zhu and the schemes of the immortal gods. Daiji's viciousness, King Zhu of Shang's cruelty, and especially the cruel torture of the Shang dynasty, made the black cat gnash its teeth in anger. Zhu Xuanji spoke for 2 hours. He described the investiture of the gods in detail and told it an epic story. In the end, Jiangxia retired from the world of immortals and demons, and he did not meddle in politics. The black cat admired his great enlightenment. The black cat sighed in amazement. I pity those saints. They fought to the death in the end. I really don't know why. Was it just for the fight between their disciples? To the black cat, since one had become a saint, there was no need for him to stay in the mortal realm. He should pursue greater power and a higher level of the universe. All in all, the story was very exciting. It was immersive and could feel the heroism, scheming, sinister, and loyalty of those characters. It was very satisfied and even had a feeling that it wanted to say more. Hold on. The black cat's fur bristled. Is Jiangxia's story related to what you told me at the beginning? Zhu Xuanji nodded seriously and said, of course it's related. But I can't tell you yet. It's an important matter and involves a shocking secret. If you know it, the sovereign might kill you. Seeing how serious he was, the black cat was stunned. If it were someone else, it might not believe it. But this brat had the exterminating divine eyes, so he must have an extraordinary background. Also, the story was very detailed and did not seem to be made up. Zhu Xuanji suddenly changed the topic and said, since you also have one of the 5 ultimate eyes, it means that we are on the same side. Your enemy might be my enemy, and my enemy might be your enemy. Why don't you teach me how to cultivate and let me completely master the exterminating divine eyes, then I will tell you this secret. We are on the same side, and I will help you escape. What do you think? Chapter 658. The black cat was in deep thought after hearing Zhu Xuanji's words. Zhu Xuanji did not interrupt it. It would be fake if he acted too eagerly. It was better to let it think on its own with a neutral attitude. A while later, brat! The black cat yelled in a frenzy. You are messing with me. I asked you to amuse me, not to negotiate with me. Zhu Xuanji sighed. You are one of the 5 ultimate gods. Are you willing to be imprisoned here forever? Be it a human or a cat, one must have a dream and a goal. Be a cat. The black cat opened its eyes wide and roared furiously. I am barbaric ultimate god, not a cat. The voice was so deafening that Zhu Xuanji felt that his soul was about to shatter. Damn. Just you wait. Zhu Xuanji thought hatefully in his heart, but he looked calm and composed on the surface. Left with no choice, Zhu Xuanji could only tell it jokes. They were all corny jokes that did not hit the funny spot directly. The black cat needed time to react. The black cat was amused and burst into laughter. After 8 hours, Zhu Xuanji's stock of corny jokes was almost depleted. He could only make up the same type of corny jokes repeatedly. Gradually, the black cat lost interest. I have amused you for so long. You can't just kill me after I'm done. Are you not satisfied? Zhu Xuanji said as he massaged the black cat. You are not qualified to negotiate, the black cat said lazily. Zhu Xuanji squinted his eyes and did not speak further. In the next few days, he told the black cat stories every day. Fortunately, they were not jokes. He told it stories like Journey to the West, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Water Margin, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The black cat was mesmerized by the stories. In order for him to continue telling stories, the black cat extended his life, extending his lifespan to 1 year. Zhu Xuanji was not too happy about this but felt helpless. It seemed that the black cat really treated him like a toy. This day, Zhu Xuanji could not hold it anymore and said, "Barbaric ultimate god, are you really going to stay here forever? Don't you have any ambition?" The black cat rolled around on the ground and ignored Zhu Xuanji. Seeing this, Zhu Xuanji could only give up. He sat on the ground and began internalizing qi. A long while later, the black cat said suddenly, "If I let you out now, you will die too. There is someone waiting for you outside." Zhu Xuanji did not open his eyes, nor did he speak. The black cat's eyes widened. "You were serious about working together?" Zhu Xuanji glanced at it and said, "Are you sure you want to communicate like this? Could there be a powerful being watching over the barbaric ultimate god?" "Don't worry. I was beaten down by a paragon. Apart from a paragon, no one else is allowed to pry into the dojo of the Great Elimination. Otherwise, the rules of the paragon will be enraged, and I'll be destroyed by heaven and earth." The black cat replied with a smug look on its face, as if it was not a prisoner. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let's work together. You help me become more powerful, and after we get out, I will try my best to save you. I'm a man of my word." The black cat hesitated, "But I can't guarantee that you can really save me. Do you have a way?" Zhu Xuanji shook his head and said, "To be honest, I don't have one yet because I'm new here. But I believe you definitely have one. After being imprisoned for countless years, you must have thought of countless ways." The black cat was embarrassed and did not know how to answer. It only cared about sleeping and playing. Although it had thought of ways to escape, it could not think of any, so it could only give up. Zhu Xuanji asked, "If I make a great contribution to the Kunlun Origin Court, can I request for your release?" He remembered that Yu Zhongxiu said that in the Kunlun Origin Court, other than power, contribution was important. "You can indeed. With your current power, God knows how long it will take for you to make enough contribution to save me." The black cat sighed and became discouraged immediately. Zhu Xuanji said, "Nothing is absolute. If you make a deal with me today, you will have a chance to live. If you don't, you will not even have a chance to live." The black cat heard him and fell into deep thought with squinted eyes. A while later, it stood up and spat out a purple heart from its mouth, which quickly entered Zhu Xuanji's chest. Zhu Xuanji felt a chill down his spine. He seemed to have seen something sticky on the violet demon monarch's heart. A powerful energy enveloped Zhu Xuanji, helping him to assimilate the violet demon monarch's heart. He did not feel any pain but comfort. 10 breaths later, Zhu Xuanji felt that he had recovered to his peak. He stood up and stretched his body. "Brat, your heart is not simple. It should be an innate creation of some world. Although it's not a supreme treasure, it will be of great help to you, especially to the exterminating divine eyes." The black cat rested its head on its front paws and said slowly. Zhu Xuanji nodded. He knew that the violet demon monarch's heart was a creation of the world. The violet demon monarch's heart was of great help to his body that was so powerful. The black cat continued, "Next, I will teach you an energy technique. First, tell me what energy technique you are cultivating and tell me the details." Zhu Xuanji immediately told the black cat about the world Buddha art. He was not afraid that the black cat would steal it. There must be more powerful energy techniques in the Kunlun Origin Court. No matter how devilish Jiyu Tianxia was, he could only be more powerful than the Kunlun Origin Court. After Zhu Xuanji finished talking about the world Buddha art, the black cat ignored him. The only outstanding thing about this energy technique is its control of magic energy. It's nothing. When you break through to Dao Treading Saint, your saint energy will turn into Dao energy. Dao energy repel each other. If you absorb it forcefully, it will only self-destruct, the black cat said casually. Zhu Xuanji became even more curious about Tao-treading saints after hearing it. Tao energy? Great Tao energy? What kind of energy is a Tao ancestor? He resisted the urge to ask questions and continued to listen. The black cat boasted for a while before saying, I will teach you an energy technique first. Only those with the 5 ultimate eyes can cultivate it. It raised its paw, and a beam of light shot out from its paw into Zhu Xuanji's forehead. He closed his eyes and comprehended the energy technique's memory. Half an hour passed. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes slowly and praised, such an exquisite energy technique. If you cultivate it to the 10th level, it will be horrifying indeed. This energy technique was called the Great Li Divine Suppressor Technique. At the 1st level, he could split into 10 Great Li avatars. He could control them at will without consuming any Tao energy. As long as the main body did not die, the Great Li avatars would not be destroyed. At the same time, the main body could make the Great Li avatars disappear. With every level, the number of Great Li avatars would increase by 10 times. At the 10th level, he could have as many Great Li avatars as he wanted. Not only that, the Great Li Divine Suppressor could absorb great Tao energy. This alone surpassed the world Buddha art. Did you create this energy technique? Zhu Xuanji asked curiously. He always felt that this energy technique was incredible. The Great Li avatars and the main body were almost the same in strength. The most horrifying thing was that as long as the main body did not die, the Great Li avatars could recover immediately even if they were destroyed. If he cultivated it to the 10th level, he could create billions of Great Li avatars to fight his enemies. Not to mention the same cultivation stage, he could even kill enemies 1 or 2 cultivation stages above him. The black cat shook its head and said, This is the energy technique of the previous owner of the exterminating divine eyes. I'm not sure about its exact origin. Back then, we, the 5 ultimate gods, were unstoppable in the Kunlun origin court. We killed gods and demons in our way. Chapter 659. You also know this technique? Zhu Xuanji asked curiously. How could the black cat not cultivate such a domineering energy technique? The black cat smiled smugly and said, Of course I will. It's also my main technique now. I've already trained it to the 5th tier, and I can directly create 100,000 Dali clones. Although my cultivation is not as good as before, I can still easily deal with Daoist ancestors. The 5th level. Zhu Xuanji was shocked in his heart. This guy had only reached level 5. How hard would it be to reach level 10? The black cat said meaningfully, in addition to being immortal, the Great Li avatar can also pass through the Great Tao Wall. In other words, you can control the Great Li avatar and come and go freely in the entire Kunlun origin court. There's no fluctuation of aura, so it's hard to detect. Zhu Xuanji's eyes brightened. He felt that the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique was more and more impressive. He immediately began to cultivate the Great Li Divine Suppressor art. Very soon, he sensed the Great Tao around him. There were all kinds of Great Tao. He didn't know what rules these Great Tao represented, but he could feel their existence. Their colors were also different. From his meditation vision, his surroundings were colorful, as if he was in a different dimension. In the past, he could only use his will to come into contact with these great ways, but now, he could directly absorb them. The power of the Great Tao, which was countless times more violent than spiritual qi, burrowed into his body. In just an instant, he was so frightened that he immediately opened his eyes. Hoo, he gasped for air, still in a state of shock. In that instant, he felt that he was about to explode from the power of the Great Tao. It was clearly just a trace. Just how terrifying was the Great Tao? The black cat laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. Look at you. The more it laughed, the happier it became. It even rolled on the ground. Zhu Xuanji said unhappily, My cultivation is too weak. Even if I learn this technique, I cannot absorb Great Tao energy. What should I do? It was like giving him a mountain of gold, but he was stranded on a deserted island and couldn't use it even if he wanted to. Be patient. Practice the Great Li Divine Suppressor art from the Overlord Sage level. When you become a Tao-treading venerable, your foundation will be more stable than other Tao-treading venerables. It's no exaggeration to say that the Great Li Divine Suppressor Art is definitely a top cultivation technique in the Kunlun Origin Court, the Black Cat said impatiently. Why was this kid so impatient? Zhu Xuanji took a deep breath and continued to try. Following that, he was scared off again and again by the power of the Great Tao. A whole month passed. He could finally absorb the power of the Great Path slowly and form a Dali clone at the same time. His Great Li avatar was silver in color, like a silver shadow. It had no face, and its body was exactly the same as his. The outside world. Yu Zhongxiu was meditating in the air. She opened her eyes and looked at Yu Shenzhong in front of her and sighed. Ever since Zhu Xuanji entered the danger zone, they could no longer observe his movements. All the great elimination venues had such a forbidden area, making it impossible for the outside world to observe. This made the great elimination more interesting and dramatic. Gambling houses were a big industry in the Kunlun Origin Court. Every divine range had a gambling house, and countless creatures competed to guess at the various great elimination venues almost every day. Yu Shenzhong waited for a month, but Zhu Xuanji did not come out. Everyone thought that Zhu Xuanji was dead, which made Yu Shenzhong emotionally unstable. His eyes were bloodshot. It wasn't easy for him to get such a huge surprise, and he didn't want it to be ruined. He couldn't accept it. He's so confident. It's impossible for him to die so easily. Yu Shenzhong kept repeating this sentence to convince himself to persevere and wait. Yu Zhongxiu's heart ached for him, but she didn't know how to comfort him. She had already said all the words she could. Now, she could only wait for the result. Among the mountains, Zhu Xuanji and his Great Li avatar attacked the Black Cat together. They were extremely fast, like 3 flashes of light, constantly moving. The Black Cat stipulated that they must not touch the surrounding mountains. It wanted Zhu Xuanji to completely control the Great Li avatar. At first, the Great Li avatar crashed into the mountains easily, but it gradually became more agile. In less than half a day, the Great Li avatar no longer crashed into the mountains while chasing the Black Cat. The Black Cat stopped suddenly and scattered the Great Li avatar with a claw. "Very good," it said with a smile, "your talent is outstanding indeed. I will help you refine the Great Tao energy so that you can quickly pass the foundation. After all, you don't have much time left. You are going out soon." Zhu Xuanji stopped as well. He was shocked in his heart. The Great Li avatar was as powerful as him. Didn't that mean that the Black Cat could kill him with a single slap? The most horrifying thing was that this guy's cultivation was far from its peak. It was definitely someone who surpassed the Tao ancestor. After that, under the Black Cat's urging, Zhu Xuanji sat down with his legs crossed. The Black Cat jumped onto his head and helped him absorb the Great Tao energy. This time, he felt an extremely powerful force supporting him, which reduced the impact of the Great Tao energy on him. Endless Great Tao energy flowed into his body, helping him grow stronger. His cultivation began to grow rapidly. Half a month later, Zhu Xuanji broke through to Overlord Saint level 5 straight away. His cultivation soared. He was much more powerful than before. Under the refinement of the Great Tao energy, his Saint energy was gradually transforming into Tao energy. If not for the fact that his cultivation was far from Tao Treading Saint, he might have broken through to Tao Treading Saint directly. "Brat, you have too many serendipity. You might become someone who can shake the Kunlun Origin Court. No wonder the exterminating divine eyes chose you." The Black Cat looked at Zhu Xuanji and sighed in amazement. The reason why it could not kill Zhu Xuanji and even trust him was because of the exterminating divine eyes. At the thought of this, it could not help but recall the time when it was one of the 5 ultimate gods. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and said with a smile, "If not for your help, how could I have such serendipity?" He wanted to address himself as a junior, but the Black Cat was too mischievous. Whenever he lowered his stance, this guy would get angry. Just like a tremor. "You have already formed 3 Great Li avatars. When you form 10, it will be the time you complete the first level of the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. You will be surprised then," the Black Cat said with a smile as it lay on the ground. The Black Cat laughed as it lay on the ground. After a pause, it continued, "All right, you can leave now and teach that guy a lesson." Zhu Xuanji raised his brow and asked, I can already defeat him? The black cat yawned and replied, you two are about the same, but he can't kill you. Zhu Xuanji got up, cupped his fist, and bowed before leaving. Wait for me to come back and save you, Zhu Xuanji said without looking back. Zhu Xuanji said without turning his head. The black cat's eyes turned gentle at his words. I hope so, it mumbled. Suddenly, its heart became heavy and sad. In the dim forbidden ground, it looked so lonely. Like an unwanted kitten, it mumbled, Shuxian is really something. He didn't even want such a beautiful woman. It's a pity that the brat hasn't finished his story. I hope someone will teach Shuxian a lesson. Sigh, I haven't had sex for a long time. I miss it so much. Chapter 660. Outside the barren land of peaks, evil ancestor Shichan was sitting in front of a tree, quietly meditating. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a figure walking out of the dense fog. It was Zhu Xuanji. This kid really didn't die. Evil ancestor Shichan frowned and muttered to himself. He didn't know what was hidden in this forbidden land, but he could feel that it was very dangerous, so he didn't go in. His target for coming to the Great Elimination Dojo was Zhu Xuanji, so he did not kill the other participants. He thought that since Zhu Xuanji was dead, he could cultivate here until the end. Who would have thought that this kid would actually come out? He was not the only one who was surprised. In the castle outside, the 12-star prodigy of the Longbow Divine Range is still alive. Someone exclaimed, instantly attracting the attention of hundreds of living beings. Yu Shenzhong, who was sitting there, suddenly stood up. Looking at the scene in front of him, he trembled with excitement. Yu Zhongxiu was also very excited. Her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. This guy didn't die. Zhu Xuanji's gaze pierced through the dense fog and locked onto evil ancestor Shichan under a tree in the distance. This time, he had absorbed a lot of power of the Great Path, and his cultivation had broken through to the Overlord Saint 5th level. Facing evil ancestor Shichan again, he suddenly felt that this guy was not that dangerous. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but I have to take revenge today. Zhu Xuanji smiled and muttered to himself. Speaking of which, he had to thank evil ancestor Shichan. Otherwise, how could he have met barbaric ultimate god? Everything was fate. Something was not right. He couldn't say that it was his fate, lest fate was controlling his luck from behind, which was inauspicious. Zhu Xuanji took out the thunderclap sword and walked toward evil ancestor Shichan. 3 silver silhouettes appeared behind him. They were the 3 Dali clones. They were also holding swords, and the shape of the swords was also the thunderclap sword. Their light couldn't be obscured by the thick fog, causing evil ancestor Shichan to narrow his eyes. What's that? This kid actually broke through. It seems like he encountered a fortuitous encounter inside. Evil ancestor Shichan narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. It was not rare to encounter a fortuitous encounter in a dangerous place. 9 out of 10 living beings that were able to escape from the danger zone would have had some sort of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, they would have died there long ago. Zhu Xuanji suddenly charged at him, and the 3 great Li avatars followed closely behind. The distance of 100 zhong was covered in a single step. Evil ancestor Shichan quickly dodged the 4 swords. Bang, the sword chi crisscrossed, and the entire forest was cut open. Dust rose into the sky and merged into the boundless fog. So fast. Evil ancestor Shichan was secretly shocked. This kid has only broken through a small realm, but why does it feel like he has become a completely different person? Before he could think further, Zhu Xuanji and the 3 great Li clones charged over from different directions. Countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air in all directions. They were densely packed. There were tens of billions of them blocking all the routes of evil ancestor Shichan, leaving him nowhere to escape. The scene was spectacular and shocking. Thousands of people had gathered in the castle to watch the battle. So powerful. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this kid get? What is hidden in that forbidden land? I think it's the barbaric ultimate god, one of the 5 ultimate gods. Isn't that guy incredibly savage? Why did he let Zhu Xuanji out? Hearing the exclamations of the people around them, Yu Shenzhong and his daughter could not contain their excitement. They did not expect Zhu Xuanji to give them another surprise. This speed of growth was worthy of a 12-star aptitude. At the same time, the primordial chaos sword shadow erupted and instantly submerged evil ancestor Shichan. The explosion burst forth with a bright and powerful light, illuminating the dark world like it was daytime. Dong! A deafening bell rang as a giant bronze bell rose into the air, counteracting the mighty sword qi. Evil ancestor Shichan was suspended in the bell, looking at Zhu Xuanji with a solemn expression. His clone is as strong as his main body. What kind of divine ability is this? The most important thing is that his clone can pass through the Great Tao Wall faster than his main body. Evil ancestor Shichan fell into deep thought. He was becoming more and more interested in Zhu Xuanji. Such a genius must be refined into a puppet by him. I can't miss it. Zhu Xuanji cast the Sword Fusion Technique and Nine Soul Fusion Technique, condensing Tao Will, and slashed. Sword Tao rules. With a flash of sword light and a deafening explosion, the giant bronze bell was directly cut in half. Evil ancestor Shichan was shocked. He cried out in shock, "How is this possible?" Puff! His right arm was cut off. If he hadn't dodged instinctively, he would have been cut in half. Zhu Xuanji and the three great Li avatars rushed into the giant bronze bell. 36 sword souls appeared behind Zhu Xuanji, crazily slashing at evil ancestor Shichan. Every time a sword soul was slashed, a new one would appear almost at the same time. When Zhu Xuanji's sword qi touched evil ancestor Shichan, it was also absorbing his magic energy. This guy wasn't a doubt-treading saint yet. Naturally, his magic energy could be absorbed by Zhu Xuanji. Evil ancestor Shichan quickly dodged. His right arm grew as a long staff appeared in his hand with 9 bells hanging on it. He waved the long staff at Zhu Xuanji. The next moment, the bells rang crisply. In an instant, 9 evil dragons flew out of the bells. They were millions of miles long, dominating the sky as they looked down at Zhu Xuanji and his 3 great Li avatars. In front of the 9 evil dragons, they were so insignificant. Zhu Xuanji's expression didn't change. He immediately used the ancestor dragon sword, transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon that soared into the sky. It also grew to millions of miles long. It was like a huge mountain range that crossed the earth as it bit at the 9 evil dragons. The 3 great Li avatars dashed along the dragon's spine, each using a different sword technique. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. Heavenly Sword Descent. Sky-dominating Divine Sword. Countless sword shadows poured down like a torrential rain. The huge heavenly sword tore an evil dragon into pieces. It was extremely powerful. The remaining great Li avatar brandished his long sword. Sword qi from the sky-dominating divine sword swept in all directions. It was incomparably gorgeous. Evil ancestor Shichan furrowed his brow. He didn't expect Zhu Xuanji to be so difficult to deal with. He immediately gritted his teeth, raised his left hand, and waved it in the air. When his movement came to a stop, a huge red hole appeared out of thin air behind him. The edge of the hole was covered with dense and mysterious runes. One after another, figures exuding a tyrannical aura flew out. All of them were in human form. Their faces and figures were different. All of them were wearing black robes with blood-red patterns. They looked like demons from the abyss. There were a total of 79 puppets. All of them were Overlord Saints. The weakest was a 6th-level Overlord Saint. They each took out their enchanted artifacts and charged toward Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji immediately deactivated the 5-clawed golden dragon and activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The golden Buddha rose from the ground like a divine mountain that created the world. It was majestic and towering. 1,000 arms emerged, each holding a golden sword. The arms slashed wildly in all directions, and the remaining evil dragons were turned into ashes immediately. The 79 Overlord Saints charged over swiftly and dodged the storm-like attacks of the 1,000 swords. The 3 great Li avatars were blasted apart in the blink of an eye. But soon, they reappeared, each restraining the 3 Overlord Saint puppets. The other puppets bombarded the 1,000-hand sword Buddha with different divine abilities. Boom! 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 Explosions occurred one after another. The ground crumbled, Trees were swept away, and mountains were flattened. Even the thick fog and clouds in the sky were swirled into a vortex. Chapter 661. Zhu Xuanji and evil ancestor Shichan were fighting with all their strength. Zhu Xuanji wanted to get close to evil ancestor Shichan, but this guy was relying on the overlord Saint Puppet to hide far away. The three avatars of Great Li were constantly destroyed, but they quickly reappeared. They also killed several overlord Saint Puppets, which made evil ancestor Shichan frown slightly. If they continued fighting like this, he would definitely be the one to suffer heavy losses. Zhu Xuanji's power had already exceeded his expectations, and he understood that he could no longer obtain Zhu Xuanji. Let's stop. Rather than letting both sides suffer, why don't we sit down and talk? You should be able to sense that there are many existences spying on you from afar. Evil ancestor Shichan asked, his voice clearly reaching Zhu Xuanji's ears. Zhu Xuanji narrowed his eyes and stopped. The other overlord Saint Puppets stopped almost at the same time. The three Great Li avatars came up behind Zhu Xuanji and stood back to back, like three sharp legendary swords. Zhu Xuanji asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Evil ancestor Shichan was very strong, which made him think of Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhao also had many puppets, but they were nothing compared to evil ancestor Shichan's overlord Saint Puppet. Evil ancestor Shichan flew over and stopped 10 feet away from him. He said leisurely, "Your potential is very strong, beyond my expectations. Do you want to join hands in the future?" Zhu Xuanji laughed, "You wanted to kill me before, and now you're begging me to cooperate with you. Don't you think you're too much?" Evil ancestor Shichan shook his head and couldn't help laughing. He then said seriously, "This is the law of the Kunlun Origin Court. There are no eternal enemies. You are new here, so it's best to get to know some people from other divine ranges. Only then will you know whether the longbow divine range is good or not." This sentence made Yu Shenzhong, who was in the castle outside, curse loudly. Too shameless. Not only did they poach people, but they also trampled on the longbow divine range. The other spectators were all ridiculing Yu Shenzhong. Most of them wanted the longbow divine range to hand over Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji was really not suitable to stay in the longbow divine range. Throughout the history of the longbow divine range, there had never been a 9-star genius. A divine range like this wanted to dominate a 12-star genius. Aren't they afraid of bursting to death? Yu Shenzhong's face turned purple when he heard this. He wanted to flare up, but he was afraid of making too many enemies. Yu Zhongxiu was also very angry, and her hands were tightly clenched into fists. She could only turn her anger into anticipation, hoping that Zhu Xuanji could stay in the longbow divine range forever and lead the longbow divine range to become stronger. At this moment, Zhu Xuanji spoke. "Scram. The next time we meet, it's either you die or I die." Zhu Xuanji said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, evil ancestor Shichan's face instantly turned cold. Evil ancestor Shichan didn't say any nonsense and directly turned to leave. Seeing how tough Zhu Xuanji was, Yu Shenzhong let out a loud roar to vent his displeasure. The other spectators snorted in disdain, thinking that Zhu Xuanji was crazy. Such a stubborn person would not live long. After evil ancestor Shichan left, Zhu Xuanji flew toward another place with a strong aura of life. Since there were so many worms that wanted to kill him, he would just deliver himself to them. Seeing Zhu Xuanji force evil ancestor Shichan to retreat, the creatures who wanted to make a move were naturally frightened. They didn't dare to overestimate themselves anymore and fled. It had to be said that these creatures were all very powerful, and they all had their own ways of escaping. Zhu Xuanji was unable to catch up to a single one of them. Finally, Zhu Xuanji stopped halfway up the hill and began cultivating. He brought out the bodies of the 4 demon gods and scattered them in all directions. They were 10 feet away from each other. If an enemy attacked, he could react in an instant. Seeing that Zhu Xuanji had once again entered a state of cultivation, Yu Shenzhong and his daughter no longer panicked. Even evil ancestor Shichan couldn't do anything to Zhu Xuanji. The outcome was already set. No one could eliminate Zhu Xuanji. Time flew by. About 2 months later, the great elimination was finally over. Zhu Xuanji felt an extremely powerful force wrapping around him before he was teleported away. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the ancient castle. He was surrounded by a sea of people. He saw evil ancestor Shichan at a glance, and evil ancestor Shichan was also looking at him. When their eyes met, evil ancestor Shichan made a gesture of cutting his throat. In response, Zhu Xuanji's lips curled up. He slightly raised his chin, revealing a contemptuous smile. Evil ancestor Shichan quickly left. This enmity had already been formed. He must be prepared early. With Zhu Xuanji's talent, he would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, evil ancestor Shichan had entered the Kunlun origin court much earlier than Zhu Xuanji. God knew how many tens of thousands of years he would have to wait to meet him again in the Great Elimination. Zhu Xuanji quickly flew up to Yu Shenzhong and his daughter. Good boy. Good boy. You are so proud of us. How about it? Do you like my little daughter? I will betroth her to you directly. Yu Shenzhong excitedly patted Zhu Xuanji's shoulder. Yu Zhengxiu, who was next to him, became shy after hearing this. Zhu Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He didn't agree. He had a good impression of Yu Zhengxiu, but he didn't like her. The two didn't have a deep interaction. If he married her, wouldn't Zhu Xuanji have an extra burden? If the longbow divine range was in trouble in the future, he wouldn't be able to escape. He would have to help. Just thinking about it made him feel a headache. There was no gratitude between him and the longbow divine range. There was only mutual benefit. Everyone around looked at Zhu Xuanji in amazement. After today, Zhu Xuanji had completely established himself in the Kunlun origin court. They quickly left. After leaving the ancient castle, Zhu Xuanji asked, "It is said that there are many places in the Kunlun origin court suitable for cultivation and comprehension of the Great Tao. How can I go there?" He had heard about this from the Black Cat. There were some cultivation places that could help him become stronger quickly. In every origin city, there is a Tao Tower that requires merit points to enter. After we return, I will give you my merit points and personally take you there. Yu Shenzhong laughed heartily. As the head of the Yu family, he had no lack of merit points. Merit points were the most important currency of the Kunlun origin court. As long as you had enough merit points, you could have anything you wanted. The so-called merit points were related to one's contribution to the Kunlun origin court. The specific missions could be accepted by the various divine ranges. This also ensured that the missions were monopolized by the powerful divine ranges. After completing the mission, he would head to the origin city to exchange for merit points. The origin city was the main city of the Kunlun origin court. It was located between the various divine ranges and wasn't much smaller than the divine ranges. Zhu Xuanji could not wait to cultivate the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. After returning to the Longbow Divine Range Yu family's giant city, Zhu Xuanji returned to his room to rest. Yu Shenzhong went to report the news and prepare merit points for Zhu Xuanji. The fact that Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Sai Mengyang had yet to return worried him. The next day, the three finally returned. They were all seriously injured. After landing, they had to support each other. Zhu Xuanji came to the courtyard and took out the Holy Light Redemption sword to treat them. "Master, how are you?" Qiu Hu asked weakly as though he had lost half of his life. Zhu Xuanji replied calmly, "Not bad. I broke through a small level." The three looked at each other in dismay and smiled bitterly. Comparisons were odious. Chapter 662. Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Sai Mengyang returned to the house to recuperate. Although they had successfully teamed up in the Great Elimination, their souls had been injured, and they could not recover in a short period of time. However, they were still very excited. After all, they had obtained the opportunity to break through to the Sage Realm in addition to escaping from death. This was not the heavenly law universe. Becoming a sage did not require the recognition of the heavenly law. With magic power and comprehension, everything would fall into place. 3 days later, Yu Shenzhong finally came to Zhu Xuanji. He asked Zhu Xuanji to take out his identity medallion. Under Zhu Xuanji's gaze, Yu Shenzhong also took out his ID card. The two ID cards were placed together and glowed. Shortly after, Yu Shenzhong returned the medallion to Zhu Xuanji. Scan it with your spiritual force and you will be able to see your merit points. Some missions come with other rewards. If you are able to complete such missions in the future, these rewards will also be recorded in your identity card. Yu Shenzhong said with a smile. During this period of time, he had been in a very good mood, and he was usually grinning from ear to ear. Zhu Xuanji immediately scanned his divine will into his identity medallion. Immediately after, he saw a screen of light that only he could see. It was like the attribute list of the Supreme Legendary Sword System. Merit points, 84321. Was this a lot of points? He was too embarrassed to ask directly, so he opened his eyes and nodded at Yu Shenzhong. Since you have already passed the first elimination, from now on, you can merge your identity card into your identity imprint. This will prevent it from being stolen or lost. Yu Shenzhong reminded. The more he looked at Zhu Xuanji, the more he liked him. He was thinking about how to marry Yu Zhongxiu to this guy. As long as he settled down, this kid would be able to stay in the longbow divine range. Zhu Xuanji nodded but did not fuse the ID medallion into his right arm. He felt that it was not safe to do so. What if the medallion exploded? He still chose to put it in the Supreme storage. The Supreme warehouse was at least another space. Can you take me to the Dao Pagoda in Origin City today? Zhu Xuanji asked. Yu Shenzhong nodded and turned around to lead the way with a smile. He sighed in his heart. So this kid was a cultivation maniac. With such a terrifying aptitude, he was still thinking about cultivating all day long. It was really unreasonable. Under Yu Shenzhong's lead, Zhu Xuanji left the longbow divine range again. They passed through the spatial barrier of the divine range. What entered Zhu Xuanji's eyes were massive pillars of light that looked like towers. They rose from the dense fog at the bottom to the top where no one could see. Divine vein. This was his first time seeing the scene outside the divine range. The Kunlun cosmos. The Kunlun cosmos was filled with Kunlun essence energy, especially at the bottom and top. The grey fog-like Kunlun essence energy condensed into two oceans. Those divine veins were interspersed, like lines connecting the top and bottom of the Kunlun cosmos. They were of different colors. Each divine range was massive. Even though they were far away, they still gave Zhu Xuanji a strong visual impact. Countless creatures moved about in the Kunlun universe. There were also many huge cities between the divine veins. From a distance, they looked like pearls flickering with light. Apart from those divine ranges, you have to be careful of many other spaces. They might look ordinary, but they might have already been occupied by some divine ranges. If you are not careful and enter the territory of other divine ranges, they have the right to kill you. Many outsiders didn't distinguish clearly and died without knowing why, Yu Shenzhong explained to Zhu Xuanji. Yu Shenzhong introduced to Zhu Xuanji. He pointed to some fluctuating spatial areas. Those spaces were where the divine ranges were produced. There might be a vast world or a city in an independent realm hidden inside. Zhu Xuanji listened carefully. He suddenly looked up and saw a huge vortex at the top of the Kunlun universe. There was a halo in the center of the vortex that seemed to lead to another universe. Stop looking. That's the center of power of the Kunlun Origin Court, the domain of gods. Even the sovereign is there. Anyone who enters without being summoned by the Origin Court will be turned into ashes without exception, Yu Shenzhong said, shaking his head. Yu Shenzhong shook his head. Every outsider who entered the Kunlun cosmos would be attracted by the deity domain. Domain of gods, the name was really pretentious. Zhu Xuanji curled his lip and didn't ask further. Following Yu Shenzhong, he entered the nearest origin city. The bright light on the surface of the origin city gave off a warm feeling. Passing through the layer of light, there was a huge city below. Countless towers towered into the clouds. At the edge of the giant city was a sea of white clouds that looked like a cloud wall. The streets were wide, the buildings were tall, and the shapes of the buildings were all kinds of strange. Looking left and right, he could see many creatures going in and out. Some were riding on mounts, and some were stepping on artifacts. Their cultivations were all different. The aura of the saints was the most common. But he also sensed many unfathomable auras. Some of the creatures even gave him the feeling that he was facing the black cat and old ancestor longbow. Yu Shenzhong brought him and landed in front of a Dao pagoda. The Dao pagoda was completely black, like a black pillar. Every 100 feet, there was a door that could only be flown out, not in. In front of the door at the bottom, a group of soldiers in black armor were guarding. All of them had Saint Realm cultivation. The leader was a Dao-treading saint. Go in directly. Someone will introduce you to them. I will pick you up after a year, Yu Shenzhong said with a smile. Yu Shenzhong said with a smile. The merit points he gave Zhu Xuanji allowed him to cultivate in a decent cultivation room for a year or two. Zhu Xuanji nodded and walked in. Only after seeing Zhu Xuanji walk through the door did he leave with peace of mind. After entering the Dao Tower, Zhu Xuanji looked up and saw several spiral stone steps at the edge of the Dao Tower, leading to higher floors. The first floor was nearly 100 feet high and covered an area of a few miles. Many creatures were meditating and cultivating. There was a stone platform in front of him. 26 charming women were sitting on benches. Behind them was a light screen with a few lines of words: 1-star Dao room, 10 merit points a day, 2-star Dao room, 100 merit points a day, 3-star Dao room, 1,000 merit points a day, 4-star Dao room, 10,000 merit points a day. There were 7-star Dao rooms in total. The highest one cost 10 million merit points a day. Zhu Xuanji cursed in his heart. So Yu Shenzhong is this poor? He took a deep breath and walked up to the stone platform. He took out his ID card and was about to speak. At this moment, a young man in animal skin clothes rushed over and said anxiously, I want to challenge the breakthrough ranking. Here are 10,000 merit points. The young man had long hair like a wild lion. His face was rugged and his voice was extremely loud. Okay, please wait a moment, senior. The woman in front of him took the identity card and registered him. Zhu Xuanji asked curiously, Brother, what is the breakthrough ranking? The wild young man glanced at him and said weakly, The breakthrough ranking is a ranking for gambling merit points. You have to pay at least 10,000 merit points. If you can break through quickly in the Dao room, you can get a huge amount of merit points. Every time someone enters the breakthrough ranking, each Dao Tower will show it. This is also an opportunity to become famous. Zhu Xuanji's eyes lit up. He was in need of merit points. Chapter 663. Hello, Senior. You can go directly to the vacant 1-star room. The moment you step in, the breakthrough ranking challenge will begin immediately. The Dao Pagoda woman returned the ID card to the wild young man and said with a charming smile. Her eyes seemed to be hinting at something. The wild young man ignored her and turned to leave. Zhu Xuanji turned to the woman facing him and asked, How long can I challenge the breakthrough ranking with 10,000 merit points? The woman facing him looked a little cold and elegant. She was still wearing a bewitching makeup. She replied, 3 months. The 1-star room was only 10 merit points a day. 3 months would be more than 900 merit points. This is really a gamble. Zhu Xuanji continued to ask, What is the reward for the challenge? The cold and elegant woman patiently replied, The Dao Pagoda has a spirit. It can measure your progress according to your speed of breakthrough. It's hard to explain the specific criteria. The speed of cultivation in different realms can't be compared. It also takes into account your own aptitude. You just need to cultivate hard and enter the top 10,000 of the tower's breakthrough ranking. You will get 20,000 merit points. If you enter the top 10,000 of the citywide breakthrough ranking, you will get 100,000 merit points. This is the lowest reward for each threshold. Zhu Xuanji understood. He immediately took out his ID card and said, I want to challenge the breakthrough ranking. The women around him immediately agreed after hearing his question. They all shook their heads and laughed. Another idiot with wishful thinking, 12-star aptitude. The cold and elegant woman suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of all the creatures on the first floor of the hall. The women behind the stone platform hurriedly gathered together and confirmed that the ID card showed 12-star aptitude. The most recent 12-star aptitude, Zhu Xuanji of the Longbow Divine Range. Zhu Xuanji remained calm, ignoring the gazes around him as he waited for the cold and elegant woman to register. The cold and elegant woman noticed his gaze. Her cheeks turned red as she quickly began to register Zhu Xuanji. He is Zhu Xuanji. 12-star aptitude. He is the only one in the Kunlun origin court. I just got the news that even evil ancestor Shi Chan suffered a loss in front of him. Really? 12-star. TSK. He is going to challenge the breakthrough ranking. I guess he can reach the top of the tower and the top 100 in the city. The creatures pointed at him and discussed in a low voice. No one dared to come forward and strike up a conversation. Because Zhu Xuanji did not look friendly at first glance. His face was expressionless, and he might get angry. After all, geniuses were all arrogant. Soon, the cold-looking lady returned the ID medallion to Zhu Xuanji and said carefully, "Senior, hello. You can go to the empty 1-star room directly. The moment you step in, the breakthrough ranking challenge will begin immediately." She heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she did not offend Zhu Xuanji just now. Zhu Xuanji nodded and left with his identity medallion. The first floor was a waiting area. Some star-ranked Dao rooms were full, so one could only wait. Of course, most of the creatures were there to freeload the free spirit qi. The spirit qi and the great path in the Dao pagoda were stronger than in the outside world. Zhu Xuanji walked up the stone steps and came to the second level. He saw rows of stone houses, and the doors were marked with the words 1 star without spirit or 1 star occupied. He didn't look around. He quickly found a 1-star stone house without any spiritual energy and pushed the door open. After closing the door, he found a groove on the side, so he took out his identity card and pressed it. With a bang, a violent spiritual energy filled the entire stone house. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. So awesome. The space inside the house was quite large. It was 10 feet in length, width, and height. From the outside, it looked like a completely different room. He put away the ID medallion, came to the center of the house, and sat down cross-legged. The 4 demon gods appeared, responsible for absorbing the spiritual energy. He began cultivating the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique, absorbing Dao energy. The Great Dao here, Zhu Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. The Great Dao in the Dao room was much stronger than the one he felt in the Yu clan's guest room. He quickly immersed himself in cultivation. At the same time, the news that a 12-star genius had joined the Breakthrough Ranking Challenge spread quickly. In less than a day, the whole city knew about it. A 12-star genius was really eye-catching. Many geniuses immediately entered various Dao towers to challenge the breakthrough ranking, trying to stop Zhu Xuanji's ranking. This was a good opportunity to step on a 12-star genius to become famous. Even if he failed, there was no loss. Zhu Xuanji was oblivious to the outside world's turmoil. He was focused on cultivating the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. The next day, he refined another Great Li avatar. From then on, he could refine another Great Li avatar every day. 7 days later, 10 Great Li avatars stood behind him. He had also officially mastered the first level of the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. The reason why he was so fast was thanks to barbaric ultimate god's teachings. In the battle with evil ancestor Shi Chan, Zhu Xuanji had learned a lot. This time, with the help of the Dao room, he succeeded naturally. The first level was actually not difficult. After all, he had barbaric ultimate god to guide him. What was difficult was what came after. Even someone as powerful as barbaric ultimate god had only reached the 5th level. After breaking through the first level, Zhu Xuanji's cultivation speed doubled. He absorbed Dao energy faster. Although he was still cautious, his efficiency was more than 5 times higher than before. He was in a good mood, immersed in the comfort of Dao energy tempering his body. As he absorbed more and more Dao energy, the great Dao's rejection of him became weaker and weaker. He had already embarked on the cultivation path of Dao treading saint ahead of time. At this moment, on the first floor of the Dao Tower, where he was, the scene on the light screen behind the stone platform changed. The list of the top 10,000 was changing. The top 10,000 here only took the best results of the creatures. So even if there were 10,000 people on the list, there were still few changes. Zhu Xuanji's name appeared at the bottom of the breakthrough ranking. Seeing this, the creatures gathered on the first floor cried out in surprise. He entered the top 10,000 in just 7 days. He's still moving forward. Wow, he suddenly entered the top 500. A 12-star genius is too powerful. He's really powerful. It's not impossible for him to enter the first place in 3 months. The creatures sighed in amazement. They ignored a message that appeared at the top of the screen. It was about Yi Jun breaking through to the 10th place in the city. The results of the top 100 in the city would be announced in all the Dao Towers. It was said that there was also the strongest breakthrough ranking, which was the top 100 in all the Dao Towers. It was very difficult for new names to appear on that ranking. Time continued to pass. 10 days later, Zhu Xuanji entered the top 1,000. His movements had already attracted many creatures to come and watch. The first floor of the Dao Tower was already overcrowded. The Longbow Divine Range also received news that Zhu Xuanji was challenging the breakthrough ranking. Yu Shenzhong, Yu Zhongxiu, and dozens of experts from the Longbow Divine Range hurried over. This kid is really troublesome, Yu Shenzhong sighed, but his tone was very excited. He liked this side of Zhu Xuanji. The more impressive the better. The more famous the Longbow Divine Range was, the more geniuses it could attract to join. Chapter 664. A storm was brewing outside, but Zhu Xuanji was still focused on cultivation. His cultivation was constantly growing, and when his physical body had completely transformed into a body of the Great Path, the saint power that he had generated would become the power of the Great Path. At this rate, I will break through to Overlord Saint level 6 soon. Zhu Xuanji thought happily. The great Dao energy was indeed powerful. If not for the old immortal teaching him how to comprehend the Dao realm, he would not have been able to cultivate so smoothly. Not only that, but his violet demon monarch's heart could also perfectly withstand the great Dao energy. All the serendipity added up to make him what he was. None of them could be missing. He cultivated while trying to comprehend the Great Li Divine Suppressor Technique. The Great Li Divine Suppressor Technique was indeed peerless. Just the Qi circulation technique alone was ever-changing. With his current attainments, he was still far from reaching level 2. But a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He was not discouraged but was full of fighting spirit. He loved the feeling of growing stronger. Time passed day by day. Halfway through the 3-month period of the breakthrough ranking, Zhu Xuanji successfully reached the top 10 of the breakthrough ranking and the top 1,000 in the entire city. This had already shaken the entire origin city. It even attracted the attention of the nearby divine ranges. Old Ancestor Longbow came to the back of Yu Shenzhong and his daughter. Before he could speak, he heard Yu Shenzhong's body trembling as he mumbled, "Keep going forward. Keep going forward." Old Ancestor Longbow shook his head in laughter and said, "Shenzhong, did you give him too few merit points? Or else, why would he take the breakthrough ranking challenge?" He sounded a little dissatisfied. He thought that Zhu Xuanji could grow stronger for a while before taking the breakthrough ranking challenge, which might shake the entire Kunlun origin court. After all, there were not many 12-star geniuses in the Kunlun origin court. Yu Shenzhong heard him and immediately bowed. "Old Ancestor, I was wrong. I thought," he said in fear. Old Ancestor Longbow stared at him and scolded, "If you can't treat him wholeheartedly, hand him over to the other clans." Yu Shenzhong was almost scared out of his wits. He quickly promised. He thought that Zhu Xuanji just wanted to give it a try, which was why he gave him 80,000 merit points. If he knew this, he would have given him hundreds of thousands or even millions of merit points. "Old Ancestor Longbow, your Longbow Divine Range is truly blessed." A burst of laughter rang out from the side, causing Longbow Patriarch, Yu Shenzhong, and the others to turn their heads. They saw a middle-aged man walking over with large strides, escorted by several dozen subordinates. As soon as he saw him, Longbow Ancestor's smile quickly disappeared, and he even snorted coldly. Outside the Kunlun Origin Court, a black iron palace was floating in the Void Realm. Inside the hall, the Void Boundary God sat on the main seat, and the Void Boundary 13 emperors half-knelt in the hall. Barbarian God Huang Luo, Buddha Yang Ling, the Old Beggar, Jiyu Tianxia, and Shu Qing were imprisoned next to him. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, and it caused barbarian god Huang Luo and the others to be on the verge of being unable to catch their breaths. The Flame Emperor braced himself and said, "Chief God, we are useless. Please punish us." He had waited in the heavenly law universe for so many years, but he still let the exterminating divine eyes slip away. The other great sovereigns followed suit. "Don't worry, Chief God. We will do our best to find Zhu Xuanji. We have found old ancestor Enshin's whereabouts. He just left the Kunlun Origin Court. He sold Zhu Xuanji to the Kunlun Origin Court as a slave. There is still hope to find him. This brat is too lucky." The Void Boundary 13 emperors were furious. They kept cursing Zhu Xuanji to vent their emotions. A mere overlord saint had made them so embarrassed. How could they accept it? "Let's end this here," the Void Boundary god suddenly said, stunning the Void Boundary 13 emperors. The 6 people in the cage were also stunned. What does this mean? Could it be that Zhu Xuanji is already? The old beggar trembled all over, holding his head in pain. Looking back at his past, he had accepted so many disciples, but none of them had a good ending. Jiyu Tianxia frowned, staring at the Void Boundary god. Zhu Xuanji joined the Longbow Divine Range and was tested to be a 12-star genius. Now, the Longbow Divine Range is fully nurturing him. It won't be long before his status surpasses mine. After some time, choose one of you to go and apologize to me, the Void Boundary god said expressionlessly. The Void Boundary god said expressionlessly. He tried to pretend that he didn't care, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. Why, the Void Boundary 13 emperors were shocked. The old beggar and the others also opened their eyes wide. They couldn't believe their ears. What? How long has it been? Zhu Xuanji had already established himself in the Kunlun Origin Court? The Water Emperor said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? 12-star. How could such a prodigy be born in that heavenly law universe?" The other Void Boundary emperors were also in a daze. An unprecedented fear welled up in their hearts. A 12-star prodigy. If Zhu Xuanji grew up, what kind of height would he reach? The more they thought about it, the more afraid they became. Void Boundary god looked at the old beggar and the others and said, "Do you want to live?" Barbarian god Huang Luo immediately came back to his senses and nodded vigorously. "Yes. We can help you ask Zhu Xuanji for mercy." Buddha Yang Ling's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that he could speak in front of Zhu Xuanji, but at this moment, this was all they could do. Otherwise, in order to silence them, the Void Boundary god would probably kill them. "I hope you can understand the situation. Even if he is dissatisfied with us, it is impossible for him to cause trouble for us because we are directly under the control of the Origin Court. I am doing this so that both sides will not fall out with each other, so that we can meet each other in the future," the Void Boundary god said indifferently. Upon hearing this, barbarian god Huang Luo nodded vigorously. The old beggar and Jiyu Tianxia were still in a trance. They could not imagine how Zhu Xuanji did it. 12-star aptitude, how did he prove it? Too many doubts occupied their hearts, making it difficult for them to come back to their senses for a long time. Inside the Dao Tower. Boom. Zhu Xuanji finally broke through and reached Overlord Saint level 6. There was still a month before the end of the breakthrough ranking. When he realized that he could not make any progress in the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique, he began to calm his mind. He was preaching the Great Dao's voice to himself. In this absolute tranquility, his cultivation was actually increasing at an even faster rate. At this moment, the ground floor was already crowded with people. All of them came because of the fame of Zhu Xuanji. They wanted to see Zhu Xuanji's elegance. More than 50 divine ranges had sent their people. Time continued to pass. Demon god Nanming became an overlord saint, perhaps because he was not a living being or because he did not encounter the lightning tribulation in the Dao Tower. 3 days later, demon god Jihuang broke through to overlord saint level 1. Demon god Tianwu broke through to overlord saint level 1. 2 days later, the demon ancestor also broke through to overlord saint level 1. So far, Zhu Xuanji's 4 demon god avatars had all reached the overlord saint level. His physical strength had also transformed and reached an incredible level. This did not disturb Zhu Xuanji. He was still comprehending the great Tao. In this state of absolute peace, he seemed to be in another world. The great Tao around him seemed to be alive, hovering around him joyfully. Chapter 665. With only 10 days left before the 3-month deadline, Zhu Xuanji became the first on the breakthrough ranking and the 36th in the entire city. With the cultivation of Overlord Saint, it was his first time challenging the breakthrough ranking. It was already amazing enough. One should know that most of the top 10,000 cultivators in the city had challenged the breakthrough ranking countless times to reach their current ranking. However, Cloud City had a lot of people. The strength of Cloud City was determined by the surrounding divine ranges. Although Zhu Xuanji's 12-star aptitude was devilish, it could only be in this area. In Cloud City, which was among the top 1,000 divine ranges, the breakthrough ranking was even more terrifying. In the last 10 days, Zhu Xuanji could not continue to break through, but he was still very satisfied. When he walked out of the Tao room, he found many creatures wandering in the corridor. When they saw him, they all turned to look at him. Zhu Xuanji calmly walked toward the stone steps at the edge. He was in a good mood and was still thinking about his next cultivation plan. He wanted to take root in the Tao Tower. When he came to the first floor, he saw a sea of people below. Countless creatures were looking at him. Well done. Yu Shenzhong waved his hand excitedly, without the demeanor of a clan lord. Yu Zhongxiu also waved at Zhu Xuanji. The entire first floor was in an uproar. He is Zhu Xuanji, Overlord Saint level 6. With such cultivation, he became the first in the tower? I don't believe it. What a handsome young man. Did he really rush up from another low-level universe? 12-star aptitude. All the creatures began discussing among themselves. Most of them looked at him with burning passion in their eyes. Zhu Xuanji came to the stone platform in a flash. Ignoring the gazes around him, he took out his ID medallion and asked the cold-looking woman who received him before, "I'm in the breakthrough ranking, right? How many merit points can I get?" He had already heard the discussions of the other creatures and knew his ranking. The cold-looking woman took over his ID medallion and said respectfully, "You are ranked 25th in the whole city. You have received 2.5 million merit points." Zhu Xuanji was shocked. So much. He became rich overnight. The surrounding creatures all looked at him with admiration and admiration. Yu Shenzhong was a little embarrassed. He gave Zhu Xuanji more than 80,000 merit points, but Zhu Xuanji earned 2.5 million merit points straight away. It was a slap to his face. Old Ancestor Longbow walked up to Zhu Xuanji and said with a smile, "My little friend, you're really awesome. It's all my fault. I didn't know that you needed merit points. And Yu Shenzhong, that brat, is really something. Without merit points, he doesn't even know how to use the clan storage." As he spoke, he deliberately glared at Yu Shenzhong. Yu Shenzhong hurriedly smiled apologetically and apologized to Zhu Xuanji, claiming that it was his inconsideration. Zhu Xuanji could only laugh but did not hold a grudge. He waved his hand and said, "It's not a big deal. I'm just curious. I can cultivate and earn merit points at the same time. Of course, I want to try. Even if he gives me a lot of merit points, I will still try." Yu Shenzhong felt grateful to Zhu Xuanji for giving him a way out. He had given Zhu Xuanji money, but Zhu Xuanji did not mind. Instead, he was grateful. It sounded strange, but it was the truth. People from other divine ranges swarmed toward Zhu Xuanji, trying to get close to him. Some even invited Zhu Xuanji to join their divine ranges. At this moment, Zhu Xuanji enjoyed the treatment of being surrounded by stars. Old Ancestor Longbow immediately asked someone to stop them. He furiously shouted, "All of you, get out of my way, I'm still here. Who dares to poach me?" For Zhu Xuanji, he no longer cared about offending others. Zhu Xuanji knocked on the table of the stone platform and asked, "Is there no order in your Tao Tower?" Hearing this, the cold-looking woman immediately asked the other women next to her to call for help. After 3 breaths, dong, a bell rang in the tower, deafening everyone. Except for Zhu Xuanji and the people of Longbow Divine Range, All the other creatures were moved out. The Dao Tower is an important place. No noise. A majestic voice came from the top of the Dao Tower. Even the creatures outside the tower could hear it. Old Ancestor Longbow let out a long sigh. He patted Zhu Xuanji's shoulder and said with a smile, "Little friend Xuanji, I didn't misjudge you." Zhu Xuanji's actions had proven his position. He swore in his heart that he would never mistreat Zhu Xuanji. If such a genius wanted to leave, there would definitely be a lot of divine ranges willing to take him in. But until today, Zhu Xuanji had never mentioned this matter. He didn't ask other divine ranges either. He just wanted to focus on cultivation. A genius who could be so focused on cultivation was worth cultivating with all their might. For the next period of time, I plan to cultivate here for a long time, Zhu Xuanji said with a smile. Zhu Xuanji said with a smile. The past 3 months made him feel very good, and he could not wait to continue. Next, his goal was a higher-level Dao room. He wanted to break through to the Dao-treading Saint realm as soon as possible. I will send someone to wait in front of the Dao Tower. If you come out, you can look for him directly. He will wear the uniform of our Longbow divine range. Old Ancestor Longbow nodded with a smile. In his heart, he was thinking about how to rope in Zhu Xuanji. Marry the proud daughter of the divine range to him? Old Ancestor Longbow couldn't help but look at Yu Zhongxiu. His eyes became thoughtful. After a while, the cold-looking woman returned the identity medallion to Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji chatted with Old Ancestor Longbow and the others for a while before turning around and walking up the stone steps. Such an ascetic cultivation maniac, Yu Shenzhong sighed in amazement. If he had such a talent, he might be able to live a carefree life and cultivate occasionally. One day was equivalent to 1,000 days of hard work. Old Ancestor Longbow looked at Yu Zhongxiu and chuckled. "Xiu, what do you think of him?" Yu Zhongxiu heard him and lowered her head shyly. On the other side, Zhu Xuanji flew up the stone steps. He planned to enter the 4-star Dao room, which would cost him 10,000 merit points a day. By then, he would save tens of thousands of merit points to challenge the breakthrough ranking again. The 4-star Dao rooms were on the 20th floor and above. There were not many rooms here, and very few living beings came and went. He found a Dao room without spirit and walked in. After closing the door, he placed the identity medallion into the groove. Boom! The Dao room trembled violently. Spiritual chi that far exceeded that of a 1-star Dao room exploded. He could even sense the aura of the great Dao directly. The corner of his mouth curled up as he muttered, "This is the feeling." He sat down cross-legged and took out the 4 demon god bodies to focus on cultivation. He also took out the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus to absorb the spiritual chi here to strengthen the demon realm, the world in the lotus, the northern wilderness region, and the Milky Way. Time passed day by day as he cultivated. A month later, he broke through to Overlord Saint level 7, and the 4 demon god bodies reached Overlord Saint level 2. His Dao will grow stronger day by day. If he used Sword Dao rules, his damage would be dozens of times more powerful than during the Great Elimination. He was still immersed in cultivation and did not think about the world. In the blink of an eye, another 5 months passed. He broke through to Overlord Saint level 8, and his demon god bodies all reached Overlord Saint level 4. When he opened his eyes, he felt so good that he could explode. The saint energy in his body had transformed, and it faintly contained the profoundness of Dao energy. Compared to when he first entered, his divine will was more than 100 times stronger. Chapter 666. After breaking through, Zhu Xuanji stretched his neck, got up, and stored away the demon god's body and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. He was ready to go out for a walk. Cultivating all the time wasn't a good thing. He needed to relax properly. He wanted to see the local customs of the origin city. After leaving the 4-star Dao room, he walked down the stairs to the 1st floor and walked out of the Dao Tower under the respectful and curious gazes of the creatures. Now, his portrait had spread all over the city. Almost every creature knew his face. As soon as he walked out, a man from the Longbow Divine Range walked over quickly. "Senior Zhu, what can I do for you?" The man asked respectfully, looking nervous. The person in front of him was the treasure of the Longbow Divine Range. If he didn't treat him well, he would be finished. Zhu Xuanji replied, "Nothing, I just want to walk around." He couldn't see through this person's cultivation. He should be a doubt-treading saint. It was impossible for the Longbow Divine Range to send a Saint Realm subordinate to wait for him. The man immediately said, "I can lead the way. Wherever you want to go, I will take you there. If there's anything you don't understand, I can also tell you." Zhu Xuanji hesitated for a moment before nodding. "What's your name?" "You can call me Cheng Ju." "Okay." Zhu Xuanji led Cheng Ju toward the street. The origin city was very big and lively. Many creatures came and went. No matter where they went, they could see creatures descending from the sky. The most important thing was that there was no law enforcement team here. Even so, there would be no fighting on the street. At most, there would be quarrels. By the way, Senior, if you have time, you can go and get a vocation. With your 12-star aptitude, you should be able to get a very good position. It will give you more power in each origin city, Cheng Ju reminded. Zhu Xuanji glanced at him upon hearing this. "Oh, can I become a soul guardian?" Cheng Ju was stunned. What is a soul guardian? Could it be? He swallowed his saliva and asked, "Are you talking about the legendary soul source pool?" Zhu Xuanji nodded slightly, which almost made Cheng Ju faint. "Isn't that a legend?" He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid not. You can only choose a vocation under the realm of gods. If you want, I can take you to the vocation palace at any time." Zhu Xuanji smiled and asked, "Is there a vocation palace in this origin city? Is every city's profession palace the same?" Cheng Ju nodded and said, "It's the same. The occupation palace mainly introduces all the occupations in the Kunlun universe. Some occupations have to go to a specific place to be tested, such as Void Boundary Deity, Void Boundary Emperor, Great Tao Master, Universe Prime God, and so on." "Oh, even Void Boundary Gods could take the test." Zhu Xuanji squinted his eyes and became more interested in the vocation palace. If he wanted to settle down in the Kunlun Origin Court, he needed a job. Not only that, the professions don't belong to the divine ranges. They have direct superiors. This way, they can prevent some geniuses from being killed by the divine ranges. Cheng Ju continued his introduction. He then raised his hand and signaled Zhu Xuanji to walk over there. The two of them walked towards the vocation palace. Along the way, Cheng Ju introduced Zhu Xuanji to various professions. From small shop managers selling all kinds of things, to big ones like the Master of Gods. In the Kunlun Origin Court, there were also deity positions. Deity positions were also a profession that could be exchanged for with merit points. After becoming a deity position, one would inherit the power of rules. For some creatures with insufficient talent, this was an opportunity to soar into the sky. However, one needed talent to earn merit points. Void Boundary Gods and Void Boundary Great Emperors were one of the deity positions. What was even more ridiculous was that the divine ranges would also recruit clan leaders and divine range lords. The fate of all divine ranges was connected. If a divine range master died and they couldn't find a strong candidate, they would recruit divine range masters from the vocation palace. This vocation had extremely high requirements for cultivation, and the vocation palace would also consider the candidate's character. In other words, in the Kunlun Origin Court, as long as one had enough merit points, one could become anything. Except for one. The sovereign. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the vocation palace. The vocation palace covered an area of a few hundred miles. It was majestic and towering. Just the gate alone was 500 meters tall, and there was more than one gate. Countless creatures walked in and out in an endless stream. After the two entered the palace, Zhu Xuanji's gaze swept across the walls on both sides. He scanned the walls with his divine will, and as soon as he touched the walls, countless memories flooded into his mind. They were all about the introductions of various professions. All professions had aptitude requirements. He could choose from 12-star aptitude directly. There were hundreds of deity positions, and one could even become an origin city lord. But there were specific requirements for cultivation. Every creature can choose 3 professions. You can choose the one you like the first time. But when you choose the second profession, the required merit points will be doubled. Cheng Ju's voice resounded in Zhu Xuanji's ears. He had also made up his mind. He planned to become a Void Boundary War God. This profession had a higher status than Void Boundary God. It specialized in hunting people who trespassed into the Kunlun Origin Court and capturing traitors who escaped from the Kunlun Origin Court. Occasionally, it could also help to open up new universes. With the Kunlun Origin Court as the center, the universe was constantly expanding. New universes had to be explored by Void Boundary War gods and registered. They were like commodities that could be exchanged for with merit points. This profession was convenient for him to go out and fight. There were 2 requirements to become a Void Boundary War God. One had to reach the Dao Ancestor realm and have 7-star aptitude or 9-star aptitude and disregard cultivation. Zhu Xuanji belonged to the latter. He told Cheng Ju about his idea. Void Boundary War God. This deity position is indeed not bad. I need to find a Void Boundary Deity Position Officer to assess it. There is a Void Boundary Deity Position Officer in this Vocation Palace, Cheng Ju replied. After that, he brought Zhu Xuanji to find a Void Boundary Deity Position Officer. The Vocation Palace was huge and had many side palaces. Each side palace represented a different profession. Some of the side palaces were crowded, while some were deserted. They came to the Void Boundary War God's side palace. There were 12 people in line, both men and women. Their cultivations were unfathomable. They were all Dao ancestors. Zhu Xuanji and Cheng Ju's arrival attracted their attention. An overlord saint and a Dao-treading saint? The Dao ancestors raised their eyebrows slightly. They thought that they had gone to the wrong side palace. One of them said, "This is the Vocation Palace for Void Boundary War God." The nearby divine ranges rarely had geniuses with 9-star aptitude and above. There was one recently, a 12-star genius from the Longbow divine range. But he was only one, and he was cultivating hard in the Dao Tower. Hold on. Zhu Xuanji. The 12 Dao ancestors opened their eyes wide and sized Zhu Xuanji up. They had all seen Zhu Xuanji's portrait, but they did not pay much attention to it back then. Now that they took a closer look, Zhu Xuanji's face had completely merged with their memories. Cheng Ju bowed to them and said to Zhu Xuanji, "Senior, I will wait for you outside." After that, Cheng Ju turned around and left. Zhu Xuanji walked to the back of the line and nodded slightly to the 12 Dao ancestors. In front of him was a lady in a red palace dress. She had a delicate face and a beaded red jade crown. She asked softly, "Are you the rumored Zhu Xuanji?" Chapter 667. My name is indeed Zhu Xuanji. It's not worth mentioning. Zhu Xuanji nodded humbly, which made the 12 Dao ancestors look at each other in dismay. They did not expect this 12-star genius to be so low profile and not arrogant at all. And so, they began chatting. They were naturally curious about a 12-star genius, but they did not put on airs. As long as Zhu Xuanji did not die, he would surpass them sooner or later. Zhu Xuanji was willing to make friends with them. One more friend was better than one more enemy. Moreover, these people were not weak. These 12 Dao ancestors came from different divine ranges. It was either their second or third time choosing their vocations. In Kunlun Origin Court, other than the first vocation assessment that did not require merit points, the other 2 required merit points even if one was qualified. Of course, most living beings did not have enough talent and cultivation to choose a good vocation for the first time, so merit points were still needed. Not everyone was as talented as Zhu Xuanji. After a round of conversation, Zhu Xuanji got to know them. The most powerful one was a man named Yi Jun. He was in the top 10 of the breakthrough ranking not long ago. He came from the Tiangang divine range, which was very close to the top 1000 divine ranges. It was considered the most powerful divine range here. Yi Jun looked very young and elegant. He was very friendly to Zhu Xuanji, as though he wanted to become sworn brothers with Zhu Xuanji. The calmest one was called Shu Huang. He was dressed in black and looked like he was in his early 30s. He had a faint stubble on the side of his mouth and a stern face. He sized Zhu Xuanji up quietly with sharp eyes. The other Dao ancestors did not leave a deep impression on Zhu Xuanji. They were not familiar with each other either. Although your cultivation is not high, your aptitude is outstanding. Passing the test is almost a done deal. The one who spoke was the female Dao ancestor in a red dress in front of Zhu Xuanji. Her name was Nangong Jarine. She smiled gently. Zhu Xuanji smiled softly and said, "Thank you for your kind words." The Void Boundary Deity Position Officer wore a black robe with purple threads and a hat. It was pitch black inside, and his face could not be seen. He looked like a ghost. There was an inner hall behind him. After registration, one could enter the inner hall. Soon, it was Zhu Xuanji's turn. He took out his identity token. 12-star talent. You are not bad. Go in. The Void Boundary Deity Position Officer stuck Zhu Xuanji's identity token on the golden mirror on his left hand and let him in. Zhu Xuanji put away his identity medallion and walked toward the gate of the inner palace. The creatures that came in later were secretly shocked. He was the 12-star genius, Zhu Xuanji. After entering the inner palace, Zhu Xuanji saw dozens of people waiting. The inner hall was brightly lit. Streaks of light and shadows flowed on the walls like movie projections, telling different stories about the emptiness boundary martial god. Zhu Xuanji attracted everyone's attention as soon as he came in. At this moment, the inner hall suddenly trembled violently. A strong light burst from the ground, and immediately after, they were teleported out. Zhu Xuanji saw the origin city shrinking rapidly. The Kunlun universe appeared before his eyes. Divine ranges that looked like pillars that supported the heavens came into view. They were rising rapidly. Nangong Jarine walked to his side and said with a chuckle, "Don't be nervous. We're going to the Void Boundary Palace next. Maybe we can become a team in the future." Zhu Xuanji looked at her and asked curiously, "Team?" Nangong Jarine nodded and said, "Just like the Void Boundary 13 Emperors, the Void Boundary War Gods also form teams of 13. At the same time, we can control 13 Void Boundary Great Emperors, and above us is the Void Boundary Heavenly Venerate." Zhu Xuanji was intrigued and asked, "What about Void Boundary God? You can't control it." He still remembered the feeling when he looked up at the Void Boundary God in the cauldron. There is only one Emptiness Realm God in an Emptiness Realm. They don't belong to any divine range. They are basically full-time guards. When we arrive at their Emptiness Realm, we can order them, but we can't directly take them as our subordinates. Nangong Jarine replied with a smile, enlightening Zhu Xuanji. He remembered Cheng Ju saying that there was more than one void realm outside the Kunlun Origin Court. With the Kunlun Origin Court as the center, different areas of the void were divided into different directions. From top to bottom, the void between all the universes was controlled by the void returning realm gods. They were like the security guards of the neighborhood, and the surrounding universe lords could ask them for help. The status of Void Boundary War Gods was higher than that of Void Boundary Gods, and they had more freedom. The surrounding Dao Fathers all began to chat idly. Zhu Xuanji looked up and saw a majestic sea of fog at the end of the beam. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and he could vaguely see the silhouette of a palace. Not long after, they entered the Void Boundary Palace from the bottom. After landing, there were noises coming from all directions. Zhu Xuanji turned around and saw that there were more than 500 people. He clicked his tongue in amazement. So many Dao ancestors were competing for Void Boundary War God in just one day? How many Void Boundary War Gods were there? How many Dao ancestors were there in the entire Kunlun Origin Court? At this moment, Zhu Xuanji's heart was in turmoil. He suddenly realized that he was still a frog in the well and underestimated the power of the Kunlun Origin Court. Silence. A majestic and domineering voice came, and everyone shut up in shock. Zhu Xuanji looked up and saw a black-robed figure who looked like a Void Boundary Deity Position official levitating in the air. "Now, divide into teams. 13 to a team. If you fail to form a team, you will be eliminated immediately," the black-robed figure continued, and everyone began to move out in shock. Nangong Jarine held Zhu Xuanji's arm and said with a smile, "Little brother, let's go together." Yi Jun, who was not far away, nodded at Zhu Xuanji. Xu Huang walked over as well. The four of them gathered together, waiting for the other Dao ancestors to join. Some Dao ancestors that they knew in the queue also joined. Yi Jun did not reject them. Unknowingly, he became the leader. Time passed quickly. Soon, they formed a team of 13 people. Zhu Xuanji waited quietly. In the entire hall, his cultivation was the weakest. Other than them, there were some doubt-treading saints. According to Nangong Jiarin, those guys had a strong background and could buy a deity position with merit points. Wealth could move gods. It was suitable in many places. Finally, 11 creatures failed to form a team. They were expelled by the black-robed figure and sent back to their respective origin cities. Next, you will take the test one by one. After the test, you will form a new team. If anyone fails to form a team, it will still be considered as a failure, the black-robed figure said as he landed on the ground. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. This move was really vicious. The first time they formed a team, there might be friction, which would lead to the second time they formed a team. The first time they formed a team, there might be friction, which would lead to the second time they formed a team, and some creatures' leading positions would change. The first time they formed a team, there might be friction, which would lead to the second time they formed a team. No hurry. Let's wait for the test first, Yi Jun said to his team members with a smile. He looked very confident. Other than Zhu Xuanji, everyone in this team was a Dao ancestor. Moreover, he knew all of them and knew whether they had enough merit points. The other Dao ancestors who had not met Zhu Xuanji came up and chatted with him. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Chapter 668. One Dao father after another took the trial, and most passed. Zhu Xuanji's team was not the last to be assessed, and soon, it was his turn. The Void Boundary Deity Position Officer looked at Zhu Xuanji and said, 12-star talent, passed directly. You can become a Void Boundary War God. After that, the Void Boundary Deity Position official returned Zhu Xuanji's identity medallion to him, indicating that he could leave. Zhu Xuanji was a little stunned before he walked over. Wasn't this a little too easy? It seemed like the sign of a 12-star aptitude was really impressive. He was in a good mood and walked over to Yi Jun and Nangong Jiarin. In the end, no one failed the test. Zhu Xuanji witnessed the amount of merit points they were exchanging. It was an astronomical number, as if there were 9 zeros. Next, split up and stand in line. Keep a distance of at least 15 feet from each other and wait for the Void Boundary Empyrean to come and claim you. After saying this, the Emptiness Boundary Deity Position official disappeared into thin air. The atmosphere in the Emptiness Boundary Palace became harmonious. From now on, they would all be Emptiness Boundary War immortals, and they would see each other frequently. Naturally, they had to build a good relationship with each other. Although Zhu Xuanji's cultivation was the lowest, the number of people who tried to hit on him was one of the highest. He smiled and nodded at these people's self-introductions. His attitude made the Dao ancestors very satisfied with him. This genius really knew how to conduct himself. Those doubt-treading saints were a little dissatisfied. They became Void Boundary War gods not because of their talent but because of merit points. So, most of them were pampered since childhood and were used to seeing geniuses. They were not interested in Zhu Xuanji. Time ticked by. Soon, a vast and boundless aura descended. Everyone looked up and saw a burly man burning with dark blue flames floating in the air. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and he wore a mighty armor with a black silk scarf wrapped around his shoulder. He was expressionless and wore an iron helmet that looked like a tiger's head. He looked down at the team below and said, I am Heavenly Sage Zhenyang. Zhu Xuanji's team, come out. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Zhu Xuanji with envy in their eyes. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang's reputation was not small. His strength surpassed that of Dao ancestor. When Zhu Xuanji was in the Yu family, the servants had mentioned the legend of Heavenly Sage Zhenyang. He had lived for countless years and defeated countless experts. He was known as the Sun Ancestor God. Zhu Xuanji and the others immediately stepped forward. Yi Jun cupped his fists and said, Skymaster, we will. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang naturally recognized Zhu Xuanji. His cultivation was really eye-catching in the Void Boundary Palace. From now on, you are my subordinates. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang said in a deep voice, and with a wave of his right hand, he took Zhu Xuanji and the others away. As soon as they disappeared, the Void Boundary Palace instantly exploded. That's Empyrean Zhenyang, one of the most powerful Void Realm Heavenly Venerables. This is a 12-star aptitude. If it were me, I would also snatch it. Zhu Xuanji has soared to the sky. In the future, with the protection of Heavenly Sage Zhenyang, even the Longbow Divine Range will have to listen to him. We have to make friends with him in the future. That's right. Apart from those ancient existences, it's hard to find a 12-star genius every 10,000 years. Moreover, he's from another universe. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes again and found himself on a tall tower. In front of him was a boundless starry sky, and below him was a dense fog. Looking up, he could only see a boundless expanse. 12 people, including Yi Jun, Nangong Jiayin, and Xu Huang, stood near him. At the edge of the railing, Heavenly Sage Zhenyang's back was facing them, making them afraid to speak. From now on, you will be a team. You will live and die together. I hope you can be tolerant of each other because the missions you will face are also very serious. The stronger your teammates, the greater your chances of survival. Every mission, you will get the same merit points. For special situations, such as when the whole team is on the verge of extinction and one of you turns the tide, under the recommendation of the whole team, you will get the most merit points in the mission reward, Heavenly Sage Zhenyang said slowly. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang said slowly as he turned to look at Zhu Xuanji and the others. Zhu Xuanji's mind was filled with the captives and mission rewards of Void Boundary War God. Every year, he would get 10,000 merit points, not including the merit points from missions. And the mission rewards accounted for the majority of the Void Boundary War God's income. Some missions could give hundreds of millions of merit points, at least 100,000. This also showed that the position of Void Boundary War God was very dangerous. Next, Heavenly Sage Zhenyang asked Zhu Xuanji and the others to take out their identity cards. He then slapped their cards and returned them to them. In the next year, I will choose missions for you. You have to be prepared when you go back. Your identity cards have been branded with the identity of Void Boundary War God. You can contact each other through the imprint of Void Boundary War God. Remember, don't use your power to bully the weak, understand? Heavenly Sage Zhenyang glanced at Zhu Xuanji and the others and said word by word. His eyes didn't stop on Zhu Xuanji. It seemed that Zhu Xuanji didn't attract his attention. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang nodded with satisfaction and said, "You will walk from the back later. This is the mission tower. You can learn about it. In addition to the first mission, you can also choose your own missions when you are free in the future. Remember, any mission must be based on the team." After saying this, Heavenly Sage Zhenyang disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Jun smiled and said, "From now on, everyone should be more tolerant of each other. Who knows when we might be saved by each other?" As soon as he said this, everyone burst into laughter. Afterward, they walked toward the gate behind them while chatting. The mission tower was very big. It was very similar to the Dao Tower. The stairs spiraled down along the wall. It was about 10 feet wide. Various missions were reflected on the wall. One had to use their identity to accept the mission. As long as one person accepted the mission would also appear on the ID card of the entire team. Zhu Xuanji was very low-key. Although he had a 12-star aptitude, it was impossible for him to be the leader of the team. The gap between his cultivation and that of his teammates was too big. With Yi Jun and Nangong Jiayin taking care of him, he wasn't left out. Along the way, Zhu Xuanji saw all kinds of missions. These missions involved many strange mythical existences. Most of them were capture missions. They also indicated their strength. But this strength was not necessarily accurate. After a full 2 hours, they finally reached the first floor. Along the way, they encountered many teams. Many powerhouses were looking at Zhu Xuanji in astonishment. Because Overlord Saint cultivation was really rare, they came to the teleportation gate and returned to their respective cloud cities one by one. Zhu Xuanji, Yi Jun, Nangong Jiayin, and Xu Huang came from the same origin city. So they could teleport together. In the teleportation array, Nangong Jiayin smiled and said, "Little brother, I can protect you when the time comes." Zhu Xuanji shook his head and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I have the power to protect myself. I chose this god position because I want to become stronger." Yi Jun teased, "Fairy Nangong, you are so attentive to him. Could it be that you have feelings for him?" Chapter 669. In the face of Yi Jun's teasing, Nangong Jiayin raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Little brother Xuanji is talented and handsome. So what if I have feelings for him?" When the other Dao ancestors heard this, they also laughed. Having cultivated to this point, they had seen all kinds of stunning beauties, so they weren't moved by Nangong Jiayin's beauty and didn't take her words seriously. This woman was only interested in Zhu Xuanji's talent. Zhu Xuanji maintained his smile and did not reply. He also didn't fancy Nangong Jiayin. He felt that it was enough to accept Xian Xianghua. Only God knew how old Nangong Jiayin was. Compared to her, Xian Xianghua was definitely not worth mentioning. In the Kunlun origin court, Xian Xianghua was like a young girl. Very quickly, they returned to the origin city. After walking out of the Void Boundary War God Temple, Chengju greeted him. Zhu Xuanji said goodbye to his teammates and left with Chengju. "Senior, congratulations on becoming an Emptiness Boundary War God. You are also the only Emptiness Boundary War God in our Longbow Divine range," Chengju said respectfully. There weren't many Dao ancestors in the Longbow Divine range, and the Void Boundary War God was very dangerous. Those Dao ancestors weren't willing to take the risk, not to mention that there were other occupations that were more suitable for them. Zhu Xuanji nodded lightly and smiled, "Let's go back to the Yu clan. I want to see my 3 subordinates." He planned to let Zhu Xiaoxian, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and the others take root in the Kunlun origin court. He would have to trouble the Longbow Divine range to help him register his identity. This matter shouldn't be too difficult. But before that, Jiang Shui and the others had to raise their cultivation to the Saint Realm. Even the worst had to be reaching Heaven level 10. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to be eliminated. Along the way, he told Chengju about what had happened. Chengju patted his chest and promised that it was only a small matter and that he would immediately report it to the Longbow ancestor after they returned. There were so many living beings in the Longbow Divine range that it wouldn't be a problem to have a few hundred more people. Of course, the Longbow Divine range wouldn't be able to handle all the creatures in the Lotus world. This would also attract the attention of the Origin Court. Longbow Divine range, Yu clan. Zhu Xuanji returned to the courtyard. Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Sai Mengyang sensed his aura and walked out of their rooms. They were very excited because they had heard of Zhu Xuanji's might in the origin city. Zhu Xuanji was in a good mood. He sat in the pavilion with them and told them about what had happened during this period of time. Knowing that Zhu Xuanji had already surpassed the Void Boundary God and the Void Boundary 13 Emperors, the 3 were dumbfounded. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. This kid was flying too fast. After coming to the Kunlun origin court, he seemed to have changed into a completely different person. He rushed all the way with unstoppable momentum. Now, the results he had achieved were unimaginable. Zhu Xuanji's experience stimulated the 3 of them. They swore that they would work hard to cultivate. After they broke through to the Saint Realm, they would head to the origin city to choose a profession and develop themselves. After chatting for 2 hours, Zhu Xuanji returned to his room. He had Demon God Nanming take the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and went to Skyfall to gather Zhu Xiaoxian, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Lady Zhao Xian, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. Now, Earth and Skyfall had built a teleportation formation. This included the demon world, which made it easier for them to travel. "Father, are there any wonderful adventures that you want to tell us about recently?" Zhu Xiaoxian asked excitedly. The others were also looking forward to it. The little black snake flicked his forked tongue and chuckled, "Don't tell me you met Xian Xianghua again?" Hearing this, Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua glared at him at the same time. Their murderous aura locked onto him, which scared him so much that he shivered and hid behind Chongming Demon Monarch. Zhu Xuanji began telling them about his experiences. From the aptitude test to the Great Elimination, to the Dao Tower Breakthrough Ranking, and finally to the Void Boundary War God test. Everyone's blood boiled as they listened. Awesome. Baixiao Wangjian clenched his fists and said excitedly. Chen Bantian, Lin Chang'e, Ning Zifeng, and the others could not help but feel their blood boiling. It had only been a short time, and Zhu Xuanji's status had already surpassed the Universe Lord Gods. The power and richness of the Kunlun Origin Court had opened the door to a new world for them. Revered teacher, are you bringing us to the Kunlun Origin Court? Xiao Jinghong asked, holding back his excitement. The others also looked at Zhu Xuanji expectantly. Zhu Xuanji nodded with a smile and said, wait until you break through to the Saint Realm. Otherwise, you will not even be able to pass the lowest Great Elimination. In the future, I will improve the spiritual qi of the various worlds in the Lotus and strive to make the spiritual qi here reach the level of the Kunlun Origin Court. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with desire. They also wanted to see what the Kunlun Origin Court was like with their own eyes. Following this, Zhu Xuanji gathered the entire Emperor Sword Court and planned to lead all of the court's disciples in cultivation. He continued to use his sword master Haki to lead tens of millions of disciples in sword training while speaking about the Great Tao's voice. To Emperor Sword Court's disciples, this was a great opportunity. Now, Zhu Xuanji was an Overlord Saint level 8. His body was about to transform into a Great Tao body. 7 days later, he returned to the Kunlun Origin Court because someone had come looking for him. He put away Demon God Nanming and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus before walking out of the house. Yu Shenzhong and Yu Zhongxiu stood in the courtyard. Little friend Xianji, the Void Boundary God of the nearby region, has brought the Void Boundary 13 Emperors to visit you. He said that he had a misunderstanding with you and wants to apologize. He is currently receiving you in the Qian Hall. You can go and meet him. With the support of our longbow divine range, if you want him to kneel, he must kneel. Yu Shenzhong smiled and explained his background. Zhu Xuanji heard him and raised his brow. Qiu Hu and the other two rushed out excitedly. They said they wanted to see it too. Zhu Xuanji had no objections. The group flew toward the Qian Hall. The Qian Hall was located in the upper level of the longbow divine range. It was a hall for receiving guests. Of course, one had to have a certain status to enter the Qian Hall. After a while, they quickly came to the Qian Hall. Zhu Xuanji followed Yu Shenzhong inside and immediately saw the Void Boundary God's burly figure. Behind him were 13 figures kneeling. They were the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. Other than them, he also saw 5 other people. Buddha Yangling, Barbarian God Huang Luo, Old Beggar, Shu Qing, and Jiyu Tianxia. Barbarian God Huang Luo was very excited. He knelt down immediately and shouted, Master. He looked like he was about to cry. He didn't look like a heavenly saint at all. Qiu Hu covered his face and cursed, so embarrassing. The corner of Sheng Tiandao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Void Boundary God turned around and looked at Zhu Xuanji. The Void Boundary 13 Emperors trembled and didn't dare to turn their heads. Sitting on the main seat was a tall middle-aged man. He was also one of the Longbow Divine Range's Dao ancestors. He was very powerful. Seeing Zhu Xuanji, he got up and said with a smile, Little friend Xuanji, you are finally here. I am the Longbow Divine Range's Law Enforcement Elder. You can call me Old Qian. Facing the hope of the Longbow Divine Range, even though Old Qian was a Dao ancestor, he had to welcome him with a smile. This scene made the old beggar, Buddha Yangling, and the others feel even more complicated. When they first met Old Qian gave them a sense of oppression without being angry. But when they saw Zhu Xuanji, it was as if he had become another person, which greatly shocked them. Chapter 670. Zhu Xuanji cupped his fist and bowed to Old Qian. Then, he walked to the front and turned to face the Void Boundary God and the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. His eyes locked onto the Flame Emperor and Water Emperor. The 2 emperors quickly lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look him in the eye. Elder Qian smiled and stroked his beard, not saying a word. Yu Shenzhong and Yu Zhongxiu sized up the Void Boundary 13 Emperors curiously. What kind of hatred did the Void Boundary God have to personally pay a visit? When Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Sai Mengyang saw the kneeling Void Boundary 13 Emperors, they felt indescribably carefree. It was the same for barbarian god Huang Luo and Buddha Yangling. Weren't you very arrogant and haughty before? You're only admitting your mistake now that you're kneeling? Jiyu Tianxia looked at Zhu Xuanji with a complicated expression. Now, he could not see through Zhu Xuanji at all. If he had known this would happen, he would have followed Zhu Xuanji instead of the old beggar. Among those present, the old beggar had the most complicated feelings. He was originally from the Kunlun origin court, so he knew what a 12-star aptitude represented. This kid, the old beggar smiled bitterly. It was not the first time that he had misjudged someone, but it was the first time that he had underestimated his own disciple. Zhu Xuanji looked up at Void Boundary God and asked, "How do you want to end this?" The Void Boundary God's expression was calm as he said, "I will return these people to you and pay 2 million merit points. How about it?" 2 million merit points was a huge fortune for most living beings. Zhu Xuanji smiled with squinted eyes, "Sure, but I want to hear them apologize to me personally. It has to be sincere." Speaking of which, the Void Boundary 13 Emperors had their reasons for doing this. They were also carrying out a mission and weren't really targeting him. However, he had almost died in the hands of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors and the Void Boundary God. He couldn't just ignore it. Upon hearing this, the Void Boundary God glared at the Void Boundary 13 Emperors and shouted, "What are you waiting for?" After saying this, he bowed to Zhu Xuanji with cupped fists and said, "Back then, we were short-sighted and offended you. Please forgive us, Senior. We are ignorant and have offended you. Senior, please forgive us." The Void Boundary 13 Emperors shouted in unison. Apart from the Flame Emperor and the Water Emperor, the other great emperors were slightly upset. Before coming, they did not even know what Zhu Xuanji looked like. At this point, they could only bow their heads. Next, Void Boundary God took out his ID card and transferred 2 million merit points to Zhu Xuanji's ID card. This was the end of this grudge. Before he left, Zhu Xuanji instructed the Void Boundary God, "Help me investigate old ancestor Yinshin. I will settle the score with him personally." Although it was a blessing in disguise, he still remembered that Patriarch Yinshin was the one who fed him the poison. If barbaric ultimate God hadn't helped him get rid of the poison, he wouldn't have known about it. Yes. The Void Boundary God nodded respectfully and left with the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. Elder Qian praised, "Not bad, you didn't shed all pretense of cordiality." When he was as young as Zhu Xuanji, he might have forced Zhu Xuanji to become his mortal enemy. However, it was impossible to kill a Void Boundary God. Unless it was in a place that no one knew. Zhu Xuanji gave a slight smile and exchanged some pleasantries with old Qian before taking the old beggar and the others away. "From now on, you will follow me. Do you have any objections?" Zhu Xuanji walked in front and asked. Barbarian god Huang Luo immediately smiled and said, "That's naturally for the best. This is our fortune." Buddha Yangling sighed and said nothing. The old beggar kept silent. He looked awkward and didn't know what to say. Zhu Xuanji asked Yu Shenzhong to register the five's ID cards before sending them to his residence in the Yu family. Yu Shenzhong didn't refuse. He only felt that it was a trivial matter. On the same day, Zhu Xuanji went to the origin city alone to continue cultivating. Just as he flew out of the Longbow Divine Range, Chengju caught up with him. Zhu Xuanji didn't refuse and let him follow. After arriving at the previous Dao Tower, Zhu Xuanji entered a 4-star Dao room and began cultivating. As usual, he took out the 4 demon god bodies and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus to let them absorb the spiritual qi here. He began absorbing the Great Dao and cultivating the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. Time passed day by day. 2 months later, analyzed that the sword owner has reached 514 years old. Gacha started. Ding. Congratulations. The sword owner obtained Primordial Chaos, Inverted Book Sword, Glorious Gold, White God Sea-Piercing Sword. The sword spirit's voice pulled Zhu Xuanji's thoughts back to reality. Finally, he got another Primordial Chaos Legendary Sword. He had yet to use the primal chaos primal beginning sword. That sword required the cultivation of a 7th-level overlord saint, which he had already reached. He did not know what was so special about this primordial divine sword. Very soon, Inverted Book's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Inverted Book sword level, primeval description, the blade of the sword is like a book. It can reverse karma and sever the fate between living beings. It will be most effective if the other party doesn't notice it. You need to be at least a 9th-level overlord sage to use this sword. Reverse karma and cut off fate. Zhu Xuanji's eyes brightened. He felt that this sword was quite good. However, he was still one sky away from being able to use this sword. He couldn't help but think of a higher-grade divine sword. Ordinary ore, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god-slaying, Armageddon, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heavens, heavenspan, 9 extremities, primordial chaos, profound way, honored lord, vast sky, merging all life, court overturning. When are you going to play with this profound path divine sword? Could a supreme lord divine sword injure a doubt-treading venerable? Zhu Xuanji thought for a while before calming himself down and continuing to cultivate. At the same time, the spiritual qi in the lotus world was still growing. The violent spiritual qi in the Tao room seemed inexhaustible. No matter how much he absorbed, he didn't need to worry about alarming the Tao Tower. Time flew. After half a year, Zhu Xuanji finally broke through to 9th-level overlord sage. The cultivation of his 4 demon god bodies had reached 6th-level overlord sage. Feeling refreshed, he packed up his things and walked out of the 4-star Tao room. As soon as he came to the 1st floor, he saw a familiar figure. Nangong Jiayin. Why is this woman here? Sensing his aura, Nangong Jiayin turned around and waved at him. Zhu Xuanji walked over and greeted, Fairy Nangong, long time no see. Nangong Jiayin covered her mouth and smiled, Little brother, I am here to look for you. Our first void boundary mission is coming soon. Are you ready? Ready? Zhu Xuanji replied, I don't even know the specific mission. How can I prepare? Nangong Jiayin grabbed his arm and pulled him out. Zhu Xuanji slightly furrowed his brow and broke free from her hand without leaving a trace. The two walked under a big tree on the street. Nangong Jiayin flipped her right hand, and a jade slip appeared in her palm. She said, This is our mission. I have special channels to get the information in advance. After the void boundary heavenly sovereign selects the mission for us, he will register it first. But the specific execution time is up to him. Zhu Xuanji looked at her in surprise. This woman has already reached the void boundary heavenly sovereign level. He took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. The next moment, the jade pendant turned into countless light stars and drilled into his mind, turning into memories.
Chapter 44:12. Whoosh. As the interstellar coordinates were activated, Yi Xian's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye amidst the faint whistling sound of the wind. Almost in the next instant, when his figure appeared again, he had crossed hundreds of billions of miles in the starry sky and returned to the central star area of the rising sun forbidden land. Not far ahead was the miniature black hole star vortex that led into the primordial void. This was the second jump coordinate that Yi Xian had imprinted in this part of space. He did not enter the black hole star vortex immediately because the tribe of survivors from the Emperor Xian starfield still needed to settle down. It was not suitable for them to enter the primordial void and meet up with Yi Xian's subordinates in the nest of chaos origins. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the demonic dragon chariot was summoned by Yi Xian. Then, with a thought, Xiao Dong and the other emperors of the Emperor Xian starfield were summoned and appeared in front of Yi Xian. After waving his hand again and putting away the demonic dragon chariot, Yi Xian immediately activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body. In an instant, he transformed from his human form into a 30-meter-tall demonic ape. However, he was still in the form of a violent ape of stars instead of having 3 heads and 6 arms. The ancient demonic ape. As a result, his cultivation base instantly rose from the Third Order Emperor realm to the Fourth Order Emperor realm. He had stepped into the mid-stage Emperor realm from the early-stage Emperor realm. This scene gave Xiao Dong and the others a huge fright. Their faces were filled with bewilderment because they'd never seen Yi Xian appear in such a state before. Alright, it's me. This is my other identity. It's convenient for me to deal with the space beasts in the forbidden land of Rising Sun. Seeing the bewilderment in their eyes, Yi Xian immediately explained. Xiao Dong and the others immediately understood. Then, they all gasped, "Young master, your cultivation base. Wasn't it First Order Emperor realm before? Why are you at the Fourth Order Emperor realm now? This is too fast, isn't it?" "Ha! This is. There are so many planets with life. Every planet is filled with beasts in the Forbidden Land. Among them, there are 3 Emperor beasts. Could this be the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun? But, it's only been an instant. How could it be so fast? The young master's attacks are truly extraordinary. He must have used some sort of secret technique that allowed him to teleport hundreds of billions of miles away in the blink of an eye." Although these 16 fellows were making a fuss out of nothing, their guesses were not wrong. Yi Xian's devouring system's interstellar coordinate jump ability basically meant this. On this matter, he didn't say much. Even on the matter of cultivation base improvement, he only said a few words perfunctorily. Because of the peak 8 colors flesh divine medicine, Xiao Dong and the others quickly thought it through and immediately sighed with admiration. Demon Master. It's Lord Demon Master, Lord Demon Cultivator is back. It was also at this moment that the voices of Dire Beast's divine senses came from the distant cosmic void. Turning around, it was the 3 Emperor Beasts, leading a group of King Beasts, who were shooting towards this direction. In truth, the countless dire beasts in the forbidden land of the rising sun had already sensed Yi Xian the moment he arrived. After all, he was an Emperor Realm expert. Even if he didn't do it deliberately, the Emperor Realm aura emanating from his body was shocking enough. However, these dire beasts of the forbidden land of the rising sun didn't know that Yi Xian had returned, so they didn't dare to show up in fear. It was only when they confirmed that Yi Xian had returned that they swarmed over excitedly. However, when they saw that there were actually more than a dozen remnant experts gathered around Yi Xian, and all of them were at the Emperor Realm, fear instantly appeared on the faces of the beasts that had swarmed over. In this fragmented void of the untainted land, the ferocious beasts of the starry sky and the experts of the remnant had always been incompatible. Now that 16 Emperor-level experts of the remnant had suddenly appeared in the rising star forbidden land, it was simply a catastrophe. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian was here and that his cultivation had already reached the Emperor Realm, he would have been able to completely crush these 16 Emperor Realm survivors. The surrounding beasts in the forbidden grounds would have already scattered in all directions in fear and fled without a trace. Very quickly, the group of vicious beast kings arrived in front of them under the lead of the 3 vicious beast emperors. After greeting Yi Xian, they all looked towards Xiao Dong and the others. The 16 Emperor Realm experts did the same, and the meaning in their eyes was quite thought-provoking. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became a little solemn. Yi Xian didn't have the time to mediate with them, and immediately introduced both sides briefly. Then, he directly issued orders that the astral dire beasts of the forbidden land of the rising sun must coexist peacefully with the Emperor Xuanhuang's dire beasts. Fight. Together, they would protect this vast star field. Otherwise, if someone dared to have second thoughts and go against him, Yi Xian would personally make a move and obliterate him. Under such dominance, whether it was the dire beasts of the forbidden land of the rising sun or Xiao Dong and the other Emperor Realm experts, all of them expressed their stance on the spot and negotiated the division of life stars in the forbidden land of the rising sun. All of this fell into Yi Xian's eyes, and he was extremely satisfied. Then, as if thinking of something, he turned to the group of dire beasts and Emperor Realm experts gathered around him and said, "As I said before, I'll provide you with a batch of pills of various grades for breaking through to the next realm. I've gained a lot from this trip, and I've even obtained the dire beasts of the Emperor Xuanwang's forbidden land. I'm sure I'll be able to refine a large batch of pills of various grades. This Star Lord will immediately carry out this matter. If nothing unexpected happens, the pills will be distributed to all of you in 2 or 3 days. When that time comes, this Star Lord will enter seclusion again, and the task of guarding the forbidden land of the rising sun will be entrusted to all of you." With a total of 19 Emperor Realm experts holding the fort, and 4 half-step emperors among them, we won't have to fear even if a first-level Emperor Realm existence comes. Having said that, Yi Xian ignored Zhao Dong and the others who were overjoyed at the news, as well as the dire beasts who had gathered around him. With a flash of his figure, he instantly landed on the giant life star that belonged solely to him. He planned to use 3 days to condense all the dire beasts' blood essence into dire beasts' blood essence. Then, he would refine all the dire beasts' blood essence into pills of various grades. After this batch of pills was distributed, Yi Xian would enter seclusion and use the shortest time and the fastest speed to deduce the perfect formula of the level 25 pill that could help him break through to the Universe Night Realm. Chapter 44:13 Shenong Cauldron, Inner Space, at the bottom of the Central Domain Volcano. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another. Streaks of dark light shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the Central Domain Volcano, directly appearing above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. Suddenly, they paused for a moment and hovered there. Beads. These qi and blood beads were all formed by the remnant experts of the Xian Emperor Star region after killing countless fierce beasts in the Xian Emperor Star region. They were kept in a storage magic treasure and handed over to Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian took them all out, intending to condense them into various levels of fierce beast blood essence. If it was before, Yi Xian could only condense these qi and blood beads one by one according to their level. But now, he was an Emperor Realm expert, and the Shenong strange flame had evolved into an 8-colored flame. He could completely put them together and condense them at the same time. Whoosh! In the next moment, below all the qi and blood beads, in the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Domain Volcano, a majestic Shenong 7-colored flame roared up, instantly condensing into an 8-colored cauldron that was about 10 feet in radius. It was small and simple, revealing an extraordinary aura. As this small cauldron formed purely from the Shenong 8-colored flames took shape, the blood and qi beads of the beasts that had been prepared earlier all flew up automatically and sank into this small cauldron that was only about 10 feet wide. From then on, the refinement of the fierce beast blood essence officially began. Unknowingly, time slowly passed. Boom. After about half a day, above the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Domain Volcano, a loud roar suddenly sounded. The cauldron formed from the pure Shenong 8-colored flame instantly dissipated, and a river of 8-colored flames roared back into the flame pool below. What was left above the flame pool were countless blood-colored beads the size of a baby's fist. Although it was the same size as the fierce beast blood essence from before, it was completely different. The blood essence was blood red, and it emitted a dense qi and blood power. Although these beads were also the size of a baby's fist, they were dreamy and colorful, with a layer of halo on the surface. Different energy auras were emitted, dazzling everyone. The number of ferocious beasts in the entire Emperor Xianwang starfield was unimaginable. Hence, the amount of ferocious beasts that were refined this time was insanely high. If it wasn't for that, Yi Xian wouldn't have taken half a day to complete the refinement. After doing all this, Yi Xian did not stop. He threw all the blood essences of the ferocious beasts, including the 7 blood essences of the titled emperors, into the fire pool at the bottom of the Central Region volcano. Immediately after, the refinement of the various levels of pellets began. This time, it took a full 3 days for the refinement to end. Swish, 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 as Yi Xian waved his hand, streaks of light shot up from the 8-colored flame pool at the bottom of the Shenong cauldron and gathered in front of him. They were all precious pills of various grades. They were separated according to their grades and floated in front of him. Among them, the largest number was naturally the immortal supreme pills, and there were tens of thousands of them. The smallest number was the level 24 Emperor Supreme pills, and there were 13 of them. Yi Xian couldn't distribute all the pellets that were refined this time. This was because even the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and the remnant experts of the Emperor Xianwang Starfield did not have so many people who applied for the pellets. For example, only Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 2 people needed the level 24 Emperor Supreme pills. Although there were more people of different grades, there was still a surplus of them for this refinement. Yi Xian kept all the surplus pellets in his hands as reserve resources. As such, after this round of distribution, he would have a total of 13 level 24 Emperor titled treasure pills in his possession. There would be a total of 45 level 23 Emperor bestowment pills. There were a few hundred level 22 regal pills, and the amount of level 20 immortal pills in stock would increase to over 5,000. For a period of time in the future, there would be enough pellets of various grades for the time being. After keeping the surplus pellets of various grades, Yi Xian quickly put all the pellets of various grades that he was going to distribute into small jade bottles. According to the number of people who applied for the Forbidden Land's ferocious beasts and the remnant experts, they were divided into 2 halves. Each of them was put into a storage magic treasure. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the 2 storage magic treasures turned into rays of light and shot out. They directly rushed out of the planet's atmosphere and shot in 2 directions, and finally landed in the hands of a ferocious beast emperor and Zhao Dong. Today, Yi Xian was already a middle-stage emperor. Even if he did not move and sat inside the planet, nothing in the entire Forbidden Land of Rising Sun could escape his control. Outside the planet, the ferocious beasts and the remnant experts who had obtained a batch of precious pellets were extremely excited. Especially Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 3 who had each obtained a level 24 Emperor Supreme pill, they were even more grateful. Kneeling. Yi Xian did not pay attention to all of this. He quickly withdrew his mind and combined with the devouring system in his body. He pushed the system's calculation and deduction ability to the limit. Then, with the terrifying divine sense of a middle-stage emperor as support, he began to deduce the level 25 treasure pellets formula. The perfect pellet formula began to deduce. Previously, it took Yi Xian a full year to deduce the perfect pellet formula of the level 24 treasure pellet. This time, on one hand, Yi Xian's cultivation base had reached middle-stage emperor, and his divine sense was much stronger. On the other hand, it was because of the level 25 treasure pellet. Originally, he had already deduced about a quarter of the perfect pellet formula. Therefore, this time, he only used about 3 months to successfully deduce the perfect pellet formula of the level 25 treasure pellet. Phew! Level 25 treasure pellet. Finally, I see hope. After the deduction of the perfect pellet formula was completed, Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. As he muttered to himself, his eyes flashed with extreme excitement. However, he did not come out of seclusion immediately. After pondering for a while, he decided to complete one more thing. He would then set off to enter the Hongmeng Void and hunt down all the emperors who were guarding the Forbidden Lands around the Milky Way star field. This was to deduce the complete mystery of the 8th transformation of the 9 transformations of demonic ape. Right now, Yi Xian had already comprehended the 7th transformation of the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of demonic ape. Once he unleashed it, his body size would instantly increase to 100 million feet, which was equivalent to 600,000 miles. His cultivation base would also reach the level of a second-stage universe knight. Once he fully comprehended the 8th transformation of the 9 transformations of demonic ape, Then, once he unleashed the 8th transformation, his body size would instantly reach 1 billion feet, which was equivalent to 6 million miles. Even the largest gigantic planet would not be able to reach that size. This was it. Chapter 44:14. After making the decision, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately retracted his thoughts. At the same time, he adjusted the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body to the limit. Using his powerful divine sense as a mid-stage emperor, he began to calculate. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Regarding the 8th transformation of the devil ape, Yi Xian had already asked the devouring system in his body to calculate for a long time. He had already completed more than 30% of it. The last 70% of the calculations were finally completed after a month of exhaustion. After a month, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th transformation of the 9 devil ape has been calculated. Do you want to activate it now? Activate! Yi Xian's heart surged. Without any hesitation, he immediately opened his eyes and gave the system the order to activate. Rumble. In the next instant, a large amount of extremely complex runes and information surged into his mind. The amount was so huge that it made his hair stand on end. Even with Yi Xian's current third-order emperor cultivation base and powerful divine sense, he felt a little dizzy. He felt dizzy. The amount of obscure runes that surged into his mind was the complete profundity of the 8th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Although these profundities had been completely deduced by Yi Xian and the devouring system in his body, if he wanted to use them successfully, Yi Xian would need to comprehend them himself. This was expected. Mastery by the system and mastery by oneself were two completely different concepts. However, to Yi Xian, this was not a difficult task. With the foundation of the previous 7 transformations and the deduction of the profundities of the 8th transformation, he had already participated in it. Therefore, in just a day or so, the vast amount of information about the profound mysteries of the 8th transformation that surged into his mind had already been completely comprehended by him and completely integrated. However, once he entered the 8th transformation of the devil ape, his current size of 100 feet would instantly increase to 1 billion feet, which was 100 million times more than his original size. This was definitely not something the planet under his feet could withstand, even if it was already a gigantic planet. Swish! In the next instant, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Yi Xian's figure directly rushed out of the planet's atmosphere. When he appeared again, he was already in the cosmic void outside the planet in the blink of an eye. Then, without hesitation, he raised his head and roared, 9 devil ape, 8th transformation. Bang! As his voice fell, a huge explosion sounded. This time, the speed of his body's growth was much faster than before. The power in his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity, and a terrifying aura that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end gushed out. His original height of 100 feet, but it was at an extremely fast speed. In less than 3 breaths of time, it had already reached a height of 1 billion feet, which was 3 million kilometers. This was definitely comparable to a real giant planet, or even more so. Of course, at the same time his body expanded, the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body also rose at the same speed. In 3 breaths of time, he'd gone from the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor stage to the 3rd level of the Universe Sovereign stage. He had leaped an entire level. Activate the calculation ability immediately and fully deduce the 9th transformation of the devil ape. As his heart surged, Yi Xian took a deep breath. He was incomparably happy as he felt the boundless blood and qi in his body that caused his hair to stand on end. After a long time, when he gradually calmed down, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to continue the deduction. The 9th transformation of the devil ape was the last transformation of the 9 devil ape. Ever since Yi Xian had obtained this powerful bloodline ability, he had continued to grow and become an emperor. Finally, he was about to comprehend this bloodline ability to the extreme. Xiao. Shaking his head and dispelling the feelings in his heart, Yi Xian removed the 8th transformation of the devil ape with a thought. A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out once again. With a flash of his body, he returned from the dark void in the distance and returned to his previous closed-door cultivation. The giant planet, young master, is that you? I am Zhao Dong. I am Qian Nan. As soon as he entered the planet, Zhao Dong and Qian Nan's voices could be heard from outside the atmosphere. They were inquiring and cautious, and they seemed to be more respectful than before. At this time, it had already been a few months since the last time Yi Xian bestowed a large number of precious pills of various levels. After obtaining the level 24 Emperor Sealing Pellet, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the others immediately went into closed-door cultivation. Now, the 4 of them had successfully broken through and become emperors. They were all level 1 emperors. However, Yi Xian had always been in closed-door cultivation, so they didn't dare disturb him. However, just a moment ago, they seemed to have sensed Yi Xian's aura and transformed into an extremely fast beam of light as they shot away. After arriving at a remote area in the distance, their bodies actually expanded explosively. In less than 3 breaths, he had already surpassed the size of a gigantic star, and the aura emanating from his body was terrifying enough to surpass the level of Emperor and reach the level of a 3rd-level Universe Knight. All of this was too sudden, giving Zhao Dong and the others a huge shock. Yi Xian had never used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in front of them before. Therefore, they didn't dare to be sure that the terrifying existence whose body had instantly expanded to the size of a giant star was the young master they had just recognized. After all, that was level 3 Universe Knight level, which was an entire level higher than their young master. It was simply unimaginable, causing their hearts to jump out of their throats. However, just as they were extremely shocked and their hearts were pounding madly, that gigantic being shrunk in the blink of an eye, and his energy dropped back to level 3 Emperor level. He then transformed into a beam of light and shot back to the giant planet where their young master was in closed-door cultivation. This caused Zhao Dong and the others to be suspicious. After a moment of hesitation, they finally braced themselves, gritted their teeth, and rushed over. They tried to sound out to see if Yi Xian would respond. "It's me, don't be afraid." Just as Zhao Dong and the other 3 were feeling extremely nervous, Yi Xian's voice finally sounded from within the star. "Just now, I was only using a bloodline ability that I had just comprehended. It seems like the effect is not bad, not bad. Level 3 Emperor level." In the blink of an eye, his power had increased by an entire level, reaching level 3 Universe Knight level. Such a terrifying bloodline ability was simply unheard of. However, from their young master's mouth, the evaluation was merely not bad. Chapter 44:15. Xiao. The moment he finished speaking, a faint sound broke through the air, and Yi Xian's body rushed out of the atmosphere of this giant star, appearing before Zhao Dong and the others. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's bloodline was still activated, and he was still in his violent star's ape form. Therefore, the aura exuding from his body was one small order higher than when he was in human form, reaching the 4th order Emperor realm. This scene once again caused the expressions of Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 2 to change. They sucked in a breath of cold air, and one after another, they softly exclaimed, "Leader, when we first met in Emperor Xian's starfield, you were only at the 1st level of Emperor level. But now, yes, how long has it been? You actually reached the 4th level of Emperor level in such a short time." From the initial stage to the middle stage, even for those below the Undying level, it's rare for them to improve so quickly, let alone the Emperor level. Besides, that bloodline ability is too shocking, isn't it? Using it, you actually have the power of a Universe Knight, and a 3rd level one. An entire level of improvement. This is simply unheard of, too shocking. Hearing these words, Yi Xian smiled faintly, but he didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the four, sizing them up. After that, he smiled and nodded, saying, although this Star Master's improvement is a little fast, but haven't you all broken through to the Emperor level as well? With the blood godly medicine, it's only natural for your cultivation to improve so quickly. Work hard, quickly reach the 9th level of Emperor level, and by then, this Star Master will give you a level 25 night pill that can help you break through to the Universe Night level. Even this is definitely not the end, as long as you have the opportunity, after the Night level, the Universe Master level, is not impossible. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement. Their chests rose and fell as their breathing quickened, and their eyes blazed. The four of them had entered the peak 9th Order Emperor realm for quite some time now, but they were still stuck at the peak 9th Order Emperor realm, unable to break through. In other words, the only wish and goal of Zhao Dong and his crew was to one day break through to the Martial Monarch realm and become a real Martial Monarch realm expert instead of a half Martial Monarch realm cultivator. However, the further one progressed, the harder it was to break through the bottleneck. After so many years, the four of them had never been able to break through, and this made them disheartened. It was already so difficult to break through to the Emperor level, to the point that they didn't even dare to hope for more. But now, the wish of so many years had suddenly been realized with incomparable ease. The four of them hadn't even adjusted their states of mind when they heard Yi Xian say such words. It was as if they'd been enlightened, instantly causing Zhao Dong and the others to be enlightened. At this moment, their state of mind was elevated, and the haze that had accumulated in their hearts for so many years was cleared. At this moment, the four of them boldly looked forward to the future, thinking of the Universe Night level, and even the more powerful Universe Master level, and Universe Supreme level. In the past, they would never have dared to believe that there would be a day when they would be so ambitious, daring to dream of such a level of strength. But now, after following Yi Xian and witnessing the birth of one miracle after another, the four of them no longer felt conflicted, and their Tao hearts were solid and firm. With a tacit understanding, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the others turned to exchange a look, cupped their fists together, and knelt down on one knee before Yi Xian. Although they didn't say anything, at this moment, everything was in their hearts. All right, all of you, get up. Seeing that the four of them had completely surrendered, and after being enlightened by his words, the flaws in their state of mind were completely fixed, and they had achieved a small elevation. The future path of cultivation would be much smoother. Yi Xian also felt comforted. He faintly smiled, then his expression turned solemn as he brought up the matter at hand. Since the four of you have already broken through, there are now 4 Emperor-level experts and 15 Emperor-level existences in the forbidden area of Rising Sunday. This is the scale of a top-tier forbidden land of starry sky. Within the void space of 1 trillion miles, it is the only existence at the level of a giant, and there won't be any danger at all. As such, it's time for me to enter the Hongmeng Void again. Yi Xian had thought about this matter carefully. In fact, there was originally one more thing that Yi Xian wanted to deal with before he officially entered the Hongmeng Void for the second time. That was the group of subordinates of Green Ox and the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. Now, the Hongmeng Void had reappeared, and even the Milky Way star domain where the mysterious mother planet was located had been found. Yi Xian had an extremely strong premonition that in the future, when the world changed dramatically and the Chaos World fully descended, the core of everything would be in the Hongmeng Void. In the Hongmeng Void, around the Milky Way star domain that had not been unsealed and was protected by a mysterious force of Hongmeng, the Phoenix Blood star domain and other places had long been reduced to peripheral areas, and there was no value or need to continue to stay there. Therefore, Green Ox and the group of subordinates of Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood would be brought over sooner or later to join Zhao Dong and the others in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Even Zhao Dong and the others, when the time was right in the future, could no longer continue to stay in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun outside the Hongmeng Void. Instead, they would enter the Hongmeng Void. They would join the group of demon experts and Yi Xian's original subordinates who had stayed in the base camp of the Source Nest Star. The Source Nest Star was the true base camp of Yi Xian. It was the foundation for him to conquer the Chaos World in the future and fight for the good fortune of the Mother Planet. In fact, it wasn't just the Green Ox and the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood that were under his command. If it was a little further away, then Yi Xian even had the intention of bringing over the power of the three main planes of the Starry Sky realm. For example, the Sky River Star and the subordinates on the Victorious Return Star. Unfortunately, there was no time to deal with all this now. To him now, the more important thing was to make the level 25 pill. After all, the perfect formula of the level 25 pill had been successfully deduced. Yi Xian's own cultivation level had reached the third stage of Emperor Undying. After a few more small breakthroughs, he would reach the ninth stage of Emperor Undying. At that time, if he did not make the level 25 pill, his cultivation level would be stuck before the level of Universe Knight, and he would not be able to make a breakthrough. That would be too regrettable. After all, once he reached the level of Universe Knight, Yi Xian's cultivation level would be improved by another level under the 8th change of Demon Ape. He would have the terrifying battle power of a Universe Master. Chapter 44:16. After bidding farewell to Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other three, Yi Xian left alone and concealed himself. After a short while, he arrived outside the miniature black hole star whirlpool that led into the Hongmeng Void. This miniature black hole star whirlpool was not eye-catching in the central star sector of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Its location was relatively remote, and its scale was very small. After entering, it was completely empty. There was nothing at all. There was not even a speck of cosmic dust in the void. It could be said that it was extremely safe. Although Yi Xian had revealed to Zhao Dong and the other three that the entrance to the Hongmeng Void was somewhere in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, he did not mention the existence of this black hole star whirlpool. The Hongmeng Void was of great importance, and there was no doubt about the loyalty of Zhao Dong and the others. However, out of caution, he decided not to reveal it for the time being. At this moment, after activating his spiritual energy to perfectly oscillate and concealing all the aura around him, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the black hole star whirlpool. Then, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. This time, the coordinate jump point he locked onto was the coordinate he had imprinted in the void near the Source Nest Base Camp Star when he left. Today, Yi Xian's system title of the devouring system in his body had reached level 6, which was the Interstellar Controller. The Interstellar Controller could imprint 3 interstellar coordinate jump points in the same void of the universe plane. Before entering the Hongmeng Void, Yi Xian had already imprinted an interstellar coordinate jump point in the Mulberry Tree Star sector. After entering the Hongmeng Void, he imprinted a second interstellar coordinate jump point near the strongest Source Nest Base Camp Star where his energy body was nurtured. After that, when he left the other Source Nest Base Camp Star, Yi Xian imprinted a third interstellar coordinate jump point in the nearby void. Originally, he thought that after these 3 interstellar coordinate jump points were used up, he would not be able to imprint any more interstellar coordinate jump points here. However, in truth, after leaving here and returning to the Rising Sun Forbidden Grounds, he had killed all 8 emperors and subdued all the other beasts. Yi Xian arrived at the edge of the black hole star vortex that was located at the entrance to the primordial void. He tried to brand the interstellar coordinate jump point again, but he didn't expect that he would succeed after trying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to return to the forbidden land of the Rising Sun in the blink of an eye. That accidental success of the imprint caused Yi Xian to instantly come to a realization. It turned out that according to the system's judgment, the primordial void fragment where the forbidden land of Rising Sun, the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, and the Xianhuang starfield were located was not on the same universe plane as the primordial void within the black hole star vortex. As for Yi Xian's level 6 system title ability, he could imprint 3 interstellar coordinate jump points in any universe. In other words, Yi Xian had only imprinted 2 interstellar coordinate jump points in the primordial void fragment and the primordial void fragment outside the black hole star vortex. There was still one indicator that had not been used up. To him, this was definitely a great piece of news. The primordial void fragment outside the black hole star vortex was not important at all. However, the primordial void fragment within the star vortex was of utmost importance. Yi Xian planned to keep the remaining indicator of the interstellar coordinate jump point and wait for an opportunity in the future to see if he could break through the primordial void fragment outside the Milky Way star field. The protective force would allow him to enter the Milky Way star field in advance. After all, Yi Xian was different from others. He had a strand of primordial void fragment. Although the Milky Way star field was not open yet, it was protected by an extremely powerful and invisible primordial void fragment. However, Yi Xian might not have a chance if others couldn't enter. If he could enter, he would use up the last indicator in the Milky Way star field. In this way, even in the years when the Milky Way star field had not been unsealed, he could still go back and forth quietly at will. This thought had already grown in Yi Xian's mind when he accidentally imprinted a set of interstellar coordinates outside the black hole star vortex of the rising sun forbidden area. From there, he realized that he actually had an indicator in each of these 2 places. This time, Yi Xian's main purpose of coming back was to get close to the edge of the Milky Way star field and find an opportunity to test whether this plan could be implemented. Of course, all of this was for later. Now that he had just returned, the first thing was to return to the Source Nest base camp and see if the situation in his backyard was stable before making any plans. Xiao! A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Yi Xian's figure appeared instantly. He turned his head and looked around. The surrounding void was quite familiar. Not far away, it was the Source Nest base camp that looked like a giant abandoned planet on the surface. This void was very empty, and it was very far away from the Milky Way star field. Therefore, there were almost no forbidden area beasts and masters who passed by nearby. Yi Xian spread out his divine sense and soon saw the situation in the Source Nest base camp. Outside the star, there was no one, but on the surface of the star, there were some sporadic forbidden area beasts wandering. Obviously, they were the patrolling soldiers arranged by the flying centipede, old monster silver pole, and the 8 great Vidra. It seemed that everything was as usual, and there was no abnormality. With his heart suddenly relieved, Yi Xian's figure flickered, and after a while, he landed on the surface of the Source Nest star. After waving his hand to dismiss the patrolling fierce beasts that gathered after hearing the news, he immediately entered the interior of the star and went straight to the core of the star. As soon as he entered the core of the star, Yi Xian was shocked. This Source Nest star was extremely huge. Just the diameter of the core of the star was more than the size of an ordinary abandoned star. Before Yi Xian left, he threw the giant plug of Long Yihao here, so that the world worm in the giant plug of life could absorb the rich innate energy in the Source Nest star freely. At that time, if the entire space inside the core of the star was compared to a watermelon, then the giant plug of Long Yihao was equivalent to an apple stuffed into the watermelon. That was roughly the ratio. But now, the apple that was put into the watermelon had grown up, and it was not just an ordinary size. It was clearly a small watermelon, only a few circles smaller than the entire space inside the core. At this rate, the entire core of the star would be filled with the giant plug of Long Yihao, and it was very likely that it would continue to expand. In the end, this Source Nest star might no longer exist, and it would be completely blown up by the giant plug of Long Yihao. Heavens, this is a top-level giant star. If the giant plug of Long Yihao can grow to this extent, looking at the giant plug of Long Yihao in front of him in a daze, Yi Xian was dumbfounded for a long time. Chapter 44:17. Boss, you're back. Fourth Order Monarch. That's too fast, isn't it? If he were to transform into a giant ape of stars, wouldn't he be able to break through the Emperor realm and become a universe knight? Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, the flying centipede, old monster Anji, and the 8 great guardian deities immediately rushed over. When they sensed the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body, the expressions of all 10 of them changed as they cried out in shock. Then, they calmed down and explained to Yi Xian about the wild dragon ship. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood that after he left, the life fortress of the Long Yi Hao continued to grow. It grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, it occupied almost half of the space within the star core. Originally, Yi Xian had left this star core for the flying centipede, old monster Silver Ji, the 8 great Vajra, and the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts that had been released from the cauldron. Now that the wild dragon ship occupied half of the space, it became extremely cramped. The tens of millions of beasts also needed space to live. Left with no choice, flying centipede, old monster Silver Ji, and the others could only look for Gui Hai Dao and the other great beings of the demon race who had been cultivating in seclusion in the wild dragon ship. They wanted them to open up a layer of space in the wild dragon ship for them and the tens of millions of beasts to enter. During this time, however, even Gui Hai Dao and the other great beings of the demon race were helpless. They only had access to the layer where the great beings of the demon race were cultivating in seclusion. Yi Xian had completely sealed off the other hundreds of layers of space in the wild dragon ship. Other than him, no one else could open it. He had the access. Just as everyone was at a loss of what to do, the wild dragon ship seemed to have completed a stage of evolution in just a few days. It actually expanded by a large circle. This time, it actually opened up one of the 108 layers of space in the wild dragon ship. It was a vast world with mountains and rivers. The spiritual energy was abundant, and it was enough for the tens of millions of beasts to live in. Thus, the biggest problem was solved. Since then, the many passages in the inner space of this level had always been open, allowing the flying centipede, old monster Silver Constellation, the 8 great guardian deities, and more than 10 million ferocious beasts to and fro in and out of the forbidden grounds. It seems that it is really going to replace this source hive star and grow into a supergiant. After understanding the situation, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Since the Long Yi Hao's life fortress could automatically open up a layer of authority, it meant that as the fortress evolved and grew, the intelligence of the world bugs would also become higher and higher. Yi Xian was not worried about this at all. He had already refined the core crystal of the world worm. It was impossible for it to betray him. The higher its intelligence, the better news it would be for Yi Xian. Because in this way, when it replaced this source hive planet and grew into a super behemoth, becoming the headquarters nest of Yi Xian's subordinates, even if Yi Xian was not here, the worldworm spawn race would also encounter special situations. They would make appropriate adjustments. It could be said that their flexibility had increased greatly, so Yi Xian was naturally more at ease. After exchanging pleasantries, he learned that Gui Hai Dao and all the other demon cultivator experts were still in seclusion in the Long Yi Hao's life fortress. During this period of time, whether it was the flying centipede, old monster Silver Constellation, the 8 great guardian deities, or more than 1,000 stationed here, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, everyone's cultivation base and strength had increased by a large margin. Not bad, but this level of strength is far from enough. It's not enough to accompany this Star Lord in conquering the 4 directions in this primordial void. After nodding in approval, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He immediately said, "This time, this Star Lord only came back to take a look. I don't have time to stay. I'll leave immediately. I'll send you a batch of cultivation resources while I'm at it." After saying that, he waved his hand, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. This time, Yi Xian took out a small portion of the vast amount of cultivation resources he had harvested outside and stored them in small spatial boxes with huge capacities. At this moment, he sent them out to the flying centipede, old monster Silver Constellation, and the 8 great guardian deities. in the hands of the Vidra. This included the first batch of 8-colored divine medicines he refined this time, as well as a small number of peak 8-colored divine medicines of flesh and blood. Yi Xian also left behind some treasures of various levels that could be used to break through the bottleneck of a large realm. In short, it was enough for the subordinates in the base camp to use in a short period of time. After doing all this, Yi Xian gave some instructions to the Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver Constellation, and the 8 great guardian deities before leaving. This time, he did not rush out of the Source Nesh star core. Instead, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability inside the Source Nesh star core. This time, the destination of the jump was also in the primordial void, but it was even further away. It was located in a remote void that was empty. Xiao! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and Yi Xian's figure appeared in the void. He turned around and saw the strongest Source Nesh star at the end of his line of sight in the distance. Yi Xian's strongest body, which was also his strength body, was being nurtured within the core of this Source Nesh star. As this Source Nesh star already had an owner, it had activated a certain process. Therefore, when Yi Xian's strength body sprouted and began to be nurtured within the core of the Source Nesh star, this huge Source Nesh star had already been protected by an invisible force of the primordial law. It had been faintly protecting it. It was just like the Milky Way star field that had yet to open. Now that it was far away, it did not seem to have any abnormalities. However, if someone were to approach it, even if it was Yi Xian's original body, within a distance of 1,000 miles, a layer of halo would immediately appear on the surface of the star. It seemed very weak, but in fact, Yi Xian's current state was so strong that even a Universe Master or even a Universe Supreme might not be able to blast it open. From this point of view, this Source Hive star was actually very safe. However, after all, it was nurturing Yi Xian's strength body, which was known as his strongest body. In the future, when the great wilderness world fully descended and a new era began, this body would be of great significance to Yi Xian. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was his strongest trump card. As such, he was a little nervous about this matter. At this moment, before entering the supreme forbidden lands around the Milky Way star field, he had specially rushed over to check on the situation. It was understandable. And now, after checking and confirming that everything was fine on the Source Nesh star, Yi Xian's heart was finally completely relieved. Chapter 44:18. Xiao. A faint sound broke through the air, and a beam of light shot out from the end of the void space. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the border of Voracious Wolf Forbidden Zone. When they arrived here, the strands of light that shot over abruptly stopped, and a figure stood in midair. Shockingly, it was a starry sky ferocious ape that was 300 m tall. This space raging ape was Yi Xian, who had left the Origin Nest star where his most powerful body had been nurtured and rushed to the Milky Way star sector. Currently, his cultivation base had reached the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor realm. If he activated the demon ape bloodline in his body and transformed into an ancient demon ape or a space raging ape, his strength would increase by 1 level, reaching the 4th level of Emperor level. Now, not only had he activated the demon ape bloodline in his body, but he had also performed the 9 changes of demon ape bloodline technique. However, he had only performed the first change of demon ape. Under the first change, his height of 300 meters would increase by 10 times, reaching a height of 300 meters, and his strength would increase by 1 level, reaching the 5th level of Emperor level. Yi Xian was now in this state and strength. After standing still, the eyes of the space raging ape flashed, and he looked toward the Milky Way star sector at the end of his sight. He was fascinated. This place was still very far from the border of the Milky Way star sector, but because the entire Hongmeng void space was pitch black, there were very few stars in the sky. Usually, one could only see one abandoned star after 1 or 2 months of traveling in the void space. Because of this pitch-black environment, the Milky Way star sector, which had a large number of stars emitting light and heat, was very eye-catching here. Even if it was very far away, it could still be seen. From where Yi Xian was now, the vast Milky Way star sector was only a flat silver plate that was not much bigger than a star. There were a lot of stars in it, and it gave people a dreamy feeling when they gazed at it. Currently, the entire vast Milky Way star field was firmly protected by an invisible force of the primordial law. No one could enter. Otherwise, the moment they approached the border area, a disaster would befall them. Even Universe Knights and Universe Masters could be affected. Death. However, over the countless years, a large number of top-tier great beings from different universes and fragments of the starry sky had gathered around the border of the Milky Way star sector. Gradually, many forbidden lands and star sectors were formed here, and there were also a large number of small powers and independent cultivators. All of this surrounded the entire Milky Way star sector. Everyone was waiting for the day the Milky Way star sector opened. Then, they would rush in, seize the resources, occupy the mysterious mother planet, and seize the supreme luck of the upcoming era. This day should be coming soon. I really don't have much time left. Yi Xian stared blankly at the distant Milky Way star region for a few minutes before slowly coming back to his senses. His heart was filled with emotion as he couldn't help but mutter softly with a sigh, he. The main purpose of his re-entry into the Hongmeng Void was to enter the forbidden lands around the Milky Way star sector and secretly kill the Emperor-level space beasts. The voracious wolf forbidden land ahead was his first target. Yi Xian already had a rough understanding of the situation in the Greed Wolf Forbidden area. The voracious wolf forbidden land was an elementary forbidden land. In other words, the most powerful being guarding this forbidden land was only a Universe Knight, not a Universe Master. A forbidden land with a Universe Master guarding it would be an intermediate forbidden land. However, there was more than one Universe Knight guarding the voracious wolf forbidden land. There were 2 Universe Knights in total. One was an initial Universe Knight level Rift Demon Tiger, and the other was an intermediate Universe Knight level Sub-Blood Greedy Wolf. That's right. Although the voracious wolf forbidden land was named after the greedy wolf, in fact, the most powerful being in this elementary forbidden land was only a sub-blood greedy wolf. The legendary greedy wolf was a supreme ferocious beast from the prehistoric era. It was at least as powerful as the 7 gorgeous cultivators in the prehistoric era. This sub-blood greedy wolf was most likely a descendant of the greedy wolf. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to reach its current level of cultivation and become an intermediate Universe Knight. Other than these 2 supreme ferocious beasts at the Universe Knight level, there were countless other ferocious beasts of different levels in the voracious wolf forbidden land. Yi Xian didn't bother to pay attention to the Emperor-level space beasts at the moment. If he encountered one, he'd just kill it if the situation permitted. He'd get an Emperor-level blood essence to store. He'd have enough in the future to make 20 more. Level 4 Emperor-level treasure pills were for his subordinates to consume. However, it was impossible for him to deliberately kill a ferocious beast emperor. Hence, Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to the Emperor-level beings in the voracious wolf star area. Below the Universe Knight level and above the Emperor level, there were only Emperor-level undyings. This was also the reason why Yi Xian returned to the primordial void. Within the voracious wolf forbidden land, there were a total of 10 Emperor-level ferocious beasts. This number made Yi Xian drool. If he could kill all 10 Emperor-level ferocious beasts, he'd be able to get 10 Emperor-level blood essences immediately. That way, the moment he started to make the level 25 Knight-level treasure pills, the chances of producing 4 would be as high as 60%. However, this was obviously impossible. If he did, Yi Xian would definitely be exposed. The only result would be that the 2 Universe Knights in the voracious wolf forbidden land, namely the Rift Demon Tiger and the Sub-Blood Greedy Wolf, were all attracted here. The current Yi Xian, when using the 8th transformation of the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, instantly possessed the terrifying battle prowess of a 3rd-level universe sovereign. If he added on the enormous demon ape body that was larger than a huge star, he wouldn't even fear a 4th-level universe knight. He'd be able to fight them head-on and guarantee that he wouldn't lose. However, if it was 1 against 2, that wouldn't be good. If he wanted to escape, he'd most likely have to pay a huge price. Hence, the idea of killing multiple Emperor-level Undyings in the voracious wolf Forbidden Land was simply unrealistic. Yi Xian's current goal was to kill 2 Emperor-level Undyings. He'd try to kill the first one without anyone noticing. Then he'd seize the time to lock onto the second one and kill it with lightning speed. The moment he succeeded, he'd immediately activate his interstellar coordinate jump ability and flee. If that's the case, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chapter 44:19. Xiao. A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Yi Xian's figure shot through the air. In the blink of an eye, he'd already charged into the Greed Wolf Forbidden area. At this moment, he was a space berserk ape. His cultivation base was at the 5th stage of the Emperor realm. Before entering this place, Yi Xian had already activated his mental force secret technique to perfectly vibrate, concealing his entire body. All of his aura was restrained to the point where it didn't leak out the slightest bit. Previously, when his cultivation was still weak, he could use a perfect mental energy secret technique to avoid opponents that were several realms stronger than him. Although this kind of hair-raising effect was gradually weakened as Yi Xian's cultivation grew higher and higher. Now, it was impossible to avoid the detection of opponents who were a few levels stronger than him, as they would sense a faint trace of his aura. However, he could still detect those who were a few levels stronger than him. In other words, with his current power as a level 5 Emperor, he could easily hide from the detection of a level 5 Universe Knight with his perfect vibration spirit technique. There were 2 Universe Knights in Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, but one of them was only a level 5 Universe Knight. Even the Sub-Blood Greedy Wolf was only a level 5 Universe Knight. It could be said that in the entire Greedy Wolf Forbidden area, the only existence that could detect Yi Xian's aura was the inferior Blood Greedy Wolf. And as he was only a level 5 Universe Knight, it would be difficult to detect Yi Xian even if he spread his godly consciousness over a large area, unless he focused on a small area. But as a Universe Knight, how could he have such a bad taste in his daily life? He was more likely bored, hence, Yi Xian was fearless. After he entered Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, he rushed to the right side of the Forbidden Zone. He didn't even try to hide his speed, because no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be able to cause even the slightest ripple in space. Everything was suppressed by perfect vibration. His target this time was a 6-tailed lewd fox, who was a level 2 Emperor Undying. As one of the 10 Emperors in Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, she wasn't supposed to stay at the edge of the Forbidden Zone. The reason for this was because this 6-tailed lewd fox would mate with some ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds every so often. Moreover, when she did that, her body would be suffused with an extremely dense scent of foxy sex, and it wouldn't disperse for a long time and enveloped a large expanse of the starry sky. Hence, if she stayed at the center of Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, the space-rending demon tiger and sub-blood Greedy Wolf would be disturbed. Therefore, this 6-tailed lewd fox tactfully found a void at the right edge of the forbidden area of Greedy Wolf and lay dormant there. In fact, because of this bad habit of hers, she didn't have many subordinates following her. Except for some of the ferocious beasts that she had captured and kept as her companions, in the hundreds of ferocious beasts in the universe where this 6-tailed perverted fox resided, almost all of them were perverted foxes of the same species as her. It was simply a nest of foxes. Yi Xian didn't like the 6-tailed lewd fox. If he didn't need the Emperor blood essence right now, he wouldn't even come close to this space. Because even if he used the back of his head to think, he could predict that as soon as he entered this area, there would definitely be a dense foxy smell in the air, and it was extremely annoying. Fortunately, he was now under the protection of the perfect vibration of his spirit power secret technique, so his internal aura couldn't spread out, and the external aura couldn't penetrate, which saved his nose a lot of trouble. Xiao, with his extreme speed, Yi Xian entered the remote area where the six-tailed lewd fox lived in just half a day later. There weren't many stars in the space, only a little more than 100. The one in the center was obviously bigger, and if he wasn't mistaken, it should be the lair of the six-tailed lewd fox. Yi Xian subconsciously frowned, because the hundreds of stars in front of him all had atmospheres. But this was obviously not an ordinary atmosphere, all of them were faintly yellow. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be formed by the accumulation of the foxy fumes from the bodies of the lewd foxes. This is really more than 100 interstellar layer. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Without hesitation, he suddenly increased his speed, and with a whoosh, he rushed into the giant star in the center in the blink of an eye. When he passed through this yellow atmosphere, Yi Xian's hair stood on end, not because he was afraid, but because he was disgusted. Fortunately, he had the perfect vibration of his spirit power's secret technique to isolate all the aura outside, otherwise, he really didn't know if he could hold on. Go down. It was very likely that he would faint in this disgusting yellow atmosphere. Fortunately, after passing through the yellow atmosphere and entering the interior of the star, the environment he saw was not like this place where yellow foxy fumes were everywhere. The scenery in the star was quite beautiful, but Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. He quietly spread out his spirit sense, and in the blink of an eye, in a valley surrounded by giant peaks on the right, he saw a pink demon fox about 100 feet in size. Behind its body were 6 pink furry tails, and the cultivation aura emitted from its body was that of a second-order immortal emperor. Obviously, this was the main character, Yi Xian's target this time. What made him extremely speechless was that at this moment, this six-tailed lewd fox was actually having sex. In addition to her, there were more than 100 other fierce beasts in the valley. They had all kinds of bloodlines, and their bodies were very strong, but their cultivation strength was all the same. Ordinary immortal realm warriors were trembling at this moment, guarding the edge of the valley, surrounding the six-tailed lewd fox in the center. One of the star beasts was being pressed down by the six-tailed lewd fox and was already on the verge of death. When ordinary immortal realm beasts were having sex with Thearcranked beasts, the result was obvious. When it ended, they would basically be sucked dry. This might be a way for the six-tailed lewd fox to increase its cultivation. However, this bloodline talent was indeed a little too disgusting. Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately rushed over and didn't say anything. When he was above the valley, he directly punched down. Bang! Rumble, with one punch, the six-tailed lewd fox in the valley below didn't even have a chance to react. The body that was pressing down on that pitiful fierce beast exploded in an instant, turning into a pink blood mist that spread out. Swish. Chapter 44:20. Half an hour later, Yi Xian had already left the Greedy Wolf Star region. At this time, the pink blood at the bottom of the volcano in Shenong Dingyang region had also finished condensing. His body stopped abruptly in the void space, but he did not remove the perfect vibration of the spirit energy technique. Xiao! With a flip of his hand, a slight sound of breaking through the void was heard. In the palm of Yi Xian's right hand, a pink pearl the size of a pigeon egg appeared. It was the blood essence of the six-tailed lewd fox that was condensed from the blood of the six-tailed fox. This was the first blood essence that Yi Xian had obtained. It was very significant. However, at this time, looking at the pink pearl in his palm, Yi Xian did not feel happy. He even felt a little depressed. This blood pearl was pink and not crimson like blood. This was obviously related to the six-tailed fox. Previously, when she had exploded with one punch, the blood mist that had spread out was pink. Who would have thought that after condensing the blood essence that he obtained would still have characteristics related to the six-tailed fox? This situation had never happened before. Maybe it was because the strength of an emperor had already reached a certain level. It was far from what an emperor could compare to. However, this was also what Yi Xian was worried about. Although he was sure that this wouldn't affect the refinement of the level 25 venerable pellet, as long as he gathered 5 Emperor blood essences and started refining the pellet, Yi Xian was 100% confident that he would be able to refine a level 25 venerable pellet. However, being able to create a level 25 night treasure was one thing. As for the effects of the night treasure, other than allowing an Emperor level 9 complete being to break through to Universe Supreme, would there be any other side effects? This was hard to say. After all, the blood essence of an Emperor was different from the blood essences condensed before. Even the blood essence of an Emperor was crimson-like blood. Only this blood essence of an Emperor-level ferocious beast still had some characteristics of a ferocious beast. Forget it, I'll deduce this matter again later. There should be a result. At most, I'll create one to test the effect first. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian muttered to himself. He decided not to consider this matter for the time being. After all, he only had 1 Emperor blood essence in his possession right now. He was still far from gathering the 5 minimum required to refine a level 25 venerable pellet. No matter what, he had to at least get 4 more blood essences of an Emperor first. Thinking of this, he immediately threw this matter to the back of his mind. His eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the voracious wolf forbidden area behind him. Judging from the fact that the 6-tailed lewd fox was shunned in the forbidden land of the greedy wolf, even if she has died, this matter should not have spread so quickly. After all, the 100 or so fierce beasts in that valley are only at the immortal realm and are not qualified to receive it. Touching the higher echelons of the forbidden lands, if that's the case, there's no need to hesitate for the second target. I have to act immediately. After this, I'll leave immediately, head to another forbidden area and continue to hunt in secret. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. His body swayed and instantly transformed into a ray of light. He circled around the right side of the voracious wolf forbidden area and shot towards the center of the left side, Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Yi Xian entered from the edge of the forbidden area that was close to the center. He walked straight ahead at an extremely fast speed. Other than the 6-tailed fox from before, there were 9 other emperors in the forbidden area. These 9 emperors were gathered in 2 large areas. One was slightly left of the center of the forbidden area, the other was slightly right of the center. In the right region, there were 5 emperors. Their hibernating nests formed a ring, surrounding the strongest being of Greedy Wolf Forbidden Land, which was the 5th level Universe Knight Sub-Blood Greedy Wolf, in the middle. Yi Xian gave up on this area, naturally because of the Sub-Blood Greedy Wolf. He chose the central area slightly left of the Forbidden Area. In the center of this area was the other Knight of the Forbidden Area, the Space Rip Demon Tiger. However, even though this Space Rip Demon Tiger was also a knight, he was only level 2. Even if Yi Xian was stopped by him, he wouldn't be afraid. In this central area, the Space Rip Demon Tiger's star layers were located at the center. The other 4 emperors of the Greedy Wolf Starfield had their star layers in an irregular shape, surrounding it. The 4 stars just happened to be the 4 corners of this irregular quadrilateral. These 4 corners were closest to the Space Rip Demon Tiger's star layers. The furthest one was close to 10 billion miles away. Without a doubt, Yi Xian's choice was the furthest, close to 10 billion miles away from the Emperor star. The reason for this was to ensure that nothing would go wrong. After all, the Space Rip Demon Tiger was a knight. The further he chose his target, the safer it would be. In truth, the furthest one from the Space Rip Demon Tiger's star layers, close to 10 billion miles away, wasn't the weakest of the 4 emperors in the central area. Instead, he was the strongest. He was already level 7 emperor. This caused Yi Xian to be somewhat speechless. He almost decided to give up on this target and instead chose another target that was closer to the sky-splitting demon void, but whose cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor stage. However, he eventually gave up on this idea and decided to go for this level 7 Emperor level 100 demon bug. After all, even if the other party had the strength of a 7th order immortal emperor, as long as Yi Xian used the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the devil ape a few more times, it wouldn't be a problem for him to instantly kill the other party. And if he chose a weaker being, the moment he made a move, his aura would be exposed and he would be sensed by the space-ripped demon tiger in the central area. As a result, the distance between them became extremely important to whether Yi Xian would be able to easily escape. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt that it was better to stay further away from the space-ripped demon tiger. Xiao. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian maintained a perfect mental force secret technique, restrained all of the energy in his body, and silently moved through the air at an extremely fast speed. In a short 3 days, he was already close to the nest of the 100-legged demon worm. The star layers were only 100 million miles away. From this moment on, he slowed down a little. At the same time, he carefully spread out his divine sense and probed towards the 100-legged demon worm's nest star in front of him. In just a few short breaths of time, Yi Xian's divine sense entered this enormous star with a light blue atmosphere. He quickly captured a powerful Emperor Realm aura. Chapter 44-21. The centipede was at the 7th level of Emperor level, so Yi Xian would have to be at least at the 8th level of Emperor level if he wanted to kill it instantly. And just to be safe, it would be best for him to be at the 9th level of Emperor level. In order to reach the peak of the 9th rank, he needed to use the 5th transformation of the 9 transformation demonic ape bloodline ability. Hence, in the 5th transformation, his power would be at the half-knight level, and his body would be at the 1,000-foot-long level. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill the centipede with one punch. Of course, if he performed the 8th transformation of 9 Devil Ape bloodline technique, he would instantly have the power of a 3rd-level Universe Knight, and killing the centipede would be even easier. But doing so would be like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. To Yi Xian, it would do more harm than good. This time, the final result would be exposed, and it would attract the attention of the 2nd-level Knight-level Rift Demonic Tiger. In this way, if Yi Xian were to reveal the strength of a 3rd-order Venerable, once news of this spread after the battle, regardless of whether it was the Greedy Wolf Forbidden Area or the other forbidden areas in the surroundings, the degree of importance they would place on him would be completely different. This would be extremely disadvantageous for Yi Xian's subsequent secret hunting operation. However, if he only exposed his power as a half-knight level, it would be completely different. At the very least, a half-step knight wasn't enough to attract the attention of the Universe Knights and even the Universe Masters who were overseeing the various supreme forbidden lands in the vicinity. Since it was a secret hunting operation, the goal was to make a fortune silently. If he could not expose his power as a knight level, he would try his best not to expose it. This way, it would have the effect of numbing the enemy and buy more time for this operation. Perhaps, by the time the Universe Knights and Universe Masters in the forbidden lands around it realized Yi Xian's true power, he would have already collected the blood essence of the Emperor level, and he would have floated away and disappeared without a trace. This would be the best outcome. Xiao. His body was like a stream of light streaking across space, and the last 100 million miles of space was quickly left behind by him. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian plunged headfirst into the beast star with a light blue atmosphere. After entering the star, he changed direction and rushed toward a huge black canyon. The level 7 Emperor level centipede was hibernating in this black canyon. Previously, Yi Xian had used his spirit power to secretly enter the canyon and had already determined its location. Wang, who is it? Show yourself. Just as they arrived in the air above the Black Canyon, before Yi Xian could activate the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, an incomparably deep buzzing sound suddenly came from the depths of the canyon below. Then, a gloomy voice sounded, as if it was right beside Yi Xian's ears. His expression changed. Without a doubt, he had been discovered. However, he didn't remove the perfect vibration of the mental power god art. He was still protected by the powerful mental power. A trace of doubt flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but he quickly understood. All of this was because his target this time was a powerhouse from the insect clan. Ordinary space beasts and human powerhouses couldn't detect Yi Xian's spirit power with their spirit power. Only the insect clan had all kinds of special biological waves that could detect spirit power. Of course, if Yi Xian's cultivation base was higher than his opponent's, he wouldn't have been detected. The key was that he was only in the first transformation of 9 Devil Ape, and his cultivation base was only at level 5 Emperor level, which was weaker than his opponent's. Therefore, as soon as he arrived above the Abyss Canyon, his aura was immediately detected. Naturally, it was understandable. Ruthless. At this moment, as Yi Xian's presence was exposed, and he didn't appear as soon as the other party reprimanded him. The centipedes in the black abyss canyon below had clearly realized that something was wrong and knew that this was the invasion of an external enemy. Screech, an incomparably shrill roar sounded immediately, and then a huge black demonic insect that was 1,000,000 feet long rushed up from the abyss canyon below like a small continent. This fellow was pitch black and looked somewhat similar to a silkworm. It had 2 rows of short legs under its abdomen, and all of them were extremely thick. Its entire body was covered with sharp spikes, and it looked extremely ferocious. It gave people a feeling that they didn't know where to start. At this moment, as the 100-legged demon worm turned into a black light and shot into the sky, the strength of a rank 7 titled emperor suddenly spread out from its body. There was even a strange energy fluctuation that was accompanied by an even lower, high-frequency buzzing sound. It suddenly spread out and enveloped Yi Xian's entire body. This was obviously the biological frequency of the 100-feet devil's foot that was like a bloodline talent. It immediately broke through the perfect mental force secret technique that Yi Xian had used. At this moment, Yi Xian's 300-meter-tall violent ape figure appeared, and the aura he emitted was that of a level 5 Emperor-level cultivator. Ha! A level 5 Emperor-level Starry Sky Violent Ape. I've never heard of such an existence in the few forbidden areas nearby. As Yi Xian's figure appeared, the centipede's voice with a dense and soft aura quietly sounded at this moment. Compared to his previous bewilderment, he was obviously more relaxed now, and there was even a sense of contempt and disdain in his tone. But it doesn't matter where you come from. Since you dared to sneak into this Emperor Star Nest, you should be prepared to be annihilated. Be prepared. Obviously, this was because the other party was certain that he could firmly kill Yi Xian. This was normal. Although a level 5 Emperor-level cultivator wasn't weak, he was 2 levels weaker than a level 7 Emperor-level cultivator. It was natural for him to be crushed. Screech. Hey, Ant, are you going to submit yourself, kneel on the ground, or do you want this emperor to capture and even kill you? You, choose for yourself. Raising its head and letting out another roar, the centipede slowly climbed up. Soon, it was even higher than Yi Xian, and was already close to the light blue atmosphere of the ferocious beast star. At this moment, he was looking down at Yi Xian with a condescending attitude. His sense of superiority wasn't just the slightest bit strong. Of course, the reason for this was obviously to prevent Yi Xian from turning around and escaping. After all, there was only a difference of 2 levels between them. If Yi Xian had some powerful bloodline secret technique, there was still a possibility that he could escape when he was unprepared. Yes. Unfortunately, since Yi Xian had taken the initiative to come here, there was naturally no possibility of him turning around and escaping. Facing this overconfident centipede, he shook his head and sighed. Then, he roared, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 5th transformation. Roar. Chapter 44-22. Demonic Ape 9 changes. 5th change. Roar. Following this earth-shattering roar, Yi Xian's 300-meter-tall violent ape body immediately expanded rapidly. In less than half a breath of time, it had already reached a size of 3 million meters. Compared to the 100-legged demon insect of the same size in the sky, it wasn't the slightest bit weaker. At the same time, the energy in his body started to climb rapidly to the peak of the 9th stage of the Undying Emperor level, which meant that he was a half-step universe knight. This scene was like a drama. In the blink of an eye, the space-raging ape, which was just like an ant a moment ago, had become a half-step universe knight that even he had to look up to in fear. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 100-legged demon in the sky was dumbstruck. His eyes widened as he blankly stayed in the air above Yi Xian's head. His entire mind rumbled. For a moment, he actually forgot to react. This was not surprising. Everything had changed too quickly. Anyone who was caught off guard in such a situation would be dazed for a few moments. However, these few moments were enough to decide the life and death of a great being at the level of an emperor. Go to hell, roar. At this moment, as the demonic ape 5 changes stabilized, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. Without any hesitation, he murmured in a low voice. Then he roared furiously, and his body shot up into the sky like a shooting star. He shot up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was right below the centipede. With a punch, even the void cracked. A terrifying aura that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end enveloped the centipede's body. At this moment, it was as if he had suddenly fallen into a swamp. It was as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on his back. He could not move at all. A strong sense of life and death crisis hit. The centipede, who was still in a daze with a buzzing sound in his head, trembled. Then, a burning light flashed in his eyes, and he came back to his senses in an instant. Tiger-splitting night. Beg me. In the next moment, the scorching light in the centipede's eyes turned into intense fear and despair without any suspense. However, he did not give up struggling. Although his body could not move, the voice of his divine sense quickly spread out under the shroud of a strange ripple that was extremely low but extremely fast. In an instant, it rushed out of this ferocious beast star. The light blue atmosphere spread in the void space outside. At the most critical moment of life and death, the centipede used his bloodline talent again. Using this unique and strange wave frequency, he called for help from the space-splitting demon tiger, who was 10 billion miles away. 10 billion miles was a long distance, but it was not too far for emperors, especially late-stage emperors at the 7th stage of the Undying level. Especially for the centipede at this moment, when he was in a life-and-death crisis, not only did he use this strange wave-frequency bloodline talent, but he also used all his strength to activate it at all costs. With all these factors combined, his signal for help would spread out at the fastest speed possible. According to Yi Xian's prediction, in less than 2 or 3 breaths, the space-splitting demon tiger, who had the cultivation base of a second-order venerable, would be able to tear through the void space. He had reached this place. Boom! Almost at the same moment when the centipede sent out his signal for help, the violent star ape threw a punch like a rocket and landed directly under the centipede's abdomen. A huge roar sounded, and the huge body of the centipede exploded into a dark green blood mist in an instant. In the sky above the light blue atmosphere of this star, it was as if the most violent hurricane had suddenly swept up. Clouds. The layer was instantly emptied, and even the light blue atmosphere above was blown away by the wind, creating ripples. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it had shrouded the void space within a radius of 10 million miles and swept up all the dark green blood mist that had just spread out. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shannon cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. This centipede's cultivation base had reached the 7th stage of the Undying level, which was the late stage of the Undying level. At this moment, all the dark green blood mist that had appeared after his body exploded was swept up without leaving out a single bit. Because of this, Yi Xian was very happy even though there had been a slight accident before this battle. In his opinion, the centipede had been killed, and all the dark green blood mist that had appeared after his body exploded had been collected. It could be said that everything was over. He only needed to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and leave this place in an instant. Even if the space-splitting demonic tiger arrived in the next instant, it would be meaningless to him. However, at this moment, just as Yi Xian was about to order the devouring system in his body to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and escape, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The tiger-splitting star, the planet where the space-splitting demonic tiger lived, was 10 billion miles away from the light blue atmosphere planet where the centipede was hibernating. 10 billion miles away. Even if the centipede used the strange bloodline talent of biological wave frequency and fully activated it, if he wanted to send his distress signal to the tiger-splitting star which was 10 billion miles away, and the space-splitting demonic tiger received the message, he would need 2 to 3 breaths of time to rush over. Just as Yi Xian had predicted, it would need 2 to 3 breaths of time. Unfortunately, when Yi Xian entered the centipede's lair planet, the space-splitting demonic tiger came out of the tiger-splitting star due to other matters. And the direction he was heading in happened to be in the same direction as the centipede's lair planet. When Yi Xian's fist smashed towards the 100-legged demon insect, forcing him to pay the price. At the critical moment of life and death, he used his bloodline to send out a distress signal. The demonic void tiger was only 2 billion kilometers away from this fierce beast star with a light blue atmosphere. Compared to the original distance of 10 billion miles, it was 80% shorter. Therefore, when the space-splitting demonic tiger received the distress signal, Yi Xian had just punched the centipede. Chapter 44:23. Hong. Long. Long. Roar. Leave your life, you ant. Just as Yi Xian was about to activate his interstellar coordinate jump ability and flee, a deafening explosion reverberated tens of millions of miles to his right. A crack tore open in space, and a black demonic tiger with a body size of 10 million feet emerged from the crack. He rushed out. The moment he appeared, he raised his head and let out a furious roar. His furious roar reverberated throughout the entire space. The entire planet below him cracked open. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as though the world was about to be destroyed. This was a gigantic planet, yet it was destroyed by a single roar from the intruder. It crumbled into star fragments. One could see how powerful the intruder was. At the same time, an incomparably powerful aura enveloped Yi Xian's entire body. This was the pressure of a universe sovereign. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian had already sensed the power of a universe sovereign while in the 8th transformation of the devil ape, he would have been stunned for a moment when he was suddenly enveloped by this kind of pressure. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. He was not afraid of this space-ripping demonic tiger at all. If he really wanted to fight, Yi Xian was 100% sure that he could kill this opponent. However, that would require a certain amount of time. With this delay, the other universe knight in the Greedy Wolf star area, who was a 5th-stage sub-blood Greedy Wolf, would definitely be able to make it here. After all, this space-ripping demonic tiger alone had taken more time than Yi Xian had expected. Yi Xian had originally thought that it would take at least 2 to 3 breaths to arrive. Who would have thought that it would only take half a breath to tear through space and arrive here? The speed of its reaction had far exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. This made him very uneasy. Now that this space-ripping demonic tiger had arrived, what if the other sub-blood Greedy Wolf did the same thing? Today's situation would be extremely unfavorable. Even if Yi Xian was still able to escape with his interstellar jump ability in the end, in the face of the pressure from the 2 universe knights, if Yi Xian wanted to successfully activate his interstellar coordinate jump ability and leave, then he would have to increase his own cultivation before leaving. He had to become a universe knight. That would undoubtedly expose his true strength in advance, which would be extremely disadvantageous for his subsequent actions. Roar! Just as he was thinking, the void-ripping demonic tiger roared and roared again from tens of millions of miles away. See la la, this time, following his furious roar, the space above Yi Xian's head once again split open into a huge spatial rift. An invisible force traversed tens of millions of kilometers in an instant, directly tearing through the void. This was one of the abilities of the void-ripping demonic tiger. It was related to its bloodline talent. Its roar had some kind of mysterious power. Not to mention huge planets, even the void could be torn apart by its roar. Boom! Yi Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability in his body. Across the distant void, he attacked the roaring rift demonic tiger. Although he was not displaying the cultivation level of a universe knight, he was still at the peak of the 9th stage of the Emperor realm, which was half a step away from becoming a universe knight. Although this level of power was not a match for the void-ripping demonic tiger, he was still qualified to fight it head-on. Yi Xian punched out. He was not trying to injure his opponent. He was just trying to confuse his opponent. Generally speaking, when facing an opponent who was far more powerful than him, he would still risk his life to attack. This was definitely the case when he was forced into a desperate situation and did not have any means to escape. Yi Xian did this to cover up his interstellar coordinate jump ability. He did not want this ability to be exposed. It would also alert the void-ripping demonic tiger, which would affect their subsequent actions. Roar! As he punched out, the void-ripping demonic tiger's eyes shone with a hint of disdain. It seemed to be mocking Yi Xian. At the same time, it let out a shocking roar. Along with the roar, a formless power rushed toward Yi Xian. At this moment, the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the engulfing system in his body had been activated. He could jump at any time. At this moment, his divine sense was activated to the maximum. He felt the formless power rushing toward him. When it was about to reach him, he immediately unleashed all the power in his body and rapidly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's body rolled backward like a meteor. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. However, with a wave of his hand, he sucked the blood back into his body. When facing an opponent of this level, not a single drop of blood could be left behind. Otherwise, it was highly possible that the opponent had some kind of secret technique that could allow him to use this drop of blood to make many arrangements. Of course, all of this was fake. It was a trick that Yi Xian had used to confuse his opponent. At this moment, as he was heavily injured and retreated, his figure also staggered back into the crack in the void that was torn apart by the roar of the space-splitting demonic tiger. The space crack was filled with endless space turbulence. This time, the body of the violent ape of starry sky was actually torn apart by a few small space turbulence. However, not a single drop of blood was left behind. All of it was absorbed into Yi Xian's body. At this moment, just as his body fell into the void crack, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He immediately ordered the engulfing system in his body to launch an interstellar coordinate jump. As for the coordinates that the jump locked onto, it was near the nesting star that had nurtured his strongest doppelganger, whoosh. A faint sound of something breaking through the void could be heard. As the jump ability was launched, Yi Xian's body disappeared into the void crack. At this moment, his body was surrounded by a large amount of turbulence. At this moment, the demonic tiger was still more than 20 million kilometers away. From his angle and distance, Yi Xian's figure was clearly being directly swallowed by the endless turbulence in the void that was like an ocean within the crevice. Whoosh! Just as Yi Xian's body disappeared, a faint sound of something breaking through the void suddenly rang out. The void-ripping demonic tiger's body was close to the void crack. He did not enter the crack because the crack was slowly closing. Once he entered, the crack would completely close. Then, even he would not be able to find the way back. It was very likely that he would be lost in the endless turbulence of the void. Because he would be completely lost, humph. Little ant, how dare you come to my voracious wolf-forbidden area to take advantage of me? Consider yourself lucky that you were lost in the turbulence of the void. Otherwise, if you fell into my hands, would definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. The void-ripping demonic tiger snorted coldly and muttered a few words. With a wave of its front claws, it directly smoothed the void crack, completely cutting off the possibility of the violent ape of stars that had fallen into the crack escaping and finding the way back. Chapter 44-24. Xiao. The sound of air breaking resounded, and Yi Xian's body appeared in the space. He didn't fall into the space crack at all. Instead, he activated his interstellar coordinate jump ability the moment he fell in, deceiving the space-splitting demonic tiger. This way, not only did he not expose his jumping ability, but he also made the space-splitting demonic tiger mistakenly believe that he had fallen into the space crack and died in the endless space turbulence. This result was simply perfect. Compared to Yi Xian's original plan, he was much more satisfied. This way, it was as if he had taken action twice in the greedy wolf forbidden area and obtained 2 pieces of Emperor Blood Essence. However, there was no effect at all. That space-splitting demonic tiger would never pay attention to a half-step night-level space berserk ape that was destined to fall. All of this was originally unlikely to happen. It was basically unrealistic to try to deceive a universe knight. The reason why it was completed was partly because Yi Xian's acting skills were considered passable. After entering the space crack, he deliberately let a few smaller space cracks cut his body, making him look battered and exhausted. This scene was seen more than 10 million miles away by the space-splitting demonic tiger. When the space-splitting demonic tiger saw it, he naturally didn't think much of it. Of course, more importantly, the space-splitting demonic tiger would never have thought that Yi Xian would have such a magical ability. He could actually jump and leave in an instant without any space ripples. Even the space-splitting demonic tiger couldn't capture it. At this moment, as his body appeared, Yi Xian immediately let out a sigh of relief. He was released from the space-splitting demonic ape's 5th transformation and still transformed into the 30 meters tall space berserk ape. This way, his cultivation level and strength were also thus dropped to the 4th level of Emperor level. As for the wounds that he deliberately let a few smaller space turbulence scratch his body when he fell into the space crack, they had already healed. With Yi Xian's terrifying blood energy in the space-splitting demonic ape's 5th transformation, such a small wound was extremely small. It was simply insignificant. At this time, only a dozen breaths had passed since he absorbed the majestic black-green chi and blood formed after the body of the centipede exploded into his body and sent it to the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong tripod domain to start the blood essence condensation. After all, this was a Thear-cranked martial artist's physical body. It was different from the rest. In just a few dozen breaths of time, it was obvious that Jiang Yi was not able to complete the refinement. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry, and he didn't leave either. He immediately used the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique to conceal his entire body and all his aura. Then, he waited in the void just like that. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Yi Xian opened his eyes and a bright light flashed through them. Swish! With a flip of his hand, Yi Xian opened his right palm, revealing a dark green vicious beast blood essence. It exuded a thick emperor aura, and it was a late-stage emperor at that. This emperor blood essence's quality was excellent, but it wasn't the best. However, Yi Xian was already very satisfied with it. Just like the blood essence condensed from the 6-tailed lewd fox's body, this emperor blood essence also retained the characteristics of the centipede. It was dark green in color. However, this time, Yi Xian was already mentally prepared, so he didn't feel too conflicted. After flipping his hand again and putting away the second emperor blood essence, Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and a bright light flashed through his eyes. He murmured softly, after the 2 previous battles, I've completely refined the surge of power after the previous breakthrough. So, it's time for a new breakthrough. After this breakthrough, I'll continue to hunt. After making up his mind, he immediately got up and shot toward the void on his right. In his memory, there was an abandoned star in this direction that could be used for a breakthrough. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the abandoned star and entered the core of the star. He immediately took out the Shenong cauldron, but it was shrunk to the size of 100,000 feet. Then, with a leap, he went to the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. He sat down. The next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. He took out various top-grade cultivation resources from the undying world in his body one after another, including the peak-8-colored divine medicine that he had just refined not long ago, the all-evil origin liquid, and other rare top-grade precious materials and medicines. This time, among the resources he had prepared for a breakthrough, there was also a large piece of flesh and blood of a quasi-desolation almighty being. It was roasted into a golden color by the Shenong 8-colored flames. Then, he fully activated the field of the Shenong cauldron in his body. Under the suppression of the field of the treasure cauldron, all the cultivation resources in front of him were turned into a small round bead in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, Yi Xian opened his mouth and swallowed the small bead into his stomach. Soon, it turned into a warm current that flowed down his throat and rushed to the 4 limbs of his body. Walala, boom. The moment the warm current spread, the sound of chains rattling could be heard. To Yi Xian's surprise, there were actually 2 shackles in his body this time. From this moment on, Yi Xian's body seemed to have been turned upside down. The loud rattling sound of chains did not stop for even a second. The blazing energy that had just formed flowed along the veins in his body, constantly shaking the new shackle that had just appeared. Chain. Yi Xian had completely forgotten about the existence of time. He focused his mind and focused on following the cultivation path of the ancient Dongshu technique. His divine sense carried the surging and boundless river of energy within his body as it cycled through his meridians time and time again. Circulation. During this process, while refining the energy river in his body, he was also accumulating as much energy as possible to break through the shackles of the shackles again. Time passed slowly. Even Yi Xian himself did not know how long had passed. When this energy river was completely refined and disappeared into Yi Xian's bones and meridians, the true essence in his body was obviously stronger than before. Big. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately pushed his divine sense to the extreme and immediately launched a new round of impact. Pshang! Pshang! A loud sound of metal clashing rang out. The shackles that appeared in his body broke. Almost in the next moment, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, and it was 2 times in a row. Ding, congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, 5th Order Emperor Immortal. Ding, congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 5th Order Emperor Immortal. 5th Order Emperor. This time, Yi Xian welcomed the long-awaited 2 consecutive breakthroughs. It could be said that after entering the Emperor realm, this kind of situation rarely happened. He did not expect to unexpectedly encounter it today. Chapter 44-25. After another breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation had already reached the 5th Order Emperor realm under normal human conditions. But now, he had activated the Devil Ape's bloodline and transformed into a star Devil Ape that was 30 meters tall. As a result, his cultivation had increased by a level, reaching the 6th Order Emperor realm. If he entered the 8th transformation of the 9 transformation Demonic Ape, his peak battle power would rise to 5th Order Universe Knight. Moreover, in the 8th transformation, the blood and energy within the body of the true Devil Ape would be so majestic that it would make one's hair stand on end. Therefore, in that state, Yi Xian could even suppress a 6th Order Venerable. He could even fight against a 7th Order Venerable. The strongest warrior in the Greedy Wolf Forbidden Area was only a 5th level Universe Knight. The current Yi Xian could definitely kill him in a single battle. However, if you were to add in the second-order venerable space-splitting demonic tiger, it wouldn't be that simple. If he wanted to kill these two universe knights at the same time, Yi Xian would have to possess at least the battle prowess of a universe knight at the 7th level or above. 5th Order Emperor Realm. If that's the case, there are still 4 more minor breakthroughs before I reach the pinnacle of the 9th Order Undying Emperor. Then, it's time to swallow a level 25 Supreme Treasure Pill. After putting away the Shen-Nong Cauldron, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he subconsciously frowned. Instantly, he felt the pressure become heavier. To him, breaking through 4 minor breakthroughs did not take long. If it was like before and he was lucky enough to encounter 2 consecutive breakthroughs, 2 shackles would appear in his body. Then, he would only have to go into seclusion twice. Even if there was only 1 shackle, he would only have to go into seclusion 4 times. After that, he would need to swallow a level 25 Supreme Treasure Pill. Otherwise, his cultivation level would be stagnant. Now, not to mention 1 Supreme Treasure Pill, he had only collected 2 of the most important blood essences required to refine a level 25 Supreme Treasure Pill. He was still far from it. If I use 5 blood essences to refine, there might only be 1 level 25 Supreme Treasure Pill in the end. If I use 6 to 7 blood essences to refine, there will definitely be 2 level 25 Supreme Treasure Pills in the end. If I use more than 8 blood essences, there will be at least 3. If that's the case, even though we urgently need a level 25 Venerable Elixir now, it's not worth it to rush to refine it after we've gathered 5 of them. The Emperor bestowed pellet is too difficult to obtain. After all, there are only so many Emperor bestowed pellets. It seems that even if we urgently need a level 25 Venerable bestowed pellet, we shouldn't start refining it immediately after collecting 5 drops of Emperor bestowed blood essence. It's best to collect more than 8 of them before condensing them. This way, at least 3 25 venerable ones will be produced. After saying that, Yi Xian faintly sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. I haven't even gathered 5 of them yet, and I only have 2 right now. If I want to gather 8 of them before condensing them, there are still 6 left. This mission is very difficult, and time is of the essence. I can't afford to waste any more time. After making up his mind, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a flash of his body, he headed straight for the Milky Way star sector. This time, he wasn't heading to the Greedy Wolf star sector. He had just fought there, so it wasn't a good time to go there. Otherwise, accidents might happen. Although the space-tearing devil tiger knew that the half-step supreme space violent ape that went to the Greedy Wolf star sector had died in the space turbulence, it was still 2 undying emperors who had died at the same time. There were only 10 undying emperors in the entire Greedy Wolf star sector. It was a huge loss, so the Greedy Wolf star sector had to be on guard. This time, Yi Xian was heading to another forbidden area in the space to the left of the Greedy Wolf forbidden area. Traveling at full speed, it took a day and a half before a silver plate-shaped star field could be seen in the distance. However, it would take another day to reach it. It was so far away that he didn't have to worry about being discovered. Therefore, Yi Xian traveled at full speed. However, he was still under the protection of the perfect vibration spiritual energy technique. Half a day later, an extremely powerful energy wave came from the space to the right. Yi Xian had sensed this energy when he was in the 8th transformation of the demon ape, so he was very familiar with it. It was the energy of a universe knight. The space to the right was all around the Greedy Wolf forbidden area. Now, the terrifying energy of a universe knight came from that direction. There was no doubt that it was either the space-tearing devil tiger or the other knight in the forbidden area, who was a 5th level knight. It was the sub-blood Greedy Wolf. Judging from this energy, it should be more than a 2nd level knight. It should be the sub-blood Greedy Wolf. A light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He didn't hesitate any longer. His figure flashed as he directly charged to the left. He directly hid in an unremarkable abandoned star and restrained all of his aura. Very quickly, the figure of an enormous gray-necked greedy wolf appeared in the distance to the right. It was alone and didn't head towards Yi Xian. Instead, it charged out of the edge of the greedy wolf star region and directly shot towards the left. It left. After it left, Yi Xian rushed out of the abandoned star. He hid his energy and followed it from afar. He didn't dare to get too close. He kept a distance of hundreds of millions of miles between them. He only made sure that he could feel a trace of the other party. Just its energy was enough. Another 2 days passed in this manner, and they had already passed the border of the voracious wolf forbidden area. However, this sub-blood wolf still had no intention of stopping, and it was still rushing forward. It was obviously on a long journey. If there were no accidents, it should be heading to a forbidden area further away. It would take at least a few days to reach that forbidden area, and the sub-blood greedy wolf was in such a hurry. Obviously, it had something important to do. It would most likely stay there for a while. In that case, the greedy wolf forbidden area only has one level 2 universe sovereign realm void-tearing demonic tiger and 8 emperor undyings left. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately stopped moving. His eyes flickered incessantly, and even his breathing became hurried. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If everything goes smoothly, not only will we be able to obtain 8 in one go, but we will also be able to obtain 8 in one go. A titled Emperor's blood essence, or even a Venerable One's blood essence. Chapter 44-26. On the way to the second target, the forbidden area, Yi Xian accidentally bumped into the sub-blood greedy wolf. He followed behind it for nearly 3 days until he confirmed that the sub-blood greedy wolf was heading to a further forbidden area. Just by arriving there, it would take a few more days before he stopped. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian changed his original plan. He planned to return to the greedy wolf forbidden land and kill the space-tearing devil tiger first before dealing with the other 8 undying emperors. This was a wonderful opportunity, one that could not be missed, and would not come again. After making up his mind, he did not hesitate and ordered the devouring system in his body to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability. As for the locked jump point, it was still near the source nest star that had nurtured his strongest doppelganger. Right now, he had been following the sub-blood greedy wolf for 3 days. If he were to turn around and head back to the greedy wolf star area, he would need 4 days to get there. On the other hand, if he directly launched a jump and returned to the nesting star where his strongest doppelganger was, it would only take him 2 days to rush to the voracious wolf forbidden land from there. Hence, there was no need to choose. He jumped immediately. Xiao! Yi Xian's figure instantly appeared at the edge of the source nest star. He didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, entering the 3rd transformation. Before he broke through, he needed to enter the 5th transformation to have the power of a complete level 9 undying emperor with a body of 3 million feet. But now, as he had broken through 2 levels, he only needed to enter the 3rd transformation to reach the same power and size. Yi Xian had considered the reason why he decided to enter the greedy wolf forbidden land with his current size and power. If he entered voracious wolf forbidden area as a universe knight, it would arouse the suspicion of the void-splitting demon ape. After all, Yi Xian should have died in the space turbulence, but now, not only did he come back alive, but he also reached the universe knight level in such a short time. He would definitely be suspicious. Once that was the case, with his venerable realm cultivation, if he wanted to escape, Yi Xian might not be able to stay behind if the other party was prepared. After all, he was only a level 5 knight at the 8th transformation, which was only 3 levels higher than the space-tearing devil tiger. If he wanted to kill the space-tearing devil tiger and prevent it from escaping, he had to rely on a plan. Otherwise, there would be unforeseen circumstances. A level 9 undying emperor was a half-step knight, and his speed was much faster than before. Besides, Yi Xian had gone back and forth many times, so he was very familiar with the star path and could teleport from time to time. Just like that, it only took them a day to arrive at the edge of the voracious wolf forbidden area. Without hesitation, he rushed into the greedy wolf forbidden land and rushed to the star field on the left side of the center. The star field on the left side of the center was the space-tearing devil tiger's territory. He was in the center, and there were 4 ferocious beast planets around him. One of the 4 emperors had been killed by Yi Xian, and he was the strongest one. Yi Xian hid his body and restrained his aura. He was heading to the weakest of the 3 remaining emperors. This emperor was only a level 3 emperor, which was only 1 level higher than the 6-tailed perverted fox. However, he should have a close relationship with the space-tearing devil tiger. Otherwise, the space-tearing devil tiger wouldn't have arranged for him to stay on the den star, which was closest to him. Chen was on this ferocious beast planet, which was only 1 billion miles away. This guy was the closest to the space-tearing devil tiger, but his cultivation was the weakest. He was only a level 3 emperor, and he was also a tiger. However, he wasn't a space-tearing devil tiger, but a demon-flying tiger. He must be a distant relative of the space-tearing devil tiger. You know. Although Yi Xian had just been here, he had fallen into a space crack. According to the space-tearing devil tiger's knowledge, he should have died in the endless space turbulence. Hence, although the space-tearing devil tiger knew about the 6-tailed perverted fox's death, he wasn't alarmed. A few days ago, after roaring at the sub-blood greedy wolf, he didn't do anything else. Because of this, all the ferocious beasts in the greedy wolf forbidden land had been cautious recently. They didn't dare to wander around the space without any reason. They didn't want to provoke the 2 knights, which could lead to disaster. Under these circumstances, Yi Xian smoothly arrived at the lair star where Mog Feihu was hibernating. After arriving, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately plunged into the atmosphere of the fierce beast star. After passing through the atmosphere, a mountain and river appeared in his field of vision. At the end of the mountain range in the distance, a demon-flying tiger was flapping its wings. Its entire body was black, and on its back was a pair of bone wings. And the aura emitted from his body was impressively at the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor level. This was the real deal. There was no doubt about it. Not only was he Yi Xian's prey, but he was also the bait used by Yi Xian to lure the space-tearing devil tiger out. Furthermore, according to Yi Xian's deductions, the relationship between this demon flying tiger and the demonic tiger should be quite extraordinary. As long as Yi Xian killed it, the demonic tiger would definitely be enraged. At that time, Yi Xian would be caught off guard and instantly enter the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. The 8th transformation would give him the terrifying power of a level 5 universe knight. The probability of killing it on the spot was at least 80%. Even the chance of turning around and escaping was close to 0. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He rushed over and arrived above the mountain range. Hong! In the next instant, the violent ape of stars suddenly threw out a punch, which landed directly on Mog Feihu's back. There was a huge roar, and demon-flying tiger didn't even have time to react. Its gigantic body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and spread out. Xiao! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. An invisible force spread out from his body, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area of tens of millions of kilometers, sweeping away all of the dark red blood mist that had just spread out. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shinnon cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. This was already the 3rd blood essence of an emperor beast. In just a few days, he had gained so much, which made Yi Xian very excited. At the same time, 1 billion miles away, in the Burrow star where the space-splitting demonic tiger was hibernating, the space-splitting demonic tiger, who was cultivating in seclusion in the Burrow star, seemed to have suddenly sensed something. It suddenly opened its eyes, and an incomparably terrifying venerable might appeared. Pressure spread out from its body. It revealed a strong murderous intent. Chapter 44:27. Hong long long, roar. Ant, you dare. Almost at the same instant that Yi Xian waved his hand and absorbed the dark red blood mist that exploded from Mog Feihu's body into his body, outside the planet's atmosphere, tens of millions of kilometers to the right of the void, a huge explosion sounded out, and a crack was torn open in the void. A black demonic tiger with a body size of 10 million feet rushed out of the crack. As soon as he appeared, he raised his head and roared furiously. His furious roar reverberated through the void. This time, the space-splitting demonic tiger was clearly enraged. The demonic flying tiger that he had set his eyes on was actually killed right in front of his eyes. This was simply infuriating. What was even more unacceptable to him was that the existence that had killed Mog Feihu was actually the cosmic violent ape that he had just fought in the ravenous wolf star region, then fell into the spatial rift and was devoured by the endless spatial turbulence. This was simply too much. In just a few days, 3 emperors had fallen in the hands of the same being in the greedy wolf forbidden zone. This was clearly a slap in the face. What made the space-raging demonic tiger the most unbearable was that this guy knew that he was in charge of this place. Previously, he had almost been severely injured by his roar and escaped by falling into the void crack. Now, he did not know what kind of luck he had, but he actually found the way back. After coming back alive, he actually did not keep a low profile and dared to continue wreaking havoc in the greedy wolf star area. He even ran to a place that was only a billion miles away from his star lair and killed Mog Feihu on the spot. This was simply not taking him seriously at all. Roar, as this thought flashed through his mind, the space-raging demonic tiger felt suffocated in his chest. He raised his head and let out another shocking roar. In an instant, the entire star below Mog Feihu's lair cracked. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as though the world was about to be destroyed. This was a gigantic star, but because of the furious roar of the void-splitting demonic tiger, it was instantly destroyed and shattered into star fragments. At this moment, an incomparably powerful aura enveloped Yi Xian's entire body. Roar. Roar. Almost at the same time, 2 earth-shattering roars came from the front left and rear right of the void. The other 2 undyings in the central starfield to the left of the greedy wolf forbidden zone were finally alerted and rushed over. These 2 emperors were both at the middle level, one at level 5 and the other at level 6. As for their forms, they were both over 1,000,000 zhang in size. They were respectively a sub-blood lion and a silver beetle. The 2 monarch beasts didn't approach after arriving. Instead, they hovered in the void, one on the left and one on the right. Their auras spread out as they stood guard. The reason for this was because they were only mid-stage martial emperors. They weren't a match for a peak 9th order martial emperor. If they had rushed over, they would have been killed instantly. On the other hand, the void-ripping demonic tiger was here, and Mog Feihu, whom he had taken a fancy to, had died a tragic death. The void-ripping demonic tiger was obviously furious, and he couldn't wait to kill the starry sky violent ape with his own hands. Hence, even if the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle had the strength, they didn't dare to do it on their behalf. If they did, it would undoubtedly enrage the space-raging demonic tiger again. The reason why they stood guard in the void was obviously to block Yi Xian's escape route. After all, he had the strength of a half-step martial emperor. If he wanted to escape, he might have a chance to do so. If that was the case, the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle would be able to block his escape path and the spatial rift demonic tiger would be able to catch up to him in the shortest amount of time possible. Ant, your guts are really big. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Roar. The void-ripping demonic tiger raised its head and let out a roar. The pressure of the martial highness realm in its body suddenly intensified. Due to its anger, there was a hint of mockery in its tone. It was clearly like a cat toying with a mouse. Now, it's time for you to surrender. Or should I personally make a move and kill you on the spot? It seems that you feel very good about yourself. Yi Xian didn't move at all. It seemed that he was afraid, but at this moment, his divine sense revealed an incomparably relaxed feeling. Instead, he was mocking the space-raging demonic tiger. This was indeed his true performance. There was no pretense or falsehood. But in the eyes of the space-raging demonic tiger, it was clear that he was just bluffing. Even the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle, who were waiting in the void to the left and right in the distance, let out a mocking roar. And, I have already given you a chance. If you don't want it, then go to hell. Roar. The space-raging demonic tiger didn't say anything. With a cold light in his eyes, he let out another roar. Immediately, he leaped forward and pounced on Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away. This sentence should be given to you by me. Thousands of miles away, there was no way for the other party to escape. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately raised his head and roared, 9 changes of the demonic ape, 8th change. Pang! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion was heard. This time, the speed at which his body expanded was much faster than before. The power in his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless murderous intent, and a terrifying aura that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end gushed out. His body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, expanded at an extremely fast speed that made one's hair stand on end. In less than 3 breaths, he had already reached a height of 1 billion feet, which was equivalent to 6 million miles. This was definitely comparable to a real giant star, or even greater. At the same time, as his body expanded, Yi Xian's cultivation aura rose at the same speed. Within 3 breaths, he had already reached the 5th level of the Universe Knight from the 9th level of the pinnacle of the Undying Emperor realm. 5th level of the Universe Knight. And the space-raging demonic tiger, who was charging toward him, was only at the 2nd level of the Universe Knight. There was a difference of 3 small levels between the two of them. When one's level of cultivation was low, 3 small levels might not be a big deal. However, as one's level of cultivation increased, the difference of 1 small level was like heaven and earth. And now, Yi Xian and the space-raging demonic tiger were both at the Universe Knight level. In this realm, a difference of 1 small level could almost mean an absolute advantage. If there was a difference of 2 small levels, it was basically a crushing defeat. But now, Yi Xian had the advantage of 3 small levels. On top of that, he had a body that was 6 million miles long and possessed a boundless amount of blood and qi. The difference in strength between the two of them had already reached 4 minor realms. Chapter 44-28. At that moment, as Yi Xian performed the 8th transformation of the bloodline technique of 9 transformations of demonic ape, his body expanded to a height of 6 million miles in an instant. He was larger than the largest star, and his blood energy was so majestic that it was terrifying. As for his cultivation level, it also skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 5th level of the Universe Knight realm. If his blood energy, which was so majestic that it made people's hair stand on end, his current combat power was definitely comparable to the 6th level of the Universe Knight realm. And the space-splitting demonic tiger, who was roaring and charging toward him, was only at the 2nd level of the Universe Knight realm. The gap between him and Yi Xian was as high as 4 levels. In addition, the distance between the two of them was only 10 million miles. It was almost certain that the space-splitting demonic tiger would die. There was no suspense at all. What? 5th level knight. This is impossible. Roar. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Seeing this, space-ripping demon tiger's expression changed. As a powerful Universe Knight, he immediately realized how bad his situation was. At that moment, following the exclamation, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar without any hesitation. Hong long long, si law. With this roar, the space-splitting demonic tiger apparently activated the bloodline talent in his body. With this roar, he tore open the void space. However, it was not to attack, but to escape. This void space crack appeared 10 million miles above his head, and he could rush into it with just a leap. After entering the void space crack, he would have to face the endless void space turbulence, and he might even lose his way in the endless void space turbulence. It would be like being exiled, never to return. However, he still did not hesitate at all. No matter what, it was better than immediately being killed here, right? This thought flashed through his mind, and the space-splitting demonic tiger, who was terrified, jumped and tried to rush into the void space crack 10 million miles above his head. However, Yi Xian had already expected this move and was on guard against it. Now that he saw that it was indeed so, he immediately sneered. The voice of his spiritual sense was instantly transmitted out, revealing endless ridicule and disdain. What's going on? A moment ago, you said you wanted to die. The next moment, you want to tear a crack in the ground and hide in it. You space-splitting demonic tigers really know how to play. Pooh! These words were too vicious. He was a universe knight, yet he was being slandered to such an extent. Just as he was about to leap up, Rift Demon Tiger felt his chest tighten and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. You can't just randomly spew blood. These are all useful to me. I've already reserved them. Boom! Seeing this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. At the same time his spiritual sense was transmitted, his figure suddenly leaped up and directly blocked the space above the dirty splitting demonic tiger's head, blocking its path. Then, the 6 million kilometer-long violent ape roared and swung its giant fists, crouching down to attack. Roar. No! Seeing this scene, the demonic void tiger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and a voice filled with unwillingness resounded through the void. However, all of this was impossible to change. He didn't even have the slightest chance to struggle when facing a Starsky violent ape that possessed a combat strength comparable to a 6th-rank Exalt Realm expert. Boom! The next moment, the Starsky violent ape suddenly threw a punch that landed directly on the back of the demonic void tiger, making a huge roaring sound. The demonic void tiger didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. His gigantic body instantly exploded into a cloud of bloody mist and spread out. Xiao! Seeing this scene, Yi Xian suddenly felt relieved. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand immediately, a formless force spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered the void space within a radius of 10 million miles, sweeping in all the bloody mist that had just spread out. After absorbing all of it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shinnon cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, a 2nd-rank Exalt Realm expert had fallen. And to Yi Xian, this was a huge gain. His own power hadn't officially broken through to the Universe Knight level yet, but he had already obtained a Knight Blood Essence. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. One had to know that even Emperor Blood Essence was so hard to find, let alone a Knight Blood Essence. In fact, even if Yi Xian's own power had officially broken through to the Universe Knight level, it would still be extremely difficult to kill a Universe Knight at that time. Although there were many supreme forbidden lands surrounding this Milky Way star field, there were only a few Universe Knights and Universe Masters in each of them, and every one of them was closely watched. How could it be so easy to successfully hunt and kill all of them? It could be said that this was a completely unexpected gain. It was completely due to luck. Otherwise, if that sub-blood greedy wolf had been here, Yi Xian wouldn't have had the slightest chance at all. However, although this time he had unexpectedly killed a 2nd-rank Exalt Realm Knight, which was a huge gain, it was simply a pleasant surprise. But now, everything was far from over. Now, with the annihilation of the space-tearing demon tiger, there were no more universe knights in this greedy wolf's supreme forbidden land. To Yi Xian, this was definitely an excellent opportunity. In this supreme forbidden land, there were a total of 10 undying emperors. Previously, he had already killed 3 of them, and now there were only 7 left. Tens of billions of miles away, in the right central star field, there were a total of 5 undying emperors. At this moment, in the left central star field, where Yi Xian was, there were only 2 undying emperors left. And these 2 undying emperors were right in front of Yi Xian, one on his left and one on his right. They were only 50 to 60 million miles away from him. As long as he killed the 2 sub-blood lions and the silver beetles, the next thing Yi Xian had to do was to head to the right central star field of the greedy wolf's supreme forbidden land. After killing the last 5 undying emperors, he could immediately withdraw and flee far away. Almost annihilating an elementary supreme forbidden land by himself was absolutely a shocking achievement. Even Yi Xian himself had never dared to think about it before. And now, all of this was about to become a reality. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was so excited that even his breathing became rapid. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he immediately turned his head to look at the sub-blood lions and the silver beetles on his left and right sides of the void space. At this moment, these 2 fellows were already stunned by the scene that had just happened in front of them. An instant ago, they were still certain that Yi Xian was going to die on the spot. However, after an instant, not only did Yi Xian not die, he even transformed into a 5th-order venerable with terrifying battle prowess that could scare people to death. Furthermore, he even attacked with lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, he blasted the demonic void tiger, who was at the 2nd-order venerable realm, into pieces. A cloud of bloody mist. Chapter 44-29. In the blink of an eye, the space-rending demonic tiger fell, its huge body exploding into a crimson mist that was directly collected by the violent star ape. When the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle saw this scene, they were dumbfounded and didn't dare to move in the slightest. It wasn't that they didn't want to turn around and escape, but in the face of a 5th-order venerable star ape, even a 2nd-order venerable like the space-rending demonic tiger couldn't withstand a single blow. What could they do with their mere mid-stage emperor cultivation? Although they were tens of millions of kilometers away now, as soon as they turned around, they would immediately die. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle trembled as they exchanged a glance. With just a single glance, they instantly reached a consensus. The next moment, the voices of the 2 begging for mercy rang out in the void, filled with fear and trepidation. "Lord Violent Star Ape, please spare our lives." "Yes, we are willing to serve you, roar. Since you are willing to serve me, then offer up your bodies." What this senior wants is the body of an emperor-stage vicious beast. As soon as the 2 finished speaking, the violent star ape, whose body was larger than a giant planet, raised its head and roared, sending out a divine sense voice. It didn't have the slightest intention to consider and directly wanted to kill them. Hearing this, the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle completely understood, and a look of regret appeared on their faces. If they had known this would happen, they would have taken advantage of the opportunity to turn around and escape. At least they would have a better chance of survival. Run! Split up! In the next moment, the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle, who knew that there was no hope, roared at the same time, and the 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, turned around and fled in different directions. "You want to escape now? Don't you think it's too late?" Yi Xian's divine sense voice sounded again, but before his voice fell, his figure had already disappeared. He had directly used void teleportation, and after a flash, he instantly blocked the silver beetle's path. The space insect race often had special bloodline talents, so when encountering such opponents, Yi Xian's first target was usually an insect race expert. Boom! As his figure appeared, the violent star ape suddenly threw out a punch without the slightest hesitation. This punch instantly fell on the silver beetle's back, causing a loud bang. The silver beetle didn't even have the chance to resist. His gigantic body instantly exploded into a cloud of silver blood mist and spread out. Xiao! Yi Xian waved his hand again, and in blood qi. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped a radius of tens of millions of kilometers, enveloping the space's space, SSSSSSS, ants of blood essence blood. The blood essence blood was swept blood S's had blood. After doing all this, the huge body of the violent ape of stars once again flashed as it performed teleportation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was already in the distant void nearly 200 million miles away, blocking the path of the fleeing sub-blood lion. Furthermore, the distance between them was less than 10 million miles. It was only 6 to 7 million miles. At such a close distance, it was simply a close combat. Not to mention the blood lion, even the space-splitting demon tiger wouldn't have the slightest chance of turning the tables. Seeing this scene, the blood lion was in complete despair. Its originally extremely fast figure suddenly came to an abrupt halt in the void. Roar! You want to obtain this emperor's body? Dream on. Even if I die, I won't let you have it. Boom! In extreme despair, the blood lion raised its head and let out a roar of unwillingness. Then, as the voice of its divine sense spread out, this guy actually self-detonated in the void not far away, millions of kilometers away. A sky-shaking, earth-shaking boom could be heard. The space within millions of miles was torn apart by the explosive power of his self-detonation. A cloud of blood-red mist spread out, mixing with the countless space turbulence that drilled out from the cracks after the space shattered inch by inch. Rise! After all, it was a mid-stage Emperor expert who had self-detonated without regard for anything else. This kind of power was originally supposed to be unleashed. Self-detonation. Don't let this venerable succeed. This really makes people speechless. Seeing this scene in front of him, Yi Xian was stunned. After a long while, he rolled his eyes and muttered, I didn't expect to meet such a crazy guy again. Self-detonation. It saves this Star Master the energy to do it himself. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already waved his hands suddenly. In an instant, an invisible force spread out from his body with a faint sound of breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the void within a radius of millions of kilometers. Soon, the dark red blood mist that had just spread out had been completely swept up. Yi Xian immediately took it into his body and immediately sent it to the Shinong cauldron, throwing it into the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. At this point, Yi Xian had already killed a second-order venerable and 5 immortal emperors in the voracious wolf forbidden area. His harvest was simply enormous. Aside from the sub-blood greedy wolf that had already left and wouldn't return in the next few days, there were still 5 emperors within the forbidden land that he had to kill. These were 5 emperor-level blood essences, and now that there were no knights here, these 5 undyings were like naked girls to Yi Xian. He could take them as he pleased. Such a tempting opportunity, if he missed it, it would be completely unreasonable. There are still 5 more targets. After I finish them off, I can immediately leave. His eyes gleaming coldly, Yi Xian muttered softly, subconsciously gazing towards the space to his right. Those 5 emperors were in the central right starfield guarded by the sub-blood greedy wolf. They shouldn't have sensed the change in the starfield. After all, the core area of the Greed Wolf Forbidden Zone was 40 to 50 billion miles away from the left and right star areas of the Greed Wolf Forbidden Zone. Even an emperor, if he didn't push his spirit sense to the limit and extend it in a single direction, he wouldn't be able to sense the situation so far away. However, Yi Xian didn't have much time left. After all, they were 5 emperors with different bloodline talents and abilities. If they were to split up and flee, even if he was a universe knight and in existence at the 5th level of this realm, in the end, he would still have to take 5 of them. Even if he killed all 5 of them, he might not be able to guarantee a 100% success rate. Thinking about that, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore, immediately turning and shooting towards the space to his right, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 44:30. Tens of billions of miles of space was nothing to a fifth-order knight. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the 8th transformation of the demonic ape. His body was 6 million miles long, which was a few times bigger than the largest natural star. His speed was extremely fast, surpassing that of a meteor as he streaked across the void. Inside his body, there was a majestic aura that made one's hair stand on end. Without a doubt, this scene immediately alarmed the entire voracious wolf Forbidden Land. Countless ferocious beasts in this beginner-level Forbidden Land all rushed out of the star layers they were in. They looked in the direction of this terrifying pressure with a horrified expression on their faces. Looking into the distance, exclamations, roars, and howls resounded like waves, one after another, resounding endlessly. What? A fifth-order knight? Where did this space-violent ape come from? It doesn't matter where it came from. The key is, what is it doing here? How dare it rampage in our forbidden zone? Look at the situation, it's obvious that it's not a friendly one. Voracious Wolf Knight is on a long journey, but Tiger Demon Knight is still guarding the forbidden zone. Why isn't there any reaction now? Could it be that he's allowed to rampage in our forbidden zone? The situation is bad. This starry sky ferocious ape with a terrifying cultivation seems to have just happened to rush over from the left starry sky where the exalted devil tiger resided. In this way, it would seem that the exalted devil tiger has probably already been killed. Hiss. A 5th stage venerable dares to launch a massacre in my voracious wolf forbidden land. How is this possible? Howl. Howl. Along with the exclamations, 5 figures rushed out of 5 ferocious beast lairs from different directions in the starfield on the right of voracious wolf forbidden zone. Their auras were very powerful, and they were all emperors. A black beetle, a 3-tailed ferocious bird, a space porcupine, a 5-legged black crow, and finally a blood-red silver wolf. These 5 emperor-level ferocious beasts were the 5 fellows guarding the sub-blood greedy wolf's nest. At this moment, they were all shocked by Yi Xian's powerful aura, rushing out of their nests and into the universe space. All of them had terrified expressions as they looked at the raging starry sky ape that was as fast as a meteor but larger than a giant planet. They cried out in shock and bewilderment, "Violent Ape Elder, what is the meaning of this? Why are you rampaging in our forbidden zone? Which forbidden zone are you from?" Within Greedy Wolf Forbidden Area, there are Universe Knights at level 5. "Senior, don't go too far," said Luo Feng. "If it's a misunderstanding, please stop immediately. Let's talk slowly. Don't hurt our friendship, something's not right." There seems to be a huge change in the stellar region where Venerable Devil Tiger was stationed. Venerable Devil Tiger is dead. Howl. Along with the exclamations, the last blood-red silver wolf was shocked. He activated his godly consciousness to the maximum and extended it to the starfield where sky-ripping demon tiger was guarding. He immediately discovered that something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately reported what he had discovered with his divine sense. Then, he roared at the sky, and the aura of a peak 9th order great perfection Empyrean immortal erupted from his body. Without a doubt, this blood-red silver wolf was the most powerful being among the 5 emperor-level undyings in the Forbidden Zone. He was only 1 step away from becoming a Universe Knight. At this moment, after his roar, the other 4 emperor-level undyings all released their powerful auras in shock and anger. They were all filled with murderous intent. Hong. There was a loud boom. The star-violent ape was right in front of the wolf. It didn't say anything and just threw a punch at the wolf's back, creating a loud boom. The half-step venerable blood silver wolf did not even have the chance to fight back. Its enormous body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that dispersed into the surroundings. Xiao! Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped an area of tens of millions of kilometers, sweeping away all of the dark red blood mist that had just spread out. After absorbing all of it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shinnon cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, a half-step knight who was a ninth-order pinnacle emperor had fallen. This scene caused the other four martial emperors to stop abruptly. In an instant, they were stunned and scared silly. The pressure that had just spread out from their bodies dissipated in an instant. Their entire bodies trembled slightly. Exclamations were heard again, "What?" Attacking at the slightest disagreement. This violent ape is too decisive in killing. We can't fight it head-on, and there's no chance for reconciliation. It didn't buy it at all and fled immediately. My forbidden zone is in danger today. Howl! Li, amidst the exclamations, roars and howls resounded. These four emperors no longer hesitated or stayed, immediately turning and heading in different directions, swiftly shooting off into the distance. You only want to leave now. It's too late. Today, none of you will be able to escape. Howl! Yi Xian's voice sounded out. The starry sky berserk ape, which was 6 million kilometers in size, raised its head and roared. Its speed instantly increased by 30%, and in the blink of an eye, it had already caught up to the five-legged black crow. Without saying anything, it punched out. Rumble! The thunderous roar resounded again. The five-legged black crow let out a miserable howl. Pang Da's gigantic body instantly exploded into a cloud of black blood mist. Like a hurricane, it spread out in an instant. Xiao! Yi Xian didn't even turn his head. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area of tens of millions of kilometers, sweeping away all of the black blood mist that had just spread out. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately after absorbing the bloody mist, it was sent into the Shinnon cauldron and into the central region's volcano to refine the blood essence. Seeing this scene, the other three emperors were shocked, and they all let out a shrill howl. Their speed of fleeing skyrocketed again. However, all of this was futile. There was no meaning to it at all. Xiao! With a shake of its shoulder, the giant space-violent ape disappeared. When it reappeared, it was right in front of the three-tailed beast. The latter's figure abruptly stopped in the void, and an incomparably flustered light flashed in his eyes. Almost like a conditioned reflex, it immediately begged for mercy, "Elder Violent Ape, this is just a misunderstanding, no, rumble." Chapter 44:31. In the blink of an eye, within 2 to 3 breaths, 3 of the 5 remaining undying emperors in Voracious Wolf Forbidden Zone had fallen. Only 1 black beetle and 1 space porcupine were left. This scene was truly too shocking. The 3 Emperor Undyings only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time in Yi Xian's hands before they were blasted into a cloud of blood mist. After they fell, they were taken away. It was not until then that the countless ferocious beasts in the surrounding void finally realized what had happened. Although they knew that Greedy Wolf Knight had gone on a long journey, only a few of them had guessed the truth of Tiger Demon Knight's death. The rest were still in the dark. However, at this moment, after witnessing this mysterious space ape kill 3 emperors within 3 breaths of time, Tiger Demon Knight, who was guarding the Voracious Wolf Forbidden Area, didn't react at all. These ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Area were not fools. This abnormal situation made them realize that something was wrong in an instant. For a time, all sorts of shocked cries and howls rang out like a tidal wave. Damn it, Tiger Demon Knight didn't show up. This is definitely abnormal. If I'm not wrong, he must have fallen long ago. No wonder this powerful raging ape didn't intend to hide at all. He didn't need to hide at all. Within the entire voracious wolf forbidden area, there's not even a single universe knight. To him, there's no defense at all, and he can enter a place with absolutely no one. Said Luo Feng. Even if Tiger Demon Knight is here, what's the use? This starry sky ape is of 5th rank venerable. My voracious wolf forbidden land is destined to perish today. Run, howl. Howl. As these wild roars and cries of shock rang out, the entire voracious wolf forbidden land was thrown into chaos. In the vast space of hundreds of billions of miles, countless beasts from forbidden lands fled madly toward the outside of the voracious wolf forbidden land at an extremely high speed. They were fleeing in panic. Yi Xian wasn't interested in paying attention to all of this. Now, the only thing that could make him interested in hunting was at least an immortal emperor. Under the immortal emperor, he wouldn't be able to raise his spirits at all. Of course, since the voracious wolf forbidden area was an elementary forbidden area, there were quite a few titled emperor beasts as well. If there weren't 100 of them, there were at least 80 of them. At the moment, none of them were present. Like stray dogs, they fled in all directions. However, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to chase after them. In front of him, there were 2 emperor-level beasts that were even more tempting. A black beetle and a space porcupine. At this very moment, these 2 fellows were also charging in different directions, one on the left and one on the right. According to Yi Xian's habits, he would naturally attack the bug clan first. Xiao! A faint sound of the air being torn apart resounded. The enormous violent starry sky ape shook its shoulders, and its figure instantly disappeared on the spot. When it reappeared, it was already 200 million miles away, and it just happened to block the path of the black beetle. Howl! At this moment, the black beetle was in complete despair. It let out an incomparably shrill shriek, and its entire body trembled violently. The aura in its body became incomparably violent. It was clearly on the verge of self-detonation. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes. After that, his divine sense sounded out, self-destructing, right? Then, hurry up. I can sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. I can also collect the energy and blood of your physical body after you self-destruct. Pooh! Hong! Hearing this, the black beetle was so angry that it spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the energy in its body was already extremely violent. The process of self-destruction could no longer be reversed. Damn it! As blood spurted out of his mouth, the black beetle raised his head and let out a roar of unwillingness. Then, as the voice of his divine sense spread out, he actually self-destructed in the void not too far away from him. A familiar series of booms could be heard. The space within millions of miles was torn apart by the explosive power of his self-detonation. A cloud of black blood mist spread out, mixing with the countless space turbulence that drilled out from the cracks after the space shattered inch by inch. Rise! Xiao! Yi Xian was waiting for this moment. As the black mist of blood spread out, he waved his hand immediately. In an instant, an invisible strength spread out from his body with a weak sound of breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the void within millions of miles. The black mist of blood that had just spread out was swept up in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian immediately took it into his body and sent it to the Shinnon cauldron. He threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron and started to condense the blood essence. At this point, there was only one emperor left in the entire voracious wolf forbidden zone, and it was the space porcupine that had escaped to the right. This space porcupine's cultivation level was neither high nor high. It was at the peak of the middle stage of the 6th stage emperor level, only one step away from the late stage emperor level. At this moment, he was 200 million miles away in the right void. Due to its bloated body, the starry sky porcupine's forte was not its speed. Therefore, it had no means of escaping. Facing such a life-or-death situation, he actually didn't have any bloodline ability or talent that he could use. The only way to deal with it was to run forward while gasping for air. Shio. A faint sound of breaking through the void rang out. The star Violent Ape, which was 6 million kilometers in size and looked like a superstar, only took a single instant to directly block the path of the star porcupine. The distance between the two was only 6 to 7 million miles. Yi Xian only needed to throw a punch to turn this space porcupine into a mist of blood. Then, he would collect it and refine it into a middle-stage Emperor-level blood essence. However, just as Yi Xian raised his arm and was about to punch out, the starry sky porcupine, which had already stopped in its tracks due to fear, had a flash of inspiration in its mind. It raised its head and howled, sending out a voice of begging for mercy. "Awu, Elder, please don't punch the porcupine. We're on the same side. There's the aura of my direct bloodline descendant in your body." Hearing these words, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he subconsciously searched his body. Not to mention, he really did find a very weak bloodline aura. It wasn't deliberately left behind. It was left in Yi Xian's body by accident. As for the owner of this aura of the bloodline, it was the immemorial porcupine. Chapter 44-32. Leave a pig alive. As he chewed on these words, a strange expression appeared on Yi Xian's face. At this moment, he was already certain that the starry sky porcupine in front of him was the direct ancestor of the primordial porcupine. It was just that he didn't know which generation it was. These two people, no, these two pigs were exactly the same. If that was the case, then this space porcupine couldn't be killed. After all, it was the ancestor of the primordial porcupine. If he really killed it and the primordial porcupine found out about it, they wouldn't be brothers anymore. Although it was a pity, this space porcupine was still a pinnacle middle-stage emperor. If he really killed it, it would be a decent amount of emperor blood essence. However, the emperor's sealing blood essence could be obtained from other places, and there was only one ancestor of the primordial porcupine. Yi Xian still understood the choice. What's more, he already had 9 emperor blood essences. It was enough to make a level 25 supreme treasure pill. If nothing went wrong, there was an 80% chance that he could make 4. And because one of them was an Emperor level 9 pinnacle Emperor blood essence, the chance of making 5 was above 60%. Yi Xian only needed 1. He still had 3 to 4 left for his subordinates. It was obvious that it was enough for him to use in a short period of time. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian instantly made a decision to give up on killing this starry sky porcupine. With a thought, his figure swayed and he directly retreated from the 8th transformation to the 4th devil ape. As a result, although his cultivation level had dropped from level 5 Universe Knight to level 1 Universe Knight, his body had also returned to its original size of 30 million feet. Previously, he was a few times bigger than a superstar, which was too inconvenient. Now that he was 10 million zhang, even though he was much bigger than the space porcupine, at least he didn't feel so awkward. "Senior, you know my 108 generations of pig grandsons. Look at the bloodline energy he accidentally left in your body. You seem to have a good relationship with him." At this moment, when the space porcupine saw Yi Xian beg for mercy, it pondered for a moment before shrinking its body. Even its cultivation aura was restrained by a lot. Now, it was only at the first level of the universe sovereign. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one could tell what this meant. As his heart relaxed, the starry sky porcupine immediately walked in front of Yi Xian with a face full of smiles. It kept asking him about the situation of the primordial porcupine, and appeared to be rather relaxed. It was obvious that it didn't treat Yi Xian as a threat at all. This was understandable. After all, how could a being like Yi Xian let a person he didn't trust come into contact with his body? As for his 108 generations of pig grandson, since he was able to unintentionally leave behind a harmless bloodline aura in Yi Xian's body, it meant that his divine sense and even his blood had come into close contact with Yi Xian before. To be able to have such contact, they definitely had a close relationship. With this relationship, coupled with the fact that Yi Xian had restrained his killing intent, the starry sky porcupine wasn't a fool. He naturally understood that not only had he resolved the crisis, he'd even gotten himself a thick thigh because of it. 108 generations of pig grandsons. Upon hearing that the primordial porcupine was a junior to this guy, Yi Xian's face turned green. He and the primordial porcupine were brothers, and Yi Xian didn't intend to deny it. He couldn't lie to himself even if he wanted to. Similarly, he didn't doubt the words of the starry sky porcupine in front of him. Since it was a direct descendant, the starry sky porcupine in front of him would naturally be able to identify the bloodline aura left behind by the primordial porcupine in Yi Xian's body. How many generations of his pig grandsons would this be? There definitely wouldn't be any mistakes. In this way, if the primordial porcupine had to call this guy 108 generations of ancestors, then what about him? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened, and an impulse to slap this guy to death was born in his heart. Although this thought suddenly popped up, but invisibly, a faint cold killing intent burst out from Yi Xian's body in an instant. Although the space porcupine was full of smiles and looked very relaxed, and didn't treat Yi Xian as a threat at all, in fact, this old guy was very shrewd. He had been paying close attention to Yi Xian's reaction. After all, after hearing his words, although Yi Xian directly restrained his cultivation and aura, and even shrunk his body size to about 10 million, that was all. Yi Xian still hadn't confirmed the relationship between the space porcupine and Yi Xian. It was a direct acknowledgement and recognition. Since that was the case, there was still a certain rhythm of variables. It was a matter of life and death, so he had to be careful. Of course, the facts also proved that it was right to be careful for 10,000 years. At this moment, the starry sky porcupine clearly felt a faint killing intent that was faintly emitting from Yi Xian's body. He jumped in fright, and the hair on his back stood on end. Hundreds of thoughts flew through his mind, and he instantly understood what was going on. If this space porcupine with terrifying cultivation really wanted to kill him, the murderous intent emitted from its body at this time would definitely not be so weak. Although this murderous intent was very faint, it was very clear. This showed that the other party actually didn't want to kill him in the bottom of his heart. At least the performance just now could prove this point. Right now, a faint killing intent suddenly sprouted in his eyes. It was clearly because he had said something wrong just now. The space porcupine was also a pig spirit. His brain turned slightly, and he instantly understood where the problem was. An expert of this level obviously cared about face. Suddenly, a good friend who was very close to him, and who was very likely to be on the same level as him, suddenly appeared as a 108th generation ancestor. To him, wasn't it based on the fact that he had a good relationship with him? Was he shorter for nothing? To be precise, he should be shorter by 108 generations. This kind of thing, even if it happened to him, he would probably immediately have the idea of killing. No, killing the porcupine to silence him. Thinking of this, the space porcupine trembled all over. Before Yi Xian made a move, he immediately raised his front hooves and stood up like a person. He said to Yi Xian with a smile on his face, "Of course, senior, no matter what relationship my 108 generation pig grandson has with you. That's between you and him. As for you and me, we feel like old friends at first sight, so we're naturally friends of the same generation. In this way, I'm his senior, and your cultivation is higher than mine. We'll each take a step back and call each other brothers, so we'll be even. No one will lose out, right?" Chapter 44-33. It's good to be friends as equals. If they were on the same level, then he and the 108 generations of the primordial porcupine would be brothers. At that time, when that old fellow came to this world and saw this scene, just thinking about his expression made Yi Xian feel that everything was worth it. Although 1 blood essence was enough, he wouldn't even exchange it for 10. From the looks of it, not only could this old thing not be killed, he had to be protected like a rare species. After all, there were titled monarchs everywhere. Killing them was the same as killing them. However, the 108 generations of primordial porcupine's ancestors, and the 108 generations of primordial porcupine's ancestors who called him brother, was the only one. Brother Pig, don't worry. From now on, we'll be family. Whoever dares to touch you will have to go against this sovereign. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately patted his chest and directly called him Brother Pig. Halfway through his sentence, he paused for a moment before continuing, "You're right, this sovereign is indeed sworn brothers with an ancient porcupine. However, since you've already said so, you're right, this sovereign is indeed sworn brothers with an ancient porcupine. Let's do as you say. In the future, I will be brothers with him, and I will also be brothers with you." When it heard this, the starry sky porcupine instantly confirmed its guess. Its heart relaxed, and the smile on its face became even more brilliant. Mimicking Yi Xian, he patted his chest and said, "Since we are family, then there is no need to be so courteous. This greedy wolf forbidden zone is no good now, so this pig has decided to follow you. But before I leave, I have some good stuff. We can't let him go." It seemed like this guy was also a two-faced person. In the blink of an eye, he had betrayed them. Not only did he want to leave with Yi Xian, but before he left, he clearly planned to take Yi Xian and loot the voracious wolf forbidden zone. Based on his understanding of the voracious wolf forbidden zone, with him leading the way and Yi Xian working together, it was likely that any good item in the voracious wolf forbidden zone would be swept clean. This was definitely a sign of looting. But Yi Xian didn't care. In fact, he welcomed it. Immediately, the two of them who called each other brothers gathered together and whispered in each other's ears as they discussed how to deal with the treasures in the voracious wolf forbidden area. After a short while, the two of them reached a consensus and drafted a preliminary plundering plan. Then, they began to take action. Under the guidance of the starry sky porcupine, the two of them directly rushed to the nests of the sub-blood greedy wolves and found the treasury of the sub-blood greedy wolves. Although there was a restriction array, it was useless against Yi Xian. He directly broke it open and looted everything. After that, it was the nest of the demonic void tiger that had already fallen. Finally, it was the nest of the other undying emperors. After spending 2 days, the primordial porcupine brought Yi Xian and looted all the good things in the greedy wolf forbidden area. On the way, they even killed more than a dozen undying emperors that were hibernating within the ferocious beast star. The ferocious beasts of the voracious wolf forbidden zone saw this. Gradually, the ferocious beasts of the forbidden zones all turned their hatred to the primordial porcupine. Very few of them still hated Yi Xian. On one hand, they couldn't bear to hate such a powerful fifth-stage knight. On the other hand, compared to Yi Xian who came to invade, the primordial porcupine who turned around and killed his own people was more shameless. However, the latter didn't have the slightest self-awareness. After bringing Yi Xian to loot the entire voracious wolf forbidden zone, he turned around and waved his hand with a smile on his face. Then, he left with Yi Xian in an instant. 7 days later, the sub-blood greedy wolf returned. Looking at the dilapidated and lifeless voracious wolf forbidden zone, he almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. A woo, an extremely shrill and long wolf howl resounded in the void for a long time. At this time, Yi Xian had already left the voracious wolf star zone with the primordial porcupine and was hundreds of billions of kilometers away. He didn't directly return to the source nest base camp. After all, the primordial porcupine's reliability still needed to be tested. Anyway, Yi Xian had nothing to do when he returned, so he took him to wander around the boundless primordial void and stopped at a random abandoned star. He stopped. "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. You stay outside and protect me or something. Yi Xian glanced at the primordial porcupine and didn't say much to him. He turned around and entered the core of the star, waving his hand to summon the Shenong cauldron. Then, with a leap, he went directly to the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. What he summoned with a wave of his hand were clearly all kinds of top-grade cultivation resources, including the peak-8-colored divine medicine, the all-evil source liquid, and other rare top-grade precious materials and medicines. At the same time, there was also a large piece of quasi-desolation almighty primordial life. The spirit's precious blood and flesh were roasted into a golden color by the Shenong 8-colored flame. He was clearly planning to cultivate in seclusion immediately and try to break through. It was because Yi Xian had gone through so many battles before that he had completely refined the true essence in his body from the last breakthrough. There were faint signs of a breakthrough, so he struck while the iron was hot. Soon, the power of the Shenong cauldron in his body was fully activated. All the cultivation resources in front of him were crushed by the power of the cauldron's field. In the blink of an eye, they turned into small round beads and were swallowed into his stomach. Then, they turned into a warm current that flowed down his throat and rushed to the limbs and bones of his physical body. Walala, boom. The moment the warm current spread, the sound of chains rattling could be heard. From this moment on, Yi Xian's body seemed to be turned upside down. The loud rattling sound of chains did not stop for even a second. The scorching energy that had just formed flowed along the meridians of his body, constantly shaking the new shackles that had appeared. He had completely forgotten the existence of time. He focused his mind and concentrated on following the ancient cave void tactics. His divine sense carried the surging and majestic river of energy in his body as it circulated through his meridians and began to circulate the great heavenly cycle again and again. Turn. After an unknown amount of time, when the energy river was completely refined and disappeared into Yi Xian's meridians, the true essence in his body was clearly stronger than before. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately pushed his divine sense to the extreme and immediately launched a new round of attacks. Clang! A loud sound of metal colliding rang out, and the shackles that had appeared in his body broke. Almost in the next instant, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out in his mind, ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the Dongshu ancient incantation. Current realm, 6th Order Emperor Realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the Dongshu ancient incantation. Current realm, 6th Order Emperor Realm. 6th Order Emperor Realm. Chapter 44-34. 6th level titled Emperor. If that's the case, the moment I unleash the 8th form of the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability, my combat power will instantly soar to 6th level Universe Knight. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed as he subconsciously clenched his fists. Just one more step and I'll be able to step into the late-stage Universe Knight realm. And if I include the 6 million miles huge body under the 8th form, I can even fight against a true late-stage Universe Knight. I can even guarantee that I won't be defeated by an 8th level Universe Knight. As long as I don't meet a 9th level Universe Knight, I'll be invincible. Fear. I'm already at the 6th level now. After 3 more breakthroughs, I'll need a level 25 treasure pill. Luckily, I've gathered all the materials, so I can start refining at any time. Since that's the case, it's better to be early. Now. I'll start refining. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, all the materials and resources required for the level 25 treasure pill recipe were taken out by him. Xiao. These secondary sources all shot out and floated in front of Yi Xian. Among them, there were 9 pieces of titled Emperor blood essence and various top-notch resources. This time, he was more than 80% confident that he could refine 4 level 25 treasured pills at once. Even the probability of 5 treasured pills appearing was more than 70%. As for 6, the probability was much lower, only about 50%. Out of caution, Yi Xian analyzed the level 25 treasure pill recipe that he had already deduced and gone through it twice. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he waved his hand and prepared all the resources and top-notch materials required for the recipe. Then, he closed his eyes. Inside the Shinong cauldron, the plains at the bottom of the central region volcano. Xiao xiao xiao, the faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. Rays of light shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central region volcano. They appeared directly above the fiery pond at the bottom of the volcano and suddenly stopped. They were all the top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the refinement of the grade 25 supreme pill. Ooh! In the next moment, below all the resources, in the pool of flames at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, a majestic Shinong 8-colored flame whistled up. In an instant, it condensed into an 8-colored cauldron that was about 3 meters in radius. It was small and simple, and it emitted an extraordinary aura. As this small cauldron made of pure Shinong 8-colored flames took shape, the blood essence and other materials that had been prepared beforehand all flew up automatically and entered this small cauldron of flames that was only a few feet wide. Just one level 25 pill was enough to make a level 9 Pinnacle Immortal Emperor become a level 9 Pinnacle Immortal Emperor in an instant. Such a resource was absolutely precious to the various races and top powers in the 3 main space planes. It was an existence that no one dared to even think about. Just a level 20 elixir that could make an undying old monster and a level 23 elixir that could make an undying emperor was enough to make them go crazy, not to mention a level 25 supreme pill that could make an undying emperor. Among the top-grade materials prepared for the refinement of the level 25 supreme pill, just the blood essence of the 9 undying fierce beasts was something that was extremely difficult to obtain in the 3 main space planes. Hence, Yi Xian was especially solemn this time. Concentrating, he carefully controlled everything. He made a series of alchemy seals in his hand, turning them into mysterious runes that floated from the mouth of the Shinong cauldron and fell into the energy cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed unknowingly. Suddenly, above the fiery pond at the bottom of the central region volcano, a huge roar resounded. The cauldron made of pure Shinong 8-colored flames instantly dispersed. A river-like 8-colored flame whizzed back to the fiery pond below. What was left above the pond were 6 infant fist-sized round beads. Although they were the same size as the vicious beast blood essence from before, they were completely different. The blood essence was blood-red in color and exuded a dense blood chi energy. As for these 6 beads, although they were also the size of nascent soul fists, they shone with 8 colors. On the surface, there was a dreamy halo that gave off an ancient and heavy aura. This was a level 25 supreme pill. Just one of them was enough to allow an Emperor level 9 Pinnacle Undying to break through and become a Universe Knight. It was a level 25 treasure that could allow an Emperor level 9 Pinnacle Undying to break through and become a Universe Knight. There are actually 6 of them. As the pills were being refined, Yi Xian's voice came from the mouth of the Shinong cauldron above the central region volcano, revealing a strong sense of surprise. According to his previous calculations, the probability of 6 level 25 pills being refined was only 50%. He didn't expect his luck to be so good that he actually encountered it. Xiao. With a flash of his body, Yi Xian shot out of the mouth of the Shinong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He waved his hand and put the cauldron into his body. As for the 6 level 25 pills that had just been successfully refined, they were all stored in jade bottles and stored properly. With the successful refinement of the level 25 supreme pill, Yi Xian instantly felt the pressure in his heart lighten. However, as soon as he thought about the level 26 pill, he immediately felt a headache coming on. A level 26 Supreme Pill could allow a Undying Emperor to break through to the Universe Master level instantly after swallowing it. Although Yi Xian was still 3 small stages away from breaking through to the Universe Sovereign Realm, after breaking through to the Universe Sovereign Realm, there were a total of 9 small stages. In this way, after breaking through to the Universe Sovereign Realm, he would need to use a level 26 treasure. Dan. If it had been someone else, breaking through 12 levels might not have been urgent at all. It would have taken a long time. However, to Yi Xian, this was indeed a very difficult matter to predict. If he broke through 2 levels consecutively a few more times, the need for a level 26 pill would instantly become urgent. Hence, while there was still plenty of time, he had to make early plans. Otherwise, when the fire was burning his eyebrows and he was anxious, he might not be able to make it in time. However, in reality, even now, being anxious was not something that could be done. He still didn't have the perfect formula for a level 26 pill. The devouring system in his body was doing its best to deduce it. Other than the formula, the most important raw material for refining a level 26 pill was the blood essence of a knight. This was a resource that could only be obtained by killing a universe knight. Right now, although Yi Xian already had a piece of blood essence of a knight, in reality, even this piece of blood essence of a knight was obtained by accident. It could be said that it was the result of a stroke of luck. Even with this piece of blood essence, he still needed 4 more. Just this matter alone was enough to give him a headache. Chapter 44-35. Brother Violent Ape, why are you so depressed? The moment he rushed out of the core of the abandoned star, he saw Space Porcupine. He was all smiles, with a big belly, and acted like a big brother. He patted Yi Xian on the shoulder and said, "If you have any problems, tell me, and I promise to help you solve them." Hearing this, it was as if no one dared to call themselves the boss in this primordial void. This character was simply carved from the same mold as the primordial porcupine, and it was even more severe. Yi Xian was drunk from the sight of it and rolled his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian's body had already shrunk to a height of 30 meters. In other words, he had activated the Devil Ape bloodline within his body, but he hadn't activated the Devil Ape 9 Transformations bloodline ability. In this state, his cultivation base was at the 7th level of the Emperor Immortal Realm. At the same time, the Starry Sky Porcupine had shrunk in size. Like Yi Xian, it was 30 meters tall. However, its cultivation didn't change. It was still at the 6th order of the Immortal Emperor Realm. It was slightly weaker than Yi Xian. Go away. You speak as if you are invincible. Rolling his eyes, Yi Xian continued in annoyance, "If this sovereign wants to kill a universe knight, do you have a way?" See. Universe knights. The Starry Sky Porcupine was shocked and gasped. Then, it fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "Brother Violent Ape, your behavior is a bit strange. Before, you were targeting Emperor-level Undyings, and now you want to kill Universe Knights. Don't tell me you are doing this just for the thrill." Hee hee, old pig, I guess you have a special purpose. Why? Do you have any benefits? If there are benefits, I can't take them all for myself. Although Old Pig didn't contribute previously, it's hard to say what will happen later. Even if you are killing Universe Knights, Old Pig may not be able to help, but I can give you advice and guide you to your target. That won't be a problem. Yes, I am very familiar with all the forbidden areas around the Milky Way star field. What he said made sense. Yi Xian didn't know what to say. Although he had hunted a forbidden land beast and searched its soul before, so he knew a little about the most powerful forbidden lands around the Milky Way star field, but it was only a few nearby. After all, the forbidden land beast he searched was very strong. It was limited. However, the space porcupine was different. He was a level 6 titled Immortal Realm existence, and he had been following a 5-star knight for a long time. Under his influence, he had a certain understanding of all the forbidden areas around the Milky Way star area. Obviously, it was a done deal. With such a know-it-all, it would be much more convenient for Yi Xian to carry out his subsequent actions. Perhaps this old pig spirit really had a way to guide him to his target, so he could hunt down the universe knights one by one. Who knew? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was tempted. However, if Huang Xiaolong wanted this old pig spirit to work for him without any worries, it was impossible to do so without some enticement. After all, this old pig spirit was already a sixth-order emperor. He wouldn't be interested in ordinary things. What's more, the rewards from this trip to the voracious wolf forbidden land were divided 30-70 with Yi Xian. Yi Xian got 70%, and the old pig got 30%. It could be said that he had obtained a lot of top-level cultivation resources from this trip. Hence, if he wanted to tempt him and make him anxious like a monkey, Yi Xian had to be ruthless. He had to take out something that he definitely needed, but he definitely didn't have, and he definitely couldn't get it. Without a doubt, there was only one choice, and that was level 25 night level pills. Anyway, he had a total of 6 pills. If he gave him one, he would have 5 more. Besides, he could make more in the future, so there was nothing to feel bad about. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately certain. The corner of his mouth curled into an extremely playful and mysterious smile. He tilted his head and glanced at the starry sky porcupine, then said in a strange tone, "Yo, you're even putting on airs. It's a pity that I've never been threatened by anyone. Forget it. Anyway, I've just refined the level 25 night treasure pill, and I'm not in a hurry to refine the level 26 treasure pill that's used to break through to become a universe master. If I encounter them in the future, I'll just hunt them slowly. Isn't it just 5 night level blood essences and 1 level 26 night level pill? I already have 1 now. I only need 4 more. It's not a lot. Xiao." After saying that, Yi Xian flipped his hand, and an exquisite jade bottle appeared in his palm. After uncorking the bottle, he poured out the level 25 night level pill that he had made previously. It emitted a strong aura of a night. See. This pill is obviously freshly made. It's extremely fresh, and, what a strong aura of a night. On the side, the space porcupine stared blankly as he took in a cold breath. His expression changed as he exclaimed, "Brother Violent Ape, you were hunting emperors before to collect the blood essence to make this level 25 night pill? Night level pill. Can it really help an emperor level being break through to the universe night level?" "Of course." Yi Xian rolled his eyes and changed the topic. The space porcupine's face was filled with disappointment. He changed the topic and said, "Normal emperors won't have any after swallowing it. However, after a level 9 emperor swallows it, he will break through to the next level within 3 days. Within that time, I will definitely break through to Universe Night." Damn! This is an immortal pill, a godly pill. Hearing the latter half of the sentence, the fat on the space porcupine's face trembled. His hands trembled. From the looks of it, he was about to attack Yi Xian and snatch the pill. He probably knew he couldn't beat Yi Xian at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he might not have been able to suppress this impulse. Taking a deep breath, he asked again, "Brother Raging Ape, you killed quite a few emperors in the Greedy Wolf Starfield. This time, how many level 25 night level pills did you make?" 3. However, you don't have to think about it. Although I don't have any use for these things, they are all for my friends. Speaking to this point, Yi Xian waved his hand and turned to leave. "Alright, go wherever you want. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I still have to think of a way to kill Universe Knights and collect their blood essences to make the second level pill that will help me break through to the Universe Master level. As for the level 16 pill. Damn! Isn't it just killing Universe Knights? Is there a need to think of a way? Hearing that Yi Xian wanted to chase him away, the starry sky porcupine became anxious on the spot. He puffed out his chest, raised his hand, and patted his chest. With a righteous expression, he said, "We are sworn brothers. Your business is my business. Don't worry, hunt and kill." Chapter 44:36. Black Flame Forbidden Area. What's that? Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. With a flash of light in his eyes, he asked directly, "This forbidden area is named after Black Flame. Is it related to some kind of strange flame?" It was no wonder that he was so sensitive. After all, the Shenong heavenly flame in the Shenong cauldron had already evolved to the 8th level. If he could obtain another top-grade heavenly flame of heaven and earth, the current Shenong 8-colored flames would evolve again and become Shenong 9-color flame. Once it reached the level of 9-color flame, the Shenong strange flame would evolve to its peak state. At that time, its power would be greatly increased. If Yi Xian's power was further improved to the level of a universe knight in his normal state, it would be very possible for him to activate the complete power of the Shenong cauldron. And all of this, getting another top-tier strange flame was the key. Of course, he was very concerned about it. There is indeed a strange flame in the Black Flame Forbidden Area. Space Porcupine was stunned for a while, then nodded and continued, "But I don't know what that strange flame is. After all, I've never been there. I've only heard about it. However, this kind of strange flame should be extraordinary, because it is said that the Universe Knight One-Legged Crow Venerable in the Black Flame Forbidden Land was born from this strange flame." Space Porcupine paused for a moment, and a look of fascination appeared on his face. Then he continued, "Among the many different levels of forbidden lands and remnant star fields around the Milky Way star field, even the weakest beginner forbidden land is not that strong. There will be at least 2 Universe Knights there." Luo Feng muttered. Of course, there are also forbidden areas with only 1 Universe Knight guarding it. Because of various reasons, even if there is only 1 Universe Knight, they can still stand firm and not be afraid of the invasion of other forbidden areas. However, no matter what the reason is, there is no doubt that these forbidden lands only have 1 Universe Knight in charge, but they are still standing firm. The Universe Knight in charge of these forbidden lands has a strong cultivation level. Their strength is basically at the late stage of this realm. At most, there are 3 or 4 exceptions, and there are more special reasons. The Black Flame Forbidden Land is one of the 4 exceptions. There is only 1 Universe Knight in the Black Flame Forbidden Land, and that is the One-Legged Crow Venerable. Besides, this One-Legged Crow Venerable is only a level 3 Universe Knight now, and he is only a level 3 Universe Knight. A 3rd rank Venerable was able to protect such a huge elementary ultimate forbidden area for so many years. The reason for that is because of this heavenly flame. It's said that the heavenly flame has shrouded an entire star. That star is the birthplace of the One-Legged Crow Supreme, and it's also its current nest. Normally, the One-Legged Crow Supreme hides in this star that's shrouded by the heavenly flame. Inside. Because of this heavenly flame, the One-Legged Crow Supreme's battle power is comparable to that of a late-stage Universe Knight. Not to mention the other elementary ultimate forbidden lands, it's completely enough to guard the Black Flame Forbidden Land. Even if 2 Universe Knights of the middle stage or even 2 Universe Knights of the late stage come together, the One-Legged Crow Venerable hiding in the star nest can still resist them easily with the help of the Sky and Earth Flame. This is also the reason why the Black Flame Forbidden Land has only 1 Universe Knight, and he's only at level 3 of this realm, but he can still stand firm for so many years. The life form born from this Sky and Earth Flame can actually grow to become a Universe Knight, said Luo Feng. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he became more confident. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, this heavenly flame must be of an extraordinary level. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a top-tier heavenly flame." Then, "Brother Raging Ape, you mean..." Seeing that Yi Xian seemed to be interested and seemed to be very interested, the starry sky porcupine immediately grinned. He stood up on his hind legs and raised his right hoof to beat his chest like a drum. He continued confidently, "Brother Bao Yuan, with your cultivation base, strength, and means, there's no doubt that you'll be able to kill this one-legged crow supreme crow and take away that top-grade heavenly flame. Except for this one-legged crow supreme, I'm familiar with all the other ultimate forbidden lands around the Milky Way star field. Forget about those intermediate ultimate forbidden lands that are guarded by universe masters, as we don't have the power to covet them yet. But if it's just an elementary ultimate forbidden lands, it's not a problem at all. As long as you're interested, Brother Raging Ape, I can take you around the other elementary ultimate forbidden lands that are guarded by only one universe knight. Although I can't guarantee that I'll be able to collect 10 drops of the blood essence of a universe knight, I can take you around 6 or 7 drops. No problem at all. If that's the case, in the end, we can just take the risk of conquering 1 or 2 primary level forbidden areas with 2 universe knights guarding them. The venerable blood essence needed to refine the level 26 treasure pellet that you mentioned should be able to gather enough." As he spoke to hear, the saliva on the corner of the space porcupine's mouth was about to drip out as he stared at Yi Xian with shining eyes. "Brother Violent Ape, that's an existence that can allow a universe knight to successfully break through to the level of a universe master after swallowing a 9th step pinnacle. It's a level 26 treasure pill. Except for Brother Raging Ape, I've never heard of any other place that has it. Since I've put in so much effort, can you?" Hee, since Brother Raging Ape only needs 1 treasure pill, you can reward me with 1 if you collect enough materials for 2 treasures pills. You're eyeing the level 26 treasure pill. Actually, Yi Xian had already guessed what Space Porcupine was planning. Hearing him say it, he rolled his eyes. "You're only a level 6 Emperor Undying, right? Swallowing a level 25 treasure pill that can help you break through to Universe Knight. The time isn't even right yet. Do you have any doubts?" Space Porcupine panicked when he heard that Yi Xian didn't seem to care about it at all. "I'm already a level 6 Emperor Undying, isn't it just a level 3 breakthrough? If I grit my teeth, I'll be able to surpass him in no time. Brother Raging Ape, we're relatives." "Pfft, I'm not scolding you, I said the wrong thing. What Space Porcupine means is that I'm related to your good brother, and I'm also his 108th generation ancestor. Isn't it said that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first? Brother Raging Ape, you have quite a few level 25 treasure pills that can help you break through to Universe Knight. Why don't you lend me 1 first?" Chapter 44:37. After a series of pretentious bargaining, Yi Xian finally nodded his head and agreed to give the Space Porcupine a level 25 treasure pellet to break through to the Universe Knight realm once its strength reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Undying Emperor realm. Of course, there were requirements. For this treasure pill, Space Porcupine had to do his best to be Yi Xian's informant and guide pig. In short, the two of them formed a hunting team and prepared to deal with the beginner forbidden lands around Ring River Star Field. Underground Black Hand, after the discussion, the two of them hurried on. Although Black Flame Forbidden Land wasn't so far away, it wasn't on the opposite side of Milky Way Star Field. It was on the right side of Milky Way Star Field, close to 1 trillion miles away. For such a long distance, Yi Xian would need a month to travel with the starry sky porcupine. Even if he didn't sleep or rest, he would still need to travel at full speed. Of course, he could also put Space Porcupine into Shinnon Cauldron and enter the 8th transformation of Demon Ape, using his Universe Knight level power to travel. That would be much faster. However, there were many drawbacks to doing so. On one hand, Yi Xian didn't dare to completely trust Space Porcupine, and he was an Emperor-level great being with extraordinary means. If he put Space Porcupine into Shinnon Cauldron and destroyed the treasures in the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano, it would be a disaster. On the other hand, it was because this place was extremely close to the edge of the various forbidden areas around the Milky Way star region. Under the 8th transformation, Yi Xian's size exceeded that of a giant star. In addition to his speed, his movements were too loud. Under such eye-catching circumstances, he was heading in the same direction. Obviously, it would be disadvantageous for secret hunting, therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian decided to obediently hurry along. Although a month wasn't a short time, it wasn't a long time. Along the way, Yi Xian had a general understanding of the situation in Black Flame Forbidden Land through Space Porcupine. As a beginner Forbidden Land, Black Flame Forbidden Land had one less Universe Night than Greedy Wolf Forbidden Land, and the only Universe Night there was a nest of a giant star filled with top-tier heaven and earth flames. Everything there was about the same. In Black Flame Forbidden Land, there were a total of 10 Undying Emperors. Yi Xian didn't plan to let these Undying Emperors go, so he listed them as his secondary targets. Of course, everything was still to kill the one-legged crow senior. After a month of rushing, Yi Xian and Space Porcupine finally arrived at the edge of Black Flame Forbidden Land. Without any hesitation, the two of them charged into the Black Flame Forbidden area one after another. In any case, there was only one universe sovereign here, and Yi Xian was here for him. Sooner or later, there would be a battle, so there was no need to hide. Instead of stalling for time, it was better to charge in and start the battle immediately. As for the Starry Sky Porcupine, its cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Moreover, it was only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of this realm. It could be said to be extremely powerful, so Yi Xian didn't need to worry about his safety at all. Hence, Yi Xian didn't plan to put Space Porcupine away. After all, although there were 10 Undying Emperors in this beginner Forbidden Land, none of them had reached the advanced level of Emperor level. The strongest one was only at the level of Space Porcupine. Like a pig, he was only at the 6th level of Emperor level. This old pig wasn't afraid at all. As a matter of fact, not only was he not afraid, but he was also a little pretentious. After all, it was a rare opportunity to follow a Universe Night into a beginner Starry Sky Forbidden Land and start a massacre. Of course, he would not miss this opportunity so easily. After rushing into Black Flame Forbidden Land, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He raised his head and roared, 9 changes of Demon Ape. 8th change. Pang! As his voice fell, a huge explosion rang out. His body instantly expanded, and his speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity, and a terrifying aura that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end gushed out. His body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, expanded at an extremely fast speed that made one's hair stand on end. Within 3 breaths, he had reached a height of 1 billion meters, which was equivalent to 6 million miles. This was definitely comparable to a true giant star, or even more so. Moreover, at the same time that his body expanded, the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body also rose at the same speed. In 3 breaths of time, he'd gone from the 7th level of the Emperor Immortal Realm to the 6th level of the Universe Sovereign Realm. Level 6 was a pinnacle mid-level Universe Knight, which was 3 small levels higher than one-legged Crow Venerable, who was only at level 3 Universe Knight level. Yi Xian was confident that he could kill his opponent even if his opponent had the Sky and Earth Strange Flame. After all, Yi Xian had extraordinary means to deal with such a Sky and Earth Strange Flame. He had the Shen Nong Cauldron, and the Shen Nong Strange Flame in the cauldron had evolved into an 8-colored flame. He could easily devour a single-colored Sky and Earth Strange Flame. After devouring the Sky and Earth Strange Flame in Black Flame Forbidden Land, the Crow Knight wouldn't be able to survive for long. Li, howl. Li. As Yi Xian's furious roar rang out, the boundless Black Flame Forbidden area that enveloped the entire area instantly alarmed the countless space beasts within the Forbidden area. Countless ferocious beasts rushed out from the ferocious beasts' planets, carrying monstrous anger. Despite that, as soon as they rushed out of the atmosphere, they immediately felt the terrifying pressure of a venerable one that filled the void. In an instant, the earth-shattering roars and howls came to an abrupt halt. The figures of the beasts that had just rushed out from the beastly stars retreated at a speed faster than when they had rushed out. Otherwise, they would just lie down in the void, trembling in fear. Oh woo! Little ones, your master pig is coming. Seeing this scene, the entire vast and boundless elementary supreme forbidden area trembled. The starry sky porcupine immediately stood up on its hind legs, and it raised its head and let out a long howl with its extremely dark belly. Boundless pride was displayed without a doubt. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this fellow. With a flash of his body, Pang Da's terrifying figure, which was 6 million kilometers long, instantly moved at a speed that caused one's hair to stand on end. It was as if a meteor was moving at an extremely fast speed. He shot toward the center of the black flame forbidden land. The speed of a universe knight at the pinnacle of the middle stage was naturally terrifying. Although the black flame forbidden land was vast, it couldn't withstand Yi Xian's terrifying speed. Soon, a gigantic star appeared in front of him. It was almost the same size as him, with a diameter of nearly 6 million miles. Chapter 44:38. Just as Yi Xian was about to cry out in alarm, a familiar system notification sounded out in his mind at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the world-destroying black flame. Grade: Top-tier Heaven and Earth Mysterious Flame. Quality: Flame Mother Level. Do you want to collect it immediately? As the system notification sounded, the data bank of the engulfing system in Yi Xian's body was updated immediately, adding all kinds of attribute data related to the world-destroying black flame. Yi Xian had only heard of this top-tier Heaven and Earth mysterious flame before, but he had never seen it before. At this moment, he immediately pulled out all kinds of attribute data related to the world-destroying black flame from the data bank of the engulfing system in his body and browsed through it quickly. World-destroying black flame. Just by hearing this name, one could tell how overbearing this top-tier Heaven and Earth mysterious flame was. Compared to the undying void flame, its aggressiveness was stronger, and its power was incomparably violent. It was the most brutal and destructive type of top-tier Heaven and Earth mysterious flame. What was even rarer was that this rare world-destroying black flame was actually the same as the undying void flame that Yi Xian had just swallowed. Within it, there was a mother flame. As a top-tier Heaven and Earth mysterious flame, there was almost no doubt that there was a mother flame within it. As long as Yi Xian swallowed it with the Shenong 8-color flame, then the original 8-color Shenong strange flame was destined to be complete again. One round of transformation and evolution, and then it would step into the 9-color change level. To Yi Xian, this was definitely a huge surprise. Not long ago, he had just swallowed an undying void flame, which allowed the Shenong strange flame in the Shenong cauldron to transform and evolve to the 8-color flame level. He originally thought that the next opportunity would come, and it might take a longer time. It might even take forever, unless he bumped into a great stroke of luck and the opportunity came. Who would have thought that this day would become a reality so soon? Today was really the day of the opportunity, and he definitely bumped into a great stroke of luck. With this thought, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore and was about to act impulsively. He did not care about anything else. He would first swallow this rare world-destroying black flame. This terrifying, overbearing, and brutal world-destroying black flame might be an extremely troublesome problem for other great beings in the starry sky. Even universe knights would not be able to avoid it if they encountered it. However, this was not the case at all for Yi Xian. There was such a problem. Even if the world-exterminating black flame wasn't without an owner, and there was a powerful being at the 3rd level of the universe knight within it who could make it even more powerful if he wanted to control it. However, before the might of the Shenong 8-colored flame, all of this was nothing more than fleeting clouds. Yi Xian was certain that as long as he made a move and summoned the 8-colored flame bridge formed by the 8-colored flames, it would only take him a short amount of time to completely devour the enormous black flames of destruction that was as large as a giant star. At most, it would only take a short period of time. Screech. Just as he was about to take action and summon an 8-colored flame bridge formed purely from the Shinong 8-colored flames to fly across the sky and completely devour the world-destroying black flames, a shocking roar suddenly rang out from within the rolling black flames of the star. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and his right hand, which was about to wave, suddenly stopped. However, there was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He was worried that the one-legged crow venerable would not come out. Therefore, under his secret control, the world-destroying black flame, which was as huge as a giant star, would eventually be devoured by the one-legged crow venerable, but it would take some time. However, it would definitely take longer. It would be best if he could get rid of this one-legged crow venerable before it devoured the world-extinguishing black flame. In the void, a black flame that was 10,000 miles long rushed out from within the giant planet. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a gigantic black ferocious bird with a single horn, black feathers, and ferocious eyes. It was a one-legged black crow. As for the aura emitted from its body, it was at the 3rd level of the universe night. This was consistent with the information that Star Porcupine had received. Bao Yuan, why did you invade my black flame forbidden land? After this one-legged black crow that was tens of thousands of kilometers in size charged out from the blazing black flames, it didn't shoot towards Yi Xian. Instead, it stood on top of the black flame star, its eyes sparkling with strands of light, and the sound of its divine sense was accompanied by a powerful force. The pressure of a knight rushed toward Yi Xian. Its voice was cold. It clearly sensed the aura of Yi Xian's 6th-level knight, but it did not feel panicked at all. It seemed that it had a well-thought-out plan and was extremely confident. The source of its confidence was obviously the giant flame star that was formed by countless world-extinguishing black flames under its feet. Inside this flame star, there was a wisp of the mother flame of the world-extinguishing black flames, which could multiply endlessly. As long as this one-legged black crow was not too far away from it, it would have an endless supply of energy. Although it was only a 3rd-level knight, even on the surface, it could guarantee that it would not be defeated by a 7th-level knight at the later stage. Although it could not kill the other party, it could make the other party helpless against it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so calm when facing the 6th-level knight realm Yi Xian. Yi Xian was well aware of all of this, but he was too lazy to care about it. With a flash of light in his eyes, he waved his hand and directly pulled out an 8-colored flame bridge that was 10,000 miles long from the 8-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the Shinong Dingyang domain. Xiao, a sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. As Yi Xian waved his hand again, the 8-colored flame bridge that was like a river in the starry sky instantly shot out. One end was connected to Yi Xian's feet, while the other end was already on the other side of the black flame star in front of him. It was directly placed on top of it. Rumble, the whistling sound of the storm and the rumbling sound of thunder sounded in an instant. The aggressiveness of this kind of world-ending black flame was far beyond that of the undying void flame. At this moment, it felt that there was a foreign object approaching, and it had even touched the surface of the black flame star. In an instant, a massive amount of world-ending black flame rushed over and pounced on the 8-colored flame bridge. Facing all of this, Yi Xian sneered. His figure was like a giant star, hanging in the void. He did not make a move. Instead, he watched everything coldly because he could not kill the one-legged crow venerable who had an endless supply of energy now. The only way was to wait until the world-ending black flame that formed a giant star was completely devoured. At that time, he could easily kill it. The raging black flame roared like a raging river, pouncing on the 8-colored flame bridge, but it was all like a clay ox entering the sea. It had no effect at all. It crossed the void and the 8-colored flame bridge that was placed on the surface of the black flame star did not even have the slightest ripple. It did not even lift. What kind of flame is this? Screech. Chapter 44:39. Whoosh, rumble, the roaring of the storm and the rumbling of thunder resounded incessantly. As the 8-color flame bridge shot out, it crossed the void and propped itself on the surface of the black flame star. The effect was like a string of water droplets dripping into a pot of boiling oil in an instant. The movement was too big. The overwhelming black flames of destruction rolled over, carrying a violent aura that could destroy the world, and rushed toward the 8-color flame bridge. However, the time it took for half an incense stick to burn passed. During this process, the endless black flames never stopped attacking the 8-colored flame bridge. The 10,000-mile flame bridge in the void didn't seem to have changed at all from the beginning to the end. However, the situation in the Shenong flame pool at the center of the plain at the bottom of the volcano was completely different. When the first black flames of destruction were sent into the flame pool, the originally calm flame bridge immediately surged with turbulent waves. Endless 8-color flames rose and almost filled the entire vast plain at the bottom of the volcano. These Shenong exotic flames originally only had 8 colors. However, as more and more black flames of destruction were sent into the flame pool through the 8-color flame bridge, a pure black color clearly appeared among the original 8 colors of the Shenong exotic flames. However, this pure black color was still extremely unstable. Sometimes it would appear, sometimes it would disappear, like an ethereal phantom that flickered within the 8 colors. Regarding all of this, Yi Xian's divine sense had always been closely watching the changes in the Shenong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. Now, when he saw a large amount of black flames of destruction being swallowed by the flame bridge begin to be sent into the flame pool again, among the original 8 colors in the flame pool, the flickering, illusory transparent color finally began to gradually solidify. Only then did he heave a long sigh of relief. His heart, which had been in his throat all this time, was quietly relieved at this moment. As expected of the black flames of destruction, the effect is quite extraordinary. In just 15 minutes, it actually made a new pure black color appear among the 8-color flames of Shenong. However, evolving from the 8-color flames to the 9-color flames is incomparable to any previous evolution. Obviously, it will be more difficult. Boom. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian was muttering to himself, a huge roar suddenly came from the black flame star in front of him. Yi Xian turned his head to look, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Apparently, it was the one-legged crow supreme who had retreated into the black flame star and was controlling the black flame of destruction. Now, under his control, in the area where the other end of the 8-colored flame bridge was in contact with the black flame star, the originally ferocious black flames were instantly reduced by half. It was clear that under the control of the one-legged black crow, it had moved to another area. This guy had already realized that something was wrong. He realized that the 8-colored flame bridge was devouring his world-destroying black flames. That was why he did such a thing in order to escape today's calamity. Humph, what a pity. It's already too late for you to realize that something is amiss. With a cold snort, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a thought, he waved his hand. If the other party controlled the rolling black flames on the star, then he would change the landing point of the 8-colored flame bridge. Swoosh, a sharp sound broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000-foot wide, 10,000-mile-long 8-colored flame bridge was suspended in the void in front of him. As it whizzed past, it changed its position in an instant. Almost in the next moment, all the world-destroying black flames within a 1,000,000-mile radius, after sensing the aura of the 8-colored flame bridge, rushed toward it like moths to a flame. There were too many of them, and they came from all directions. Such a scene revealed endless madness. Within a 1,000,000-mile radius, all the world-destroying black flames in the void, regardless of size, quality, or size, did not stop after sensing the aura of the invaders. All of them carried the aura of destruction, rumbling. In the blink of an eye, they all rushed into the 8-colored flame bridge one after another, causing earth-shattering explosions, roaring endlessly like a tide. This time, in less than half an incense stick of time, all the world-destroying black flames that came into contact with the 8-colored flame bridge, without exception, were mercilessly swallowed by the flame bridge. Moreover, These huge amounts of world-destroying black flames that roared, rushed into the eight-colored flame bridge, and then disappeared, after entering the flame bridge, were directly sent to the center of the plain at the bottom of the volcano by the powerful domain of the Shinong Cauldron. Flame Pool. At the same time, in the Shinong Flame Pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano in the inner space of the Shinong Cauldron, endless stormy waves rose, and the overwhelming eight-colored flames continued to rise, filling the entire vast plain at the bottom of the volcano. Originally, there were only 8 colors of the Shinong Flame Pool. Within the strange flames, that additional, almost pure black color had been extremely unstable before. Sometimes it appeared, sometimes it disappeared, like an ethereal phantom flickering in the 8 colors. But now, it was becoming more and more solid. Gradually, it no longer flickered and disappeared, as if it was fusing with the Shinong 8-colored flame. It was just that it was still relatively weak at the moment, and compared to the other 8 colors of the Shinong strange flame, it was extremely inconspicuous. Whoosh! Another sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded out. Under Yi Xian's command, it whistled through the air like a rainbow. The 8-colored flame bridge that shot out instantly charged in another direction, hovering on the other side of the black flame star. The same scene immediately played out again, and the loud rumbling sound that had just stopped surged again like a tide. All the world-destroying black flames in this area completely fell into a frenzy in just a quarter of a column of time. The 8-colored flame bridge was like a whale sucking in water, and all the world-destroying black flames within 1,000,000 miles had been completely devoured in a short period of time. Similar scenes continued to play out. The one-legged crow venerable was burning with anxiety. As if it was escaping, it controlled the world-destroying black flames to avoid the 8-colored flame bridge. Yi Xian also changed the landing point of the 8-colored flame bridge on the black flame star again and again, constantly devouring a huge amount of world-destroying black flames. All of this lasted for half a day. Finally, the giant star with rolling black flames in the void in front of them disappeared, and not a single world-destroying black flame was left. It had been completely devoured. At this time, in the plains at the bottom of the volcano in the central region inside the Shinong Cauldron, the Shinong 8-colored flame that was rising in the Shinong Flame Pool had just completed this transformation. The pure black color had completely stabilized and flourished, and there was no difference between it and the other 8 colors. At this moment, the Shinong 8-colored flame had finally evolved into the Shinong 9-colored flame. Whoosh! Chapter 4440. After swallowing the world-destroying black flame, which was so huge that it had condensed into a giant star, along with the black flame mother flame that was hibernating within it, within Yi Xian's body, within the Shinong Cauldron region volcano plain, within the Shinong flame pool that was steaming with endless colorful flames, all of the Shinong 8-colored flames finally transformed and evolved once again, from the 8-colored flames to the 9-colored flames. The 9-colored flames were already the highest level of the Shinong strange flames within the cauldron. Once it reached the level of the 9-colored flames, the transformation of the Shinong strange flames was considered to have entered the peak state, and its power would definitely increase greatly. Right now, the 9-colored flames were already formed. If Yi Xian's power level improved further, reaching the level of a universe knight in his normal state, then, even if he fully activated the power of the Shinong Cauldron, it was highly possible that, even though his power level in his normal state was still hovering around the Emperor level, as the Shinong strange flames evolved from the 8-colored flames to the 9-colored flames. When Yi Xian controlled the Shinong Cauldron again, its power would increase greatly. As for controlling the Shinong 9-colored flames, whether it was used to fight with the enemy, to refine the blood and flesh medicine, to refine the various level of pills, or simply to roast meat, the effect and power would be far greater than before. Although it had only transformed once and advanced by 1 level, the difference between the 8-colored flames and the 9-colored flames was the difference between imperfect and perfect. In terms of power level, it was absolutely the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, the one-legged black crow, who had turned around and fled back into the black flame star, appeared again. The entire black flame star, which was comparable to a giant star, was formed by the world-destroying black flame that was rolling like a river. Right now, all of the world-destroying black flame had been completely devoured, leaving nothing behind. Even the mother flame that was hidden in the core of the star was the same. Here, the black flame star would naturally cease to exist. When the star disappeared, the one-legged crow venerable, who was originally hiding in it, had no place to hide in an instant and was completely exposed. At that moment, he was completely different from before, when he was thousands of kilometers tall and surrounded by surging black flames. Previously, he was indeed ferocious. However, that was because he was standing on the black flame star formed by the world-exterminating black flame. He was constantly being supplied with a huge amount of black flame energy. But now, all the black flames had disappeared. The one-legged venerable crow, who was born in the black flames and had always been parasitic on the black flame star during its growth, immediately revealed its true form. Now, he was a one-legged black crow with a body of 10 million feet. His entire body was black, and there were black flames rushing out of his body from time to time. Although he was still emitting the power of a third-level universe knight, for some reason, no matter how one looked at it, it was still giving off a sense of superiority. He gave off the feeling that he was tough on the outside but weak on the inside. Screech. Bandits. Bandits. Bastard. As his body was revealed, the entire black flame star that he used to hide and even live in had completely disappeared. This third-level universe knight level one-legged black crow had completely lost his mind. His body was stamping like thunder in the void space, flapping his black wings. He was extremely angry and screamed, "Violent ape, hand over my world-exterminating black flame right now. At least, hand over the mother-exterminating flame. Otherwise, I will definitely fight you to the end. Even if I have to fight to the end of the world, I will definitely take back the mother flame." Screech, fight to the end of the world with me. Even if I have to fight to the end of the world, I will still take back the mother flame. TSK, TSK, TSK. I have to say, you really have a good feeling. Hearing the one-legged crow venerable's angry roar, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but laugh and roll his eyes on the spot. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and the voice of his divine sense instantly turned sharp, emitting an endlessly cold aura. Could it be that you think that this Star Master has come here today solely for that strand of world annihilation mother flame? That's just a matter of convenience. The real reason I am here today is you. Hong. As soon as the last sentence of his divine sense faded, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. His terrifying figure, which was as enormous as a star, was still suspended in the air, unmoving. However, his right arm suddenly punched out. What? You? Hearing this, the one-legged crow venerable was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, his expression changed drastically. He flapped his wings and dodged Yi Xian's punch at an extremely fast speed. Then, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you crazy? You actually want to kill me? Even if you have the strength of a 6th-level universe knight, and I am indeed no match for you, as we are both universe knights. Even if I can't defeat you, it's not a problem for me to escape. Don't forget that the Black Flame Forbidden Land isn't the only ultimate forbidden land in the primordial chaos. If you're only here to steal my mother extinguishing flame, the other supremacies in the ultimate forbidden lands might not care. But if your purpose is to rush into a forbidden land for no reason and kill the universe knights guarding it, then, if you threaten the safety of the knights in the other forbidden lands, they definitely won't sit back and do nothing. Once I escape and spread the news, all the universe knights guarding the forbidden lands nearby will attack at the same time. Then, you will definitely die." Speaking of this, the one-legged crow venerable's face was filled with pride. After seeing that Yi Xian's punch missed, he didn't make any more moves. It seemed that he was listening to his words carefully. It seemed that he was convinced. He immediately changed the topic. Don't worry, Bao Yuan, you can decide for yourself. I can take a step back and give up the rest of the black flame of exterminating flame. I only want the mother exterminating flame. Then, I'll consider today's matter over. Otherwise, once this sovereign escapes, you will have no way to live. Seeing that you are also a third-level universe knight, I rarely had the patience to listen to your nagging, but I didn't expect that all you said was nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and sighed. Halfway through his sentence, a light flashed in his eyes, and his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the one-legged crow venerable. He said coldly, although what you said makes sense, it depends on whether you can survive or not. Do you want to escape? Hong! A huge roar resounded. The next moment, before the one-legged crow venerable could react, the star-violent ape suddenly threw a punch at his back. Facing the full power of a 6th-level universe knight, the one-legged crow venerable, who was only at the 3rd level, had no chance to react at all. Its colossal body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that spread out in all directions. Xiao! At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt relieved. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand. Chapter 44-41. Howl! The moment the battle ended, a shocking howl resounded from the space to the right. It was the space porcupine's howl. In the past half a day, such sounds could be heard from time to time. It was obvious that the space porcupine was having a great time in the Forbidden Land. However, Yi Xian was busy swallowing the world-destroying black flames and didn't have time to care about the space porcupine. Now that everything was over, he immediately turned towards the source of the sound. In his vision, the space porcupine was chasing behind an emperor, rushing towards the center of the Forbidden Land where Yi Xian was. In the past half a day, he hadn't stopped for a single moment. He had been doing this all this time. At this moment, the air coming out of his long nose was like a hurricane. His sweat was like raindrops, and it seemed like he was dripping quite heavily. This time, the space porcupine had indeed put in a lot of effort. Within the entire Black Flame Forbidden Land, there were 10 emperors as well. However, they weren't very strong. The strongest one was only a level 6 emperor. And he had just broken through to emperor level not too long ago. Compared to Old Pig, who had been in this level for a long time and was only one step away from emperor level 7, he was obviously inferior. Because of this, the moment the space porcupine went all out, the 10 emperors could only avoid him. They didn't dare to take him head-on. Under such circumstances, the space porcupine had been busy for the past half a day. Whenever he saw someone trying to escape, he would immediately rush over and block him, forcing him back into the Forbidden Land. After which, when another target was about to escape, he would immediately rush over and block him again. After half a day, he didn't even stop for half a second. He was already lucky that he didn't tire the space porcupine to death. Of course, with his own strength, even if he were to charge left and right, it would be impossible for him to stop 10 titled emperors. The main reason was that Yi Xian was in the center of the Black Flame Forbidden area, and the terrifying pressure of a 6th-level Venerable Realm expert spread out from his body. He even specially targeted the 10 emperors, suppressing their speed. Originally, under such circumstances, the 10 Undyings had a plan, which was to work together and fight the pig demon. Even though some of them would fall, some would still be able to escape. It was a pity that at such a time, no one was willing to stand out, no one was willing to stay behind to face a terrifying level 6 knight. These 10 emperors only cared about fleeing for their lives, resulting in such a scene. The 10 emperors were all stopped by the space porcupine alone. None of them managed to escape from the Black Flame Forbidden area. Whoa. Brother Violent Ape, are you done? If that's the case, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm so tired. At this moment, when he saw Yi Xian turn around and look at him, Old Pig's spirits were lifted. After he finished speaking, he immediately rushed forward. Previously, he had only chased them away and obstructed them. However, this time, he had struck out in anger. Finally, he no longer had to run for his life. All of his anger was vented in an instant. "Oh, whoa, damn bird, you were the only one who could do this before. In just half a day, how many times have I stopped you? Why don't you run? Why don't you run again? If I can't kill you, rumble, pang." With a roar filled with endless resentment, the space porcupine didn't hesitate anymore and rushed at the emperor he was chasing away. This was a ferocious bird. It was very fast. Even though it was only a level 2 emperor, it had indeed taken up most of Old Pig Spirit's energy. But now, for the Old Pig Demon, it was clearly time for him to take revenge for all his grievances and enmity. As he raised his hooves, a huge rumbling sound of thunder rang out, followed by a shocking explosion. The ferocious bird in front of him that was fleeing in panic, after letting out a wail, its entire huge body exploded. Following that, the majestic chi and blood that exploded quickly gathered toward the Old Pig Spirit as he inhaled. It turned into a blood bead the size of a human head and was swallowed by the Old Pig Spirit. "Brother Violent Ape, I've already taken care of one. There are still 9 left. If you kill less than Old Pig, then it'll be extremely embarrassing." After finally venting his anger, Old Pig Spirit felt refreshed. He turned around and saw that Yi Xian didn't seem to have done anything, so he roared smugly. After that, he turned around and rushed at the other emperor. Yi Xian shook his head and bitterly smiled, but didn't say anything. With a shake of his shoulder, his figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the fellow with the cultivation of the 6th Order Immortal Emperor. Without the slightest hesitation, he lightly punched out, "Hong." A huge rumble resounded. In the next instant, before this emperor could react, Space Violent Ape's punch landed on his back. Facing the full-strength attack of a level 6 knight, this level 6 emperor didn't even have time to react. Its colossal body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that spread out in all directions. "Xiao!" In the next instant, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and waved his hand. A formless energy spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered the space within a radius of 10 million miles. All the blood mist that had just spread out was swept over. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shinnon cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the central region's volcano. After that, his body flashed and he also rushed at the second emperor. Just like that, Yi Xian and Space Porcupine, a level 6 knight and a level 6 emperor, split up and charged left and right from the center of Black Flame Forbidden Area. A true bloodbath began. This scene was too shocking. The targets that the two of them killed were all Emperor-level martial artists. These were all Emperor-level martial artists. Even in the void fragment outside the primordial void space, it was a top-notch forbidden ground in the starry skies. Absolute overlords. If they were in the 3 main space dimensions, they would be extremely rare existences. Basically, they were all ancestors of various races. However, here, they were the prey. Like stray dogs, they were crazily chased by Yi Xian and Space Porcupine, Hong. Hong Long Long, the Space Porcupine stomped on the ground with its 2 front hooves, and the Third Order Emperor Immortal exploded, turning into a mist of blood that dispersed rapidly. "Oh whoa!" Immediately after, the Old Pig Spirit raised his head and let out a long howl. In an instant, a majestic and invisible force was emitted from his body, enveloping the void within a radius of millions of miles. It gathered the spreading blood mist and finally transformed into a human head the size of a human head. Chapter 44-42. Rumble. The Space Berserk Ape suddenly punched out, and a huge rumble resounded in the space. In the next instant, a nearby Undying howled in agony as his huge body exploded from his back. This was the last emperor within the Forbidden Land. Against the full power attack of the Space Berserk Ape, this level 4 Undying didn't even have a chance to react. Its huge body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist at the same time Bao Yuan's punch landed, and then spread out. Xiao! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and a sharp sound of something tearing through the air resounded. A formless energy spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it covered a 10,000 m radius of space. The dark red blood mist that had just spread out was all swept over. After keeping it within his body, he immediately sent it into the farmer god cauldron and into the central region volcano's flame pool to begin the blood essence refinement. At this point, the 10 emperors within the Forbidden Land had all fallen. Howl, brother Violent Ape, this battle was too beautiful. We got a total of 10 emperor blood essences and 1 supreme blood essence. Xiao. The starry sky porcupine was extremely excited. Its body flashed as it charged towards Yi Xian. After raising its head and howling, it opened its mouth and sent 3 blood droplets the size of a human head towards Yi Xian. With a wave of his hand, the 3 blood pearls were kept by Yi Xian and sent into the farmer god cauldron's flame pool to begin the blood essence refinement. Simultaneously, he flashed and rushed towards a distant huge star. This was one of the nests of the 10 emperors that had been killed before. Simultaneously, Yi Xian's voice resounded through, "Let's split up and take all the treasures from the nests of the 10 emperors. After that, we'll leave immediately. There are after all other forbidden lands around. We've stayed too long in the forbidden land this time. If we delay any longer, there will be changes. We have to stop while we're ahead." Howl. The starry sky porcupine raised its head and let out a long howl before turning around and rushing towards another nearby giant star. After more than 2 hours, the nest stars of the 10 emperors that were killed were completely looted. After Yi Xian and the space porcupine met up, they didn't stay any longer and immediately left the black flame forbidden area. They unleashed their maximum speed and instantly disappeared without a trace. Roar! Not long after Yi Xian and the starry sky porcupine left, an earth-shattering roar echoed in the black flame forbidden land. A ferocious beast the size of a star tore through the void and appeared in the black flame forbidden land. The area where the black flame star used to be was now empty, and there was no trace of the one-legged crow supreme's aura in the entire black flame forbidden area. Even the 10 emperors in the forbidden land had been killed, and there was still a faint smell of blood lingering in the void space. This great being was terrifyingly huge, and his cultivation level had reached that of a 7th-tier supreme being. He was only 1 tier away from becoming a half-step universe master. This powerful being roared at the sky with endless grief and indignation. After roaring, this powerful night-level ferocious beast stayed in the void space for about 7 to 8 days, as if he was looking for some clues. Finally, he seemed to have found something, and with a flash of his body, he rushed out of the black flame forbidden land. Looking at the direction he was heading, it was the direction Yi Xian and the starry sky porcupine had left. Xiao! In the void space, a faint sound of breaking through the void space was heard. Yi Xian and the starry sky porcupine stopped abruptly not far from an abandoned star. Then, one after the other, they landed on the abandoned star. After leaving the black flame forbidden land, the 2 used extreme speed to travel in the void space for 3 days. They were already far enough away from the black flame forbidden land. Even if there were pursuers behind them, they should have already shaken them off. Brother Bao Yuan, we have gained a lot this time. Putting aside the supremacy blood essence, just the arch blood essence alone is enough to refine 2 level 25 supremacy supreme pills, right? After entering the inner land of the star, the 2 landed in a valley. As soon as they landed, the starry sky porcupine immediately rushed toward Yi Xian with a face full of anticipation. He had always thought that a level 25 supremacy supreme pill would require 5 the arch blood essences to refine. Therefore, from his understanding, he should only be able to refine 2 level 25 supremacy supreme pills from the 10 arch blood essences he obtained this time. Alright, let's begin the refinement now. You have contributed greatly this time, so you deserve this supremacy blood essence. Yi Xian did not point it out and nodded immediately. Then, he extended his divine sense into the farmer god cauldron in his body. After checking, he realized that the 10 blood pearls had all been refined into the arch blood essences. Xiao. After saying that, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the farmer god cauldron. There was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. Then, his figure flashed and directly arrived at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He sat down cross-legged and flipped his hand again. Then, 10 large blood essences the size of an infant's fist appeared in his right palm. These 10 large blood essences would be used together with a large number of other top-notch treasures and treasured bodies of primordial beings as the basic ingredients for Yi Xian's refinement of the level 25 Supremacy Supreme Pill. Besides these 2 basic ingredients, Yi Xian would also add about 10 drops of all evil origin liquid and some top-notch resources that he found in the primordial chaos void previously. He had already refined the level 25 the Arch Supreme Pill before, so he was very familiar with the process. There was nothing to consider at all. After everything was prepared, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and prepared all the resources and top-notch treasures required for the formula. Then, he closed his eyes. Farmer God Cauldron, in the inner space, at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Xiao. Xiao, 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 the sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. Densely packed lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano. These lights appeared directly above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano and suddenly stopped. They were the top-notch treasures and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for this level 25 Supremacy Supreme Pill. 10 drops of the Arch Blood Essences. 10 drops of all evil origin liquid. And all sorts of top-notch treasures and treasures that were so rare that it made one's hair stand on end. Huff! Almost in the next instant, a majestic farmer god 9-colored flame whizzed up from the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano below these top-notch treasures. In an instant, it condensed into a 9-colored cauldron that was about 10 feet wide. It was small and simple and exuded an extraordinary aura. Following the formation of this small flame cauldron that was formed purely from the farmer god 9-colored flame, the materials and resources such as the ferocious beast blood essences had already been prepared. All of them flew up automatically and entered this small flame cauldron that was only about 10 feet wide. From then on, the refinement of the second batch of level 25 pills officially began. Just one level 25 pill was enough to make a 9th-stage emperor at the pinnacle of the undying realm instantly become a universe knight. Chapter 44-43. He performed many hand signs, transforming them into mysterious inscriptions that floated above the Shinnon cauldron and into the energy cauldron at the bottom of the central region volcano. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. Hong. 4 hours later, above the flame pool at the center of the central territory, a huge roar sounded, and the cauldron formed by the pure Shinong 7-colored flames instantly dissipated. Like a great river, the 9-colored flames roared and rushed back to the fire pool below. What remained above the flame pool were 8 infant fist-sized round beads. Although they were the same size as the blood essence from before, they were completely different. The blood essence was blood red in color, and it was filled with blood energy. These 8 round beads, although they were also the size of infant fists, glowed with 9 colors. They had a dreamy glow on their surface, and they gave off an ancient and heavy energy. Level 25 pill. Just one of them was enough to allow an Emperor level 9 pinnacle undying to break through to the Universe Knight level within a short period of time after swallowing it. There are actually 8 of them. The moment this batch of pills was completed, Yi Xian's voice resounded from the Shinnon cauldron at the top of the central region volcano, revealing a strong sense of surprise. In the last batch of level 25 supreme pills, he had used 9 drops of titled Emperor blood essences to refine only 6 supreme pills. But this time, he had used 10 drops of titled Emperor blood essences. According to his calculations, he should be able to refine around 7 supreme pills. But now, there was one more, and the time was much faster. It only took 4 hours. This was simply unimaginable to Yi Xian. Without a doubt, this was due to the increase in power of the Shinong 8-colored flames within the Shinong 9-colored flames within the Shinong cauldron. It was simply too obvious. Even though Yi Xian was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Of the 8 level 25 night level pills, he only needed to give one to the space porcupine. As for the remaining 7, Yi Xian planned to keep them all. This way, including the 6 from before, he had a total of 13 level 25 night level pills. It would be enough for a very long time in the future. In fact, Yi Xian hadn't even thought that there would be 12 universe sovereigns under his command in the future. With a thought, the 8 level 25 night level pills were all collected by Yi Xian and stored in a jade bottle in the Shinong cauldron for the time being. However, he did not end the refinement because it was still early. The Shinong cauldron's power had increased so much, so he decided to refine another cauldron of flesh medicine. If there were no accidents, the flesh medicine refined this time should be a 9-colored divine medicine. The 9-colored godly medicine was the pinnacle of flesh godly medicines, and its effect was far beyond that of an 8-colored godly medicine. To Yi, who was in urgent need of improving his power, he couldn't wait. Xiao. After making his decision, in the next moment, Yi Xian took out the corpses of 108 desolate ancient creatures from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. At the same time, he also took out a large amount of top-grade precious herbs. And this time, in terms of the spring water used for the refinement, he was just as extravagant. He still directly used a mixture of innate chilling spirit liquid and netherworld furnace lotion as a substitute. Swish! Swish, 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 with the sound of rushing air, all the materials hovering in the air automatically flew into the huge cauldron condensed from the Shinong 9-colored flames. They melted together in the blink of an eye. Following that, Yi Xian's hands swiftly danced like butterflies fluttering through flowers. Streaks of obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 8-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Its power could be said to be overwhelming, densely packed, and the amount was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. All of the cryptic runes were the perfect medicine concoction formula that Yi Xian had mastered not long ago. And at this moment, as they fell into the 9-colored furnace, this furnace of top-grade flesh medicine was completely refined, to the point where the time was almost negligible. It had even surpassed the cauldron of level 25 venerable supreme pellets from before. This time, the ingredients used to refine the great medicine were the same as last time. The lowest level was at the titled Emperor realm, and nearly half of them were at the quasi-desolation realm. Now that the great medicine was successfully refined, countless auspicious phenomena of dragons and tigers leaping appeared in the void. Ing! Roar! This scene was too shocking. The gigantic phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, roaring with their necks outstretched. For a moment, there was a myriad of phenomena. Boom! In the next moment, a loud explosion sounded out. The 9-colored cauldron in the air in front of them emitted boundless treasure light. In an instant, it transformed into specks of 8-colored light that were put away by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. Then, with a thought, he threw it into the fire pool of the Shinong Cauldron Domain's volcano in his body. At this point, the refinement of this cauldron of flesh and divine medicine was finally completed. In an instant, as the 9-colored flame furnace disappeared, in the void above the valley in front of his line of sight, there was only a large canopy of dense 9-colored flesh and blood divine medicine left. Its 9-colored luster was so dense that it could not be dissolved. Compared to the last batch of 8-colored divine medicines that Yi Xian had refined, not only had their grades increased by a level, but their medicinal effects were also several times stronger. It was only natural for them to increase by a large amount. Even the volume of this 9-colored divine medicine was as huge as a giant mountain peak. At this moment, it was quietly hanging in the void above the valley in front of him, emitting a strong aura of energy that made people unable to look at it directly. Heavens, nine-colored divine medicine. Is this the legendary nine-colored divine medicine? Perhaps because of the dragon's roar and phoenix's cry, the space porcupine, who originally followed Yi Xian's order to protect him in the void outside the star, also entered the star at this moment. Seeing the nine-colored divine medicine that was like a giant mountain peak hanging in the void before Yi Xian, the space porcupine immediately exclaimed in shock. His eyes were blazing with light, and even the corners of his mouth were dripping with saliva. Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint sound of breaking through the void was heard, and a ray of light shot out from Yi Xian's hand and flew toward the space porcupine. It was a jade bottle, and inside it was a level 25 night treasure pill that could allow an undying emperor to break through to the universe night level in a short period of time. Hey, this time you put in a lot of effort, so you deserve this level 25 night treasure pill. Glancing at the space porcupine, Yi Xian finished speaking and waved his hand again. In the blink of an eye, the nine-colored divine medicine that was like a giant mountain peak hanging in the void before him disappeared in an instant. It was absorbed into the internal space of the Shinnon cauldron in his body. Chapter 44-44. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, the space porcupine caught the jade bottle and put it away. However, at this moment, the space porcupine's attention was no longer on the level 25 night pill in the jade bottle. What he really cared about was the nine-colored godly medicine that Yi Xian had just put away. That was a nine-colored godly medicine, and there was so much of it. It was like a 10,000 xiang tall mountain hanging in the sky above the valley. Even a great being at the universe night level would be able to use such a large pot of godly medicine for a very long time, given the horrifying efficacy of this level of godly medicine. To the space porcupine, this nine-colored godly medicine was no small matter. He was already a pinnacle level 6 emperor, and he was only one step away from level 7 emperor. Level 7 was only 2 levels away from level 9 pinnacle. If he were to cultivate like before, even if he gritted his teeth day and night, it would take him at least a few years to break through these 2 levels and become a pinnacle level 9 emperor. To an emperor, a few years was nothing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a few years would pass in a single seclusion. However, things were different now. The starry sky porcupine had just obtained a level 25 Venerate Supreme Elixir. This Venerate Supreme Elixir was his motivation. Right now, he couldn't wait to raise his cultivation base to the great circle of the 9th stage. That way, he would be able to consume the level 25 Emperor titled treasure pill immediately. Under such circumstances, a few years would be a torment to him, a painful torment. If he didn't handle it well, he might be too anxious during his seclusion, leading to his inner demons. If he went berserk, it was highly possible. And all of this could be easily resolved by the 9-colored godly medicine he had just seen. There was no doubt about the effect of the 9-colored godly medicine. Even the space porcupine, a veteran emperor, had only heard of it in legends. He had never seen it before. In fact, not to mention a 9-colored godly medicine, he hadn't even seen a single colored godly medicine before. Even if it was a violet gold precious medicine that was below the divine medicine level, it was the same. Just when it saw the 9-colored divine medicine earlier and sensed the formidable aura that was emitted from the 9-colored divine medicine, the starry sky porcupine was practically instantly able to determine that it didn't need to be too big at all. At most, it was around 3 kilometers in circumference. With his cultivation, he could smoothly break through to level 9 pinnacle level emperor in just 1 or 2 months. The difference between 1 or 2 months and a few years was needless to say. Because of this, when he heard Yi Xian say that the 9-colored godly medicine had nothing to do with him, and saw him coming over, he even waved his hand and put away the medicine. This old man immediately became anxious. "Oh Wu, Brother Bao Yuan. No, Brother Bao Yuan, you can't ignore this little brother." The space porcupine looked up to the sky and howled anxiously. The space porcupine rushed forward and almost laid on Yi Xian's body. He cried and complained with snot and tears, "Brother Bao Yuan, you don't know, this little brother's heart is bitter, stop." Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face turned green. With a shake of his shoulders, he directly retreated tens of thousands of feet away. After rolling his eyes, he spread his hands and said, "Don't you just want the 9-colored godly medicine? Can't you talk nicely? Don't wipe your snot on your body so easily, okay? Okay." A few minutes later, the starry sky porcupine raised its head and let out a long howl of joy. Its figure flickered, and with the 9-colored divine medicine, it drilled into the core of the star under its feet. With the space porcupine's action, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. After calming down, he immediately waved his hand. He also decided to break through again and try the effect of the 9-colored godly medicine. With a whistling sound, 500 cubic meters of the 9-colored godly medicine and various other resources were taken out of the Shenong cauldron and suspended in front of him. Then, he activated the domain of the Shenong cauldron and compressed it into a small ball. In the blink of an eye, it entered his mouth. Soon, as the medicinal power spread out, Yi Xian's body instantly had a majestic river of energy, which quickly surged out. Hua! Walala! In the next moment, the sound of chains rattling like a tide came from his body, and this time, 2 shackles of the human body's potential appeared at the same time. This made him quite surprised, but then he was overjoyed, because this meant that the effect of the resources he had just swallowed was extremely majestic, enough to shake the 2 shackles in Yi Xian's body. What he had to do next was to completely tear apart these 2 shackles in the process of refining these medicinal power. Once he did this, his cultivation strength would once again welcome 2 consecutive breakthroughs, without any suspense. In the blink of an eye, the intense piercing pain that he had expected came as expected. Although it wasn't as painful as before, it was definitely far from a good feeling. The pain was like a maggot attached to the bones, and it would never go away. However, Yi Xian had long since gotten used to the pain of tearing apart the shackles of his body. At this moment, under this kind of unbearable pain, his mind was not shaken in the slightest. From beginning to end, Yi Xian had even forgotten the existence of time, and his entire mind was completely immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, when he felt the piercing pain in his body completely disappear, Yi Xian's consciousness returned and he subconsciously opened his eyes. Both eyes. Almost in the next moment, the familiar system beep sounded in his mind again, twice in a row, ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through to the next level of the ancient cave void technique. Current level, Emperor level 8. Ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through to the next level of the physical body energy. Current level, Emperor level 8. Emperor level 8. Not long ago, if Yi Xian had unleashed the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape to the 8th form, he would have reached the pinnacle battle strength of a universe knight at level 6. Now, with the arrival of another breakthrough, if he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape, even if he didn't unleash the 9 demonic ape transformations, his strength would reach level 9 of the Emperor level, and he would finally reach the pinnacle of the Emperor level. Complete, and once he unleashed the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape to the 8th form, his battle strength would instantly reach level 8 of the universe knight level. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Just one more step and I'll reach level 9 of the universe knight level. Chapter 44-45. In addition to the fact that Yi Xian had activated the devil ape bloodline in his body and transformed into the form of a 30-meter-tall starry sky berserk ape, the current cultivation aura emanating from his body was at the peak of the 9th level of the immortal emperor realm. Xiao. With a faint sound, Yi Xian waved his hand and kept the Shenong cauldron. He stood up and looked down at the star below him. He murmured, "Although Old Pig Spirit is only at the 6th level of the Emperor Immortal Realm, he has been in this realm for many years. He's only one step away from the 7th level. Even if it's just a normal seclusion, he can break through it easily. He murmured. And with the 1,000 cubic meters of 9-colored godly medicine I gave him, he will be able to break through smoothly from level 7 to level 9 Emperor Pinnacle, even though there are still 2 levels to go. The moment he reaches level 9 Emperor Pinnacle, he will not be able to hold himself back and will swallow the level 25 Night pill. If that's the case, he should be a level 1 Universe Knight by the time we meet again, and it should take about 3 months for him to finish his closed-door training, said Luo Feng. Well, even though I just broke through and it is not suitable for me to train in the near future, I am already a level 8 Emperor Pinnacle. One more breakthrough, and I will be able to swallow the level 25 Night pill. From now on, I will enter the Universe Knight realm, and the level 26 treasure pill I need next, but I haven't even figured out the perfect recipe yet. I will take this chance to guard him and use it to study the level 26 treasure pill. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. His figure flashed and he directly arrived in the void of the universe outside the abandoned star beneath his feet. After sitting down cross-legged in the void, he immediately activated the mental energy within the magic core in his mind. He activated the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique and concealed his body. He withdrew all of his aura and immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to postpone the derivation of the Devil Ape Ninth transformation. He used all the computing power of the system and started to study the perfect recipe for the level 26 treasure pill. At the same time, he closed his eyes and concentrated. The godly consciousness of a level 9 Emperor Pinnacle was fully immersed in the process. He cooperated with the devouring system in his body and started to study the formula. Although the perfect pill formula for a level 26 treasure pill was definitely far more difficult than the level 25 venerable pill from before, the devouring system in Yi Xian's body was also growing compared to before. And his strength was also increasing. Even though he had not activated the bloodline ability of the 9 demon ape transformations, his godly consciousness was at the level of a half-step knight. According to Yi Xian's estimation, even if he spent 3 months to study the formula, he would still not be able to complete the perfect recipe for the level 26 treasure pill. However, it would not be a problem to complete 70 to 80% of the process. As for the remaining portion, if the pig demon did not come out, he would complete it. If the pig demon had already come out, then he could take some time to come out and end this matter easily. At the same time, just as Yi Xian restrained all of his aura and began to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 26 treasure pill, an incomparably powerful ferocious bird was flying out from the black flame forbidden area about 10 billion kilometers away from him. It was coming from the direction of the black flame forbidden land. This ferocious bird was terrifyingly powerful. It had reached the 7th level of the Universe Knight realm, and it was a late-stage knight. It was also the one who had rushed to the Black Flame Forbidden Land, discovered the unforeseen event, and spent a few days to find the traces of the clues. It existed. It was a blood cloud gray rock. Its body was covered in gray feathers, and only its eyes were as red as blood. Its Ji-Zhan was extremely terrifying. It was 1,000,000 miles long and covered the sky. It was one of the space beasts that was known for its speed. The reason why this blood cloud gray rock was so angry was that it was a good friend of the one-legged crow venerable in the Black Flame Forbidden Land. Hence, when it entered the Black Flame Forbidden Land and found out that the one-legged crow venerable had died, and even the 10 emperors in the Forbidden Land had all been killed, this blood cloud gray rock was so angry. Almost without any hesitation, he immediately started to search, and after finding the slightest trace of clues and deducing the direction of the murderer, he immediately flapped his wings and chased after him. With his terrifying cultivation as a 7th-order venerable, if it wasn't for the fact that he spent too much time searching for the traces that Yi Xian had erased within the Black Flame Forbidden area, he probably wouldn't have waited for Yi Xian to complete his breakthrough and would have already chased him here. If that was really the case, then although Yi Xian, who was in closed-door cultivation, had the protection of the Shannon Cauldron and wouldn't be injured, it would be hard to predict whether or not he would be able to successfully break through after being disturbed in this kind of closed-door cultivation. If he was lucky, he would be able to complete the breakthrough. If he was unlucky, all his efforts would be in vain. As for the old pig venerable who was guarding the void outside the abandoned planet, there was no doubt that he would be killed by this blood cloud gray rock on the spot. Fortunately, they were lucky. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian was very careful. Before leaving the Black Flame Forbidden Land, he did not forget to erase all the traces left behind by himself and the old pig venerable. A distance of over 10 billion kilometers wasn't too far for this 7th-level venerable realm pig spirit. In a short period of less than half a day, his enormous figure had already appeared at the distant end of this star region. They were merely 200 to 300 million kilometers away from the abandoned star where the starry sky porcupine was in closed-door cultivation. At this time, Yi Xian used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to hide his body. He sat cross-legged in the void and protected the old pig venerable who was cultivating in seclusion. At the same time, he activated his divine sense to the extreme and cooperated with the devouring system in his body. He used all his strength to deduce the perfect formula of the level 6 treasure pill. Even with this blood cloud gray rock's terrifying level 7 venerable cultivation, it was impossible for him to see through Yi Xian's qi. However, although he could not sense Yi Xian's qi, the old pig venerable was different. Although he had sneaked into the depths of the abandoned planet's core, how could he escape the detection of a level 7 venerable's terrifying divine sense? Screech, damn it, it's actually an old pig venerable who is not even at the half-step venerable realm. With just a sweep of his divine sense, the blood cloud gray rock discovered the space porcupine that was hibernating in the depths of the planet's core. A shrill screech came from his mouth, revealing endless resentment and unwillingness. Chapter 44-46. Screech, whoosh. Whoosh. An earth-shattering howl resounded, followed closely by two extremely sharp sounds of something tearing through the air. In the cosmic void more than 100 million miles away, the blood cloud gray rock, which was spreading its wings and swooping over, raised its head and screeched. Its eyes, which were filled with monstrous anger, instantly shot out two crimson rays of light. This blood cloud gray rock's body was 1,000,000 miles long when it stretched out its wings. Each of the pair of crimson eyes on its head was as large as a small meteor. At this moment, the two crimson rays that shot out from its eyes were two energy light pillars with the diameter of a small meteor. They exuded a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed tens of millions of miles of the void and reached more than 2,000 miles away. Thousands of miles away, at this time, old pig spirit was still in seclusion in the depths of the core of this planet. It was far from time for him to come out. With the speed of these two crimson light pillars, it would only take about a breath to reach more than 20 million miles away. At that time, once they bombarded this abandoned planet, with the terrifying aura it emitted, the entire planet would probably explode completely and turn into cosmic dust. As for old pig spirit, who was in seclusion in the core of the planet, even if he did not die on the spot, he would at least be seriously injured. If his state of mind was disturbed, it was very likely that he would suffer from qi deviation. The situation was extremely critical from the beginning. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged tens of millions of miles away from the planet, suddenly opened his eyes. Although he was immersed in his mind and focused on cooperating with the devouring system in his body to deduce the perfect elixir formula of the level 26 treasure pill, he was still in a foreign space. After all, this was an unfamiliar cosmic void. It was impossible for Yi Xian not to be prepared at all. He had already left a trace of his divine sense outside to be vigilant. In fact, just as this blood cloud gray rock arrived hundreds of millions of miles away and had not launched this attack, Yi Xian had already sensed his arrival and immediately withdrew from the deduction process of the perfect level 26 treasure pill. Not only that, the moment Yi Xian stood up, he also withdrew the perfect vibration spiritual power mystic technique. In the next instant, his figure appeared in the void. There's actually a half-step Exalt Realm Starry Sky Violent 8. No wonder Senior Crow was killed by you. With the two of you working together and some other tricks, it's not impossible. The moment he appeared, Blood Cloud Grey Rock, who was already 100 million miles away, immediately discovered Yi Xian's existence. The voice of his divine sense came over. Although there was surprise, there was even more ridicule and disdain in it. This kind of chi-concealing secret technique is not bad. It actually managed to fool this senior's perception and probing. It's a pity that there's something wrong with his head. If he had just holed up like a turtle, he might have been able to escape with his life. As for now, since we've been exposed, then let's die together. Screech! In the end, the blood crystal and the grey rock raised their heads and roared again. One of the two blood-red eye beams that had been aimed at the star where Pig was cultivating suddenly changed its direction and blasted straight at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes glinted coldly. Without hesitation, he raised his head and roared, 9 changes of demonic ape. 8th change. Pang! As soon as his voice fell, a huge explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's body expanded explosively. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body was rolling like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with endless ferocity, and an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura surged out. In less than 1/10 of a breath, his body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, expanded at an extremely fast speed. It was visible to the naked eye that he had reached a height of 1 billion feet. That was 3 million miles. This was definitely comparable to a real giant star, or even more so. In addition, at the same time that his body expanded, the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body also rose at the same speed. In half a breath of time, he had already reached the 8th level of the Universe Sovereign Realm from the 9th level of the Immortal Emperor Realm. 8th level Knight. Just this level of cultivation, compared to the blood cloud grey rock that was already 70 to 80 million miles away, it was already a small realm stronger. However, in reality, if Yi Xian's 8th change was added to the 6 million miles huge body and the majestic energy within it, his actual battle power was comparable to a 9th level pinnacle knight. It could be said that he was invincible below the level of Universe Master. With a battle power comparable to a 9th level pinnacle knight, he was going to fight Blood Cloud Grey Rock, who was only at the 7th level of the Universe Knight realm. There was no suspense about the final outcome of this battle. The battle hadn't even started, but the outcome was already decided. Li. Seeing this scene, the Blood Cloud Grey Rock, who was rushing over, suddenly screamed. His divine sense voice was filled with disbelief. 8th rank Venerable? This is impossible. This was indeed too frightening and dreamy. Just a moment ago, he was only an undying emperor, and in the next moment, he had become a Universe Knight. And not just any Universe Knight, but a Universe Knight at level 8, close to being a pinnacle. Such a being, below the level of Universe Master, there were few who could match him. More importantly, Xueqing and Huiping had never heard of this starry sky violent ape before. Although there were a lot of forbidden areas and star regions around the Milky Way star field, and there were even areas where some small forces gathered, it was even more chaotic. However, as a late-stage knight, Blood Cloud Grey Rock obviously knew a lot about these forbidden lands. If there was such a level 8 Universe Knight, there was no way he wouldn't have heard of it before. The only explanation was that the strength of the 8th Order Exalt realm that the Starry Sky Ape displayed wasn't its normal cultivation at all. It had been forcefully raised in an instant by some sort of powerful bloodline secret technique. I can't believe there's such a miraculous bloodline technique in this world. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xueqing Huiping immediately confirmed his guess. His figure came to an abrupt stop thousands of miles away, but there was a burning light in his eyes. He stared fixedly at Yi Xian and laughed strangely. However, this secret technique obviously doesn't belong to you. The bloodline of the Starry Sky Berserk Ape has never heard of this before. Since it was taken from him, then this sovereign also has the chance to obtain it. as long as I kill you, this miraculous bloodline technique will belong to me. He. If that's the case, Crow Master's death is worth something. Today, not only will I help him get his revenge, but I'll also take your technique. Who knows, I might be able to get the power of a universe master earlier. Chapter 44-47. You're right, this kind of bloodline secret technique did not originally belong to this Star Lord. The eyes of the starry sky berserk ape, which was 6 million kilometers long and larger than an enormous planet, emitted strands of bright light. At this moment, Yi Xian's voice of divine sense resounded throughout the entire space. Moreover, once this secret technique is used, it can instantly increase one's cultivation by an entire realm. Why? My original cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. If I didn't have this bloodline technique, would only be able to escape upon seeing you. However, my current cultivation level has already reached the 8th level of the Universe Night realm. Within my gigantic body, the majestic power of blood energy is even more terrifying. My true combat power is no weaker than that of a complete 9th level knight. However, you are merely a 7th level knight. You dare to say such words in front of me, the Master of the Stars, and even claim that you will kill me and steal my bloodline secret technique. The only thing you can rely on is that you are certain that I won't be able to last long with my current cultivation base and strength, right? At this point, the gigantic raging star ape's lips slowly curled into a sneer, revealing a strong sense of mockery. Without waiting for Xueqing and Huiping to regain their senses, they immediately launched a punch. Hong. Gotcha! The power of this punch was too strong. The terrifying power of a half-step universe master was simply unimaginable. When the fist blasted out, cracking sounds rang out in the void. This was the mysterious Grand Mist Void and not the outer space of the ancient desolate realms. It was tough to the extreme, but it still couldn't withstand the terrifying might of this punch. If that's the case, then today, I will show you. The incomparably fierce and majestic punch whistled through the air. At this moment, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. With my current cultivation level of the Universe Night realm, how long can I last? Li. It's just a bluff. This level of power simply does not belong to you. This sovereign wants to see, how many times can you unleash a similar punch? The blood crystal gray rock raised its head and roared. At the same time the voice of the divine sense came out, the giant gray rock suddenly stirred. A low buzzing sound came. As it moved, some mysterious power seemed to appear in the void, causing double images to appear in the void. It was as if space was being folded. The distance between the blood crystal gray rock and the violent ape of stars instantly increased. A huge chunk. Originally, it was only a distance of 10 million miles. But now, it had been extended by 10 times, reaching a distance of 100 million miles. 100 million miles, for a great battle between universe knights, was not considered very far. It was even within the close combat range. However, this distance was sufficient for the 7th rank Exalt realm cultivators like Blood Qing and Grey Rock to avoid the terrifying punch of the violent starry sky ape. Phew, it spread its wings again. This time, Xueqing and Grey Rock's figures retreated in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they moved tens of millions of miles away, causing the full-powered punch of the star violent ape to barely touch his left hand and fly away. Now, it's my turn. I want to see if you become a paper tiger after this punch is thrown out. After dodging the punch of the violent star ape, the blood crystal gray rock did not stop there. As the voice of the divine sense came out, a cold light flashed within his giant eyes. Then he quickly spread his wings again. Wang, xiao xiao xiao, the low buzzing sound that had appeared before was heard again in an instant. The frequency was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Along with it, there was a sharp sound breaking through the air. As the blood crystal gray rock flapped his wings, energy arrows shot out from between his two beaks. There were too many of them. They covered the sky and the earth, covering the space within millions of miles. These were not just ordinary energy arrows. When they were shot out by the blood crystal gray rock, they clearly carried the power of the law of space. The low buzzing sound that appeared at the same time as these energy arrows was proof of this. The energy arrows that covered the sky seemed to have directly passed through the void and teleported over. A moment ago, they were still hundreds of millions of miles away from the violent star ape, but in the next moment, they were already in front of him. They were only a few million miles away from the violent star ape. It had to be known that the violent star ape's body was already about 6 million miles long, which was larger than a giant planet. And now, the energy arrows that covered a radius of more than 10 million miles had arrived only a few million miles away in the blink of an eye. In the void. It sounded quite far away, but in reality, to the violent star ape, this distance of several million miles was only a body's length. In the eyes of the blood crystal gray rock, he had used the spatial secret technique of his bloodline talent to send the energy arrows that covered the sky and earth to a body's length away from the violent star ape in an instant. With his huge and bloated body, it was absolutely impossible to dodge. If nothing unexpected happened, this attack would be enough to severely injure him. And the current violent star ape was clearly in a state of activating its bloodline's secret technique. Once it was heavily injured, it would definitely be forced to withdraw from this state. In this way, with his cultivation of the Emperor realm, to the blood crystal gray rock, there was no doubt, he would be reduced to an ant. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a complacent expression immediately appeared on the face of the blood crystal gray rock. The voice of the divine sense also revealed a mocking tone, "Violent ape, everything. It's time to end. You seem to be thinking too much." Just as he finished speaking, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense rang out. It was also filled with a strong sense of ridicule, and disdain. All of this is far from over, because this Star Lord suddenly changed his mind. Slowly, play, die. Swish. Swish. Before he could finish speaking, the violent star ape had already waved its hand. In an instant, a weak sound of breaking through the air rang out. 2 rays of light shot out from his body as he waved his hand. It was the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle. As soon as the former appeared, it immediately rushed towards the top of Yi Xian's head. Moreover, this time, it appeared in its complete form. In the blink of an eye, it expanded explosively against the wind and actually exceeded 10 million kilometers, several times larger than the body of the violent star ape. At the same time, a large amount of 9-colored mist poured out from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the violent star ape and protected its body. At the same time, the Shenong pestle that was taken out with a wave of his hand directly rushed towards the right hand of the violent star ape. It quickly expanded and turned into a large black club that was 20 million kilometers long and was even thicker. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Just at this moment, the countless energy arrows that seemed to have teleported through the void had finally arrived. They directly pierced into the dense 9-colored mist that was being poured out by the Shenong cauldron. However, it did not have any effect on the violent star ape at all. Chapter 44-48. What? Shenong cauldron. This is impossible. As Yi Xian took out the cauldron and suspended it above his head, it poured out endless 9-colored mist to protect his body. The attack that Xueqing Huiping unleashed with all his might missed. All the energy arrows were disintegrated by the mist of Shenong cauldron. This was a 7th-level knight. If it was before, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to reach this level of power when using Shenong cauldron. But now, on one hand, Yi Xian's cultivation level had surpassed his opponent's. On the other hand, the Shenong strange flame in the cauldron had just evolved to the pinnacle 9-colored flame level. Because of this, the farmer god cauldron's power had also increased by a large margin. And at this moment, seeing this scene, Xueqing Huiping was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in shock. His voice was filled with shock and horror. He was, after all, a late-stage knight with extraordinary knowledge. He recognized Shinong Cauldron, this legendary treasure from the prehistoric era. Li, I can't accept this. With the appearance of Shinong Cauldron, Xueqing Huiping lost all hope. With this cauldron, even if the power of the bloodline technique used by the space violent ape was weakened, and his cultivation level dropped to that of an emperor. However, as long as he hid within the Shinong Cauldron, Blood Red Eagle and Grey Rock would not be able to do anything to him. To break through the protective power of this legendary desolate ancient cauldron and forcefully kill him, one would need to be at least a universe master. What's more, the opponent was under the protection of Shinong Cauldron and wasn't injured at all. The bloodline technique used by the opponent wouldn't be weakened in a short time. This situation was so depressing that it made one's hair stand on end. The opponent had the protection of Shinong Cauldron, so no matter how he attacked, he wouldn't be afraid. On the other hand, his cultivation was already slightly weaker than the violent Starry Sky ape that had executed its bloodline's secret technique. If he continued to stay here, the final outcome would be that he would only be on the receiving end of a beating. It was already meaningless, Li. With great unwillingness, Xueqing Huiping raised his head and let out a roar. He flapped his wings and turned to escape. At the same time, his voice resounded again. Violent ape, don't be so smug. Although Shinong Cauldron is powerful, it's not impossible to break through. At least with your current level of cultivation, a universe master can do it. Wait. What he meant was that he was obviously planning to get one or two universe masters to deal with Yi Xian. Maybe this guy couldn't get a universe master, but if he was to leak the news of Shinong Cauldron, he could get one or two universe masters. Before he could turn around, the voice of the Starry Sky ferocious ape's divine sense had already sounded out. In the next instant, the faint sound of the air being torn apart resounded out. The Starry Sky ferocious ape that was 3 million kilometers in size actually directly teleported with the farmer god's treasured cauldron that floated high above its head. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the blood crystal Grey Rock's path. The distance between them was less than 5 million kilometers, which just happened to be within the range of the big-headed black cudgel's attack. Hong. A huge rumbling sound rang out. Almost at the same instant the teleportation ended, the right arm of the raging star ape was raised high. Without the slightest hesitation, it moved at an extremely fast speed and directly smashed the club at the base of the right wing of the blood cloud Grey Rock. Ayo, an incomparably mournful howl came out from the mouth of the blood-red Grey Rock. Its huge body suddenly staggered in the air. As it rolled, its right wing drooped down in an unnatural manner. As a ferocious bird, a late-stage venerable one actually let out a miserable howl like a wolf at this moment. Just this alone was enough to show how terrifying the power of this attack was. It was clear that this blood crystal Grey Rock was on the verge of going berserk. In fact, the reason why Yi Xian's staff smashed onto the base of the blood-colored Grey Rock's right wing was because he had deliberately done so. To Yi Xian, this 7th Order Knight was definitely the strongest opponent he'd ever encountered. Although Yi Xian's current battle strength was comparable to a Universe Knight at the pinnacle of the 9th Order, he was nearly 2 levels stronger than the blood-red Grey Rock. However, the opponent was a late-stage knight. He was also a great being from the Bird clan who was skilled in speed and escaping. It could be said that even if Yi Xian had the upper hand, he wasn't completely confident that he would be able to kill the opponent today. Hence, he could either not make a move. Once he made a move, the first thing he had to do was to cut off the opponent's ability to escape. Destroying his 2 wings was obviously the best choice. Wang. At that moment, after being hit by Yi Xian's stick and rolling for tens of millions of miles, Xueqing Huiping finally stabilized himself. He didn't hesitate. He immediately flapped his wings and tried to escape. However, just as the familiar buzzing sound rang out, it came to an abrupt stop. The blood cloud Grey Rock's right G-bone structure had clearly been broken. Although it wasn't a big deal and wasn't life-threatening, it was obviously impossible for him to escape in a short period of time. He could. Shio! The sound broke through the air again. Space Raging Ape's body flashed and teleported again. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Xue Qing Huipeng. This time, he appeared on the left. Without any hesitation, he swung his black stick and smashed it down. As for the landing point, it happened to be the root of Xue Qing Huipeng's left wing. Hong! Ka-cha-cha, a huge roar sounded. Xue Qing Huipeng's huge body rolled and flew away. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of millions of miles away. His left wing, which was fine a moment ago, was now hanging down unnaturally like his right wing. This attack, Raging Ape used more strength. When the black stick smashed down, a huge roar sounded. There was also the clear sound of bones breaking. Li, Raging Ape, you, shameless. After being injured again, the blood-red grape Ping spat out an arrow of blood. The sound of divine senses immediately sounded, releasing endless sorrow. Both of his wings were crippled. He knew that this time, he was finished. After losing his advantage in speed, he now had to face a Supreme Expert 9. With Space Raging Ape at the pinnacle, he didn't see any chance of survival. Howl. After 2 consecutive strikes, Xue Qing Huipeng's wings were broken. Yi Xian's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down completely. As his heart relaxed, Space Raging Ape raised his head and let out a roar. He then turned to look at Xue Qing Huipeng, who was more than 20 million miles away. His eyes shone fiercely. Didn't you say you were going to invite 1 or 2 universe masters to kill me? Now, why aren't you running? Chapter 44-49. Violent Ape, don't push me too far. Looking at the ferocious Space Violent Ape, who was dragging the big-headed black stick, walking slowly toward him, Blood Cloud Grey Rock shuddered. He tried to put up a strong front and shouted angrily, "Push me too far. You're the one who came looking for me today, aren't you?" Violent Ape looked at him with disdain, and his voice resounded through the space. Why? Are you the only one who can come here and not allow me to kill you? Since you have the guts to come here, you should be mentally prepared to be killed. I don't care where you're from, but you better know where I'm from. As the violent Starry Sky Ape approached step by step, the Blood Cloud Grey Rock became increasingly uneasy. The light in its huge bloody eyes began to flicker. Even the murderous intent in his tone disappeared in an instant. It was as if he was persuading, patiently guiding Luo Feng. The Forbidden Land of Blood Sea, where I belong, is an intermediate supreme forbidden land. There are 2 universe masters guarding it, and one of them is even from my race. One of them is from my race. If you dare to kill me today, I'll definitely kill you one day. Violent Ape, I advise you not to make a mistake. Intermediate Supreme Forbidden Land. Universe Master. So what? Unfortunately, these words didn't work on Yi Xian at all. Previously, his target was Undying Emperors, but now, his target had risen to Universe Knights. Obviously, this wasn't the end. Soon, his hunting target would rise again, and he would reach the level of a Universe Master. Therefore, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, the words that Blood Qing and Huiping had said at this moment were, at most, the first target he should lock onto after increasing the level of his next target. Blood Sea Forbidden Land. I'll remember it. Don't worry. Soon, I'll go there personally and take the body and blood of that elder of the same generation as you. As for now, this battle has been going on for too long. It's time to end it all. Hong. Long. Long. When the voice was heard, Violent Ape was still 20 million miles away. However, at this moment, his eyes gleamed coldly, and his shoulders weakened. He closed the distance between him and Blood Cloud Grey Rock to only 1,000 miles. About 10,000 miles, At this moment, the starry sky ferocious ape's right arm swung up high once more before smashing down fiercely. And the location that the shockingly huge cudgel had locked onto was actually the blood cloud gray rock's huge head. No, Bao Yuan, you will regret this. Seeing this, the light of despair flashed in Xue Qing's eyes. He raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill howl. He was filled with hatred and anger. Boom! PFFF, almost in the next instant, the big-headed black cudgel that was swung up high landed directly on the blood cloud gray rock's head, and a huge boom sounded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the blood cloud gray rock's gigantic body exploded into a cloud of gray blood mist. It was as if the most violent hurricane had suddenly swept through this star field, causing ripples to appear in the void. Swish! Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the void space within a radius of 10 million miles, sweeping in all the gray blood mist that had just spread out. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shin-Nong cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron to begin the refinement of the blood essence. This blood cloud gray rock's power had already reached the 7th level of Universe Night, and it was at the late stage of this level. At this moment, all the gray blood mist that had appeared after his body had exploded had been swept in, and not a single bit was left out. This way, when Yi Xian started the refinement later on, the final night blood essence that he would obtain would not be of the highest grade, but it would at least be of the highest grade. This would be extremely helpful for Yi Xian's subsequent refinement of the level 26 night level pill. Because of this, Yi Xian was extremely happy. When the blood essence of this blood cloud gray rock is successfully refined, I'll have 3 pieces of night blood essence in my hands. After waving his hand and putting away the big-headed black rod, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed as if he was deep in thought. He mumbled softly like he was sleep-talking. Although it's impossible to immediately start refining the level 26 night level pill after collecting 5 pieces of night blood essence, refining the level 26 night level pill wouldn't be possible. However, now that the level 25 night level pill has been refined, and my power has reached the 8th level of Emperor level Undying, I only need one more small breakthrough to be able to swallow the level 25 night level pill that I just refined not long ago and reach the night level in one fell swoop. This way, when I'm in the 8th form of 9 transformation demon ape, my power will reach the level of a 1st level universe master, and it'll be easier for me to kill universe knights. Without a doubt, by then, it won't take me long to collect 5 or even 10 pieces of night blood essence. From the looks of it, the deduction of the perfect pill formula for the level 26 treasure pill can't be delayed. Previously, I only planned to stay here for about 3 months to derive part of the pill formula. After that, I'll leave immediately after Old Pig comes out of seclusion. When I have time in the future, I'll complete the derivation, but now, it seems that the plan needs to be adjusted slightly. No matter what, I have to complete the derivation of the perfect level 26 treasure pill formula in one fell swoop. At this point, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He wiped away all traces of the battle and the aura left behind by the blood cloud gray rock. Then, with a flash of his body, he rushed to the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. After adjusting his state of mind, Yi Xian quickly collected his thoughts and combined with the engulfing system in his body. He pushed the system's derivation and derivation ability to the maximum, and with the help of his 8th level universe night level godly spirit, he started to derive the level 26 treasure pill formula. He started to derive the perfect level 26 pill formula. Previously, Yi Xian had spent close to a year deriving the perfect level 25 treasure pill formula. This time, on one hand, Yi Xian's power had reached the late-stage universe night level, and his godly spirit was much, much stronger. On the other hand, it was because he had already derived part of the perfect level 26 treasure pill formula. Therefore, this time, he only used around 6 months to successfully deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 26 supreme pill. The perfect level 26 treasure pill formula. I've finally completed it successfully.